Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Woo! We got a little early morning game going on today. The voice is a little bit of rummy, but I'm here for you folks. I'm loving it. I like a little bit of an early morning game, a little bit over the cup of coffee before we even had a chance to wake up and take things in. We got our Seahawks rolling on into Motor City. Heading on in there, seeing if they can go get a W. I was just trying to think, we've done pretty good in recent history going into Detroit. It's been a little bit of a split affair if you go back through the recent years. We're going in against a very upgraded or an on-the-rise Detroit team this particular week, as they have definitely had a little bit of a better year this year. They look a little bit better than they have in years past. Your Seahawks are going to get a nice opportunity today to benefit from the fact, though, that the Lions certainly are a walking wounded unit. No doubt about that. They are down a good amount of skill position players. And even those guys like Reynolds, who's going to be in this game, is working through a real dodgy ankle. So we are definitely in a situation in this game that despite playing on the road, despite it being a 10 a.m. game, you still do have a little bit of the opportunity here to maybe have a little bit of a small advantage coming into this game over the Lions as far as at least your injury situation goes. The Seahawks aren't really missing anybody of super major note. Yes, Travis Homer definitely is down. That one's going to sting just a little bit, and we're obviously still down Jamal Adams. But so far, aside from those couple of injuries, we've been relatively in good shape. It's going to be, I think, a fun battle today. I think it's going to be, I keep saying I think our Seahawks are going to run the ball, but then we don't run the ball. So I'm not going to predict that today. I think that would be the smart way to go with it. Detroit likes to run these four-man boxes a lot. They're not as much the stacked crew that we've run up against, like, let's say, last week, and the way Atlanta wanted to run their defense. This is going to be more of a defense that'll try to beat you with just the front seven. And let's see what we can get done here. So you're going to have opportunities theoretically to run today. We'll still see if they will. Again, we go through 3 games. You've not had really one game where you've really conscientiously really ran the ball. And there's been reasons for that. And I backed it up last week as far as them passing as much as they did, because I don't want to run into 8-man boxes. That's not a recipe for success in the NFL, and it won't be a recipe for our Seahawks to have much success. But it will be interesting to see how this game plays out from that standpoint. If they see the light box, do they then maybe go a little bit more to the run? I don't know. We'll see. Let me give it little hellos in here, because I know once we get to live action, I'm going to have a hard time keeping up with the comments section. Please do hit the like button if you would for me, please, as you walk on in. It's good to see everybody in. We're already filling up here. Empower Code, what's up, man? It's good to see you. And Sama Ben Diesel, Mariners make the playoffs, and we only get live streams for the Hawks. Oh my gosh. No, I promise this week I will be getting back over to the Mariners, Osama, and work has been exhausting me lately, so I just haven't had enough juice left in the tank there, as I've thought about trying to go live, but just been done. But I do want to get live. We'll definitely be doing live Mariner playoff games over on the Crow's Nest. So if you're not subscribed to the Crow's Nest, my Mariners channel, please get over there and subscribe. But I promise you, I swear to you, brother, we will definitely be back over there at least a couple times here before the year ends, and then definitely in the playoffs. Randall McDaniel, top of the morning to you too. Anyone else not slept? I didn't sleep good either. That's why I'm a little bit rummy today. You guys are gonna have to deal with this. I'm not a morning person, so I'm gonna try to crank it up a little bit this morning for you. Rob Terrell, how about the double doink missed field goal from the Saints kicker? I was setting up for the show early on, Rob. I didn't get a chance to check it out. But those double doinks, man, you'd think they would have such a rare opportunity of happening, but it seems like we get a lot of them. Mike Skinner, everyone get ready to play the game of how many Al Woods can you fit between our defensive linemen? 4 Al Woods or 32 babies? Matthew Brandt, we need this one. We do need this win if we want to hope to have any kind of, it's not really based on any hope of anything, but it's if you want to get some momentum into this year and keep yourself in kind of at least somewhat of the thick of it in contention. I know none of us have any real high expectations, but if you want that, then this kind of game, you've probably got to get it winning, because the schedule is going to get tougher with other games down the road, including, as we just saw in our own division. You got 3 more games against Niners and the Rams, and then Cardinals always seem to, at the very least, even if they're bad, split with us. We're just a couple minutes away here. Magic Vlogs, what's up? Let's go Hawks. Rob Terrell, hopefully Mafe gets more snaps on D today. I'm hoping so. If you guys didn't get a chance, I just got a video I put out last night regarding this defense and kind of the state of things. And watching all the All-22 tape on this team through the first 3 games, though it is a sample size because he's not getting a ton of snaps, Boye Mafe has been the better player than Darrell Taylor, especially in the run game. Snail says, nice video breakdown on the defense today. Thank you, Snail. I want to get these shorter videos out. I get a lot of requests to get a little bit more of the shorter content out versus how much we do with the live streams and how long they tend to go. So I'm trying to commit to getting more of that shorter stuff out to kind of supplement. Matthew, defense needs to stop the running game. You're definitely going to need today. And it looks like Swift is going to be out, I believe, or at least very reduced at that point, which means this Lions team turns into a very much inside running team. Both then what you have with Williams in the backup at that point are both going to be really built around doing that. Paul Susia, run. That's right, Paul. That's absolutely right. Megan Roger, my lady from Dan Enda. How you doing? Says, greetings from Seattle fam, looking out the window to Lumen Field. Ooh-wee. I'm ready, Megan. I'm ready for a couple weeks from now. I'm really looking forward to that game. Get a chance here to watch our Hawks in person for the first time in a couple years for me. That's going to be pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Osama Ben Diesel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Osama. Says, Mariners end the effing drought. And no live stream. Seahawks defense allows free points, full week of coverage. Wonder what Rodney Dangerfield would say. I feel you, man. I feel you. It's football season. So I'm first and foremost, I'm definitely going to do my football content. And if I can, then I'm going to get to the Mariners stuff. And, that's where Osama's like long-term, the view on this is to try to, and thank you for the donation, is to try to do this full time. And once I can do this full time, then I can do the Seahawks as much as I want to do, and I can do the Mariners, and then there's no, in between. But when you got the full-time job that takes overtime hours most week, it's just, you just get, there's some days where I can't pull a 95-hour week, you know what I'm saying? Where I'm just like, okay, I gotta just like rest this one up. But I promise you, man, brother, I will definitely get some, we'll definitely get some live streams going this week as the season winds down for our Mariners. And I promise we'll get the playoffs in there as well. It's a long-term thing for me on it. I got to pace myself a little bit. I'm an old man. Mindy B, what's up, Mindy? Says hi from Maryland. What's up from Maryland? Mindy, it's good to see you in the chat. Ariel Aguilar, greetings B. Greetings to you too. Headed to church to pray for our Hawks. We need the Lord's grace today. We do indeed, Ariel. We need all the help we can get at this point. Emma21, come on, Hawks, bounce back today. Today is the opportunity to pull a win. Well said. Dom H, greetings from UK. Greetings to you too, Dom. See if our Seahawks can get this dub today. We got New Hampshire checking in with William Leonard. I love it. I always say Hawks Nest is worldwide, folks, and this is why. UK, New Hampshire, Maryland, coming at you from all sides. Keep that head on a swivel. Emmett says, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Emmett. Mr. Isaac, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Isaac. Why do I? Looks like Johnson will start over Taylor. But not Mafe. Okay. Well, that's a way. Randy V, someone I know from Seattle says it's good they're losing so they can get a better pick for next year. I don't ascribe to this mindset, Mindy, but I must admit that it's one that is definitely proliferating the fan base in a variety of different ways. I do think that when you want to try to keep a winning culture or reestablish a winning culture, we're going to call it that, you probably want to keep that as much grinded out as you can. And if you're into more of just taking your foot off the pedal and saying, all right, boys, just ease up this year. We're just going to kind of just, players are going to read into that. You're going to get guys into habits, I feel like. Plus, there's no certainty that we know for sure within all this that, Carroll is the guy to guide this thing through into the future. And that's not better and more firmly established that he is by them going into a tank type of mode. Plus, it just goes against all of my natural instincts as a football fan. Randall McDaniel with the $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. I really do appreciate it, brother. And it's good to see you in the chat. It says, going to be slightly delayed. I think our D gets right today, and we establish the run. Walker back in the D. He gets going. I think we leave 500. Hashtag go Hawks. Oh, Randall, I love the optimism, man. I really do. And I like it. I like that. If this would be a good day for the defense to get right. Lions are a little bit shorthanded on that side of the football. I know that they're scoring a ton of points this year. Got to give the Lions credit in that respective things. But this would be with their injury situation, this would be a day where, okay, defense, you want a day where you're not going up against the creme de la creme. Here you go. Here's a day for you to kind of figure out what's right and what's wrong and get it figured out. Keldon says, whatever, Hawks, whatever. I'll take that as support from a Niners fan for our Hawks in this game, 100%, Keldon. I know how that goes. That's as far as you can come. Saint Vinyl, I hope for a good game. Me too, Vinyl. Rob Terrell, Rodney would say, I get no respect. No respect, I say. No respect. I tell you, no respect. Bash Gordon, Aloha 12s. Brando, let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks. And the Lions just kicked the ball off into the depths of the end zone. So we will be beginning this game, and I will be trying to stay with the chat as much as I possibly can. But of course, I'm going to be doing most of this as live, sort of play-by-play. So please do bear with me on that front of things. Jack says, good morning from Wisconsin. Good morning. All right, we've got Geno in a little bit of a 3 backfield look here. Read option, play action pass here. Gets it out to Will Disley in the flat after he fakes it to the running back. Nice little play designed to kick things off here. First down. Seahawks coming right out with the 3-man backfield that they have shown just a little bit to begin things here this season. Something unique. I don't think we saw it last year at all. I think that's one of Waldron's napkin moments in a bar here this past year. It's worked. So bring up 2nd and 1. Tyler Lockett goes in motion. Geno's going to go ahead and change the play at the line of scrimmage. 1, 2, 3. Lions aren't showing a tremendous amount of guys up at the line of scrimmage. So I wonder if Geno is changing this into a run here. And indeed he is. And that will be a first down. Looks like Penny got just enough. So this is the control and the thing that I saw not many people giving a lot of credit to with Geno Smith this past year or this past week and what's really standing out in his play. And that is the control at the line of scrimmage. It sounds like an unexciting attribute of quarterback play, but you see it there. They're obviously probably in a pass play there, or at least the run going another way, and they're hurrying up here a little bit. Play action, throw out to Tyler Lockett in the flat, a little out route there. Nice easy completion by Geno Smith, and he continues on down here. That'll bring up 2nd and short. But that's the control you see, where he recognizes we've got a pretty heavy front that we're up here now. I come up, I'm expecting Detroit to counter with the heavy front. Detroit does not. I'm changing then into the running game. And even though it's only a yard they get, it was kind of a free, easy yard to go get there for the first down because the way Detroit had put that front up there. Detroit is now stacking the box on this particular run, though, as Seattle counters again with the same on 2nd and 3. Heavy formation. The give is to Penny. Not a lot of move there, and that's the counter of that, where 2 similar situations. First situation, Lions got a little bit of a light box. This situation where the Lions heavy it up, there's not those holes there to be had on that particular play. 3rd down, no gain. 3rd and 3. $12:46 to go here in the first quarter. If you're trying to sync up with me, I've been told it's about a 12 to 13 second delay. If you pause it, wait 12 seconds, hit play, we'll be just about synced up. Geno's in shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the near side of the field. Geno gets it out to the outlet man, which is Rashad Penny for a nice, quick, easy first down. Quick decision making there by Geno Smith, and he really recognized that fast. Sometimes that's one where you see the quarterback wait to throw that out to the running back, and Penny not running a pure out route there. He's going through the line of scrimmage and then cutting it outside. Get yourself upfield a little bit quicker there. Again, I like the play call there by Waldron on that type of route. That's a nice little route there for the yards you need to get the first down. Again, the 3-man backfield, everyone goes in motion. Both tight ends kick out to the outside. Geno in shotgun. 1st and 10 from the 48. Play action. Pressure in Geno's face, gets the ball out to Will Disley, who makes the catch, spins out of the first tackle, and falls forward for a gain of 8. Quick passing going on right now. Matthias Hedge, thank you for subscribing, Matthias. And Nate Smokes, thank you for subscribing as well. I appreciate you guys. You're awesome for doing so. 2nd and 2, 11:25 to go here in the first quarter. Geno sort of guiding traffic around here at the line of scrimmage on this. Again, Lions come up with a nice stack front. Geno play action pass. He's looking deep. Pressure in his face. He's got Tyler Lockett deep and slightly overthrows him. They had Lockett breaking open deep down the field, running a post there, and just a little bit of an overthrow by Geno Smith. Now, he did not have a clean pocket there. There was a lot of pressure in his face as he was letting go of that ball. It wasn't hellacious pressure, but it was definitely firm pressure, and just barely overthrew him. Yeah, he gets hit right as he throws that ball. So Geno probably had to throw that ball just a little bit earlier than he wanted to have to let go of it. 3rd and 2 now. Geno back in shotgun, trips to the far side of the football field. Detroit's showing blitz. Geno sees it. The clock's count down. We might have a delay of game here. And we do. And that will bring up a little bit of a third and long than that. Boy, that sucks because you're in a nice 3rd and short situation there. But I think Geno didn't snap it because the blitz came late. Maybe a little bit of a lengthy time getting the call in on that particular snap. Mark T. King Keaton. Thank you for subscribing, Mark. I appreciate you. You're awesome. 3rd and 7. Geno in shotgun. 4 wide. Lions again. Boy, they get some good pressure. Geno stepping up. He's going to try to run for this. He's got a little bit of space. He gets past the linebacker and up the football field. Geno showing off a little bit of the legs. Nice job by Geno Smith there. Again, good decision making here early on. Lions, you can feel with their pass rush. Boy, it's in much difference to our pass rush, I'll say. You can just feel that pocket is going backwards at times very quickly on Geno here. He's not going to have a lot of time here to kind of assess and think things over in this particular game. But a great run there. Outruns the linebacker to the edge and gets the first down. This drive is 8 plays and 43 minutes to begin this game. 1st and 10 from the Lions' 32-yard line. Geno now under center. 2 tight ends. Give is into Rashad Penny. Nowhere to go. 3 runs early on here to Rashad Penny in this drive. All 3 runs up the middle. Why? Because that's how you use Rashad Penny. Up the middle. No, it isn't. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. It'd be nice if they could get these. They need to try to get him the edges here. And you can already feel with Detroit, they're locking up inside on this. They're very well aware of Seattle's predilection to running inside. Some would almost call it an obsession. 10 minutes to go here, 2nd and 10. Geno back in shotgun. Lions showing just a 4-man front this time. Geno gets him to jump off sides, it looks like. Did Geno just hard count him? This is a subtle hard count. I didn't even give it a bob of the head there. Looked like Aiden Hutchinson jumped off just a little bit early there. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. He's nice. He's nice. Did he hard count him or did he just jump off? He got a couple guys. I think he must. He did it really subtly. You know how Aaron Rodgers does it right on that line where you could call Aaron for it at times with how much the head will bob. 2nd and 5. Geno back under center. Play action pass. He's got Colby in the flat. Finds him. Colby's got the ball. He's up the football field with a little bit of space to work. Bangs his way down. Gets twisted and turned and somersaulted around to the 11-yard line. But another nice gain here for your Seahawks. And again, good play design. The Detroit Lions are definitely doing a little bit of what the Lions did. They're not doing as much with the stack fronts, but they're definitely aggressively pursuing the run game first and foremost in this game, understanding that's what Seattle wants to do. And Seattle's working that off with play action opposite where the play would go, theoretically, with the run game. And they are finding a guy open then to that side of the field when Geno comes around on the bootleg. 1st and 10. And we've got a flag. A false start here. Might be a little bit tough to hear for the Seahawks team here, as Geno's definitely trying to guide traffic that early on to make sure they're hearing what he's trying to get across. Maybe it's just harder to hear at moments here with being on the road. Seahawks are dead last this year in red zone percentage, or 31st. But the Lions defense is last in red zone efficiency. So bad against bad here. 1st and 15, play action. Geno looking up the football field. He's got Disley for a touchdown. Let's go. Will Disley going right up the seam and goes right up over the top. That's a little bit of 2020 Diz. That's some 20 Diz, Uncle Will. That's some drippy Will. Oh. Disley, right from the inline tight end position, getting right up the field. Corner's no match. Corner's no match. And how about Geno trusting Will there? Just puts that ball up there. Will's got such a big frame. He almost doesn't have to jump. He can just stick those big meat hooks up into the air and pull that ball down. But Will Disley with a touchdown on the opening drive, and Geno with just nice touch there. That's a layered throw where you're not throwing it with the pure velocity. You're also not throwing it with that sort of touch that you might throw with when you throw a little fade route to the back of the end zone. Instead, you're finding that little bit of that in-between place. That's why I call it a layered throw. It's that in-between spot where it does still require you to put the ball in. You don't want the defender to have a chance to turn around and see the ball coming in, but at the same point in time, you need that ball placement to be just at the right spot where Disley's going to reach up in that manner and be able to have an opportunity to just turn back as he's running, turn back, catch the ball, get the 2 feet down. Very nicely done. Very nicely done on that drive. And I do contend, once again, Geno Smith continues to play very well. I know I'm already hearing the haters say, you wait the second half. Check with me in the second half, man. Okay? Check with me in the second half. Okay. I got you. But he's playing good right now. He's playing good right now. That was awesome. Mark Habercorn, what's up, Mark? It's good to see you, man. Patrick Renault, 7 injured starters for Lions. That's a lot of starters. Ethan, hi, Brandon. It's great to hear your voice. Thank you, man. It's good to see you in the chat. After Mariners made the playoffs, I got COVID. I'm so angry as I try hard to stay safe. I have to isolate with 2 other people, and everything sucks. I am really sorry to hear that, man. You just hunker down, get better. It's the new normal having to deal with this thing. I think it's going to be around for quite a bit of time one way or another here. So you just do take care of yourself. Don't push it too hard. And yeah, I know it's no fun. But thanks for being here. Let's see. Maybe our Seahawks can get a win today. Win today. Get a little bit better for you. Make things win always makes things all feel just a little bit better. Dread Vash, napkin moments in a bar. Ha ha ha. Paul says, yeah, I want to see special teams really go for it. Not stupid stuff from our side of the field, but really be aggressive on their side of the field. I like it. Patrick, Geno just threw another pass that defines a backup quarterback. I mean, that was a pretty good drive. I thought he did pretty good there. I was impressed. I liked it. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. You're awesome. Says, Geno likes to throw to Disley and Parkinson, and he's been rewarded this season for doing so. Excellent point. And the tight end is a big focal point of this offense, going back to the designs, the old school West Coast ways under Bill Walsh. It's one that does build into it a lot of keen opportunity. And I think Waldron's done a lot too, Garth, with really trying to make that a sticking point. You've seen it at times with some of the infuriating 3-yard routes they run, but he's wanted to make sure they keep working those tight ends. And I'd like to see it where you come in with a heavy formation. Lions are naturally going to think when they see the heavy formation, it's going to be a run play. Then you're countering out of that into the pass. And that's smart coordinating there on Waldron's part. And I sometimes bang him, but then he needs to get credit also on the other side of that for these kind of play calls as well, and how he's utilizing those formations and where he understands where the Lions are going to be aggressive towards. All right, so Jared Goff takes the field here for the Lions after the opening return doesn't go much of anywhere. He is playing pretty well this year with a 14-2 touchdown to interception ratio, 108.8 quarterback rating. Wait, that can't all be right. That's too much. He doesn't get all that in three games. I was misreading that. I must be misreading that stat. All right, from the 26-yard line here. The give is inside here. Big hole here opened up just to begin things for 5-6 yards. Quandary Diggs coming up and making the tackle from a safety position. This is the thing that if you look for the main benefit the Seahawks defense gets in this game versus what they would be dealing with DeAndre Swift is that outside guy. He's that guy that is going to attack you to the edges, and a little bit of the ways we saw from Patterson last week, where Williams is a guy who's going to come inside on you. Goff and shotgun, empty set, quick pressure. That's a hold. That's a hold. That's a hold. Where's our call? Where's our call? There was an obvious hole there on the left tackle there. It looked like Boye Mafe on the play got past him. I don't know if you guys saw that. Did the chat see that? That was a hold. He got past him, and the guy drug him down to the ground to keep him from his quarterback there. Oh, Seahawks have not gotten a lot of calls here early on, but that was glaringly so. 3rd and 5. Goff shotgun once again. 3 wide. Seahawks showing a 4-man front. Seahawks also showing short zones here. Like to see that. There we go. Ryan Neal comes up and makes a play. Ryan Neal sighting, folks. The safety who's been a little bit absent here since the start of this year comes flying up to make the play. Stops the ball carrier right in his tracks after the catch. You got to like as well utilizing more of the short zone concept when you have a 3rd and 5. Don't give them the sticks. Don't drop back into a soft zone. Press that. Nicely done by the Seahawks. A 3 and out. A 3 and out. Oh my goodness. Here's the punt out to Tyler Lockett. He'll receive it. He's going to bring it up. All right, Tyler. Tyler fumbles the ball to the Detroit Lions. Oh. Why don't we have a punt returner, says Nick. That's a great question, says I. Tyler Lockett just fumbled the ball, had a little bit of space to work with. Guy just came up and made a play on the ball and ripped it out. I'm okay with Tyler being in the game. Just have him fair catch it, man. Like the 5-6 yards ain't worth it. For also the possibility of the injury he could sustain in that situation. I don't know why they don't have another one back. Eskridge must not be very good at it. You think that would be the one role that he was down? I don't know if he was down. No, I think they'd challenge that if he was down. All right, got back out on the football field now, drops back to throw. He's got a man wide open, and that will be a touchdown. We do have a flag. Did they finally call a holding call here? Oh, it's holding on Seattle, which will be declined for a touchdown. Boy, oh boy. It's kind of the way it's been this year. The second you feel like you start getting something good, and just as you just start, the engine starts to maybe ramp up just a little bit, down it goes. Who are they getting for holding, I wonder there? And I don't know if that's Jordan Brooks who's supposed to be in coverage or not, but it looks like that was Jordan Brooks lost in coverage. Oh, so I just literally did a video last night showing off Jordan Brooks' struggles in coverage. Strap in, folks. It's going to be a long morning. It's going to be a long morning. A long and arduous morning. Yeah, and Lockett on that play is not even really getting tackled. He's doing the Lockett thing where he's just simply trying to bounce forward, basically fall forward, the equivalent of a quarterback slide going forward. And he just sort of gives himself up to go fall forward, and the defender's like, oh, and smacks the ball out of his hand as he was coming back on punt return. It's really tough there. You got that momentum going there in that moment, and then just my goodness. And I'm going to try to respond as I can to the chat, folks, but we'll have a lot of people in here. It'll be hard during the game. So just as also a heads up, I do a post game as well where I do more of the responding to the chat than I get a chance to here. Mark, I need to find a way to make money for Mariners playoff shirt and go Mariners. Hell yeah, Mark. Hell yeah. See if our Mariners can do something. I like the fact they've gotten this sewed up now. So not super early, but early enough to where you can rest some guys, relatively speaking. Don't diss on Disley. Nobody's got diss on Disley. Nobody. AI says wide open. D sucks. That's the problem. A little bit of the problem right now is you're not putting up much of a fight. Part of why I've advocated for also doing maybe a little bit more of the pressure based looks. Maybe bringing a little bit more heat is the fact that you are still giving up deep balls but you're giving up chunk plays on the back end. And it's supposed to be as infuriating as it is to watch sometimes with the soft zone defense. It's supposed to be an outlet, an aspect of the soft zone defense that you're preventing the big play, that you're making teams earn it. And on that kind of play, like see that we saw this in the Falcons game as well. I think there was probably 6-7 chunk plays in that game, and they only threw the ball like 26 times or something. I mean, Mariota barely had to throw it all in that football game. And that's something where this defense should be shutting that part off of things, but it's unable to do so. And Daniel, we can't even get Eskridge as a punt returner. I guess not. I saw him do it in the preseason. He looked like he was okay at it. I'm sure if I was to ask Carroll, it must be something about maybe being not sure-handed, because he's got the right kind of build for it. He's got the right kind of attributes for it with his quickness and speed. The punt return units, though, too, this is a little bit like the kick return units to me. This is why I don't mind just if you want to fair catch it, because and the Lions' extra point was missed, by the way, so Seattle still is up. If you want to just fair catch it, or you want to let every ball get kicked in the back of the end zone, I'm kind of almost all okay with that, because the rules have been set in place so much now to where it really prevents. I mean, how many big returns do you see? How many punt return touchdowns have we seen through the first few weeks really commiserate with what we've seen 20 years ago and how many you'd see? Punters have gotten so much better about getting hang time up there and distance. It just doesn't, to me, matter as much. Especially when the fallout from it is that you get, I mean, now that's Tyler Lockett's second fumble of the year now from the punt return. And he's supposed to be the sure-handed guy. 1st and 10, Geno Smith under center. They got Walker and Penny in the game. He's going to roll out to pass. He's got Tyler Lockett there on a crossing route for about 12 yards. Another good play design. You get Kenneth Walker pre-snap motion moving to one side of the field. Then you run play action with Rashad Penny to that same side of the field. You get the defense to completely bite in with their flow towards that side, and then you come back around. So definitely a lot of the play calling set up here early on by Waldron to take advantage of the defense's aggressive nature. 1st and 10. Geno drops back. Looking. Boom! Finds DK Metcalf down the middle of the football field for a big gain of nearly 20. And DK took himself a shot after the play. Just right in the middle of the open zone there, takes the hit, makes the catch. Well done by DK Metcalf. Seahawks again driving here with 5:48 to go in the first quarter. Tyler goes in motion. Play action pass again. Another throw up to DK Metcalf, who's wide open up the football field on a post route. Another 15 yards. Oh, my goodness. Seahawks are definitely willing to throw. Oh, we got a flag. And we got personal foul by the Lions on this play. On Bugs. He's on a man named Bugs. He went a little low on my quarterback. He go low on my quarterback and it hit him in the head. That man Bugs is a head hitter. He's a menace. And how about Geno Smith sitting tall in pocket? He gets a forearm shiver upside his chin. Delivers the ball right into DK Metcalf. 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. 5:15 to go here in the first quarter. He gives it to Rashad Penny. He dances inside. Not a lot of room to work with there. Manages to crank out about 1.5 yards, maybe 2 yards. 4th run for Rashad Penny early on here. Every one of those runs has been inside. This would be a spot where, I don't know if it's with as condensed as it is down here you want to do this, but once they get the ball back, this is again another time to the defense. You're feeling them inside, pressing inside. Let's try to get to the corners a little bit, little edges, maybe a fly sweep. Geno got an empty set here in shotgun, 2nd and goal, dropping back to pass, and he's going to just run with this. This is a designed run all the way, and it's touchdown, Geno Smith. Design quarterback, keeper up the middle. Hey, let's run a little power with Geno Smith. He got that in his bag? No. Let's run it anyway. He gets a touchdown that away, Geno Smith. And the Seahawks offense is coming out with a little bit of a chip, a little bit of oh, you don't think we can do it? We can do this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. All right, Geno Smith, how about that? All the way a quarterback keeper there. It was no doubt about it. And that's, again, got to love the play design by Shane Waldron. Something he had seen in the tape. We haven't seen Geno Smith run quarterback keepers. You're running that because you're seeing something in the way that Detroit's playing defensively that you can take advantage of in these moments, especially down here by the goal line. And indeed, you look at Detroit there. Seemingly, they dropped everybody back in coverage, went with that front four, and that front four had all their gaps wide and open there for Geno to run right through, as opposed to sometimes what you'd see in those situations like a Russell Wilson, which is a mush rush, where they're going to change the way they come at the quarterback a little bit, depending on if there's a mobile guy or not. And obviously, Lions aren't necessarily worried super about Geno's mobility. That's the second time this game he's used his legs, but good on Geno there to get going. I guess he heard a lot of the people saying last week too. I was hearing from a few people there in the stadium saying, forget throwing to Goodwin on that last pass in Atlanta. He needed to just run with that ball. He had 2 miles to run. But let's go. Let's go. Exciting little first quarter. And yeah, Geno is cooking easy. He's cooking good. He's got the apron on. The flames are all over the place, smoke in his face. He don't care. He don't care. Jubal Orb, do we even know if Eskridge can play at this point? Never seen a guy used less as a high draft pick. Me neither, man. And it's confounding, to be honest with you. I thought with LJ Collier he was going to struggle to get on the field because I just thought he wasn't a guy with really the talent pedigree to be taken where he was. Eskridge was different. Eskridge definitely had some issues to his game, but you would theoretically at least be able to find a role you could carve out for him on the offense somewhere to begin things. That they haven't is worrisome. Patrick Renault says should throw to DK every play until he drops it. Woo, he looked good on that drive. I like working him in. A little bit to tight ends, a little bit to Lockett. Now we get to DK, and then design quarterback run right up the middle. Cale Gibson, you don't want Tyler getting hit. He himself avoids at all costs. Why in the hell is he still back returning punts and taking unnecessary hits? I don't know, Cale. To your point on that, it was the San Francisco 49er game from a couple of years ago when Tyler was still returning punts at that time. Remember, he had the blood clot situation go on, and that came by a hit that he sustained on a punt return. Tyler's too valuable to be putting him in that position. There's no one else out there that can do it. And again, if the argument from Coach Carroll and them is going to be that, well, it's because he's so sure-handed. The guy's got 2 fumbles already here in the early part of the year. So if we're already getting that anyway with another guy out there, then we're already getting that with another guy out there. And look at Geno with a little bit of a jump cut, open field to go back, to take the blocker back into the block, to take the defender back into the block, because he had his center out there leading the way in Austin Blythe. Blythe showing off a little bit of the mobility aspect he brings to the center position on that touchdown. And the Lions are going to return this one back. Lions kick returner is sealed up and then breaks free and then gets resealed. Let's get a little bit of a nice gain there out to about the 27. A little fleet of foot. Jared Goff will come back out here. Well, Seahawks up 14-6 here. 4:26 to go in the first quarter. Making, one second, let me get this play real quick. Jared in shotgun here. 2 tight ends. A little bubble screen out wide. I'll gain about 3 or 4 yards there. Second down. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. I wasn't sure about Geno or Drew Lock in the preseason. I am now, and take back every bad thing I thought or said about him now. Fair enough, Megan. And, I understand where your one is with Drew Lock, too. I understood where that came from. And remember, you weren't alone on that. There's still a lot of people, even up to last week, and there still exist out there that would say, no, Drew would be better here, and Drew would be better. But as I've long contended, I think that Geno's earned this chance. And this is a pitch play out wide here. Cody Barton does a good job of tracking it down. It'll be about a gain of 3, bringing up 3rd and short. Interesting to see the Lions still utilizing that outside part of their game when they don't necessarily have the Swift runs it so well. He is so dangerous on those pitch plays because he's so his last name being Swift is very well applied to that kid. There's both quickness and speed with him, which is how I think of Swift. So 14 to 6 here, Seahawks. 3rd and 3 from the Lions 35. Goff in shotgun, 3 wide. Looks to the right side of the field. Sets right up to throw to that side. Looks like good coverage by Josh Jones. Let's see if we get a call. No, we don't. Very nice job in coverage on Josh Jones on TJ Hawkinson, a former top 10 pick in the NFL draft. Josh Jones was there step for step with him and draping him with the throw. It's one of those Jared Goff specials where he's just staring down a guy. And Hawkinson gave him the arm. Hawkinson gave him the I'm open arm. Very well timed there by Josh. It's one of those on the line. If he arrives just a little bit earlier, that's probably a PI. But because he arrives right when the ball arrives, as far as making contact with the man, and this is a fake. Oh my God! And the fake pulls it off. The defender was locked in there. Well, for a defense struggling right now, the special teams is selling the defense here right now. Selling the defense big time. You know, Seattle's showing they're a heavy front to the outside, so they've got single coverage, single on the outside with their gunners. And the gunner had no idea this Crawford kid who is in now for the special teams all the time. That's his second gaff this year so far. Carroll's upset about something here, so he's, I guess, called a timeout just to let the officials know. I don't know what he could be upset about. Seahawks are challenging the play. All right, let me see something here. What is the chat saying? I don't know why Pete would waste that one. It looked like a very straightforward, it's just the moment where he's just angry about it, maybe perhaps, and he's like, I'm just going to call it because that's a clean catch from the live. I mean, that was as clean as it gets, right? They're going to have to show an angle here because the first angle shows it being clean. I don't know. The only thing I can think of is that he challenged the play so that he could just let the officials know that he didn't like the fact that I don't know. Patrick Renault, who did Crawford beat out for that position? I don't know. I guess the thought process is you got guys like Sidney and Artie Burns that aren't going to play special teams at this time in their career, so you got to go find. But this kid's had a couple of moments of struggling. Emmett 21, or do you think it was pass interference on the offense? That's what I was thinking, and that Pete was getting on him about, was that the receiver came off the line and just basically was pushing the corner up the football field, and then turns around and makes the catch after he's initiated contact from the jump in that way. So it's if he's running a route, he's got to run a route. He can't just take a defender. Like a defender can't hold on to a player, an offensive player can't just take a guy up the field and be blocking him. So just like he's blocking him at that point. You can't do that either. It's a thing we're not going to see it called, so I'm not going to sit here and squawk about it because it's not a big. But that's what's probably annoying Pete. Tony says crazy how Goff went number 1 overall, right? It is. Especially because he wasn't great in college either. It wasn't like he came off this fantastic career at Cal where he had just been so prolific. It was undeniable. It's one of those ones that, really, this guy? Alexander Trena, I was worried about this game. The Lions sneezed 30-plus points. If our special teams is going to play like this, it's going to be... We need our special teams, man. This is a part... For this equation to work that they want to build as a team, you need all 3 parts to work together, not just the offense holding it down. Debbie Nielsen, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it, Debbie. Welcome on to the Hawks Nest. Patrick says, why is Ken Walker not getting more tries? And no surprise here, the call is going to stand on the football field. They're not running the ball that much, Patrick. You know, you're barely running it all through the first 3 games of this year. There's just not enough touches there to be had for him to be able to get. I mean, even Penny in this game's got 4 carries. All right, 1st and 10 now. The Lions are going to take back over. Let's see if the defense can hold it up here. They've done good so far. They'll give up the middle for a couple of yards. If I'm going into a game against Lions and Dan Campbell, I've got my special teams unit on point for trick plays because he's that kind of coach. He's going to run those a couple of times a game. So you've got to, or try to run those. And again, I don't know why Coach Carroll challenged that play. There was no point where I think he just made that challenge just so he could, tear their ear off. 2nd and 7, Goff dropping back here in shotgun, surveying the field. We're going to have a hold here on Poona Ford, and Goff is going to run out of bounds. But Poona Ford looked like got dragged to the ground there. Lions have already done a lot of holding with this offensive line on our crew here to begin things with some uncalled calls. So it's good that we're finally kind of getting one here. Yeah. That one's and we got a cold on us too, so it offsets. Right. I almost thought, silly me, I almost thought we were going to get a call. I forgot who we were for a second there. I just kind of spaced that one out there. 2nd and 7, so the play will not count. Halftime is finally a holding call on the D-line. Don't get your hopes up. They'll find a way to wash it. Seahawks running a little bit of a 3-4 look here. Running back bounces it outside, back inside, 1st down. And they go at Johnson here. Johnson, for some reason on that play, crashed down from his outside linebacker spot, which then left his outside shoulder open. I'm sure that's what he was told to do from the play call there, but slanting inside like that opened that play up on the outside. 1st and 10, Goff drops back to throw again here. Quick pass inside. And the clock will continue to tick down here to 32, 33 seconds. Next play will be the final one of the quarter here. Goff starting out 4 of 6 for 41 yards and a touchdown here in this first quarter. Goff back under center. Looks like Lions might have jumped a little early there. Just a little early. Yami says, God, Diggs doesn't want to play anymore. He made a tackle early in the game. Raj, I know he wasn't trying to challenge PI, but want the ref to keep that in the back of their mind that they screwdrivered up and need to make it up during the game. It could be that, Raj. And that's some old coaching tricks there, which I'm okay. I mean, I'm not going to ever, I know with Carroll sometimes he'll play loose and easy with those timeouts. So looks like so the clock will continue to wind post penalty. And that will bring us to the end of the first quarter, which sees your Seahawks up 14-6 here early on. Well played quarter by the offense. Can't really knock a lot of the defense in that first quarter either, quite frankly. Yeah, they gave up the touchdown on the short field, but they've also got some stops. They've also been putting the team in a position as far as being all right. Being maybe not, I'm not going to say any super improved here, but maybe looking a little bit better. The special teams in that first quarter kind of let you down just a little bit. Big bit there. And they've got to be a strength of this football team every single game. It can't be just every once in a while we need them. We got too many other things that we got to overcome with this unit to have to be overcoming with them too. And they've got to maybe find somebody else. I'm not going to throw that on Crawford. That's special teams coach needs to admit that. Really, the special teams coach on this kind of game, you don't try to bring the pressure and heat there to me on the punt, knowing that Campbell's going to be a guy that's going to want to lean towards going for it at times like that and making those calls. So to me, it's more of keep the two guys on the outside rather than the single, which is because Seattle's been showing more of a pressure based on those punt returns this year. Okay, Kitty. I'll be right back and get a little more coffee, folks. Okay, come on, defense. Let's get a turnover here. Does that sound good to you guys? It's about time for a good turnover. Let's get like a pick 6 by Diggs on his old team. Drop top thoughts in the first quarter so far. So yeah, that'd be my main thoughts. I think that the offense, Shane Waldron has designed a very good game plan to begin things here. Geno Smith is executing that game plan awesomely. Everybody's catching the ball. Everybody's doing what they need to be doing as far as on their end of it to complete the process. There's not a lot of yards to be had in the run game, but that's understandable because the Lions are, if not loading the box, definitely committing towards stopping the run, especially the inside run. Defensively, it's not been bad here, but special teams was horrible. First down, second down carry here to the running back. He's going to take this out for a good 20-yard gain. And that's Reynolds there, Craig Reynolds, I believe that is, for the Lions, their backup running back. Seattle employing the 3-4 defense there on that play. And Kobe Bryant just came down and completely whiffed. He had a free run at the running back in the backfield and just whiffed on the play. Bad tackling of the Seahawks showing up there again here. 1st and 10. Play is called dead. We've got another offsides here by the Lions. False start by the Lions. It's the third one for their offensive line this game so far. My Jordan Rush. Yeah, I guess whoever said Quandre Diggs didn't look like he wanted to play today. I mean, that tackle attempt there was pretty sorry there in that last play. 1st and 15. Jared Goff back under center here. The give. Reynolds. Jordan Brooks there with the crew to make a play. Nice job there. It's by far the best rep against the run here we've seen today from this group. Kind of a little inside counter run there, it looked like. After that, I don't want to see an offensive shootout. I want to see us stop their asses. Me too, man. Me too. 2nd and 14, 13:27 to go in the second quarter. Goff and shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Oh! Uchenna Nwosu had the ball in his hands, dropping. A little bit of a zone blitz sort of drop there for him. Pure drop, spot drop. He was right there in space. Goff throws with some good RPMs on that ball. Oh, right there. Right there. I was calling for that pick 6, man. He had a touchdown all day if he makes that interception. He has nothing but space in front of him. 3rd down and 14, Goff and shotgun. Seahawks dropping back, bringing pressure. Ball is going to be overthrown there. Kobe Bryant in coverage. We have another flag. Come on. Just let him play. Just, like every play, I got to like halt the feeling of like whether or not like I can enjoy what I'm watching. And why is it every time it's a 3rd down and long, these stuff, or 3rd and this and it gets, or 3rd and that, and they get bailed on it. Here comes the flags. Give me a break. We get one game, just to remind you guys, by the way, just to remind you, because I know people are going to be like, well, you can't bitch about the officials. Just this little advanced stat for you guys on the back of this as we watch this 3rd and 15 get a first down. There we go. Thank you. They're pulling back the call because they know it's chicken crap. Let them play. Oh my God. Nothing is there is right, Megan. Nothing is right is that. That's where I start getting touchy with it, where I'm like, oh, the timing of that was a little bit odd. And then you see he does nothing to cause any kind of hold whatsoever. And the Lions will put up this field goal and it'll just get through the uprights. So it's be 14-9. Holy mackerel with that call. Give me a what? I'm not a guy that want to bitch and moan about it, but come on. And maybe you might be right, Ryan, that Kobe's not a starting nickel, but I'll agree with you probably there. But Kobe wasn't, bad in coverage there, or that he's not bad. He wasn't holding him there. Let's just say that. It was an overthrown ball. But just to, again, to remind you guys so far this year, teams helped most by penalties on a net basis this year. Number 1, Chicago at plus 2.7. Number 2, Houston. Number 3, Cincinnati. Number 4, Atlanta. Let's go way down to the bottom of that list. 29, Philadelphia. 30, San Francisco. 31, Seattle at negative 3.0. So again, teams helped most by penalties. You are the second least helped team in the entire NFL by penalties for the first 3 games. And then we see a flag call like that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just save this stupid thing because I have a feeling I'm going to be bringing this one back up at some point today. If I got to get toxic today, I will. We're bringing that one back. I'm saying that I'm going to show you guys that one here. If this continues on, I will not be taking this today. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, if that happened in rugby, that ref would never ref at the top level again. It's so straightforward, Megan. It's pulling, holding is holding. A hand touching a jersey is not holding. And in that 3rd and 15, I'm like, well, they didn't get the first down. How can we help them to get the first here? Well, I got a flag. Oh, that was too obvious, Bill. Too obvious. He's got to do at least something. You can't just do it from blowing on him. Well, he blew on him with a lot of aggression, though. Have Daddy feel DK today. At least get a touchdown. At least get DK a TD. I like how they're working him so far. You can't argue with anything they're doing offensively right now. It's looking good. 12 North Chad. Seahawks look good, but Lions are bottom dwellers. Very well said. I mean, it's potentially they look a little more improved this year. I don't know if they're full out bottom dwellers. I think the Bears are going to be their bottom dwellers in that division. But are they better to overtake the Vikings or Packers? Yeah, you're probably not there. Probably a valid point on that. Houston M says, never mind. Good job, ref. The tickiest of tack. Deadly's dig seems he lost a bit of will and fire after Adams left for the season. You can tell in his press interviews as well. I think it's struggle, and it's been a couple years that defense struggling a lot of times, and it probably gets frustrating, especially if something that might be from his standpoint a little bit outside of his control. And this ball is going to be kicked out of bounds by the kicker, which will put this up at the 40-yard line. Megan with another $5 donation. Megan, you're awesome. Appreciate you. Says, I swear to God, if the refs lose this game for us, I will go ballistic. I know, not now, refs. Not now. Get in the back of the car. Back of the car. Back of the car. Not this game, okay? You guys can come back next week and hose us next week. Not this one. Well said. Snail with his dollar donation. Thank you, Snail. Says, Jeff Okudah is a dude. DK might have Jeff Okudah is a dude. DK might have quite a day. Interesting to see how this matchup works here. He plays a lot of zone off coverage too, so it's not exactly a mano-a-mano type matchup between the two. 1st and 10 here. Hand is inside to Kenneth Walker. He bounces it a little bit to the right and is able to sneak his way for about 3 yards there. Good vision on his part. But Jeff is definitely, scuttlebutt is that he's playing better this year coming into this game. The former top 5 first-round pick. 2nd and 7 here. 12:41 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 14-9. Lions showing a heavy front. It's a fly sweep out to Dwayne Eskridge. Eskridge takes it for a good 6.5, 7-yard gain, right close to a first down. We got an Eskridge sighting. He lives. He lives. And they actually ran a fly sweep with him. And it was effective. Wow. Crazy, right? It's 3rd and 1. Geno's going to keep this one right up the middle there for a first down. I like it. We got the quarterback sneak back in play here with Geno. We didn't used to run that very much with Russ. That's why I bang on that fly sweep stuff. Whenever they run it, it's effective. So continue to run it. 11:42 to go here in the second quarter. 1st and 10. Seahawks are right up around midfield here. Goodwin goes in motion. Give his back in here to Walker. He's got some space to the outside to work on outside zone. Cuts back inside. Gain of 13, 14 yards. How about that? Seahawks using a little bit of outside zone there. Not just hammering it up into the middle. And see, you can see the Lions, if you look at the defensive end there, number 91 on that play, you'll see him crashing so hard down inside to take away the inside runs there, because the Lions, like all the opponents out there that play the Seahawks, know they want to run 90, 95% of the time inside. So you're going to see those slanting and crashing of those defensive ends, and you should take advantage of it. How? Outside runs. Well done on their part. 1st and 10, Geno back in shotgun now here. He's rolling out. We're going to have a hold here on our Seahawks. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, what did you think of the Colts getting bailed out last Sunday because Chris Jones said something derogatory to Matt Ryan? What could he have said? Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. I don't want to put anything on Chris because I haven't even heard it being intimated. I do know about the situation you're talking about, Garth, but I haven't heard anything intimated about what it was that he did say. What could it be? I don't know. And let's see who had the holding call there. Didn't look like it was Walker. Walker brought him down with his arm. So Walker was trying to go low on him and missed on his cut block, and so then he had to bring his arm out and brought the defender down for the hold. So this will bring up 1st and 20 now. Geno back in shotgun. Lions showing just a 4-man, little late pressure here by the Lions. Wow, great job of the linebacker there. That's Malcolm Rodriguez, the rookie, sniffing out that screenplay all the way. He was on that from the jump, and he had that completely read out. Rodriguez isn't there, that play could maybe go for something, but Rodriguez is completely, he KJ righted that play for the Lions. 2nd and 25 here. I'm Geno. I'm trying to think, let's get into field goal range with these 2 plays I've got now. Great if I can get the 25 yards, but don't make that everything. Run it. He's going to run it here. Good. Get the block. And he gets down. Nice job by Geno there with a nice gain of about 9 or 10 yards there on that play. This will bring up 3rd down, but you're probably within a good 6-7 yards of field goal range. And they're showing DK for some reason here. Maybe see if he's open or not. I don't know if DK was open on that play necessarily. DK rocking the tucked-in towel look on his the Cam Newton look there with the leggings today on the Cavs. Unique. 3rd and 12. 9:25 to go here in the first quarter. Geno directing traffic out of shotgun. Lions running a little bit of an odd front here. 3-man. Oh. And that's incomplete. This will bring 4th and 12. Let's see if they'll trust Jason Myers here on this field goal attempt. It's right on the cusp of his range. Geno again had a little bit of room to work with there. And DK just wasn't expecting the ball to come for whatever reason. I don't know what DK's thinking there as he's crossing. And Jason Myers is going to attempt this this field goal attempt. This will be a 56-yard attempt. Starting from his own 50-yard line at the beginning of this kick. It's up. It's away. It's got the distance. And it's through. Split the middle like a knife through butter. Nice job by Jason Myers with the field goal attempt. Beautifully done. Another very good drive there by Geno Smith executed here. But how about Jason Myers? I mean, that kick was clean. That's ice cold. Ice cold, Jason Myers. We got the 2020 version of Jason Myers this year, maybe. How about that? 17-9 Seahawks. Yeah. Okay. Megan, 17-3. Let's go Ravens, my other favorite bird team. How about that? Ravens kicking some butt. Let's go Ravens. Let's go Ravens. It's not really a hold, though, says Emmett. It's kind of a hold. When the arm comes out like this and hooks, and especially when it's on the outside of the line there and it's out in the open, it's very much on hold. It's very much on display at that point. I mean, it looks like a hold to me, guys. When the arm hooks out like this around the leg like that, that's usually gonna. It looks awkward, and it's just gonna to the official that's gonna look like it looked like to me, where he went for a cut block, he missed on his cut block, then he panicked, and then held out and grabbed onto his leg to bring him down to the ground at that point. Yami says our tackles are amazing. They're playing really good, really good. Geno's had some fairly clean pockets here in this game. Joe Biden, you're right. Myers is having a bit of a bounce back this year. SE Wolverines, wow, CDK gets frustrated, then drops the pass. Keep your head in the game. Got to keep his head there. He's got to make that catch there is one where it's, I don't know why he's not looking for it there. Maybe he's out of breath from running the deep down the field route on the previous play. I don't know. But Garth, to your point on that situation with the saying something and being bailed out in that call, I don't like officials pulling flags out now for players saying things to each other. That's one of those things where if it's really something that crosses the line, then you have that guy get fined or figure out some disciplinary action in between the week. Let's not soften the sport further. Like, did he say something really mean to him? Did he tell him he was going to do something like really rough? Well, that's football. Thank you too, Megan, for all your donations. You guys are so kind. Please do hit that like button if you could for me too, folks, if you haven't done so already. It does help this channel grow. And yeah, as said above, do get subscribed as well. Gene says DK could have run for an easy touchdown, first down. Yeah, again, you go, why is your head not turned around? All right, here's the kickoff. Great job there by Boye Mafe on the kick coverage, coming up and making the tackle at about the 10-yard line. How about the Commanders up on the Cowboys in Dallas? That Jaha Dotson's having himself a good start to the year. Made a touchdown catch in that game. So 9:02 on the clock. Second quarter, Jared Goff comes back out onto the football field. Seahawks defense has given up some points in this game, but it's also been put into some tough positions at times here as well. Got to acknowledge a bit of both. Goff under center. He's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Seattle running a lot more 3-4 looks in this game. Play action pass. Oh boy, Mafe out there in the flat to clean things up. Nicely done by the kid. You worry about those flat route drops when you've got an outside linebacker. Is he quick enough to get over there? Can he stay with the man? Step for step, right in place. Only holding that to a 1-yard gain. Let's go, Boye. 2nd and 9. 8:32 to go here in the second quarter. Give is going to be up the middle. Jordan Brooks, nice tackle in there for a couple yard gain. Megan with a $10 donation. Oh, thank you, Megan. You're awesome. Says, I only have one request of this team. Can we please play like this next week against the Saints? They lost in London, and I've heard nothing but how they will smash us next week. You've been going on that Hoodie Jube channel, Megan. Yeah, they're a confident bunch, those Saints group. 3rd and 5 here. Goff and shotgun. Drop back to throw. Seattle bringing a little bit of a pressure-based look. Goff recognizes it, gets it out to his hot route, and hits his tight end out there for a first down. Thank you, though, for Megan for the $10 donation. And you know it's going to be a tough game against that Saints team. They're going to play us tough. They always have the last couple of years. It's just been a dodgy bunch with that. Jordan Brooks on the blitz there. Just got picked up the last second. But it's going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough game. I don't think they may not have Jameis Winston in that game, Megan. He's got those fractures in his back. 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. Goff with a give. Up the middle. Seattle rallies there. Jordan Brooks again up to make the tackle. Brooks doing a good job here so far in the run game. Thank you for all the donations, Megan. You're awesome. 7:06 to go here. Lions from their own 33-yard line. Goff back under center. The give is again. Play action pass. Goff looking down the field. It's got a man there. Ball's knocked out. Caught and knocked out. That's a fumble. Fumble. We've got a fumble on the field, and the Seahawks have recovered. Kobe Bryant coming up and making the play. Running in there step for step. Receiver did get open first. He had to allow the catch first, but then he came in with the... Are they calling this? They're not calling this back, are they? They're going to review this, but that's a fumble. I saw 2 steps in a football move. 2 steps in a football move. This has got to stand. That's clean as hell. How about the Rook? Rook showing up. Mafe making a couple tackles on that drive with a stop on the kickoff, and then the play in the flat, and then Kobe Bryant come up making a fumble. The young pups showing a little bit of their teeth, huh? Giving a little bit of the fangs. Bryant did give up the completion, but nice job with the peanut Tillman punch. And knocked that ball out. Let's go. Seahawks defense had a hard time causing turnovers. We need that. We need that. Let's go. Nice job, kid. There we go. Play is going to stand. Thank God. Thank God. Don't you do this to us today, refs. Not today. And that was a legit punch, by the way, folks. He came in with a lot of force. That's not just simply he's bringing his hand and the ball carrier's being a little lazy with his grip on it. He came around, if he wasn't going to knock a ball out, he was going to break a rib. One of those 2 things was going to happen on that. I can't blame him. I give up that completion. I'm going to come up and be like, get that. Well, you catching that ball. Don't you catch that thing. I'd be doing the same, You got to, let him know. When you catch it on me, you might pay a price. Joshua says sack last week and a fumble this week. That's right. Brian had his first sack last week, too. Well said. The Red Mama's out today, folks. Snail says the defense came to play. It's nice to see. It is. I'm trying to think. This is the best. Yeah, this is probably the best game the defense has started out so far and through the first couple of weeks. Half Daddy says if you can't cover, at least be able to punch the ball out. Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's not also remember about Mr. Tillman is that he could give up his share of completions as well. He had to let him catch the ball a lot of times to get that peanut Tillman punch out. So, yeah, well said. Raj Ho says you don't need a challenge on turnovers. It gets reviewed automatically. Yeah, no, I was meaning that they were looking at it. So I was worried they were going to look at it and be like, well, he didn't do a football move. Yes, 2 feet were down with possession, but no football move. So, sorry. Hawks. That's how we got to do it. Hawks do need to bring the pain half, Daddy. Mega says it's coming up to halftime, and this is where my anxiety kicks in, and I start thinking we can still lose. Well, look, this Lions team is one of the more higher scoring teams in the league this year, so you're certainly getting just a little bit of lead on them. We can't get comfortable here. Got to keep the pedal down to the floor. Got to keep running this offense like we have so far here, and not just trying to get too conservative. Saw a little bit of Kenneth Walker on the last drive. Let's see if they go back to Penny or Walker here. Lions are definitely doing... I gotta go back and watch the tape to be sure of, but it does feel like they're bringing a lot of guys down near the box here pre-snap. 1st and 10 here from the 48-yard line. Pressure. Seahawks got a little out screen to Noah Fant here. He breaks first to tackle, but we're going to get a holding call on the Seahawks. Looks like it's going to be on DK Metcalf. I didn't see the hold, but the flag came flying out right after he made the catch. And they're calling offensive pass interference. So I'm guessing that DK Metcalf got on his block, or it was Penny Hart, I guess they're calling it on, got on their block a little bit before the ball had arrived. It's one of those plays that's bang, bang, where the screenplay has got to get to the guy's got to get in his hands before you lay your block. I guess they're calling that on Hart doing it. So, yeah, not on DK, but on Penny Hart there. You can't block before the ball arrives on that play. This is how you can't have, obviously, offensive linemen down the foot. Like in screenplays, you're throwing the ball a lot of times behind the line of scrimmage. You can't, on that kind of play, have guys out blocking before the ball's being thrown in the process. So it's probably a good call on that particular play to Penny Hart. And a nice quick throw out here. This will go to 2nd down. We'll talk a little bit about it at the commercial break. This will bring 2nd and 14, so a gain of 6 there on the throw. And Geno's going to run a little bit of up-tempo here with an empty set. He's got 5 wide, 4 wide receivers, 1 tight end. Lions looking to bring their front 4. Got to get rid of this. DK open. DK's open. He's got the catch down the football field. One-on-one with the man. Oh, DK, man. DK with the catch down the field to the 1-yard line. DK and Deshaun Elliott wanted no part of DK Metcalf. Metcalf makes the catch with Deshaun Elliott, and that's an Okudah beater right there. Slaps Okudah's hand out of the way there and takes an inside lane on that route to make that catch. But you could see if it's Elliott, he had 20 yards of space there with DK in the open field, and he's like, how am I going to tackle this big sucker? There's Fant. Touchdown, Fant. Touchdown, Fant. Play action pass on 1st and goal. Fant out into the flat. Touchdown, Seahawks. Geno hits him. Set up on the back of the DK play. He's running up the field, and that corner's looking at him going, oh, man, I got to tackle this big guy. Just get your angle right. Don't cut it too fast to run past you. Just don't cut it too fast. He just keeps giving up more yards and more yards down the field as DK is running with the ball. And he finally around the 5's like, okay, I guess I'll tackle you now if I have to. I can't blame him. I'd be the same way. I'd be like, I'm not being tackled. I'm a safety. Where's my corner at? Where's my corner? This is a 2-man job. Watch him again here on the replay, folks, where DK's just kind of walking him up the field, and the Lion guy's going, all right, DK. Okay, I'll tackle you. We're going to make this happen. Okay. Let's go. Let's go, Seahawks. Let's go, Seahawks fans. Offense showing up in a big way today. And how about DK, about Geno there? Empty set, 5 wide. You have no running back to help you out at that point. You have no tight end helping you out. You've got to trust in your offensive line to hold protection. DK is running a fairly long developing route to get up the football field there, even with his speed, to get on a 9 route. And DK to have the guts to hang in there and stand in there and then deliver the ball timely right where he needs to deliver it. Another fantastic game being played here by Geno Smith to open things up here again. It's a common thing that we continue to say about him over and over again, and just continues to show so. But how about also Waldron with a great called game here? Even on last play, 1st and goal, Lions are going to definitely think you're going to just try to bang it home on 1st and goal. Run a little play action to the outside. Fans wide open. Lions were totally in on them. We're going to stop the run on this particular play. Let's go. So nice. Timothy Gathings, that's the blue mamba because they live in water and it rains in Seattle and they wear close colors. Nice. Blue mamba works too. And he goes from red to blue. He shed that Cincinnati skin. Emmett says the offense is electric right now. Boy, are they ever. Sully, Hawks on fire. Deadly, where's the Geno hate? Cricket. Yeah, crickets. Nothing but crickets out there with the Geno hate now, huh? And he is cooking. Raj, we need to keep it up. Second half has not been kind to us. Yeah, get the points in the first half as much as you can because second half has been a little lean. Little bit lean. Half Daddy says Okudah doesn't want that smoke. Did you guys see the slap DK gave him? DK starts out to the outside shoulder of Okudah and then comes back around his face. But before he does so, Okudah tries to get a hand on him and slow down his progress, and he just smacks the hand away. Says, "Get your hand off me, little child. Little child, you're my son. Get off me, son." Yami says, Abe Lucas is still killing Hutchinson. Yeah, how about Abe? Abe matched up with Aiden so far, and he's doing pretty well. I don't know if Aiden's even got a pressure here out the gate. Myers is going to kick off now. Seahawks up 24-9 with 5:04 to go here in the second quarter. Red Corn says, laughing out loud, someone did say DK is overhyped in this chat. Not to my heart. Cheese Taco with a $5 donation. Thank you, Cheese. Good. We need all those points because you know what we do in the second half. Laughing out loud. Hope I'm wrong, but no, it's Cheese Taco. Look, you're not wrong. This is until they change that pattern, which we've seen over the course of the first 3 games in each one. You're going to be a little bit worried that, okay, did Waldron use up all of the stuff that he had built through the week? Is it like all those little plays that you're like, oh, we can go out in this way and this way? Is that all run out now? So that's going to be the part that does remain to be seen here in this second half. And this Lions team is still capable of scoring some points. 1st and 10, Jared Goff under center here. Play action pass. He's looking deep. Hits a man on the post route. Similar play to the one that just had the fumble caused. Lions are seeing defensively that there's some holes in this zone a little bit deeper down the field at this point. We do have a flag. But we got a holding call on the Lions. How about that? A holding call on the Detroit Lions. That's novel. Hurt's got to be aware of the fact they're trying to hit him with those post routes right now. Who do they call this on? Let's see. All right, so we got a benefit of a call there. The Lion offensive lineman fell backwards, and then the defender fell on top of him, but it wasn't really a hold. He just sort of the defender just blew him. Looked like Puna blew him up. 1st and 20. Goff back under center here. 3 wide. Give his inside here to Williams. Running hard. Steady for a good 5-6 yard gain there. Looked like initially they had him hemmed up. Made a nice cut back inside. Was able to break free there for a couple of yards. Lions are doing a good job offensively in this game as well as the balance, the play calling. You can see why they're scoring so many points. They don't really give you a chance to really get a good read on them from an offensive standpoint. Seattle's bringing a pressure look here on 2nd and 13. Josh Jones up near the line of scrimmage. They fall out of it. Goff fakes. Puna out of his shoes and runs for a couple of yards. We've got another flag here. This is going to be on Penny Sewell. It is on the offensive lineman holding on Penny Sewell. Couldn't get a call for the longest time on those holds. Now we're getting back to back. This was Darrell Taylor matched up against Penny. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, that's a ticky-tack. So we've gotten a couple benefits. I have to shut my mouth now. We got 2 calls there that we got the benefit on. Both those. Sewell did not have an obvious hold there. Officials are a little bit quick with the flags today. 2nd and 23. Goff under pressure. finds a man wide open for 30 yards down the football field. Seahawks unable to get any kind of real pressure until late into that play. And then Goff made a great throw as he was being hit there by Quentin Jefferson. Seahawks were dropping into some short zones. And you can see there, Cody Barton stayed low there. It looks like Cody Barton was meant to stay with the man over the top. It's just a long play. You've got to get some pressure in there. That's a long time for your guys to have to hold up in coverage. That hurts. 1st and 10, 3:06 to go here. Lions at the 40-yard line, their own territory. Goff, play action pass. He's looking for that post route again. Still no pressure. We're going to have another holding call here on the Detroit Lions. This one looked a little more obvious. Oh, it's hands to the face on the Seahawk. Okay, that will be an automatic first down. Illegal hands to the face. Ryan Monet. A lot of flags here. Boy, the officials are really calling a tight game. Yeah, I don't know about that one. The officials got to let this game start to be played a little bit. This is like, come on, guys, let them play. Let the game play. Game is not about you officials. Let them play. That was not, he had his hands up in his neck and he threw them up and it looked weird, but it wasn't a hands to the face. 1st and 10, a quick throw here by Jared Goff. Seahawks dropping into a deep zone right off the jump there. Easy yards for Cephas and a first down or very close to a first. Yep, first down. So gain of 10 there. Lions driving here on the Seahawks defense. Terrible call. Refs, this is the refs are, and as I'm being balanced with the refs on the holding calls, like, what are you guys doing? Just let them play. So again, this NFL needs to get this through their heads at times where it's like, yeah, okay, we understand you don't want the teams playing over the line on stuff, but I don't see teams playing right up to the line here on this game on either side, where both teams are like playing at a point where like they're bending that rule book. They ain't fully breaking it, but they're bending it. No, like they're just playing. Let's go. 2:31 to go here. 2nd and 1. So they took him back from the first down there. Give us up the middle here to Williams. He is going to drag Boye Mafe for a couple of yards before Boye can bring him to the ground. And that will be a first down. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go here in the second quarter. The Lions do have a full allotment of their timeouts, so they are not under any sort of hurry here. This will probably actually be the last play of this. Last play here to the 2-minute warning. Megan Gock Roger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, the refs are throwing more laundry on the field than I have in my suitcase. Big facts, Megan. Big facts. There's about 3 suitcases worth so far in this game, and we haven't even gotten through the first half. I don't know how I'm going to carry this luggage to the airport. There's so many flags on this field. Just, come on. And if it's legit, I'm okay with it. If it's legit and the guys are really being egregious, then call it. But there's 3 calls in this drive alone, 2 that got on the Lions, that it's like, just let them play. I also hate that when that's called on us with the lineman, where a lineman gets beat. And it's like, you're already beat. It's going to look horrible on the film day after this when you do this. But then the defensive lineman just rolls over the top of him, because it's a little bit like the move where you have a guy in the post in basketball and the guy's pressing up against the post player and then the ball's thrown in and the guy's thinking he's going to have a guy behind him. And the guy just, they call it pulling the chair out from under him, essentially, where he just sort of pulls out and then the guy falls over and it's a turnover for the offense. It's a little bit like that, but it's not meaning to happen by the lineman, for the Lions lineman there. I'm not a fan of that, those kind of calls. And officials will call that a lot of times with that, where it's like, because it looks weird to them, but just because it looks weird should not mean flag. That looked weird, flag. Jesse Martinez, Cody Barton's garbage. I definitely think he was in responsibility on that big catch on 2nd down. And he's buying in the coverage where he's dragging in shorter to the coverage rather than getting his depth with the guy going into his zone. It did seem to be like there's already guys there covering that guy up there. He didn't have to do that. Mark Kandareski. Thank you, Mark, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. We keep being told Cody Barton's great in coverage, too. They keep telling us that he's the best coverage linebacker they have. Unknown, like my second time watching the game and BSing in this chat, but damn, I keep seeing things that are going to happen and it's kind of ruined my experience. Keep seeing things that are going to happen and it's kind of ruined my experience. Don't know what you mean on that, man. I see the variation pressure with Brooks blitz and Taylor dropping out of the 4-3. I do like a little more variation. Yeah, pressure looks are good, and you can zone blitz it like we saw with Uchenna where he dropped back. It leads to confusion, which is good. Something we're not doing a lot of up until this point this year so far. Yeah, it wasn't hands to the face on that play. So Brian Monet gets his hands in like I'm grabbing here on my collar, and then presses the guy up as he's walking him back to the quarterback. And then Monet did a nice little move where he sort of snaps him into the quarterback and he bonks the head of the player on the quarterback, but it was not hands to the face. Here's a first down run up the middle, couple yards. Shelby Harris is there on the play. Second down. Lions no doubt looking to steal the possession here as they are going to receive the opening kickoff in the second half. So they get a score here, so score in the second half. Seahawks offense doesn't get back on the field then until late in the third quarter. 1:33 to go here in the second quarter. Goff and shotgun, 2nd and 5. Drops back to throw. Easy completion on the soft zone defense right in front of the face of Jordan Brooks. First down. Clock does continue to roll here. And it looks like the Lions are going to call their first timeout. Unknown says the Hawks Nest or the Noah Fant TD kind of sucks knowing what happened before you get to see on TV. I mean, the thing that you can do is pause your... I don't know, man. You can pause the telecast if you want. So it's easy enough. If I'm telling you what's happening before you're seeing on the TV, just pause me for 12 seconds and then hit play, and I should be synced up with your TV. So you can sync it up, Unknown. Just that's the YouTube. It's not. I have to leave the live chat really. It's not you. I'd have to leave the live chat really. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, man. But definitely. I mean, I'm doing play by play, so it's kind of the thing I'm doing here, you know. So I gotta kind of do it. Yeah. BZ says questionable calls by the refs at the end of the half in order to try and keep the Detroit market from tuning into another game. Worst part of the modern NFL. Yeah, I don't. It's the flags are silly. Ooh, nice hit there on a throw here. Looks like Kobe Barton made a nice little hit there on coverage. Detroit seemed to have another easy completion there, and Barton stepped up and laid a nice little lick on the receiver. And that's a good job by Barton there. There he goes, showing off those skills. He read that all the way. Well done. So bring up 2nd and 10, 1 minute to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks run a nickel. Ugh. Tariq Woolen just got beat bad. Down to the 1 yard line. Woolen just did not turn back and look for the ball at all. And Jared Goff hit him with a back shoulder throw. "40 seconds to go here." Oh, if I was the Seahawks there, I might have thought about calling a timeout about 10 seconds prior. And they're a little late on that timeout. Like, that should have been at 44 seconds. You call that timeout. So Tariq Woolen is in off coverage here to begin this snap. Is that, yeah, no, he's not enough. He's okay. So they run a little wheel route on him. Just doesn't get his head turned around. We'll have 1st and goal with 34 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. Steve Cottrell says, can the Seahawks make the 4-3 defense great again? Laughing out loud. I think they're going to commit to this 3-4 stuff more than that. First down, give up the middle. Looks like it's going to be a little bit short here. So bring up 2nd down. The Seahawks have been good at the goal line this year. Addicted to the Hawks. Throw the ball to Ricardo Lockett. Oh, wait, never mind. Deadly says timeout. Come on, we wasted 10 seconds. Yeah, you got to call the timeout there early on that. You're trying to preserve as much time as you can. So if your offense can get the ball back, if there is a score there, maybe you've got 30 seconds. If they don't get it in quick, you want to play to that on that rather than sort of sit around and go, okay, well, do we want to? Do we not? I mean, what's the plus? There's no downside to calling the timeout there. Detroit has their timeouts as it was too, so it's there's no downside. Mr. 05 Chuck says, hey, it's my 69th birthday. Come on, Hawks. They got it for you today, man. They'll get you the birthday gift here. Goth under center. Little rollout here. Seahawks seem to have it covered up pretty good. And they do indeed. That will be incomplete. 3rd down and goal. Quandre Diggs on the coverage. They try to take Hawkinson and tack Diggs with him. Hawkinson, a much bigger player than Diggs. And Goff was trying to kind of throw that ball up there to give him a chance. But little high. And yeah, he wants to put that over the top there, not so Diggs can't intercept it. Jared Goff is tall. He's a big giraffe looking sucker. 3rd and goal here. Plays up the middle. Looks like Seattle might have it stuffed. Officials coming up, and he is indeed looks to be short here. He indeed does look to be short. What a stop by the Seattle Seahawks. Quentin Jefferson at the center of it there. 4th and goal. Lions fan throws his hat in the stands. This will bring us down to 2 seconds to go. 4th quarter. Seahawks up 24-9. Lions at the 1 yard line. What does Campbell do? What does Big Balls Campbell do here? Does he bring out those two? Has he got the stones here? Already a fake punt in this half? Looks like they're going to go for it. They are 1 for 1 in this game on 4th downs. This is one of those ones where as an offensive play caller, you usually have a couple of plays in your books, usually those second, 2-point conversion plays, where I know these will work against this defense no matter what. So let's see what the Seahawks have as maybe a potential counter here to that. 4th down and goal from about the half-yard line. Jared Goff under center. 2-man backfield. He steps up and he's got the touchdown. Seahawks didn't make it easy, but just too many guys at that point, too many. I like in that situation, Detroit there, half-yard line, put the lead fullback in there, let him go right up behind there and get in. So they are able to score here to finish things off on a pretty explosive first half. And Seahawks tried there as much as they could, but that's a half yard. Just couldn't get any kind of penetration there. (24-15) Seattle Seahawks. Extra point kicker will come out now. Let's see if we can they can finish it up here. Kick is up and it's, okay. He missed another one. How about that? That's huge. That looms even larger on the back of his first miss as this now changes this to a 9-point game. Interesting. Very, very interesting. That will finish off the half, though. Again, another fun play game. I'll say this about these games this year. The Niner game wasn't the funnest to watch, but these games have been fairly entertaining to watch in the back and forth nature of things in the Seahawks season so far. But offensively speaking, oh my goodness, what a show by the offense here in this first half as Geno Smith continues to play really well, but the offense in general is just doing great, But let's look at the stats here in the first half. We've got total yards. Seahawks have 240 total yards to the Lions 215. They obviously have actually one less drive technically than the Lions do because of the turnover situation there, I guess. The Lions have 5 drives to our 4, and we received the ball. Didn't we receive the ball to begin things? I thought we did. We're averaging 9.2 yards per play to the Lions 6.7. Geno Smith's 12 of 14 for 170 yards and a 12-yard average per attempt. Rushing the ball, Seattle's tried 12 rushing attempts in this game. Have only been able to really carve out 70 yards, which isn't bad. That's 5.8 yard per carry average, actually. So they are running the ball relatively well. The Lions have 14 rushing attempts and 66 yards for a 4.7 average yard per carry. So they're doing relatively good in that respect as well. So it's been more offense than anything else. Each team does have a turnover. DK Metcalf leading the way with 3 receptions for 98 yards. Geno has actually been the Seahawks' best rusher. It's part of why you look as good as you do in their yard per carry attempt average. Both him and Eskridge, who had 1 carry for 6 yards, as Rashad Penny has 5 for 8 and Walker has 2 for 16. So Geno's been able to not only do it with his arms, but his legs. 170 yards throwing in the first half, 40 yards rushing in the first half, and a rushing touchdown. Another game where I seemingly am saying this just like I did last week. It almost sort of feels like, just to start things off here, he could be on track for maybe his best game with how he's going in this first half. Jordan Brooks led the way defensively with 6 tackles. Boye Mafe came in with 4 tackles right behind him on that aspect of things. Seattle was not able to cause any sacks in the first half. Only 1 quarterback hit by Quentin Jefferson. On the other side of it, the Lions are not getting much of any pressure either. They have no sacks, and they only have 1 quarterback hit as well, provided by one Aiden Hutchinson. So interesting first game here, interesting early game here, and it's good to see the Seahawks up in this game. One of the keys for me coming into this was when you watched the last couple of games for the Detroit Lions, they got up on teams really quickly, really early, and it allowed. Well, no, they didn't. It was they got behind in the Rams game, and then they got up in the other one. I believe it was. I'm thinking of the Falcons. I think. I'm getting my teams confused. No, they were getting up on teams. So they got up on the Vikings last week. Vikings were able to kind of climb back into it. They did the same thing, I think, the week before that. So it's good that you're able to get up in this game, as the Lions have been a little bit like us recently as well, where they've fallen back a little bit as the game has worn on. Bear with me, folks. A little more coffee, and I will be right back. Alrighty. Somebody was saying that the Ravens were doing good. The Ravens doing. Ravens are up on the Bills. How about that? Chargers are rolling the Texans. Texans, I guess, are finally becoming what they are. Yes, they're up. Robert Jimenez, Walker and Pacino. First half analysis. Thank you, Robert, for the $2 donation. I'll tell you, Robert Jimenez, you look at this first half, amazing game all the way around. I see our Seattle with Geno. I go, who is this guy? Who is he? How's he doing what he's doing? He's doing it well. He's doing it good. Hey, Ryan, he's got his legs fast. Anybody I've ever seen in the quarterback position, it's amazing, really, if you look at it. I can't believe it. He's an amazing guy. Unbelievable. This Geno Smith. Defense holding on dear life as much as they can. Still, Kobe Bryant, he's a puncher. He's going to punch you. What do you think, Al? Oh, I'm going to tell you about what they've done in this first half. It's been amazing. Nothing I have ever seen in my life. This is a great team in the first half. No doubt about it today now. You know this. I know this. Make it happen. It's good as I got right now, Robert, but I'm going to give you some more as the game goes on here. I promise you. Thank you for the $2 donation. Robert likes my... I think, Robert, you're one of my only guys on the Pacino. Most people don't like my Pacino. That's not a good Pacino. Well, maybe you need to listen harder. Megan with the $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, I want some Cosell, B. Okay, I'll get some Cosell. This first half has been a decimation of epic proportions by a Seattle Seahawks team that has undulated their way into a victorious positioning. But we know, first halves do not maketh the team. It takes a complete game on both sides of the ball, 4 quarters long, in order to bring this victory back to the beautiful Emerald Pacific Northwest. But those mangled lions from the Motor City cannot be counted out in any way and must be taken with serious regard. Easy, thank you guys for the donations. Appreciate it. I think I missed something else here. Garth. Thank you, Garth, for the $5 donation. Says, with sports betting now legal, the conspiracy theories will be flying, especially in regards to officiating. Love your call of the game, Brando, versus Fox. Well, thank you, Garth. I appreciate that, man. I'm gonna try, as I do this, I love doing this, and I really want to get better at it. So I'm doing this with a goal in mind of keeping improving at it, because I have a ball doing this with you guys. I really have. I didn't think I would have as much fun when I did this last year to starting this up, but it's just it's good times. The theories are going to come up, Garth, and boy, you've got the documentary with, of course, Bill Donahue on Netflix that came out, the supposed mobbed up ref. It's interesting to hear some of these basketball pundits talk about the fact, no, it was just him. It was only him. But, that's definitely something that we'll get, as you know, with me on the theories. That gets my situation tickled to think about that stuff a little bit. And it's the place with the NFL where it's, they can find ways to remove the subjectivity from calls. It's not always possible. It's hard to do. This is probably the toughest game to officiate beyond any other sport, really, at the end of the day, because it's like they say with holding. You could call it holding on every play if you wanted to, theoretically. But that's why, to me, as the NFL looks at their rules going forward in the future, getting to more of a subjective state as you can, to where it's not as much of, well, this guy calls it this way, but that guy doesn't call it that way next week. And then these guys are going to call it a completely different week, another officiating crew the week after that. That's where it gets frustrating from a fan base, because then you start to go, okay, so there really is no line here. It's just kind of whoever's officiating the game and wherever the mood takes them. William Leonard with a $5 donation says, Brando, if you get any Geno haters today, do not engage. They are trolls and a waste of time. Love you. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, William. And of course, I think you're referencing my last week where I was getting probably a little like punchy at the end and a little like frustrated with it, because it was like I'd heard like 2 hours of it at that point of just Geno. But I'm not going to today. If this performance today, if he continues on through this performance today and at least finishes this game off somewhat decently, I'm not going to give a lot of time of day to people that are going to go to say Geno. Now, if he goes out and throws 3 second half interceptions, you could say that, but there's been a lot of quick triggers. They say that there's these guns that have these pounds of pressure that will melt away the further into the clip of the gun that you get. And there's a lot of people that are very, very deep into their clip on their particular gun as as it pertains to Geno Smith and how quick they are to fire that at him, no matter what he's doing on the football field. And I get that we all have our guys that we like and guys that frustrate and guys we don't like. Or we maybe guys that would prefer Drew Lock, or we're just angry at the fact that Russ isn't here and we got to watch this. But at the end of the day, you can't deny what you're watching on the football field, which is very good quarterbacking play all the way around, and not by happenstance, not simply by dinking and dunking, but by decision-making, by control, by how strong he's standing in the pocket, by his mobility that we're seeing today. There's so many aspects of his game that he's put on display this early part of the year, which should really not have any people, pointing and looking at him. It's part of why I did this defensive breakdown video this past week, as I'd heard so much in regards to Geno that I just wanted to, William, go, okay, this is the problem right here. This thing, the defense. Let's look away and turn away from this Geno guy for the moment. Let's look at this actual thing that is the issue and the problem, and let's address why that is. And I think that that's the better discussion. That's the more meaningful discussion. Whereas with Geno, it should be nothing but, high praise. High praise. 12 of 14, 170 yards in the first half, 2 touchdowns thrown and a rushing touchdown, 3 touchdowns in the first half. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. As will I. As will I take that too, because he's good. He can throw. He slings the rock. He does. He's a slinger of the rock. All right, that's right, BZ. Time to work on second half scoring. Let's get it going here now. Dan Rule says DK can rack up 175 yards. He's barely covered. Let's go back at him. He's had 3 plays where he's made catches in this, where he's, to your point on that, been wide open on those situations. The Snail with a $5 donation. Thank you, Snail. Says, for all you youngsters, this team is still better than the 92 Seahawks. Through 3.5 games, it is pretty clear just from the eye test. Very well said, Snail. I would agree with you on that. The defense, maybe as porous as it's been somewhat, still not as poor as had that Seahawks offense was in 92. And though that Seahawks defense was probably better than the Seahawks offense, there's a little bit more of an evening there. So there's not going to be some worst team in Seahawks history, or probably even close to that when it's all said and done. Well said, Snail. Very well said. And Gene D, yes, the defense needs to step up now. Now we need you guys to step up. They've had a couple tough breaks in this game, but they've also given up their share of yards again. Let's go. Let's go. Gene says giving up that 25 yards on the first down was a joke. It was. Felt a little bit like last week, didn't it? Remember the 3rd and 15, and the Falcons were able to complete the 3rd down because Tariq Woolen dropped into the flat. You go, what are you guys doing? What are we doing? Impact Finesse. Boye is getting more. He's been on 1st and 2nd downs. He is. He's getting more run. 2nd on the team in tackles and looking good. Looking good. Looked good in coverage. Made a play out there in coverage in the early part of this game too, or in the second quarter. All right, Myers is going to kick this off to begin the second half, and I will try to respond as I can to the chat. But again, we're going to be doing a post game on this, so if you have any questions or want to engage on that, we'll probably be doing most of that into the post game. So if I don't necessarily catch your comment, you can repeat it in there, but I'll try to do as I can. But definitely, I'm going to be into the flow of the second half here. Scooby Snacks. It's so weird that it's 2:36 p.m. where I live and 10:37 where most of you are, just because you went for a coffee, B. Man, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's early for me, man. I'm still getting through my, and I'm not a morning person, so it's hard for me to get up this. It's not them to say this early, but it's not in my wheelhouse. Let's just say that. Garth Knight says, I love the Pacino and Pauly Shore. It's not Pauly Shaw, it's Christopher Walken. 1st and 10. Goff drops back to throw here on 1st down. Looking. Picked off. Tariq Woolen jumps the play, and he's moving down the sideline. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. He cuts back inside. Touchdown, Seahawks! Tariq Woolen, the Avatar, Tariqistan. Oh, they don't come like this built too often, do they, folks? 4.28 speed, long as hell, tall as hell, athletic as hell, and he jumped himself another route. That's back-to-back weeks with an interception, and that's a touchdown, Seahawks. Let's go. All right. Okay. Tariq in off coverage on the tight end, drops back into bail coverage, then uses his speed to undercut the route. Oh, we got ourselves a good one here, folks. We got ourselves a good young cornerback right here. Ooh, Reek the Freak. Let's go. Oh my goodness. Right off the jump, Tariq? You can do that off the first play? You want to get Jared Goff to a place of thinking. That's where things go right. And Jared, you saw with his first read, didn't like what he first saw, came back to Hockenson. He did look open, but Tariq's got that closing speed. We saw it in the preseason on that play on Justin Fields where he came running across the formation and hit him just as he threw. He went, wow, look at how much ground he covered there. And then after the interception, he showed off a little bit of those receiver skills as he is a receiver convert to the cornerback position in college. As he cut back on Jared Goff, able to bring that, get that into the end zone, really big there as well on that side of it there to kind of cap that off. But that's what you want from Jared Goff. When the game's simple and easy and he can make the one read and let it fly and let it rip, let it loose, he can be tough to deal with. But you get him into starting going through his second, third read, you get him where he's having to turn his shoulders and move his feet. Not as comfortable as doing that. Let's go. Woo! Megan with the $2 donation says, early. If I was home B, I would be up at 3 a.m. Yeah, I mean, you got it worse than all of us on that, Megan. I can't lie on that. That's why I'm not complaining too much this morning. You know what I mean? That's why I'm not too deep in the, like, this is too early for football thing. But a little bit, baby. A little bit. Let's go. Tariq Woolen. Back-to-back weeks interception. Kid's just been playing cornerback for 2 years. 5th round pick. This guy might be it. We might have the next one here. Wonder if there's a reason why Richard Sherman is personally tutoring this kid. 1st and 10. Lions back out after taking down the kick there so that the 25-yard line gives up inside here to Jamal Williams. Looked like Poona Ford was there to make the play. Bring him down for a couple-yard gain. Yami with a $5 donation. Thank you, Yami. Says, you called it, B. Tariq is going to be a superstar. It's the thing that I wondered with this that we're already starting to see, and then you bring in the Richard Sherman element too as well. And 2nd and 6. Again, the give up the middle here. Seahawks sniffing out for the most part there. Keep it down to a couple-yard gain. This will bring it up to 3rd and short. Yami, you get a guy like Coach Carroll who has coached up guys that have, let's call it, some limitations in some ways, even the talented guys. You don't fill up a cornerback room with so many of these guys that were these 5th and 6th and 4th rounders that don't always have a lot of talent, and you just coached them up. And while as Tariq is a 5th rounder, and this will be 3rd and 2 here with Goff and shotgun, Lions running 3 wide receivers. The give is up the middle. And a 3-yard gain, but that will be enough to get the first down there by Jamal Williams. So 3 straight runs by the Lions up the middle off the counter of the interception. First down. But now with Tariq, he's not your typical 5th rounder type where there are athletic limitations, where it is, okay, he ran a 4.6, but he gives you great play on the field, but he's a 4.6 guy, so that's where he's going to fall. This guy has every check mark you would want to check as far as a cornerback and a player goes. And that's the unusual part. And even beyond that, they don't come built like this ever. Another run, this one to the outside. Seahawks do a very good job of sniffing that out. Uchenna, Jordan Brooks. Looked like Al Woods was out there as well to string that outside. Nice job on getting I don't think he got maybe a yard or no gain there. But in Tariq, you have a guy that has these upper level traits, and then they even go a little bit beyond the upper level. The 4.28 and 40-inch vert, and he's long. You put all of that together and you go, okay, Coach Carroll's gotten by with less for all of this time period. It's like a chef who you've given him all these basic ingredients with no extra spices or anything else, and then you give him all the spices. You give him all the ingredients. Okay, what can you whip up now? And I think there's a lot of potential there. 2nd and 10, Jordan Brooks coming on a blitz. Good job by Boye Mafe out in space to hold up the ball carrier and kind of corral him a bit until help can come over and bring him down the ground. This will bring down a 3rd down. Love the blitz there by Jordan Brooks and a little bit more of that pressure package stuff that we were promised here this year, because he was right there on Jared Goff and forced that throw probably a little bit earlier than Jared Goff wanted to make. If not, forced him outright to just hit the flat route. 3rd down and 8, 12:02 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Jared Goff back in shotgun. 3 wide, 1 tight end, running back to his right. He drops back and surveys. He's under pressure and brought down to the ground for a sack. Uchenna Nwosu. Uchenna just using that high motor. Revved it up on that play. Goes in on an inside move, gets knocked to the ground, sliding on his knees, crawling, ripping, tearing at the turf, bringing himself back up to his feet to then take Jared Goff back down to the ground. Great play by Uchenna. Don't give up. Keep that motor going. This will force a punt. Tyler Lockett back there once again to return this. And he is going to let that ball bounce behind him, and that will be down there at the 21-yard line. Good punt. But how about that? Pass rusher's doing some work when you need him to there. Thank you, though, Yami, for that donation again. Yeah, Tariq is, if he hasn't opened your eyes here where he's playing 4 games, he's got 2 interceptions through his first 4 games. He's a rookie. He's played the position for a mere 2 years. He's cleaned up all of seemingly the problems that I was seeing on tape with him in merely an offseason already. He is on a trajectory and a pace here where I don't want to overstate it or go too much to the moon with him here on this, but both of these 2 interceptions these last 2 weeks have been legitimate picks where he has undercut the route. That is something that's going to be repeatable into the future, and that might be something to take him into a star potential when it's all said and done. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, for all the donations today. I really appreciate it. It says, Coach Carroll grinned and winked as he walked past the camera. I wonder what he's planning. Hashtag and Pete we trust. How about that? Pete breaking that 4th wall, Megan. I saw that too. Looking back, giving a little wink to the camera. Do a little flex on the camera, you know? Let's go, Pete. Let's go, Pete. Chosen TTV. Thank you for subscribing, Chosen. I really do appreciate it. Pam Abara, thank you for subscribing as well, Pam. You're awesome. Appreciate you. David Pugh with a $10 donation. Thank you, David, for the super chat. Says, I'm not convinced we take a quarterback in the first round. With so many holes on the team and the quarterbacks in college either being injured or underwhelming, we could wait on that until fill other holes. Well, thank you for the donation, David. I think it's a very great discussion for us to have over the course of this year and into the offseason. And I think that there's definitely ground there to say, what about this as an alternative option? And I think when you're in a rebuild like we are, there should not be any place where we say we have to be on this track and we have to go in this direction and we have to pick this guy at this time and we have to do that at that time. There's certainly a blueprint in place by what you want to accomplish, but you want to keep all options on the table and assess which one is the best one. And it very well may be that the best one is in remaining patient and then taking better players and then holding serve on the quarterback situation until a little bit later on. I'd also say, to your point, which is a little bit of the same thing of what you're talking about and doing it in the same kind of vein, is what about looking to more of the 2nd to 3rd round place of it, or just the 3rd round. Hell, you could just target into the 3rd round, and there's a lot of guys that could fall. Guys like a Hendon Hooker could fall because of his age, despite playing as good as he is, and you end up getting a very talented guy at that point, but merely it's just you're taking advantage of the depth of quarterbacks in this upcoming draft without having to put that high pick towards it, to your point on that, David. But I'm open to it, and I think it's going to be a fun discussion to have as we go forward on this one about what's the right track. Geno drops back in shotgun here to drop things out. Drops a little ball right in over the top to DK Metcalf. Kudu in coverage. Hurts down. Geno's feeling good right now. That's Steph Curry with a step back, adding an extra foot back just for the hell of it. And DK just running up the football field, sunning Jeff Okudah, saying, hey, son. They're just tapping him on his head as he's running up the field like, how you doing? How you doing, boy? How you doing? I'm doing good, Dad. I'm doing good. Rashad Penny breaks this one out. He's out in the open field there. He's got some room to work, and he's moving up the football field with a nice 25-yard gain. First down. This Seahawks offense is rolling. Geno in shotgun. A read option type of look, going right at Aiden Hutchinson's side. Aiden gets blocked up and a kick-out block by Damian Lewis. Then Penny just shows off that burst getting to the outside. Nice block by Damian Lewis coming back across the formation there. Good play design. Great run by Penny. We do have a flag now. What if this is kind of a late flag. What's going on here? Is there 12 men in the huddle or something? No, I guess they picked the flag up. That was weird. That was a little strange. Jerry Keeney, thank you for becoming a member, Jerry. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Geno back in shotgun now. Lions throwing a stack front. No, he's in under center. Lions are in a stack front here. Little fly sweep out to Kenneth Walker. Nice cut there by Kenneth Walker. He had a guy in the backfield early on there and had to do a little bit of a dead leg cut, bring it back to the outside. It's only going to be a gain of 3 or 4 there, but that could have been stopped for a no gain very easily. Nice little run there by him. 9:24 to go here in the third quarter. And there was a flag on the previous call, I guess. So we had a 5-yard call, so that'll be 2nd and 11 now on this call. And I guess they must have had 12 men in the huddle or something because it was after the penny play. Geno Smith back in shotgun, 3 wide. Lions again showing a heavy front. And that play, it's a handoff to Rashad Penny up the middle that goes nowhere. Not hard to understand. The Lions are definitely bringing the stack formations up there. They are definitely going to commit resources here to stopping the Seahawks running game today all the way through. The fact Geno's throwing the ball as well as he has not precluded them from continuing to do that. 8:41 to go, 3rd down and 10. Seahawks are on about the 25-yard line here. 26.5-yard line of the Lions. You sure would love to just get this up into a little bit better field goal range potentially here. Lions are bringing a blitz. They're showing blitz. They might drop out of it, but they're showing it. No, they're bringing it. Geno drops back to throw and gets rid of it quick. Nicely done out there to DK Metcalf. I like that play, honestly. It's not going to get you a first down. You don't get the depth down to getting the first down, but the Lions are running a pressure-based package there. Smart by the Lions to do so. Pressure's going to get there to you before the long developing routes can develop. Geno took what was there to be had at that point, which was get the 5 extra yards, get Jason Myers just a little bit closer on this potential kick. So not on top of course, you continue to keep the clock moving with that completion here, which I know it's early in the third quarter. I'm not talking about winding this down yet, but I like that, again, continued decision-making by Geno Smith on that play, taking all of those factors into account. Jason Myers now out on the field for the kick. A little bit of a high snap, and that kick is kicked wide. The snap was tremendously high, had to bring it down. Did Dixon, and Myers just swung that attempt just a little bit too far. Darn. Missed opportunity there. Still another good drive by the Seattle Seahawks as they continue to move. Jared Keeney, thank you again for becoming a member, though, to the channel. Welcome aboard. Keep an eye on your community. For members of the channel, do keep an eye on your community posts as I do articles weekly there on the channel for you guys. And I also post out the PFF scores and stuff like that as they come up a little bit. So do keep an eye on that. Snail, thank you also for becoming a member, too. Welcome aboard. Chronos1009, thank you for also becoming a member. Appreciate all of you guys for doing so. You are awesome. All of you are awesome. Gene D says, where's our tight ends? Why not use them? I mean, Gene, they've used them today. You got the touchdown throw to Will Disley. They've hit Parkinson out on a side route. They're mixing stuff up, you know. I mean, but you can't knock working in DKs. They're working in DKs. As Yami says on there, DK is like on pace for 200 yards today, you know. So, you know, you look and go, I'm going to keep feeding the beast. He's hungry. He's famished. Sam the Great, I knew we'd score high, but not this high. Yeah, I didn't expect us to be putting this many points on. And Geno with that throw, as I said, I tried to reference it back to Steph Curry. You guys know when you can see the Warriors and you get a particular night where Curry's really feeling it, and it's just all, there's nothing a defender can do. It's one of those nights like that where he's hitting it from 45 feet away as he's drifting away and spinning off and then looking at the crowd and shaking after he shoots it, that kind of thing. And that throw to DK where he puts it right up over the top on DK with Jeff Okudah there, that's a confident throw. It's a confident throw over the top. That's a guy feeling it in the moment there in this game so far. Garth Knight, thank you, Garth, for reminding me of that as well. Noah Fant also has a touchdown, Gene. So you got a couple touchdown throws to your tight ends in this game. Fant's got another catch in this game as well that got called back on a holding call or where we were blocking on the play prior to the throw downfield. So they're working it into the tight ends. Magic Vlogs, still no second half touchdown, laughing out loud, but it's okay. We just get another turnover. There we go, man. Drake just gets another pick six. We'll be good. Daniel says the Steelers bench their starting quarterback for the rookie. Well, how can you not at this point? I mean, Cody, and that was really a tough snap there. Cody, Pickett was an older prospect coming out, guy that was supposed to be a pro-ready guy. What are you going to, you're not going to invest in Trubisky there long term. 1st and 10, Goff stepping back to throw. He's got a man wide open and hits his man, and Quandre Diggs comes up and might have just wrecked his kidney. The receivers on the field is writhing on the field. Goff hitting that post route today. That's been his bread and butter, and he used to kill us with the Rams on that route too. It looked like Diggs came up and right in the kidney. That's like a liver. It's either a liver. I guess is that a liver shot? That's more liver shot, I think. And if you guys ever see boxers and they get hit in that kidney or that liver spot, you never get punched there or hit there, so you don't think about how sensitive it is. But you can get hit there and it will drop you to the ground, and there's nothing you're doing for a couple of moments but just sort of grabbing your gut. Megan says Johnson is out for the rest of the game. He has a damaged ankle. Just came from the Seahawks. Boy, Megan, I think we got to look at this week at making a move and finding some more help there as far as the depth goes with the defensive ends. Because until we get back the other Alton back, we're going to be a little bit light. Drew Lock says, "Nah, use the tight ends in the second half. Tight ends disappeared. They are the most consistent scorers." Rodney, I like seeing the growth offensively. My hope is we see the same for the defense. Me too, Rodney. Me too. Brian says Geno's exceeding expectations. He is. He is not just being what he is, which is what he is. What he is. No, this ain't an is what it is performance. And now we're at game 4 of him playing like this, so we can't just be like, well, one game. I mean, just one. Well, I don't know. He's pretty good to me. Diggs got ejected for that? Diggs can't get ejected for that. I see Diggs just leveled the guy. He did level the guy. He gave him a little, just a little liver love. That's a little liver love from Diggs. That's all that is. He's just giving some liver love. We've all had it. We've all been given some liver love. Brio, I says, like your football knowledge and like the way you can communicate it. Well done. Keep up the good work. Brio, thank you so much. That's very kind of you to say, and I do appreciate that. Megan says, not the very same, B. Yeah, that's one of those shots. You see it in the boxers. It's happened time to time. It's brutal when you see it too, when the guys get hit. And these tough boxers will just go down to a knee and fall down. And you can see the kid is back up and he's breathing and he's like, I think I'm going to pee blood tonight, but I'm all right. But it's one of those sensitive spots, pressure points on the body where when it hits, it don't matter how tough and strong you are. Unless you got a lot of fat around you to kind of sustain the hit, you're going to go down. You got to hit it precisely though. And props to Diggs. He got that sucker right on the button. All right. The Lions are at their own 46-yard line. Goff with a give up the middle, bounced outside. Sidney Jones comes up and makes the play. So it looks like Sidney Jones is on the field right now in place of Michael Jackson, it would appear. 6:56 to go here in the third quarter. A lot of action in this game. A lot of stuff going on. Oh, the score banner is jacked up. Thank you. Sorry. Why is it so jacked up? I do not know. There we go. This is a give outside. He's breaking free. He's loose down the football field, and Jamal Williams is going to go in for a touchdown. Yeesh. Yeesh. And the Lions are indicating they're going to go for 2. We might have to score 50 in this game. We might have to score 50. So let's see here. Oh, God, they went at Darrell Taylor's side. No, they didn't go right at Darrell Taylor. It's up the middle a little bit. So it's more up the middle. Just a big hole opened up there. Linebackers didn't get back over the top. That's a play to look at. That's a play I'm going to look at all 22 later on, a little bit more closer and seeing what's happening there. A little bit of a struggle today stopping that run. That's 20 carries for 131 yards. Gott's going to drop back here for the 2-point conversion. He's rolling. Uchenna Owusu comes backside, gets his second sack of the game. That will stop that 2-point conversion, and Seahawks will maintain a 10-point lead here. Are you kidding me with the flag on that play? What did he tackle the quarterback too rough? You got to be joking. This better be a hold on somebody. Okay, it's holding. I thought they were going to call that an Uchenna. Fair enough. Somebody got grabby. Sidney Jones with the call there. Impact Fitness with a $5 donation says, I've been hit in the liver a couple of times during sparring. I'd rather get hit in the face, just saying. 100%. Thank you for that. Goff back here is going to try another 2-point conversion here. The give is up the middle. Goff's going to keep it on a read option, and he is going to bring it in there. So 2-point conversion is successful, and this will bring this within an 8-point lead. Yeah, it's one of those spots, Impact. There are places on your body you get hit. There's nothing you can do about it. You get hit on the button in the certain part, and I think it's right here. If you get hit right there just perfectly, you're going out. And you get hit in that liver at the right spot, you're going down. It don't matter how tough you are. It'll take the toughest man down. So the Seahawks defense not able to answer the bell here in this first half after giving a touchdown up in the last half. Certainly Tariq making that play was great, but as well around that, this defense does continue to really, really struggle here. And they struggle against stopping the run, which is just the odd part of it. 20 carries for 131 yards for a team running with their backup running back in this game. Jamal Williams is a fine, functional running back in this league, but he's an inside plotter. He's a 3 yards in a cloud of dust kind of guy, and you've allowed him to carry the ball 16 times for 104 yards in this particular game. It's a little bit weird how a defense so built up and supposedly so set up to stop the run can't really stop the run. And then, on the other side of that, take away the interception. Goff's still not, it's not like he's not able to throw as well. 13 and 20 for 162 yards. So it's a little bit of like the point of the video I talked about this week that I just put out yesterday on regards to this defense. I'm not talking about they've got to get to an elite state. What they got is they've got to find something defensively that they can hang their hat on, something defensively that they can say, this we do good, and then we can build off of this, because there's too much other stuff going on that's bad. There's not stopping the short, not stopping the long pass, not preventing the run, not causing really many turnovers, not getting any sacks. Sacks been a little bit better with the pressure here today. Obviously, Tariq gets the turnover. Brian gets the turnover. Those parts are stepping forward. But unless they're able to make those the mainstays of the defense going forward, if they do that, that's great. They want to make those. We allow a lot of yards, we allow a lot of points, but we get a lot of turnovers. Okay, a lot of turnovers and sacks. That's something that you can also hang your head on. But they've got to find, point being, something that they can build on with this defense. Thank you, Impact, again for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. Mega Gok Roger with $5, don't know, says, what is actually the rule holding? Can you please explain it to me, as I just don't get it? Technically holding is holding, Megan. So if you're holding on to jersey, that's going to be technically a position where that could be called. Now the way it's called basically by the letter of the law is that if your hands are inside, officials will let you get away with like a grip like this on the inside of a chest plate. And you can get to pushing back on that kind of thing like that. I'm talking about down by the offensive line. If you're talking about the call that just happened was probably in the secondary, and that occurred when you've got a corner who's in coverage, right? And he's anticipating usually a guy moving one way, and the guy moves another way, and he knows he's going to be beat. So he'll reach out and then pull that guy back in. Or it could just be the guy's just handsy up the route and he's pulling and grabbing. But the point on that is, Megan, if they're 5 yards past the line of scrimmage, you can't grab or pull or touch, really. You're not supposed to. It's a little bit like by the letter of the law, you're just not supposed to touch them. Officials give a little bit up in this regard. They'll give you a little bit of room in that respect. So they're not going to go by the letter of the law. But if you pull and grab a guy and he's out there, and that's usually how it looks obvious to them when they make those calls as far as holding in the secondary, is it's usually the guy pulls it out. It gets pretty obvious. Now on the line though, it's more about if the offensive linemen get their hands wide, they get up around the neck, if they're hooking, those kind of things is what they're looking for more on the line. So it's a little bit different versus what they look at the line of scrimmage versus what the officials are going to look for in the secondary. All right. Geno Smith is going to come back out onto the football field here with 6:30 to go in the third quarter. DJ Dallas downed it, so it's at the 25-yard line. Lions are putting a lot of resources at the line of scrimmage once again here. And there's penetration into the backfield. This is where, look, Waldron's been better at this here in recent note, and I wonder if Carroll's telling him in his ear to run with this at this point, where he's going, okay, they're stacked fronts. I'm not going to run into the teeth of the defense. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's like 10 guys at the line of scrimmage pre-snap there. You can't run into that. You cannot run into that. It just can't happen. There's not going to be any room or holes there. You've got to just try to lean back into the passing attack if the Lions are going to develop that, push that much that way. DK Metcalf with another catch, and then he's brought down after he makes a couple extra yards up the football field there. Nice job of anticipating throwing that ball by Geno. He threw that when DK was still breaking across. This will bring up 3rd and 1. Geno's going to come up with a hurry up here. Comes up to the line of scrimmage, and he's going to go ahead and change the play. Kenneth Walker in the backfield. Seahawks are in a reduced split is how they look right now. Lions are definitely bringing a lot of guys up to the formation here. The give is to Kenneth Walker, who is hemmed up. And with a second effort, it looks like he might have gotten the first down. Malcolm Rodriguez for the Lions is on the field still, unable to get up, and that is going to be a first down. Nice job by Kenneth Walker. He was stopped, stonewalled, able to then just keep the legs churning. They tell those running backs, keep your legs moving, keep your feet moving. Even when you're stopped, don't let your feet get stopped. That's how you'll get tipped over. Keep the feet grinding, keeping them moving forward, and good things can happen, especially when you're just needing that 1 yard, that one little extra yard through there. Garth with a $5 donation says, Brando, how much you pay to get the All-22 from NFL Pass? I think it's only like $9 a month or something like that, Garth. So it comes with their NFL Plus thing. If you do the Plus, then you get access to the 22 film on top of it. So I don't think it's all that. It's like a $2 or $3 difference per month or something, Garth, I think, for getting a little bit of the more of the expanded stuff. But well worth it, because you see so many things on the All-22 that you just can't catch with the television copy. And Rodriguez is back on his feet and moving over to the sideline. He's kind of shaking his head a little bit, maybe a concussion. Always brutal with those guys when they look like they've gotten a concussion. They're shaking their head coming off the sideline, and then all the teammates are tapping them on the helmet it's all right, man. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. I'll be better when you guys stop freaking hitting me in the head. I just got concussed. 1st and 10, Geno with a 3-man backfield like we saw to start this game off. Play action. Gives it out there to Will Disley in the flat. Just like what I was talking about there. Very well done by Waldron. Love to see this. Let's not go into the teeth of the defense. If they want to try to stop the run, so be it. And yeah, it did look like Malcolm Rodriguez might have just taken that right on the head there on the replay. But instead of that, take the easy 5-yard route in the flat. Take what the defense is going to give you. And that's what the Lions are doing in this particular game. They're much like the Falcons last week, saying, no, we are not going to let you run the ball. Bar none, bottom line. Again, you're seeing it on this play. 8, 9-man fronts. I mean, Seattle's in a very heavy formation here. So you're going to see that naturally. And Penny's breaking free here. Penny's breaking free. And he falls down, or he would have housed that. Oh, my gosh. Seattle comes out in a super heavy formation, one wide receiver, and Penny slapping his hands as he knows he just about had another play that was going to go the distance there. He smacks his hands as he just lost his feet. He had just broken wide. He'd done all the hard work and then was just out there in the open and just kind of fell on. And how about the tight ends laying some good blocks there? Penny breaks the tackle, just can't quite get through the full end of the tackle with Deshaun Elliott. Nice job there by Penny, though. Seattle's on the line side of the field here at the 45-yard line. 3:40 to go. Geno under center, controlling traffic and changing the play. Play action pass. He's got Lockett. He's looking deep, though. He's going to go deep and let it ride. He's got DK back there. DK's double covered. And that ball took a long time to arrive there. But Seattle looking to take a shot, I guess, there. I can't hate on that. I've wanted to take a shot with DK from time to time here. So let's see if DK was open. Yeah, DK wasn't open at any point there. They're absolutely double teaming DK at this point. No doubt about it. So again, another thing for Waldron to consider here through this time is, and DK tried to make a play on the ball. It wasn't a bad throw necessarily, just a little overthrown, but yeah, they're going to expend the resources to making sure DK is not getting open here, as he's had a good part of this game from a production standpoint. Geno in shotgun, dropping back to throw here. Looking. We're going to have a hold here on the Seahawks. Just throw this away, man. Just throw it away. And he does throw it out to Fan. It's completed, but this is indeed going to be a holding call on the Charles Cross. Cross has done well today, but he got beat on that rep right from the jump. That's a legitimate holding call. Megan, how's that? You're asking about what a holding call. That would be one where you can see him up by the chest, and he's riding him up on the chest and the upper shoulder pad as he's coming across, as opposed to those hands being inside, more near to the chest plate and where he's striking. That is a garden variety holding call and an offensive lineman there. No doubt about it there. All right, so we have 2nd and 20 there on the holding call on Charles Cross. Geno drops back to throw. He's got pressure. My goodness. Geno's doing such a good job of just being, and he completes a pass to Tyler Lockett for 15 yards down the football field. Tyler has to go down to his knees to make the catch. Great catch by Tyler Lockett, but awesome job by Geno Smith. There was a little bit of pressure there initially, stepped back out of it with a little bit of subtle pocket movement, reclaimed a little bit of his vision looking back down the football field to Tyler Lockett, making this a manageable 3rd and 4 here from the 39-yard line. Slant pass into DK Metcalf for a first down. Let's go. I like it. Play action out of shotgun, draws in the defense, keeps those linebacker eyes on the running back. Then it just becomes DK one-on-one against the cornerback. DK on the slant, wins again here today. DK having his best game of the year here today so far. 7 catches, 149 yards. He's got more yards today in this game than he had in the first 3 games combined coming into it. 1st and 10, 3-man backfield once again. 2 tight ends then go back out wide. Like this little wrinkle. Geno in shotgun here. Easton Blythe directing traffic. Geno in shotgun. Looks like he got them to jump to me. It might be on the Seahawks as a false start, but it looked like, because the Hawks are jumping early too, but it looked like it was the Detroit Lions that caused them to jump, and it looked like Geno just did a hard count. Officials are having a lot of discussion on this. And it looks like officials are going to call them. It is indeed offsides on the Detroit Lions. I don't know what the official went over and talked to Geno on that. I don't know if he maybe said, if you bob your head like that or you do that again, I'm going to call it on you. Geno gave him a little bit of like body language, like, what? What? Andy Isabella was taken before DK Metcalf by the Cardinals. Oh, Arizona. Never change. 1st and 5. Seahawks coming back out with that heavy formation where Penny busted that off earlier in this drive. The give is again to Penny. The Lions get this one swallowed up. Loss of 1 on that play. Megan with the $2 donation says, so it's open to refs' interpretation on the holding B? Yes. And it's Megan, it's probably the one that has the most subjectivity of any of the calls that an official can make. That one probably holds as much of a leeway to it for a couple of reasons, but it does. And the one that'll probably infuriate fans the most. Geno dropping back to throw here, 2nd and 4. He's looking. He's got nowhere to go. Throws it. And so he throws it incomplete. There's a little bit of more discussion here with the officials as he may have been in the grasp, or they're going to maybe call him for intentional grounding here. Let's see what the call is as they discuss this. It did not look like there was necessarily they're going to call him for intentional grounding here, as there did not look like there was really a Seahawks player in the vicinity there. So this is going to bring up then a third and a very long amount of yards, a little bit similar to what we saw earlier, where maybe you're looking more here to see if you can get this in a bit better of a field goal range for Jason Myers. Geno did well to seemingly get out of the problems there for a moment, but just didn't have any short receivers, no outlets to throw to there. All the routes looked like they were going deep down the football field. So this will bring up 3rd and 15. 34 seconds to go in the third quarter. The Seattle Seahawks are up 31-23 in this football game. Lions fans are on their feet. Seahawks are technically in field goal range right here, but it would be a long one. Detroit is showing a blitz look. Geno recognizes it and comes back up the line of scrimmage to guide and direct traffic a little bit here. Looks like he is indeed changing the play a bit. Detroit, a lot of bringing both linebackers up near the box, and they're bringing it. They're bringing it, Geno. You got to get rid of it. And the Seahawks receivers, 2 of which, Tyler Lockett and Goodwin, don't get their heads turned around. Geno's got to just get rid of the ball. Must not have that they heard the call potentially there. And that will bring up 4th down. Geno's yelling out. What's going on? The officials are talking about something here. How can they call this an intentional grounding as he threw it at guys? They just didn't turn around. There was guys within the vicinity at that point. This is not intentional grounding. The officials in this game are just way too much. They're way too much. Like, there's too much discussion. There's too much talking. Should it be? Shouldn't it be? Well, we want to think about a flag here. Should we not think about a flag? Too much of that stuff. Too much. As I've said from the start on this, just let the players play here in this game. This is not even on the line call. Why are you guys talking about this? Megan says, with $2 donation says 20 all Ravens and Bills B. Oh my goodness, Bills coming back. Is Josh Allen going to have 90 attempts in this game? Oh. The refs blew Drew Locke's host says ref blew the whistle while the ball was in the air. That's wild. This has been a poor job by the officials today. And it's not that they're officiating against us. This is a crew that's is not working well here in this game. It looks like we are going to get a 3rd down. I mean, why are they blowing the whistle? Did he have it in his mouth and he just took in a big breath? Hey, I'll take it though. That's right, Gene. Thank you. I'll take it. Yeah, I don't know what Lockett was doing on that play. Neither receiver turned around to even look for the ball. Your quarterback is obviously looking at a pressure-based look front off that snap. You as your receiver have got to get your head turned around there. And maybe it was the whistle. Maybe they heard the whistle and it made everybody stop. So 3rd and 16, Seattle Seahawks offense is back out on the football field here. Again, a lot of discussion by the refs. A lot of kind of just figuring things out, setting things up, looking around. Here we go. Geno comes up here to the line of scrimmage again, directing traffic. See if he gets a heavy blitz here. Hopefully Waldron's called something up here to give him a little bit of help here, because I'm anticipating that we're probably getting the same from the Lions again on this snap. And indeed, they are showing a heavy pressure look here right off the snap. And the give is up to Penny. He's up the middle, and he's got room to work. Penny's out in the open field. Penny's going. Touchdown! Rashad Penny! Is there any flag? Hold on. Just let me make sure there's no flag. Don't get no flag. Touchdown! Let's go! What a call! What a call. That is a way to beat the blitz. That is an unorthodox way to beat the blitz. But also, what are you trying to accomplish there at the first and foremost? What you're trying to get done is that you want to be able to get a few more yards for your field goal kicker. You're at about the 36-yard line. You'd like to get this down to the 30. If they're running a blitz, there's a good chance you might have 5-6 yards to get up, because all those guys are just trying to get up the football field and rush the passer. And that's just what that play attacks. It's a beautiful call there. There was a wide open hole. Then Penny just had to break the one tackle and get into the open field, and he was gone. So Rashad Penny having his best game of the year here so far. Woo! Let's go Seahawks! Come on! How about that offense? And those officials can blow their whistle anytime they wish. These officials are beautiful, wonderful officials. Men of God and honor. Oh, I'll take it. I will take it. Rashad Penny showing off that burst on that run. So it's a shotgun. Penny's running this out of a read option look. Right up the middle. The hole was wide open. Props there. Is Damian Lewis playing right guard? We got Lewis at right guard in this game? I think that was Lewis or he was coming back me in the formation. Another one of those crackback blocks. Good job by DK there to just kind of get in front of the defender at the end of that run and not try to do anything crazy there to cause that run to get called back. But wonderful called game here by Shane Waldron. That's a hell of a call. And again, understanding is you're not likely to get a 3rd and 14. And you know, as we learned out earlier in this game, when they attempted on a 3rd and 14, that they weren't getting enough time with the long developing routes to be able to get to the sticks because Detroit was rushing the passer in those situations. Detroit's basically in a de facto, if it's 3rd and 9, 10, 11, we're going to bring a blitz and we'll just cut off those long routes through the blitz. So you knew that was not going to happen from the forefront of that, but just trying to get those yards to get your field goal kicker a little bit closer in that moment. And then good things happen beyond that, beyond what you had maybe expected because Detroit was so loaded up to bear there on the blitz. They were going to get to the quarterback on that play one way or another. Props to Rashad Penny. Great run though on that play. Great run on that play. Megan with a $2 donation. There is also a female ref B. Hashtag just saying. Well, they all get the heat from me a little bit today. She can get some love and some heat. She gets some love. Hopefully she was the one who blew the whistle on that one. She gets some love, but they've been a little bit rough today. The officials, and again, it's not about me saying they're officiating against us. This is as much if I was a Detroit fan, I'd be saying this as well. It's like, what are these officials doing? Is this their first game officiating? 1st and 10 now. Goff and shotgun here. The give is up the middle to Damian Williams, and he is going to get himself about 5-6 yards, though there is another flag. Looks like this is holding on the Detroit Lions. Very, very flag. Thank you, Megan, though, again, for all the donations. Ravens will get the Bills in that game, I'm sure. Skipper was the holder on that one. Detroit lineman. Seahawks have 9 penalties for 61 yards. The Lions have 8 penalties for 59 yards. 17 penalties in this game, and we have not even gotten to the fourth quarter. Jared Goff and shotgun 1st and 20. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Has some time to sit back there and assess. He's got a completion. 10 yards, 15 yards, 20 yards, 25 yards, still on his feet. Cody Barton is unable to break the tackle. This is up the football field. Still on his feet, up the field to the 4-yard line. Cody Barton with absolutely miserable tackling open space there. Had him wrapped up, TJ Hawkinson in his hands. Let him get free. Seahawks, God, the soft coverage stuff again, where it's like you're going to run the soft coverage, but you're still going to give up the chunk plays. All this space. Josh Jones misses a tackle. Cody Barton tries to just sort of press him out of bounds and use that rather than really engaging on the tackle. Oh, my goodness. Just bad all around on that play. 2 poorly missed tackles. Horrible play call there. Again, what are you doing? You got 1st and 20 and you're back in soft zone. What is the downside of blitzing at this point a lot more? What is the downside of doing more pressure-based packages? Because the downside of that is theoretically you're going to get beat on deep plays. But this defense right and left is getting beat on deep plays in soft zone. So if that's the way it is anyway, at least you get the upshot of pressure-based packages of causing fumbles and causing the quarterback to throw quick at times. The need to sit back into safe situations as far as your coverage goes when it's not providing any safety whatsoever. It's a bomb shelter that's got no door to hold things down. So yeah, we're in the bomb shelter, but the winds are still going to pull us out of this thing. The Cat 5 is still going to get to us. I'm going to still end up in the top of that tornado when this is all said and done. Megan Gok Roger with a $5 donation says, what the hell is Barton doing? He doesn't have COVID, dude. You can catch him. Yeah, he was practicing social distancing, Megan. You know, he's very aware of the community around him, and he understands there's people at risk. But it's a soft play where he's just sort of soft pushing the guy into the sideline rather than going in and just trying to wrap up and get the tackle there. Team's been struggling to tackle him. Part of it is because these guys won't wrap up. You got to wrap the guy up and bring him down there. And it might hurt doing so, but that's called tackling if you're going to be a defender.
Mark says Cody Barton's playing all the evidence and the one needs to know that yes, teams tank on purpose. I think that they've been high. Mark, I think it's worse than that. I think that they've been high on Cody Barton for a while. And he's one of those guys that this is what does happen with this coaching staff sometimes, where they'll get it in their head that this guy is going to be this player that he really is not. And they keep thinking he'll be that. And year one goes by and he's not that. And year two goes by and he's not that. And year three goes by and he's not that. And the coaching staff will, for whatever reason, get these love affairs with these certain kind of guys that'll just, nothing they seemingly do bad on the field will be really paid attention to. And unfortunately with Cody in this situation right now as it stands, there aren't any upgrades out there to be had. There isn't anybody out there that's going to help you out better than that. There's nobody on this bench that's going to be better than what Barton's giving you out there. It sucks to see, but it's also why this is an issue that should have been addressed in this offseason rather than just taking for granted the fact that Barton would be the guy. This is what happens when you don't have good competition at a position and a guy's merely just simply handed the role. Okay, so the Lions are going to take over first and goal here from the 4-yard line. The give is in here to Lewis. Stopped up initially at the line of scrimmage. He will get about a gain or 2 or 3. Even a play like that where Barton comes up to make the tackle, he's right there, makes contact at about the line of scrimmage or just behind it, and then the ball carrier just grabs, drags him forward for 2 or 3 yards. Barton has got to make that tackle on Hawkinson. That is such BS on his part to miss that play. That's such low effort stuff right there. That is just miserable. Goff, play action pass. What a great catch. That ball is caught. And there was a pass interference on the penalty as well. So, wow, the Lions answer right back here. Like I said, we might have to score 50 in this game. Snail with a $2 donation says, Cody Barton needs to walk home. Yeah, I'm with you. I'll give him a bike, but I'm not going to give him a bike with any speeds on it. It's going to be one of the old BMX bikes, and you got to I want you to go all the way through Minnesota and Montana on that. So you figure out what the hell you need to do to get right. Michael Jackson in coverage here on Reynolds. This little option route goes inside. Great catch by Reynolds there. Well thrown by Jared Goff as well. This will make this game 38-29 Seahawks. 14:23 to go in the fourth quarter. The Lions are going to go for a 2-point conversion here. Successful in their last one. I think they ran a read option with Goff before. Drops back to throw. He's looking. Easy completion in front of Michael Jackson. 2-point conversion's good. 31-38 Seahawks Lions. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, defense. And keep in mind with this Lions team, this is a Lions team without DeAndre Swift. This is a Lions team without Amon St. Brown. This is a Lions team without DJ Shark. They still have a legitimately very good offensive line in this game, but you do not have a Lions unit here with anywhere near all arms on deck, all hands on deck. They are not. Bear with me one sec, folks. I will be right back. Whew. This defense is rough. We might have maybe one of the worst defenses in the league right now after this week. This is pretty tough. This is pretty tough. Half Daddy says at least the Mariners are playing after this. There we go. There's a little bit of a, at least we're in the playoffs, the Mariners. Barnes going to see the film and get roasted. He should get roasted. Lack of effort. You can get tricked. You can get fooled. You can give a ton of effort and hit a guy in the hole, and he just somehow finds a way to bounce off you. But when it's a matter of I see that you're not putting your full effort on a play because you took for granted that you're going to be able to just kind of force him out of bounds half-heartedly, that's the part where you deserve to be roasted for. That's the part where there is no explanation of, well, I had to get off a block. No, you were off the block. He was there with your hands. You chose to try to do the push him out of bounds rather than wrap him up. And that allowed for the play to go for another 40, 50 yards down the football field. All right, so the kick will be pushed through the back of the end zone, bringing Seattle out to the 25-yard line. They're up 38-31. 14:23 to go here in the fourth quarter. Geno is 18 of 21 for 242 yards. He also has 4 rushes for 40 yards in this football game. He is under center here. And he is changing the play at the line of scrimmage. They give it to Kenneth Walker. Tries to get outside. Looks like he's going to get outside. And he'll get himself an 11-yard gain. Like there could have almost been a holding call there out on the edge. And there was. Okay. Now that's a legitimate holding call. I saw that one in the live action. You could see it out there where Goodwin got his hands on it. The guy flipped off and tried to move, and he still held on to him, and he flipped over. Got to get those hands off there. He might not have gotten the block late if he hadn't have done it. But that one's a legitimate one right there. Yeah. See, Megan, how his hands get wide on Goodwin there, like I talked about. Hands get up on the chest, hands get wide. That's going to get called. 1st and 20 here. Geno in shotgun. Play action pass. Looking down the field. He's got Tyler Lockett there for another. Gets back the penalty yards, basically. Gain of 10. Nice throw by Geno. Good velocity there on that out route. You've got to put some mustard on that ball when you're going to throw that. I think he had to go across the field, too, to the far hash of that throw. 2nd down and 9. Seahawks in 3 wide, 1 tight end. Penny goes in motion to the far side of the field. This is going to be another run by Geno Smith, and he's got some room to work. 1st down, Seahawks. That looked like another they must have seen something on film here with the Detroit Lions where there were going to be these openings for the quarterback to take it in these kind of situations, because that's just what he did there. Drop back, and there was really no thought about it. Just, I'm going to take this and go right up the middle, and there was a big, huge hole there. Lions had dropped off into some great depth there in coverage. 1st down. Geno back under center here. Seahawks 2 tight ends. Geno again looking to change this play. He's got just a 7-man box, so this is probably a change to a run. And indeed it is. Like it. Good carry up to Kenneth Walker. Gains about 3.5. Like the control again by Geno. It's very simplified. I know how I'm putting this, but I see 7-man box. I'm going to audible to the run because of the high prevalence I'm seeing of the Detroit Lions today when they're going to run those heavier boxes, when they're going to commit so much to trying to stop our run. So I do like the counter here by Geno Smith in those situations. It's only a 3-yard gain, but still a very smart audible to make in that moment. Lions bring a little bit more down the line now as it's a heavy, heavy front. Play action pass. He's got Colby Parkinson out in the flat. Colby gets the ball and he keeps up the football field for a nice gain of about 15 yards there. 1st down. I love the throwing out of heavy. The throwing out of heavy is something we're going to talk about in postgame quite a bit about, but just great. You get this Lions defense so keyed up to stopping the run and then take advantage of that with this type of situation. They see heavy, they freak out. They know they've got a load to bear for the run. This is something the offense can really build upon moving into future games beyond this too. 11:52 to go on the clock. 1st and 10 from the Lions' 48-yard line. Geno is again changing the play at the line of scrimmage here. Light box. My prediction here is to change to the run. And the play looks like it's stopped for some reason. We got a timeout by the Seahawks. Interesting time to call a timeout there. Everything looked like it was all right. Geno had the call in play. He looked like he was, maybe the clock was winding down a little bit there. And Coach Carroll was worried about it. But all right. Seahawks with 429 yards of total offense in this game to the Lions 375. They have 164 yards rushing to the Lions 132. Geno comes under center, quick snap, dropping back to throw. Oh, good coverage. Jeff Okudah finally made a play. Tight coverage, able to knock the ball out there from DK Metcalf on an in-cutting route. Second down. You have DK in the slot there. And good job of closing there by Jeff Okudah. Second and 10. Geno surveys the scene here. He's got a good run look here for Walker. You got a 6-man box for the Lions here. Lions bringing a run blitz, though. Nope. Good job by the Lions there of really... Tyler Lockett's open underneath. Geno throws it up underneath him. I got caught up there and marveling at the Lions setup there. Geno did a great job of just not panicking on the pressure and just throwing this up lightly and letting Tyler run under it. You got so many guys up being brought on a blitz there that it's going to open things up on the back end. So he just sort of throws something up there and lets Tyler run into the open spot underneath. Nice job by Geno Smith. First down give here to Kenneth Walker. Gets himself a nice little 6-yard gain. Again, doing a good job of, there's not a lot there early for Kenneth, finding his way to peel out of that and get creative to get himself a couple extra yards when there doesn't seem to be a lot there. Second down and 5. Geno back under center again here, quickly running up tempo. Seahawks coming at this Detroit Lions defense fast and furious. 3 wide. 1 tight end, Kenneth Walker in the backfield. Geno again taking his time, changing the play, basically bringing tempo to keep them in a formation he likes. The give is back into Kenneth Walker again. He dances around for a moment, twists and turns his way. It's only going to get about 2 or 3 yards there, bringing up third down and short. Clock continues to wind here. Just under 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks are 6 of 8 on third downs today. Part of the reason that they've had that success is getting in these third and short situations as they have. Geno Smith back in shotgun, Walker to his right. Lions again showing a heavy stack formation. Geno drops back to throw. He's looking. He's going to throw this one lightly up over the top, and it's just tipped away by the defender at the last minute. Geno threw that one just a little too softly, maybe a little bit more on that one in the back of the end zone to Tyler Lockett, and a little bit more of a line. He just allowed the defender to kind of get caught up to that pass there. It wasn't a bad throw, just a little bit too light on that one. And good play by the Lions cornerback there to get his hands on it. I don't know if he touched it or Tyler might have just dropped that. I don't know if the actual defender got his fingers on it. I'm going to think he probably did. So a big field goal here. Seahawks up 38-31. Myers with a short 25-yard attempt. And he will bang that attempt through. So that will make it 41-31 Seahawks. Still a long time left to go. 9:32 left to go on this clock. In a wild kind of game. Flag Sabbath with a $10 donation. Thank you, Flag. I appreciate it, brother. Says, you're the best, Brando. No, you're the best, man. Thank you. You're awesome. You are awesome. Appreciate you, man. What a job by the offense here today. Just consistent drive after consistent drive. There's not been the second half fall off that we've seen from them in productivity in this half. There's nothing I think you can pick apart in Geno Smith's game in this game. He's 21 of 27, 299 yards, 2 touchdowns, 137 rating. He's also one of our top rushers in this game at 5 carries and 51 yards to go into addition of that. It's been good. He has been good. He's not been good. He's been great. Been phenomenal. But thank you, Flag. I appreciate it. What a great drive there. And that throw with Tyler Lockett, the Lions, I was marveling at because the Lions showed just simply an early 4-man front as Geno's coming to kind of direct traffic and guide things. And as the play clock's winding down, suddenly the linebacker comes over to the outside and shows blitz. So the other linebacker comes up. Suddenly you're seeing a safety coming up, going, oh my goodness, they're going to run this all really late on this. They're going to catch Geno off guard. And instead, Geno just kind of sat back there calm and coolly. And then again, the way through that to Tyler Lockett, where it's not just you're hitting Lockett open, it's almost sort of, I'm feeling the pressure come. I know Lockett's got space to work with if I just put this ball right in that right spot. Wonderful throw there by Geno in that moment. In a game with a lot of great throws, that's one that's right in there with it. Daniel says Lockett should have made that. It looked like it was right there on his hands. I didn't see the defender tip it on any of the replays they made, so that did look like just a straight drop to me. And Locke's usually going to catch that. You know what? That's funny, guys. If that's Tyler's lock is a drop, you guys have seen the stat. Tyler Lockett has 45 straight catches, touchdown catches, I think. He has no drops in his career in the red zone. So that would be his first end zone drop in his entire career, if that is indeed a Tyler Lockett drop. It's crazy stat. DK Metcalf is getting carted back to the locker room. Megan with a $2 donation says, this is not doing my mentals any good at all. Mine either, Megan. Mine either. Oh, it's going to get nervous. Boy, DK going back, that's not good. They don't have him fully up like he's air casted or whatever. His legs were like hanging off the edge of it, but I hope DK's okay. Jeffrey Thistle with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. Says, is it me or does the Lions defense look small? Yeah, they're a little undersized. I mean, Malcolm Rodriguez was a smaller guy, and Nzoli, the other linebacker they have, is not the biggest dude. So they're not the biggest crew out there, that's for sure. They got some okay size on the line. They do. But linebackers, I think I'd reference, Jeffrey, those are the main places maybe your eyes are going to. Like Malcolm Rodriguez is kind of as wide as he is tall. he's a little bit of a stubbier dude. Thank you, Jeffrey, though, for the donation. I appreciate it. And Jared Goff is going to come back out onto the football field, 15-22 for 246 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. A lot of time on the clock, 9:32 to go here. Oh, wide open throw there, goes right off the hands of the wide receiver. You got a running back out there that you're throwing to, but he was wide open 15 yards down the field and just bounced right out of his hands. Okay, so Cody, you're in coverage here. Cody, what are you doing? Boy, Barton today on some of his looks. Barton goes to the flat route there and then lets the running back just run right past him uncovered. I don't know if maybe the safety's supposed to get there over the top. That's a weird play call. 2nd and 10 from the Lions' 25-yard line. Play action. Wide open down the field. Tariq Woolen close in coverage, but playing that soft zone. And then the Lions just going to run that in-cutting route inside the zone, inside basically cover 3. That's been where Goff's gone to a lot today on those post routes and in-cutting routes. That's the soft spot in the soft zone. 9:03 to go here on the clock. Lions already moving the ball up the field here. Give is inside to the running back. He's hemmed up for about 4. DK's taking a dump. Do we got a new big dumper? Oh goodness. I hope it's just that. He didn't look like he was ailing or anything was hurting him. But maybe he's just got to drop a mean one. 2nd and 7. Goff and shotgun. 3 wide, 1 tight end, running back to his left. Looking to his right. Finds a man wide open over the middle. TJ Hawkinson. Jordan Brooks in coverage. That'll be another first down. Goff right now, very, very much seeing this defense very clearly at this moment. Seahawks have got to find a way to make him a little more uncomfortable than they are right now in this pocket. You cannot let Goff drop into the, I'm going to hit my back foot, let it rip, and then get into that rhythm where I'm able to do that snap in and snap out. They've had some success with bringing Jordan Brooks on a little bit of blitzing action here in this game. 1st and 10 from the Seahawks 48-yard line. Play action pass. Goff drops back to throw, and he's looking. He's got a man open again. Second drop on this drive by Williams. Jamal Williams was right there to make the catch. Not a horrible throw it was a little bit of a tougher catch in the way Goff threw that ball, but it was definitely should have been caught. No, it wasn't. Goff made a good throw there. That's got to be caught by Williams. So Williams is trying to help our Seahawks out here. And you can see again, Jordan Brooks in coverage on that play. Second and 10. 7:45 to go on the clock. The give is to Williams. Brian Monet. How about that? Nice play by Brian Monet to track that down. Only about a gain of 1 or 2 yards there. Very good job by Brian Monet, though. He's flashed a couple times during this game. Third down. Goff and shotgun. 3 wide. Moving around, looking. Goff is going deep. Oh, almost intercepted. Goff threw it into triple coverage. Josh Jones had his hands on it, and the ball just bounced free. Good job of a defensive stand there by the Hawks. I wonder if Goff had the room there to run. He looked like he might have had 10 yards in front of him of open space if he just decided to hunker down and go with it. Looks like the Lions are going to go for it here. They are 2 of 2 today on 4th down, so they have had some success. They need a long 9 yards, though admittedly, they've had some of those 9-yard route plays wide open here, and even on this particular drive. Goff and shotgun. Stands back to throw. Got a man over the middle. Wide open once again there. 15 yards down the field, hits his tight end, or whatever Kennedy is. Again, just like you see the Lions bring a blitz on a 3rd down like that. Why not bring a blitz? You're going to give up the 15 yards anyway, dropping into your soft stuff. And Kobe Bryant gets crossed right across his face there. Kobe's just not an inside slot guy. He's just not as comfortable in there as he is on the outside. 1st down. Goff drops back to throw. Again, man wide open, 16 yards down the field on an out route. Neal. Again, soft coverage by your Seattle Seahawks, seemingly just content to let this Lions team get 15-yard play after 15-yard play. Not bringing any pressure, not bringing any blitz looks, not trying to offset Goff, just letting him sit back there and comfortably sling the ball all over the football field here. 1st down and 10 from the 15-yard line. Goff brought back to throw once again. We got a flag on the play. It's incomplete, but looks like it's going to be potentially on Tariq Woolen here for, I don't know if they're going to call him pass interference or holding. Yeah, they're illegal hands to the face by Tariq Woolen. Like, Hurts got to dial something up here now. If you get beat, you get beat. But do something different than what you're doing on this drive in the last couple of drives. Your defense is not stopping anything, Clint. You got to do something now, buddy. You got to call something up here. The defense is struggling here, buddy. Your offense has got 41 points in this game. There's still a long time to go. Let's figure this out and do something. Put them in a position to succeed here for a moment. And indeed, just a 4-man front once again here. No pressure. Goff time to throw. Looks back to throw. Incomplete. There's not been, again, any of these looks that we're looking for in this game. A couple blitzes here and there, but the pressure-based packages haven't been there. When they've run it, they've had success with it. But we see no corner blitz. Goff just kind of knows, I'm going to be comfortable and safe back here. I'll have my time to kind of throw. And it's standing out that he's a pitcher that's in rhythm right now. We got to find a way to step out of that batter's box or something. We got to throw this off somehow. 2nd and goal. Goff in shotgun, drops back to throw. Seattle does bring a little bit of a late blitz there. Goff gets the throw off. It's about 3 or 4 yard completion there to Reynolds. This will bring up 3rd and goal. Well, at least they brought some pressure that time. Clock does continue to wind here. 5:35 to go. Lions do have all three of their timeouts. 3rd and goal. Again, another linebacker blitz there. Wide open, the tight end, touchdown in the back of the end zone. Defense just does not have any answers today on their side of the ball for what the Lions are doing. And again, the Lions just as short-handed as they are in this game to be scoring this prolifically on the Seahawks defense. Again, just as good as you feel about the offense in this game is still as bad as we're going to feel about really with this defense and where it's at. They had flashes in that first half of looking like they might be starting to kind of turn a little bit of a corner, but they've turned back off that corner. We've gone down into the ditch now. The car's rolled 4 times. I don't know where the baby is. The extra point is up by the Lions kicker, and this will bring them within 3 of your Seattle Seahawks, 41-38. Well, I said we might have to score 50. We might very well have to score 50. This just might have to happen. Now there's 5:25 to go on the clock. Lions have 3 timeouts. You cannot just simply try to come out here and just run the ball. Here you have Ryan Neal lined up with Hawkinson in the slot on that touchdown catch. It's a rub route. Just a little bit of a rub route works. And they get the touchdown over the top. Well, good call there. Very well executed by the Lions on that particular play. Why are they showing us a replay of the extra point kick? Is that because he's had such a hard time making them? Oh, man. David M. says Mahomes will have 6 touchdowns in the first half against this D. Yeah. Probably. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Patrick, Mahomes playing this D is going to be a little bit, yeah. This is going to be we're going to be the 32nd rated defense after this week. There's no doubt about it, regardless of what happened. All right, here's the kick into the back of the end zone. Well, Geno Smith all day has held it down for you. This offense all day has held it down for you. Can they dial it up one more time here? Can we bring this? Can we? Geno got one more drive in him here. One more drive in him here. Can he close this thing out? 21-27, 299 yards, 2 touchdowns. 5:26 to go. Seahawks will take this from the 25 in their own territory. Detroit Lions fans beckoning forth their defense for a better performance here. Geno's changing the play at the line of scrimmage right from the jump. Shot Penny in the backfield. Play action pass to Penny. Rolling out. He's got D. Eskridge out in space here. D. Eskridge with a nice 11-yard catch there. Well done by him. And D. Eskridge quickly comes up limping. Cramp, says Brian. Oh, maybe a cramp. Earl Larson, 5:26 is eternity. You're right. I don't know if it's cramp necessarily. Maybe it's a... Harry Murray, Brando, keep up the good work, matey from England. This is painful to watch. If we can eat an L, people are got to be fired. Yeah, you come out of an L with this. It's again, as I say, Harry, the view of this year is through the view of, for me, beyond. I'm not really caught up on wins and losses. I can understand this is a team in a rebuild. I want to see wins. I don't want to see tank. But to me, the biggest assessment, the most important assessment that we have to make as we watch this team, as we go into this year, is are we in the right hands in the future with Coach Carroll at the helm in this team? And a big part of that is the performance of the defense, because you have a defensive-minded coach. You have a defensive-minded coach that wants to play to protecting his defense and how he runs his offense most of the time. He puts a lot of assets to that side of the ball. They put a lot of money to that side of the ball. And if you're going to do that, you want to see the returns from that. Not simply to say, well, we're in a youth movement right now, so we've got to blame this on the youth. No, it's been a couple years now of Carroll to build this defense. So that's going to be a big part of this assessment. And if he's not right, he's not right. And if, frankly, your defense with an offense that's moving the ball up and down the field, with an offense that's controlling the clock throughout the course of this day, your defense can put up almost no fight against it outside of 2 turnovers. That is a little bit of an indictment at that point back onto Carroll. And the Lion corner is going to go off the field here injured. Look, both the Eskridge and the Lion player came up gimpy on that one post play. Boy, there with Eskridge too. You just go, buddy, just get out of bounds. You got the 10 yards. Get out of bounds. You already have an injury problem. 1st and 10. 5 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Seahawks are down a couple. It looks like DK's back on the field. It's good to see. Rashad Penny with the give up the middle. Lions are all over this one. 2nd down. Paul 2K, bro, this is the battle of the worst defenses. Facts. Big facts. 41-38. 4:24 to go here in the fourth quarter. 2nd down and 11 for the Seahawks. Lions showing a cover 2 look at the snap here. It's a delay to Rashad Penny with a nice little run up the middle for about a gain of 8. Love the call there. We got a flag, though. Oh, man. That sucks. That was a great call. It's probably going to be a holding call here. It's like it's cross. There is no flag on the play. They picked it up. Hey, there we go. That helps. I'll take it. So this will bring up 3rd and short on the back of that run. Love the call, though. You've got that the defense of the Lions absolutely set down today, and they're going to try to throw this here. Instead, you just go with the delay handoff. We saw that on the play where Penny broke that out earlier, too. So going back to it once again there. 3rd down and 2. 3:55 to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 41-38. Geno in shotgun. 2 wide to the near side of the field. DK Metcalf to the other. Geno drops back to throw. Looking fast. He's got Tyler Lockett. Tyler, 1st down. Geno again, quick decision making. Hits that back foot. Both Goff and Geno playing this way really well today, and that they're locating where they want to go with the ball, quickly getting it out, getting it on time with accuracy, with velocity. Geno getting that there before the linebacker can close in. Nice window there to throw to by the offensive lineman providing him there. Big 1st down. 3:16 to go here on the clock. First down and 10. The give is to Penny up the middle here. Nice job by Penny of dancing around there. Didn't look like there was any territory at all to be able to get through, and he managed to find his way. Just a little, he did a little bit of salsa. He did a little bit of the cha-cha, and managed to get himself about 3 or 4 more yards there. Aiden Hutchinson's down on the ground, and he looks like he's hurting a little bit there. 2nd and 5. God, he got a tough 5-yard run there. That might have been one of Penny's best runs of the day on a day where he's had a lot of good runs. He was hemmed up there in the backfield. It didn't look like complete penetration, but the guys 2-gapping up front for the defensive tackles had everything really well walled off for the most part, and he just kind of squigglyed his way around to get him through. Megan with the $2 donation. It says Bills 23, Ravens 20 full-time. Oh, wow. Bills came back, Megan. That Bill team's a good team, Megan. They may be in the Super Bowl when it's all said and done this year. They've got the type of team that could definitely be in that realm when it's all said and done. Well, hopefully Aiden Hutchinson isn't in too rough a shape here. When they're down like that, you worry about a torn pec or a torn bicep. Sorry, Megan. I know Ravens are the 2nd. Can't get them all. It's a weird Ravens team. They're so good, but they are a little up and down here. Wu-Tang Financial, the officials need to be drug tested. They seem to be on default, just throw the flag. Like they're having the discussion on Geno's intentional grounding earlier, and that official was already walking up to the discussion with his hand on the yellow flag, like, I'm calling this. I'm pulling this out. Megan says you hadn't seen the rest for a hot minute, so they need to remind you they were there. Exactly. Gene says NFL's hiring UPS drivers for reps. Oh. All right. Hutchinson back over on the sideline. Looks like he's going to be okay. 2nd down and 5. 2:45 to go here on the clock. Seahawks up by 3 points. Lions definitely showing a stack front here. Play action pass. Ball is tipped, and ball will fall down to the ground there. Look like that. If that ball doesn't get tipped, that looks like that gets through to the tight end who's open there. Good job by the linebacker to make a play there. That flat route to Eskridge on the play has usually been open throughout this game. And yeah, that linebacker really did a nice job there, as that's Colby Parkinson probably is open for that catch if he doesn't make that play. 3rd down and 5, 2:22 to go on the clock. Geno Smith in shotgun. Rashad Penny to his right, 3 wide receivers. 1 tight end. The give is to Rashad Penny, and he's busting out wide, and he's got some room to work, and he's down the football field. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Let's go. Rashad Penny with a ballsy call there. And Rashad Penny right up the football field. Beautiful job by Rashad there. That burst of his, he's 230, but he's got the burst of a 210-pound man. That defender was just trailing him, tracking him, had a hand out there, like, I can't quite get to him. And then he just outruns the corner easily to the edge. That easy speed of Rashad Penny coming back to bloom on that play and close this game out. How about that stamp there? Well, Waldron again in a game where this is the best called game from a Shane Waldron team that you've seen here in 2 years. He's doing this on the back of what might have been his best game last week, and Geno the very same way. Having what might be his career best game in this game, coming back off the last week, which was maybe his best game of his career. Wondrous to watch from our standpoint, surprising from our standpoint to watch. But you cannot deny the fact that this offense is playing really well right now. And good to see Rashad Penny get going as well in this game. Penny with 14 carries, 139 yards. Many people are talking a lot about, got to get more about Walker. We got to get Walker the ball. Walker's got 8 carries for 29 yards in this game. He's had ample opportunity to do something with the ball. He's averaging 3.6 yards per carry. Penny in this game, 14 carries, 139 yards. That's nearly a 10-yard average. That's Rashad Penny. You know, he's get him the carries, get him the touches, and let him work. Let him feast. Megan with a $5 donation. I appreciate you, Megan. Says, of course, I have 2 new Ravens jerseys, Falele and Jackson, and they are freaking starting to suck. I don't think Falele's even got on the football field yet for the Ravens, Megan. Thank you for the donation, but I was checking his PFF score the other day, and he wasn't even out there. I was like, is their tackle situation so good, or is he just not as good as I thought he might potentially be here? I was interesting to see with that, but yeah, they'll get it turned around, Megan. They're a good cold weather team too, as it starts to get colder and whatnot. So Seahawks are up 48-38, 2:14 to go on the clock. Lions do have 3 timeouts still remaining here. They're going to take over from the 25-yard line, and Jared Goff is in shotgun. He drops back to throw. Seattle throwing a little bit of Seattle with the easy completions off the 15-yard routes, and Goff hits an out route for 14, 15 yards. First and 10. Seahawks showing a cover 2 shell high. No pressure. Looks like we've got a timeout. Is that what happened? Looks like Coach Carroll's going to challenge the previous play. He's saying that the receiver bobbled the ball. Looked like a good catch to me. Mark Saw says, Geno hating bums, let the run game eat in the second half. I liked it. It was a good way to go. Jeffrey says, just let him score and let the offense finish it. Oh. Pacific Northwest says, time for Goff to log another 50-plus yards. Yeah, You definitely feel like there's probably going to be like they're going to get up this field, don't you? What a catch by Reynolds there. Get up and sky like that to go get that ball. I love how they don't show us the angle. Like, just show us that angle. Did they catch it or not? Yeah, he's got it. He put one knee down. The one knee, he is bobbling it, but the one knee is going to get it. I'm sure Coach Carroll is much just like, let's just get a timeout there, let the defense break this down. Rodney says, it says a lot, Brandon, when Pete says they work on things in practice and you see no evidence of it. Yeah, I'm still waiting for all the things that we're hearing about they do in practice that we don't see in the games. But the defense, this is why I did that video yesterday on the defense. And I posted, if you haven't had a chance to check it out after the game, I just posted a video last night on why the defense is failing. It's a 20-minute breakdown. I went into the tape. And a lot of the things you're seeing today are a lot of the same things you would have seen on the tape with that. It's not as much Darrell Taylor today, but Jordan Brooks has certainly been exposed in coverage at times. Barton's been hit in coverage at times. The lack of tackling, the lack of aggression on the defensive side of things. They did a little bit more of the 3-4 defense today, which has been encouraging. It's not as many of those weird 4-man fronts that have been so problematic. That part I've liked to see, but the Lions hanging 38 points on you in this particular game, as short-staffed as they are, they're short-staffed like a one-man operating a McDonald's by himself, and yet he's still getting every order out by the time the guys get to the window. That's basically what this Lions offense is accomplishing today and how they're doing it, considering their injury situation. Yeah, BZ, it's a tight call, but it's worth a try. I agree with you. You're not trying to preserve your timeouts at this point. If there's a play that's even close and we're just about under the 2 minutes where you're not going to be able to call a challenge at that point, why not? Why not? And again, as much as just give your defense a second to let's think about how we want to play this a little bit more closely. I don't mind it. Officials telling Carroll says it was close. It was close. But he did get one knee is worth 2 feet. Seahawks says, I like this call. Let the defense rest a bit along with the 2-minute warning. Exactly. You get a lot of hurry up here. Just take a minute, think about it. You're not going to be using any of these timeouts for anything else unless this game goes very much sideways. We do need the Detroit to burn some clock here, though, if we're going to work their way up the football field. We can't just do 15-yard completions. They'll accomplish that in 3 plays. It'll be a minute 57, and then we're going to have to get a first down in order to ice this thing. You've got to defensively hold up a little bit here. And again, if you're going to drop soft zone anyway and give up the 15-yard completion, what's the difference? This is where I know this is where the tendency is for the head coach and the defensive coordinator to lean just in the soft zone coverage, prevent defense, which, as we all know, prevents nothing. But this is where I might counter that if I'm a coach here and say, let's not give them the easy stuff here. They got no DJ Shark, no Amon St. Brown. They've really not got any guy that I'm scared of on the outside here beating me deep. Let's match this up a little bit maybe. And Brooks is showing a blitz at the snap. They're going to hand the ball off. I guess they got the 2-minute warning. It's a 9-yard carry up the middle. Good job by the Lions there, and that's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. It's a good call by the Lions there. David says, no matter of rest in the world can help this defense. Geo Bowl, KJ would definitely have made this defense better. What is Carroll thinking? I don't know. I'm just about at a point where I'm like, KJ would not have been worse than what we're getting out of Cody Barton right now. I have a hard time believing that as well. KJ may have been having some deficiencies and not the foot speed of once what he had, but he's not going to get fooled as much as Barton does. And as I always say, when the bar is set so low by a particular player with their play, where we're way down here as far as how they're doing, a guy that'd even be a little bit of a moderate upgrade over that could be a pretty big jump. Jeffrey Thistle says the Lions tight end actually has more yards than DK. Hawkinson, yeah, he's showing you why he was a top 10 pick in this game, isn't he? Wu-Tang Financial, man, I'm going to name my kid Amon St. Ra. Yeah, Amon Ra is a pretty strong name to give a kid, man. When you go that hard, you're big into that, big into the Egyptology. Who is the other? He's got the other guy too, Equanimous. Don't forget that as well. Wu-Tang Financial. His brother's name is Equanimous. So that's a dad and a mom with some very creative names they're coming up with. Yeah, DK Metcalf did get back on the sideline, so he's okay. He's okay. BZ says, please explain why that challenge was a good idea for those that don't understand with a 10-point lead. It's a good idea because of the fact that if there's even a 5% chance that play gets overturned, you're not going to plan on probably using all these timeouts anyway. Those timeouts are going to end up going through this game probably left unused. And if it's on the line and you get that play call overturned and you get 15 yards back in that moment and one extra play call, I mean, we come down this game with this clock where it could come down to just one play being left on a board. So it's good from that standpoint of things in the respect of it's nothing but a plus move. You're not losing anything because the timeouts had really no value to you in the course of this game. And then the last point of it is that maybe theoretically your defense can get a little bit more into, okay, look, we just got gassed out the jump here. Let's maybe do something different on second down. Let's think about what we want to do on second down. So it gives you a little bit better chance to maybe kind of think things through a little bit on how you want to play this particular drive. But there's really no downside or anything to pulling that challenge there, even if it looks fairly straightforward. The ball was bobbling, but it's you never know with the NFL sometimes with the overturned stuff that looks super clear to one side and then less clear there. So it's on the line. You make that call, you pull that flag, you make that challenge. Alrighty, 2 minutes left to go in this game. The Lions have all three of their timeouts. They're sitting at the 50-yard line, 2nd and 1. Seahawks are bringing a blitz. Doesn't get there, though. Blitz took forever to get in the backfield. Able to complete the pass out to the running back there. About a gain of 6 or 7 yards. It's a little bit of a delayed safety blitz there. Lions blocked it up well. I like them at least bringing some pressure, though. I don't like this Goff just dropping back completely comfortable and under no kind of duress. 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line. Goff drops back to throw. Another 13-yard out route to Reynolds, wide open. This defense is absolutely just god-awful right now. I mean, wow. Sidney Jones just got turned around on a route where the receiver barely even made a move. I mean, he just ran up the field and ran an out route, and Sidney Jones spun himself all the way around. 1:48 to go. Goff back in shotgun. Dropping back to throw and throws it at the ground. He got a little bit of pressure was coming in there. Do we have somebody injured? Goff's looking down like somebody's injured. Oh, he's just waiting on the play. Total yards in this game, Seahawks have 545. The Lions 493. Oh, goodness. Goff and shotgun. Dropping back, another delayed blitz. Neal is there, flushes Goff out of the pocket. Goff is going to be forced out of bounds by Taylor in pursuit there. This will bring up 3rd down. Again, like the blitz here. Like the blitz call. Got to give them props. Don't just do the same thing you've been doing all game. Your guys aren't getting pressure. You're down Johnson in this game, so no doubt Boye Mafe and Darrell Taylor have had to play a significant portion of the snaps along with Uchenna. So try to manufacture some stuff here. I'm okay with it. If you get beat, you get beat. So be it. It's worse. That's better to me than just sitting in soft zones and getting beat anyway. As we saw with Sidney Jones on a play just a couple plays ago. 3rd down and 9. Seahawks staying in more of a 4-man front here. Hits him underneath 15 yards, 20 yards, 25 yards, down to the 2-yard line. Again, soft zone coverage. Leave it wide open in the middle. There isn't a defender near the player making the catch. You're not bringing any blitz. It's a 4-man front. They pull it off. 1 minute and 16 seconds to go here on the clock. This drive has been so fast. Goff wheeling out and about on the outside, looking, and he is going to throw this ball away. Trent Seibot says this is the NFL's wet dream right here. All offense and no defense. 1,000 total yards. Yeah, exactly. Exactamundo. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation says, remember when Geno predicted as 41st ranked quarterback? Laughing out loud. I do, Daniel. I started seeing that stuff. That's what made me make that Geno video that I made. Was like, we got to push back against this. This is ridiculous. And TJ Hawkinson has 179 yards receiving. He set a tight end franchise record for the Lions today. Easy throw out in the flat, touchdown for the Lions. Seahawks defense wasn't set pre-snap, took extra amount of time. Wide open over there in the slot. That's going to be a touchdown. 48-44 Seahawks. 1 minute and 6 seconds to go on the clock. What this does, of course, mean is that you cannot simply run the ball 3 times in a row, as you will then be giving the Lions back the ball with about 50 seconds to go. And considering how fast they're moving up this football field on this defense as it stands right now, does anybody not have any quarter faith that they would get right up the football field into field goal range and knock that through? Gonna play there. Why are you slow to get out set? I like as a defense, like get set, get in position. Second time that they've attacked Neal down near the goal line as well. That's the second touchdown he's given up in this game. You've got to get to that guy in the flat if that's your responsibility as the safety there. Especially because you know really running the ball is not a threat there in that moment. As a safety, you're just there in coverage. And boy, the PAT was almost missed there by the kicker. Boy, he's had a hard time today. This does come down to a kick for him. I'm not having a lot of confidence in him if I'm the Lions in this regard. I don't think there's an onside kick. If I'm the Lions, I kick this all the way down. I don't onside kick this. I mean, maybe you just don't trust your defense to stop the Seahawks offense here, but I've got 3 timeouts. I could get this ball back at 50 seconds in good field goal range at that point. It does look like they're going to try an onsider. This is an interesting choice by Campbell. I can get it, and that you're worried about the Seahawks offense. They put up 500 yards on you. You're like, well, I'm going to trust them. I'm going to trust my defense to get a stop on this team right now. But with that said, you give us this ball here, we run it out. It's a little bit of a longer field you're now dealing with versus what you would have dealt with getting in the stop. He's got an odd kick here. He's got the ball turned sideways on the tee rather than how you normally would see it on kickoffs here. His own kind of little technique. Here we go. This will be an onside kick, folks. And it looks like Seattle's calling their final time out of the game. Carroll just wanted to make sure with the special teams coach that he had things set up. All righty. Come on. Come on, team. These are very hard to convert in this day and age. It's not like it used to be on these onside. They were never easy to do, but they definitely have seemingly gotten harder and harder over the years to get completed. You've got Cody Barton, Disley, Nick Bellore, and Lockett to the side where it looks like they're going to try to onside it. Diggs standing in the middle of the field. That ball touched a player. That ball touched a Lion before it was gotten by a Seahawk. It looks like the Lions might have recovered this. We do have a flag, and the flag, I believe, is going to be that the ball hit the Lion player on the leg before it was touched or picked up by anybody. The kicker didn't get it 10 yards, and so the players had to wait for the thing to travel to 10 yards, and as it was bouncing around, it looked like it came up and clipped the leg of the player. I didn't see who came up with the ball. Oh, DJ Dallas came up with the ball. How about that, DJ? That away, buddy. I'm not surprised. Let's go. Whew. I do like those kind of kicks where you slow roll the kick and then your guys have a chance to kind of run out in front of it, and it puts the pressure on the receiving team of having to maybe try to jump and grab the ball a little early there, and then you can hit them. You're right there to knock them off the ball if they try to grab it. He sort of slow rolled that one a little bit. I like it, and it had some roll to it. Bellore had a hard time keeping his hands on it, and then DJ Dallas was able to. It just sort of squibbed through. But yeah, it didn't touch him. Wow. I guess it didn't touch the defender there. All right. Geno on the offense. Here we go. First down and 10. Rashad Penny in the backfield. A heavy formation. The give is in there to Penny. Driving forward. Gets himself a 2-yard gain here, and that will be a quick timeout now by the Detroit Lions. Colonel Quicksilver says, this is not the Seahawks I love. Cannot believe we have given up so many points. I know, man. I know. It's wild to watch. It's wild to see a Coach Carroll defense being this gashed this badly this year. We've seen it through the time, a couple of times this season. We've seen it already, and certainly in recent years we've seen moments like this, but it doesn't get any easier. Rashad Penny is tied a career high with 2 touchdowns in this game. He's got 140 yards on 15 carries. Second down and 9, 1:01 to go on the clock. Seahawks again out with a heavy formation, 3 tight end look. The give is in here to Rashad Penny. Not a lot to work with there, but he's able to kind of pull and drag the pile forward for a gain of 4. This will bring up a 3rd down and short. So from a Seahawks standpoint in 3rd and 5 here, you could run the ball, give the team back, the Lions back the ball with 50 seconds remaining and a need for a field goal, or we could try to throw this ball and see about trying to get this actual first down. And if I'm Coach Carroll here, I'm advocating for let's try to throw for this. Let's not just run this in and then trust our defense on a day where our defense has earned no trust. Go for it. Try to get the first down, because 50 seconds with this offense of the Lions on the other side of it, I don't have the faith that you're going to pull that one off. 3rd down and 5. Geno under center here. Again, a little bit of a heavy formation, and the give is going to be to Rashad Penny, who's pulling, just a first down. That away to Rashad Penny, running hard, running strong all day long. Takes the give. Carroll's pumped up. Flexing and pumping his fist. Great job. Great job by Penny. Come on, show us that play again. Give me another route on that. Defense knows it needs a stop. They got to be loading up there for the run, but Penny was able to just find a little bit of a crease. Little bit of a crease there, a little crack of a hole there. And he exploited it right on through. And the Seattle Seahawks will come out in the most beautiful formation in football. That formation is the victory formation. Geno Smith will take a knee. This clock will begin to wind down. Your Seattle Seahawks will come out of this game with a victory, 48-45. Unbelievable game. Back and forth she went a little bit with this one, where you just couldn't stay on top of them. They kept keeping it close to you. You never could kind of get out in front of this game, but you've got to absolutely give the offense props. They held this game down like no other. Waldron and Geno Smith, absolutely the guys to be crowned in this game, along with Penny a little bit, and how they played this football game. Simply amazing, amazing. Seattle Seahawks 48-45. The defense is just as much in as rough shape as we had thought coming into this game. Not really any improvement from them on their side of things, but the offense carries the day as they have so far this season for this team. Fantastic, fantastic job. I am going to really quickly get a little bit more coffee. We'll be right back, and then we'll do a little bit of a post-game discussion here and get into this. We got a lot to talk about, folks. We're going to have a lot to talk about here, so I will be right back. right. Let's get into this. Let's get into this game. Woo-wee. I'll say this about our Seahawks this year so far. There is no doubt about this. You can hate on the defense. You can love up on the offense. You can get as much an undulation as you can in disappointment. But what you cannot deny is that the Seattle Seahawks team is damn entertaining to watch. And at least these are some fun football games if there is indeed a little bit of pain with the sugar, so to speak. This game was a game about Geno Smith to me. I must have spent, I think, about the last 2 hours of the prior stream when we did a live stream game last week of hammering on the fact that Geno Smith was not the problem and issue with this football team. And not only was he not the issue, but he was one of the things that was going right for this team. He was one of these things that was excelling. It was me, as I've continued to do for months on end, trying to push back a little bit against this narrative of we know what Geno is. No, we don't. This kind of game shows you that. 23 of 30, 320 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was efficient. He made great throws. He had ultimate control at the line of scrimmage. He's not just hearing the play in his ear and then walking up to line of scrimmage, all like Jared Goff back in his days when he was early on the scene, and McVay would get him to play 15 seconds early so he could get the line of scrimmage, and McVay could continue to tell him what he needed to do with what the defense was doing across from him at the line. You're not doing that with Geno. Geno's coming up and he's got full command and full control up there. He's changing plays. He's changing into running plays when they've got a light box, and that's bringing good results for them. And then he's making great throws as well. When he hits his back foot, he knows where he wants to go with the ball, and he is always seemingly right this year in where he's deciding to go with that ball. It's to the guy who is open on the play. I'm not saying he isn't missing some throws here or there, or he might miss some reads from time to time, but more often than not with this guy right now, and what you're seeing from him is he's absolutely locked in. He knows what the defense is trying to do to him. He knows where he needs to go with the football. There's a couple of throws in this game that really just stand out in this respect of things. There's the deep throw to Metcalf down the sideline where it's just, I think, at the start of the second half, and he just loops this ball just nicely right over the top, hits his back foot. It isn't even like DK's got a lot of separation on that play. He just perfectly dropped that into the right space, which told me at that moment as we went in that second half, offensively, we're going to be fine this week. There's not going to be that drop off because Geno's feeling it. I don't know if he's fully on in like a zone in this particular game, but he was feeling very comfortable and very good back there against this Detroit Lions defense. And then you have the other throw that stands out to me where we're later on in the game, and it's a third down. And the Lions bring a very, very well-designed blitz into Geno's face at that point. It's a kind of a delayed blitz right at the last second. The offensive line picks it up excellently. Geno falls back a little off his back foot to give Tyler Lockett a little bit more time to get up the football field, and then just sort of pillow softly just throws that ball up over the top to let Lockett then cut off. So Lockett could recognize the ball was off of his intended initial route, cut it off to come back inside because essentially Geno was throwing where there weren't any defenders because they had sent so many defenders in on the blitz. It's just time and time again this year, throw after throw, play after play, Geno has been great. Great. Not merely good, not merely what we thought or we expected. He has been phenomenal, and he deserves now to finally maybe get some props from the Seahawks fan base. I know many of you out there loved yourself Russell Wilson, and there's still some bitterment about the fact that Russell had to move on and go somewhere else. But that shouldn't color your vision to how well Geno's playing right now, because he is phenomenal. He is the reason right now, as much as anything, that we're 2-2 on this young season. So fantastic game by Geno Smith. This was the game of his career, in my opinion, and that's coming on the heels of what I thought might have been the game of his career last week. This guy was not a finished product off of what he showed with the Jets or serving as a backup role these last couple of years. He is much more, and he is showing you that. We also have to give another guy who's gotten a lot of shade from the fan base a lot of props on the back end of this game, and that is one Shane Waldron. Your young offensive coordinator last year was pretty rough at times. His game calling was all over the place. There didn't seem to be a design to the offense or a method by which they were really trying to attack. It was very disjointed. It was a lot of the old. This year, it has been nothing but the new. Shane Waldron has done an awesome job of implementing his offense in totality. It is the short passing attack. It is the West Coast passing attack. Many people wrongly through the first couple of weeks thought this was just simply them protecting Geno and they don't want to throw deep, and so they're just trying to keep him kind of locked in and protected. And maybe there was a little bit of that. I think it was more for the offensive tackles, as Coach Carroll once referenced, but it's also by the designs of this offense. Bill Walsh created this offense with the 49ers to pass the ball, pass it early, pass it short, get it in your players' hands and let them utilize yak up the football field yards after the catch in order to then gain your yards. And this was in opposition to those teams at the time who were going to run it on first down, run it on second down, and then finally, okay, we'll throw it on third down if you make us. So it's meant for you to throw on early downs. It's meant for you to throw short. That's, again, more of what you saw in this game. And it's a very good adjustment by Coach Carroll, who I'm going to bang on in a second here for his defense, but you've got to give him props here in letting Waldron run this offense. Letting him let Geno throw 30 times in this game or 44 times last week, recognizing that it's ineffective, recognizing that it's ineffective to run up against stacked boxes where defenses are gearing up to stop your run. Don't go up the hill, go down the hill. And that's what this offense is doing right now. He was calling plays as well that had this defense thrown off where you thought it would be a run play, then it was a pass. He's doing a good job as an offensive coordinator of staying a little bit ahead of the ball this year and how he's calling games. The Niner game was maybe a little bit rough, but that Niner defense is legit as well, isn't it? So big props to Shane Waldron on the offensive side of things. Also, Rashad Penny. Another guy, this is going to be a little bit of a common theme here in this post-game discussion, but another guy who gets a lot of shade from the fan base at times and really knocked at times. Despite those moments, he shows you where he has some special traits. And I saw it this year really taking the form in the last couple of weeks and how much love this guy Kenneth Walker gets versus people still remembering we have Rashad Penny on the roster, that we spent $5.75 million on a one-year deal to bring him back. This is our bell cow. This is the guy that needs to get more carries than Kenneth Walker. I like Walker. He's also flashed at times, but the bottom line on this game doesn't deny you, and that is Rashad Penny runs 17 times for 151 yards. Walker gets himself 8 carries, only manages 29 yards on either side of it. It wasn't that Walker was playing poorly. It's just more about how well Rashad Penny is playing. He also had some good holes in this game. We've got to give a lot of flowers to the offensive line in this one. I look at the stats. Did the Lions have one single sack in this game? No. A mere three quarterback hits over the course of this game, despite the fact you dropped back 30 times. The offensive line from the rookies to the inside did a great job. They were creating holes in the running game, which has been absent at times, helping the Seahawks team get out to 33 carries. You ran the ball for 235 yards in this game. Obviously, Geno Smith came in with 7 carries for 49 yards on his own end of it. And again, props back to Waldron for having the cojones to run some of the inside quarterback sneaks as he did in this game, and to do it on 2 different occasions to great success, something that they saw on the tape and recognized and then took advantage of. So the running backs did good overall, but Rashad Penny showed you why he can be a little bit of a difference maker, a separator in this element of things and what he brings to the running back position. Hopefully they can build on this upon the future. You're not going to get a team like the Lions defense that you're going to face week in and week out. I'm not going to deny the fact that though I'm getting hyped up again about this offense, we've got to put it in perspective in the respect of this is a Detroit Lions team that is one of the worst defenses in football. I must acknowledge that. There's no doubt about that. But again, this comes on the heel of what you saw from them last week and what you saw over the course of the season as a general theme from the offense, which is a whole lot more encouraging signs than to be disgruntled about. A whole lot more to feel better about for what we have coming down the future, as opposed to saying, I don't know if we have the answer here with the offensive coordinator. I think we might have ourselves that answer here now. Defensively, this is the flip side of it. And this is the part where things were a little bit rough in this particular game. And by a little bit rough, I mean a lot of bit rough. The Detroit Lions came into this game absent their up-and-coming rising star running back in DeAndre Swift. That left them with inside kind of meat grinder running backs as far as that stands. They were also down 2 of their top 3 wide receivers in DJ Chark and Amon St. Brown. So they were light as far as skill makers go. You really had one guy, and TJ Hawkinson was the one guy you'd have to worry about catching the ball out there. You allowed him to set a franchise record in this football game. Now, maybe just Jared Goff was just targeting a ton of times and giving those opportunities, and TJ got himself 12 of the targets of Goff's 39 throws, so he got a good amount of them. But the defense continues to struggle all across the board. There is very little, as I say, that you can lean back on and feel great about in what this defense is doing right now. Goff was 26 of 39 for 378 yards. Then you gave up 25 carries for 145 yards on the ground. The saving grace in this game is that Kobe Bryant implemented the Charles Peanut Tillman punch, got himself a fumble caused on a play where he had given up a play for about 15 yards. So he offset that a little bit with that one. And then you had Tariq Woolen, who was able to undercut a route, get his first pick 6. And we'll talk about Tariq in a second in that regard. It was great to see from that aspect of it, but those were your only 2 lone bright spots really from the defense. I don't know where the adjustment's going to come from, what they're going to be able to do going into the future with this. Some of this is they're just stuck with the personnel that they got. Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks are playing like two of the worst tandem linebackers in the league in combination of what they're doing. They are a part of the problem here. I thought the defensive line today played a little bit better. Monet showed up at times. Poona Ford showed up at times. Quentin Jefferson got himself a pressure. But the linebackers continued to be issues, not only in the run game, but you saw it out there today in coverage in both of them. Early on, the first touchdown of the game, the Lions that was given up to the Lions was completely on Jordan Brooks, giving up a big play deep down the field, as we've seen a couple of different times this year. Then you've got Cody Barton, who did make a play in coverage in this game, but then also came back and had a situation where he's picked on a little bit in coverage as well. And he's got TJ Hawkinson up on the sideline, could easily knock him out, could easily just wrap him up. Seems to kind of give a half-hearted effort in pushing him out of balance as though TJ was going to give up on his own. TJ fights through it, runs right back up the field for another big play, kept the Lions in that game. So again, the struggles of the linebacking core do continue to show. The secondary I thought was okay. Some of this is a little bit of just the soft zone coverage that you're running. Kobe Barton is probably a little bit overmatched being aligned in the slot. He's more of an outside guy as it stands, and he got picked on a little bit. As I said, the linebackers got picked on. Most of what you're having the corners do is fall back into that cover 3 stuff that they've done in the past. So they're just dropping into deep zones. And then what you have in Jared Goff is a guy who's played the Seahawks defense for years. So if he sees the Seahawks defense falling back into their old machinations, he's going to go, okay, I'm just going to be hitting post routes all day then. Because what you have is then you have the single high safety essentially going back. You got the corners and dropped off coverage. You got the post routes, which will then clip through. Safeties up here, corners up here, over here. You're right there wide open for those post routes all day. And Goff really likes that because those post routes are one where he drops on a 5-7 step drop. He can hit his back foot and let it rip and know there's not going to be a defender undercutting the route. Certainly not a linebacker undercutting the route. So I'd love to be able to say this defense said something that we could say that they could build upon in the course of this game, but they don't. They really don't right now. It is all struggling. It is all bad. It is very much like a sieve. It's reminiscent of the last couple of years where through the first couple of weeks of the season, you're going, is this defense going to be like record-setting bad? You had 2020 where through 9 games, they were on pace to give up more yards in the air than anybody else in NFL history. That was through 9 games. Last year, after the Titans game, after the Vikings game, you're going, okay, what's going on here? What are we doing here? It's not coming together here as of yet. And maybe my only hope in this is that over the last couple of years defensively, you have been able to find a way by hook or crook to get this thing tampered down. But nonetheless, it remains right now a league worst defense, and they have got to find something that they can do with it. We can't just merely lean back and say, well, it's a rebuild year. I think that they're going to have to make some kind of move at this point. I'm not advocating for aggressiveness. I'm not saying give up a lot of future draft capital, but find that Carlos Dunlap move. Find that Quandre Diggs type equivalent move that you can make to help this defense out, because we need more hands on deck. From a special team standpoint today, this was a little bit of a struggle. I thought Jason Myers kicked really well. He missed one kick, which was really not on him in the respect of, if you look at it, it was a bad hold, and the snap was a little late getting down by Dixon because the snap was so bad. He did kick a long one, 56-yarder today, which I think is his longest kick of the year so far. So Myers was okay. You didn't actually have a single punt in this game, folks. So Michael Dixon was just, he was on the recliner. He was chilled back. He had a cigar, a little sifter with some brandy in it. He's like, all right, mate, I'll be back here. I'll be back here, mate. You guys got it today. And thank God for that. So glad to see Dixon. He's had a sore leg sometimes from all the punts we asked him to make. It's good to see that he was able to just kind of chill and keep it easy today. Where you really struggled with your special teams today is the punt returning. Tyler Lockett had a fumble. He's supposed to be the guy back there to keep it held down. At this point, I'm telling Tyler, and here's where I'd like to just be with the punt return game as we go forward. Hey, you're just fair catching now. Fair catching or letting it go. That's your only speed. Those are your 2 speeds. You're running a 2-speed return game. Because I don't trust any of the guys behind Tyler Lockett. I think there's a reason he's out there on the football field as it is right now. And I really don't want him returning the ball, say nothing of the injury risk that you get with Tyler, him in the open field running around like this. He's so important with him and DK, what they do on the outside. You want to keep those guys steady and upright. And remember, last time Tyler got injured, back in that Niner game a couple of years ago, it was on a punt return. Also, big props to DK Metcalf as just a final word here on this post game. 7 catches, 149 yards on 10 targets. He's had a little bit of a slow start to this year. I've not been a guy to knock him, though, because I think he's still drawing a lot of double coverage out there. You saw this in this particular game at times when they showed the all 22 shots, and you had 2 line defenders just bracketing him very tightly. He's getting a lot of respect league-wide. He may not always get all that respect from local fan base and some fans out nationally who think he's overrated, but I'll tell you who doesn't think he's overrated. Defensive coordinators. I'll tell you who doesn't. Secondaries don't. He went against Jeff Okudah at times in this game, and he flat out beat him one-on-one on a multitude of times. He's a danger. He's a weapon. I love the fact that we re-signed this guy into the long-term future. He's such a great, him and Lockett, their 2 games work really well off of each other. And good again to see the Seahawks offensively, Waldron and all that creativity that he's employing and all of that fitting to the designs of the offense. He's also building on that problem that was there last year where he was not able to really acclimate and get DK involved consistently. And so instead it sort of fell back into this realm of, well, he's being double teamed, so we got to go away from him. This year, they're finding a way to work the ball to him. It's beautiful to see, and I think it's going to bring about his most productive year this upcoming season. It's an ugly win. It's a tough win. It's a win that you have as much you may feel as bad about as you do feel good about, but feel nothing but wonderful about this win. W's are hard to get in the NFL. As Max Strong once said back some 20 years ago, you never apologize for a victory in this league. Don't turn it over that bad. Don't clutch at the pearls. Don't wring the hands. It's a win. Let's be happy with that win. We're 2-2. We're still in this season. It's not over yet. I know many of you out there say there's no chance this team can get the playoffs. There's no chance this team can do this. There's no chance. Look at how bad the defense is. How can you playoffs? How can you even say playoffs? How can you even say that, Brandon? Because I got faith. I got hope. And I never forget, go Hawks. You know that. But beyond that, this team can come together. This team's showing signs of life. This team has talent. I think there's some schematic problems defensively, and maybe it's a little light in the box as far as the talent on that side of the ball goes. But it's a long NFL year, 17 long games. And you never know how exactly it could wash out when it's all said and done. When the injuries wash out, this quarterback gets lost here, that quarterback gets lost here, and everybody thought they were going to last all year. You never know. You just want to be in the fight. Hang around through the first part of this year. Let's see what happens. Let's see if maybe Johnny Boy up there in the front office, let's see if he can maybe pull a couple of levers and strings, help this team out a little bit as he has in the past, even into the course of middle of the year. Because this team is never not out on the look to try to add some more talent to this particular football team. But a fantastic win. Feel good about this, Seahawks fans. Revel a little bit today. We may not get many opportunities to revel. So revel when you get that chance. All right, let's get over here to the chat with you guys. And I'm behind on a couple of donations. Sorry, I just want to get a couple of those thoughts because I can clip that in later. We get a lot of people going, man, I just want the short stuff. Why you got to do the 5-hour streams? So I got to get some short stuff in there. But Megan with a $50 donation. Megan, thank you for the big fat donation. You rock. I appreciate it. Oh, man, you're like at over $100 donation today. It's going to be a fun game to go watch that in a couple of weeks, Megan, because it's actually going to matter. It's not going to be like, well, the season's completely out of stretch now. We're going to still be in it. That game will matter at that point. You go 2-0 against the Cardinals this year, and I'll be at the Cardinal game in a couple of weeks here, folks. That's going to be huge. That's going to be huge in helping us along through this season. So, hell yeah, Megan. Thank you for the $50 donation. You're awesome, my lady Dananda. Says, it has been a long-held dream for me to watch the Hawks win in Seattle. And while it was on TV in 2 weeks until B and I are at Lumen, I am so jacked, as Coach would say, for whatever happens from now until the end of the season. I love it, Megan. I'm in on this year no matter what. It is like I said, no matter what you feel from these games as far as maybe frustration in certain aspects of the team or feeling they don't have this chance or that chance, it's been an entertaining opening part of the year. These have been some fun games to watch. From the Broncos game, 49er game was a little rough. I'll give you that one. That was a little rough. But the Falcon game was at least entertaining, and it was close, and you're in it, and this team is fighting. They may be a little bit light in the pants, but they are fighting. No doubt about that. Thank you, though, Megan. You're awesome for all the donations here on the channel, and you've well said on your part in that you want to watch them win in Seattle. You want them in on this. You want them at least competitive this year. You don't want to just get boat raced week after week after week. And they're going to be at least competitive in that game. And there's going to be something a little bit still at stake at that point, Megan, which is all we can ask for versus coming into that one and being at 1-5, 1-6 or something. Terry Everhart, thank you for subscribing, Terry. I really do appreciate it. You're awesome for doing so. Beyond Balance with a $5 donation. Thank you, Beyond Balance. Don't forget Geno's 50 yards rushing. I had forgotten a little bit in my post-game description, but that's another part that you've got to factor into this as well, is how he used his legs today. A component of his game we haven't seen very much of so far this year. It was certainly built into the offense on 2 of the quarterback sneaks that he had, one for the touchdown, one for a very key first down on a 3rd and long. But it was also him deciding to run at perfectly the right moment when he decided to do so in the other cases and getting what he could get. Very, very encouraging to see. Geno was just awesome all the way around today. Last week, there were people in it still kind of hating on him. I don't think there's going to be able to be a lot of people in the chat today that can hate on him past saying, well, he did it against a college level defense with the amount of talent that they have on there. Maybe you could say something to that degree of it. But look, Lions have played good this year. Their defense at times has played good. At times it's been a bit of a sieve. You got the best of them today. You took advantage of it. But Geno played a marvelous game to get where he got. And yeah, the 50 yards rushing. Whew. Didn't know Geno had that in him. I didn't know Geno had quarterback keepers from shotgun that he would be legitimately a threat to go get 14, 15 yards on those kind of plays. I didn't know that he had that in his bag. I knew he could move a little bit, but that was a surprise to me on that one. Washington Fish Quest has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 12 months, and I appreciate that. Mr. Fish Quest says, right on with Geno praise. Geno, QB1, baby. QB1. QB1 in our hearts, mind, and soul. Hearts, mind, and soul. No question. It's his job now. We got to put Drew Lock in the back. We got to put baby over there in the corner. Okay? Tell Patrick Swayze to shut up. We got to put the baby over in the corner. So Drew, you got to go over in the corner right now. We got a dog at quarterback. Right now. Megan with a $10 donation. Thank you, Megan, for another donation on top of the $50 on the $50 drop. Says, I own the fact that I wanted Locke to be our starter and take back everything bad I have ever thought or said about Geno. Megan, I give you props in this respect. And not just because of the donation, legit props in this respect, because I do have a lot of people that I lock horns with in the chat often on various discussions or issues or things going on with the team. And it'll come down to me sometimes seeing that they will never move off of a given point or feel that they have on something, that they'll have a general, this is how I believe and think on the situation. This is absolutely what's going on with it. And then as there's evidence to move them off that spot or go in difference to what they think is their belief on the situation, they will still grasp and hold on to it. And I think that's a little bit of what's happened here with this Geno situation is people walked in with a little bit of the, I don't like Geno coming into this year. This is the worst quarterback situation in football. It doesn't get worse than this. And so those feelings just kind of keep carrying across the board, even as you start to see the evidence show you that he is not that he's much better than that in actuality, this guy might be pretty decent this year for us. And it's certainly not one of the problems on a team that's got a variety of different other problems that we should probably be paying much closer attention to. But I give you props, Megan, because there's so many people that don't make that same adjustment. And as I always say, I'll try to do this as well and I'm probably bad about this as well, Megan, too. So I've got to give myself a little bit of a knock in this respect in that, I probably hold on to my own points and stuff for as long as I can. Even I'm in the same way where probably you don't want to let it go, but it is more important to get it right than to be right. It's more important at the end of the day to know, all right, I was wrong about that initially, but I'm going to get it right now, as opposed to staying in that wrong lane out of sort of a sense of pride and just, because you can't be wrong about anything. We're all going to be wrong about stuff. I'm wrong about stuff. Everybody's wrong. Even the smartest of the smartest are going to have stuff that they miss on, but own where your misses are and then correct it. So props to you, Megan. Props to you on that. Dr. G with a $5 donation. Thank you, Dr. G. Says, hell yeah, Brandon, let's go Hawks. Highest potential in the league. I love it, Dr. G. Love the optimism, man. Well, look, the way this offense is playing, if this defense can just tighten down a few of the screws in a couple of different areas, you're going to get yourself in a far different direction here to be able to get this to the right point of things, because the offense is going to put up points at that point. And the defense is just as I say, if I'm defensively hurt right now going back into my office tonight and I'm going to be up late, me rubbing my eyes, me trying to just draw up plays and look at tape and draw up some more plays and look at tape. The thing that I'll go back to again and again into my mind if I'm that defensive coordinator is, how do I find something that can be a strength of this defense? Where is the formation of something that can be our strength? Maybe it's causing turnovers or stopping the run, or if it's preventing the big play, then find the way to prevent the big play. Because right now you're preventing a lot of big plays despite the soft zone coverages and stuff like that. But Dr. G, if they get that turned around, you got a lot of young talent on this team. And I'll tell you this, the young guys do continue to flash. Kobe Bryant strip sack fumble in this game. Boye Mafe got more snaps in this game, and I think it was to his benefit, 6 tackles is what he ended up coming away with. Tariq Woolen with his pick 6, the tackles on the outside, and Lucas and Cross holding it down all game. Those guys are only going to get better over the course of the season. So a lot to be encouraged by, a lot of potential, Dr. G, within that. Defense has got to find a way. They've got to find a way. This is, I know, a Lions team that's put up 30 points a game coming into this game, but they were down a bunch of their, if you will, the top 5 most important players on their offense, maybe 3 of them were down in this game. No, that's not, because their line has a couple guys. So 3 of their top, let's go 7 offensive players were out in this particular game. That's got to be a factor into it when we look at this defense and the performance of it too on top of it. So it's bad. It's one of the reasons why I say, though, too, Dr. G, let's go make a move out there. With as bad as the play is in certain positions, going out there and finding a moderate upgrade that won't cost a whole lot would probably be a smart move to go out there and pursue. Robert Jimenez with a super chat of $2 donation says, give me a Walken and Pacino impression of today's game. All right, I got you. I'll tell you, I like offense more than I like cowbell because it just goes dang, dang, the score all the time. Beautiful thing you see. Amazing game. Back and forth. Who would have ever thought our Hawks could get the W on a game like this today, right now? Amazingly played. DK Metcalf, son, father of one, Akuda, Geno Smith, looking like John Elway back there, throwing balls over the field. Never seen anything like that in my life. What about you, Al? Did you like it? Oh, I'll give you a hoo-ah on that one. How did I like it? I liked it more than I liked a great big ass. I'll tell you, it was huge. Amazing game. Amazing. What about Rashad Penny, Christopher? I didn't even talk about Rashad Penny. How did I miss that name? I don't know, but I'm going to tell you about him now. He runs like Walter Payton in his prime. You've never seen a man like this before. Let me tell you that. That's what I got for you, Robert. But we'll get some more going. Pacino liked Penny, though. Pacino was on Penny today. He was really good. He reminded me of when I was doing Dog Day Afternoon. He was in that kind of zone. Attica. That's what he was like today. Megan Roger with a $2 donation says, crappiest Aussie accent ever be. I'm just going to throw another shrimp on the barbie. That's every Australian's favorite phrase when you tell them, by the way. You want to trigger an Australian? It's 2 phrases you can tell an Australian that will trigger him. And Megan, you'll back me up on this. One is, let's throw another shrimp on the barbie. And then the other one is, a dingo ate my baby. A dingo ate my baby. Those are my 2 go-to, Megan, when I'm trying to find the Australian accent, though, unfortunately. You gotta find it, and there's certain phrases that'll get you there. Those are the ones, though, I've had a couple of conversations with Australians in the past, and like, yeah, we're not a fan of that. Every American says that to us 24/7. Thank you, Megan. Megan says a final one before I go for a walk. More Cassell. I'll give you a little Howard Cosell. Ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes to the grand spectacle of the modern NFL. This is now a league of points scored across the board. Get the fireworks upshot at every moment because you are about to get another touchdown. Long has been the held thought. Geno Smith is an incorrigible, incontestable quarterback with little means at his disposal. Yet today he was able to turn it around, silence the haters, silence those who say he is limited, playing like a Pro Bowler. And then you've got the defense of the Seattle Seahawks. I have seen holes in balloons with more ability to hold than this defense. Can't stop the run, can't stop the pass. Thank God for the rookies. That's what I got, Megan. Megan with a $20 donation. My God, Megan, thank you so much again. You're too kind. I really do appreciate it. It says, okay, 12s. I'm heading out for a walk to Lumen to see how far it is from my apartment. Talk to you soon. Sounds good, Megan. And I'm going to be texting you here so we can get a game plan together. So be on the lookout from that as well. Thank you for all the donations. I certainly appreciate it, Megan. You're very kind on this Victory Sunday. And what a good week it's going to be on Victory. Victory week, folks. Victory week's in. It's a W week. Let me throw up my gang sign. It's a W week. Let's go. Thank you, Megan, though. You're awesome. Watch the Quest with the $5 donation. Says, Woolen is so exciting to watch. Pick 6. Still making the rookie mistakes as expected, but he has the potential to make elite athletes look average. Wow. Thank you for the $5 donation. And very well said, Washington Fist Quest. Let's give Tariq Woolen his share of the flowers in this particular football game. Coming back off of having his first interception last week, which was wonderful to watch. Undercut a route at the end of halftime. This week, it was an even better interception, where this is one where you're going to see on these kind of plays an ability to duplicate that. That's why I like this interception beyond just, hey, it's great that he gets 2 picks in his first 4 games as an NFL pro. It's also wonderful to see because he's sort of setting up Jared Goff there. Goff goes to his first read, comes back down to the tight end coming up over the middle, and it looks like Woolen's in a bit of a trail position at that point. And it's a fairly short pass. This isn't a deep pass where the corner's got time to sort of catch up to the receiver. This is a short pass where Tariq's got to engage those jet boosters. He's got that rocket pack up his butt, and he's able to then turn those jets on, catch back up to the ball, and then make the interception and undercut the route. That's something that he's going to then be able to replicate into the future in other situations and other times, and why he truly does have star potential. And beyond the star potential of being in the moment on draft day where I'm freaking out for what we're able to get as far as talented a guy is, this is so much further downstream at this point as far as his development than I thought he would be. By any measure. I saw star potential with this guy, but to be 4 games into his career right now and already tapping into that potential, he was a top 5 corner coming into this game by his rating. When quarterbacks were throwing at Tariq Woolen coming into this game, he was top 5. And yeah, he still has those moments here or there where he's going to give up completions. Some of this is this buckled but just soft zone defense you run. And again, having the corners drop into their cover 3. Even on the interception, part of what set Tariq Woolen behind the play on the tight end is he has to first drop into cover 3. So he's got the bail technique, right? Bails out a couple steps backwards. Tight end then runs the in-cutting route in front of him. But he's got the speed to be able to catch up and then jump in front of that route. And it's part of why, again, the play's legitimate. It's not Goff just making a bad read or a bad throw. That's a player making a great play. Kid's got all the potential in the world. There's no, I'm not going to put a ceiling on him right now. He's tapping into it. And he's not being a problem as far as tackling goes, like you might worry about as a wide receiver convert from college. It is, in a year where we've had, across the board, a lot of young guys playing really well, he's been the most surprising one, and he's playing the best. As good as Lucas is playing, as good as Cross is playing, Tariq Woolen's playing even better than them. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Megan with another $2 donation says, hashtag and Pete we trust. Let's go. Let's go, Megan. I don't care. It feels good. I don't care if our defense ain't anything. It feels good to win. I'm with Max Strong on this one. There ain't going to be no apologies from me. I'm not going to pick at a victory at all. Now, there's things I want to see better at. We can talk about that defense. We'll dive into the depths of this defense, but we're 2-2. We're 2-2 in a rebuild year. I thought we were tanking. I thought it was all tank time. Well, lose for Levis. Pay the price for Bryce. Wasn't that what it was supposed to be? Not this year. We just might surprise some folks a little bit. Be a little more competitive than anybody thought. I'm not twisting my projection by any measure, but I'm just saying, I feel all right. All right, let's get in the chat here with you guys. And thank you for all the donations again. Megan, you are phenomenal, as well as I'll text you after the show because I do want to start getting sunk up with you as far as the plan going forward. Apology, okay, we need B-Wags. B-Wags would be far superior to the play than what we're getting out of Kobe Bryant right now. Cody Barton. I'm not going to say his name right, even. He doesn't. I'll just call him Cody. Erickson, we need Ben Burke-Irvin in the middle running the show with big heart plays. I don't know where he is on his recovery with that, Erickson. He was still having, it was kind of scary. I think Carol referenced it as he had nerve surgery or something this offseason. So it went beyond just a normal ACL tear. It seems like there was a little bit more there. Bleed Blue and Green, how about those rookies on D? Can't deny those guys are showing up all across the board. All the young guys you've drafted have shown up on the defensive side of the board, outside of Tariq Smith, who I think they've just got on IR. They're just stashing him. But you've got to feel great about what you've seen from Boye Mafe, Tariq Woolen. Kobe Bryant's out of position in the slot. Coleman's hurt. He's trying his best out there. At least he's causing a fumble in this game. He's making something good happen. And so you got to give Kobe Bryant props in that regard of things. I think he had a good solid hit in this game too on top of that. 6 tackles. But they're overall nothing but encouraging signs from those rookies. Day as hell, I put money on the Raiders. Wow, that's a bold bet. Michael Bell, I don't think our defense could stop a college team. Probably depends on the college team, Michael. Tom says Geno will play up and down, but not amount to many wins because the defense isn't good at all. Plus, Carroll's clock management is bad too. It's possible. I mean, the defense is the thing that could end up sinking us beyond any other measure this year. That certainly is a possibility. We come back and look at this year and go, man, the defense just was woeful. But the bottom line does pertain to the fact that Geno's not playing up and down so far. Tom, Geno's playing phenomenally. He came into this game and hitting almost 80% of his passes, and I don't know what 23 of 30 is. It's not 80%, but still coming out of this game with probably 70% of his passes out of this one. So that's not going to drop significantly. I mean, statistically, his seasons just keeps getting better and better and stuff. So I don't know if there's going to be as many downs from him. He's not going to maybe score as many points as far as in the red zone as there was that red zone stat that showed we were one of the worst teams in the red zone this year coming into this game. That's probably not going to improve. And you're not going to take on the Lions defense every week. Nor the Atlanta Falcons defense like you took on last week. So there's going to be better defenses, maybe to your point on that, Tom, coming forward on that, and that's valid. You got the Saints next week, and that's a tough defense. It's a little bit more legitimately. We saw last year what happened with Geno going up against that same defense at home. Akshay says Barton single-handedly lost us the game. Almost lost. We won the game, Akshay. But yes, he was a big part of why you had it so close. Mario 2.00, Clint Hurt is a terrible defensive coordinator. I'm sorry. I definitely wouldn't be on a stance of saying that I know that he's a good coordinator, Mario. I do think it's a little bit hard at this point for us to determine this is anything outside of a Coach Carroll defense, and that this really begins and starts with him. I think we've got to be really cognizant in this situation of putting blame on a defensive coordinator when we got to look at the recent history here. We put the blame on Chris Richard and we fired him to get Ken Norton. And then we put the blame on Ken Norton, and then we're going to fire him to get to Clint Hurt. And so then we're going to put the blame on Clint Hurt this year and fire him to get to a different defensive coordinator. But maybe at the end of the day, this is a Coach Carroll defense. And he's the one really guiding and tracking this thing at the end of the day for what it is. But to your point again, Hurt's not done anything that's been fabulous in his own right either. Gene says defense couldn't stop a marble front rolling past them. No, they couldn't. Erickson says Woolen should cover tight ends. He did on the TJ Hawkinson play, Erickson. So on the TJ Hawkinson play, he was right there. Jeffrey Nicholson, if we can get at the very least clean up the penalties, we will be looking substantially better. There's certainly some things you can fix from this game. You may not be able to fix the defense. You can clean up the special team snafus. That's right there out the gate. And then, yes, to your point on that as well, a few less penalties at times, keeping things a little bit cleaner. I did think, Jeffrey, that the officials in this game were really, on both sides, very quick with pulling the flags out. They were not letting the players just play today either. Brian Meyer says Brendan Kirvin's not NFL level. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be the answer necessarily either. King Bomber, I sound like an a-hole that's hating on Geno, but I supported Geno and I thought he played well the last few weeks. People are getting ahead of themselves that Geno is the guy. He's not just another average quarterback that exploited a terrible Lions defense. Don't get ahead of yourselves. He's good, but not great. I'm not putting him as a great quarterback. I'm not saying that, but I am saying, again, this is King Bomber. This is where we got to really understand where I'm coming from my standpoint with Geno. It's the narrative that's been pushed upon Geno and the labels that have been strapped on Geno is not that he's been good. And there's a little bit of revisionism. I'm not saying coming from you on this, King Bomber, but it's that revisionism of those people that have held on to this Geno sucks thing. And what you're seeing with some of these folks, and again, this is not directed to you, King Bomber, but what you're seeing this at some of the folks where now they're going from, we know what he is, he sucks, 40th rated quarterback, to like, well, yeah, I mean, he's decent, but we knew he was going to be decent. No, that's not what you were saying 2 months ago. That's not what was filling up my chat 2 months ago. And so now we've got to, if we're going to have that harsh take on him on the front side of things, then when he pushes back against those harsh takes and far outperforms those harsh takes, I feel like on the other side of that, we got to then give him his props. We got to go, wow, look at a guy. Because here's the part to get to me that we got to look at with King Bomber. It's not about him being the future, the answer. He's not the future and answer into the future for us here. But it's about, wow, what an awesome story. A guy counted out by literally everybody in the nation, in the own fan base. Nobody thinks he's got anything he can bring to bear. And here he's coming out and performing at a career best level by a wide margin. That's to be celebrated. That's to be applauded. That's to be like, wow, no one really saw it coming to this level. Even me, who was a very much a pro Geno guy. And it's not to say he's great, but it's to say, hey, look, he's hitting a higher top end than just about anybody else saw out there. And that does deserve considerable praise. That's a cool thing to see in the NFL. Chewable Orb, they need legitimate 3-4 linebackers. I think Mafe is going to be able to be okay in that realm of it, Chewable. I'm not sure about Darrell Taylor. And yeah, the middle linebackers right now don't look like they're really good fits for a 3-4 defense. You might need guys that are a little bit bigger. Akashi, anyone who is healthy for enough off the street can play the linebacker for us. I feel like they would have made that move already if there was a move there to be made in that respect. Lions Mania, what's up, Lions Mania? And props to Lions Mania. He's come in the chat here a couple of different times before, and always good to see other fans' bases in here. Says the only two guys that look good today for the Lions are TJ Hawkinson and Jeffrey Okudah. Everybody else sucked. And golf besides pick six, of course. Yeah. I mean, Jamal Williams had a couple of drops, but I thought he ran really solid for you guys with DeAndre Swift out. So I might put him on there outside of those drops. Yeah, I can see where you're at with that. I can. I think Lions Mania thing you got to consider, though, too, is that you guys were down so many playmakers. The NFL is a sport where if you get down on one side of the ball to a certain level of too many guys, it does get a little bit harder. Now, most of those injuries were on the offensive side of the ball, so that doesn't explain the defense giving up as many points as they did to that realm of it. But I certainly look at the offense here, Lions Mania, and how you played, considering how shorthanded you were, knowing Reynolds was fighting through an ankle injury in this game, and still to come out and play as well as you guys did with that. I would be encouraged as a Lions fan. I know you're at home and you're playing us as the Hawks, and so that should be a win for you, but you're going to get Raw back, Amon back. You're going to get DeAndre Swift back. That's going to make that means that offense is, with how they're doing with this, they will continue to probably be pretty lethal. They'll continue to probably play pretty well. So I know it's maybe me sound like I'm dressing it up, but I'd be encouraged from a Lions fan coming out of here. I mean, your defense is kind of like our defense. There's not much to really dress up there. It is what it is. It's bad, and it doesn't have a lot of hope for getting any better anytime soon. I don't know about Okudah playing a good game. As WK Short says below there, I think he got smoked by Metcalf on a couple of plays there, especially deep down the field. Akashi says, I think first round other than other pick is 100% a linebacker. It's emerging as a very good chance to occur. Erickson says BBK is an NFL player. Ha ha. Addison Shelble says, we let the Amon Brown, St. Brownless, and Swiftless Lions score 45 points on us. We did. The defense is in a bad state. Your defense has been in some real lowly states over the last couple of years at times in a given NFL seasons. They might be at their most lowest state as it stands right now. That's really saying something. We thought we had hit the bottom with this. We thought we had found the bottom and that there was nowhere to go but up, but indeed they have found, it seems, another few feet below sea level here. SC Wolverines, Hawkinson looked good. That dude's a beast. He is a beast. And there was a reason he was a top 10 pick. I mean, overall, just he's a 5-tool kind of tight end where he can do it all. And he was great today. Especially I didn't know he had that after the catch ability. Lions Mania, we shot ourselves in the foot. Yeah, a bit. I mean, a bit of that was going on. It's a well-played game back and forth. To me, it's that you guys have Amon Brown, though, or you have DeAndre Swift, either two of those guys in this game, you win this game. That's worth 3 points having those guys in versus what you had. And you guys will get those guys back. There's going to be those games every time during the year where there'll be a couple games you're just too understaffed, undermanned. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation. Thank you, Daniel. Say R&R fast when you hear bad news in Australian. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, thank you for the donation, Daniel. Can Tanner Muse now get a shot? He can't be worse. I think this is a situation like signing a linebacker off the street, chewable, where if that was going to be helpful or that was going to be an upgrade, I think the move would have been made prior to this point. I think it's indicative of he's just not any better than the guys you have in front of him. Addison says, we're lucky to be 2-2. I agree. There's a bit of luck there with it. You certainly have gotten the benefit of the doubt in a couple of situations here. No doubt about it. Sometimes you get seasons that go like that, though, too. Just like you have bad luck seasons where you just sometimes snake bit too on the other side of it. Earl Larson says, Lions scored 45 and lost. How did they feel? They got to feel horrible about their defense. SE Wolverines, great game for the Hawks. I'm happy with every win. I'm right there with you, Wolverines. A victory just always makes me smile, always makes me a little bit happier. And close game, not close game, defense playing bad, offense playing great. I don't care. Come out with a win. I'm going to feel good about it. Especially in a year like this where we're in rebuilding. We're rebuilding and we're going to come out of this year with the 7-8 wins. That means we've got more in place, more established than some folks thought to be able to start to carry this forward a little bit faster, to get us out of this rebuild a little bit quicker. King Bomber, I saw Shane Waldron is awesome comment too. Shane Waldron has been awesome. He's been great. And yeah, props to Lions in this game. Well played game. And that team's on the, you got, I think you're in okay hands here with Campbell long term. Definitely need more like us, need to add more talent, but heading in the right direction. BZ, Lions D is bad, but O is number 3 with decent depth, even with injuries. Shouldn't be a lost thought. No. It's part of why, again, BZ, I say, hey, it's a great win. It's on the road. It's a 10 a.m. game. Carroll continues to just be a savage when it comes to dealing with 10 a.m. games in his teams, as they somehow have solved that. That was a problem for many different years, but they've overcome it quite well. Erickson Lockett showing up big. Lockett's been great so far this year. DK has the big day today, but Lockett's right there with him. 6 catches, 91 yards on 8 targets. So Lockett's right there with DK. Those guys have been that steadying force that we hoped that they were going to be when we were watching so many of the receivers in preseason dropping the ball right and left. Erickson says DJ with the good hands, covering, saving the game with whatnot. Yeah, how about DJ Dallas coming out with that ball? That was big. It did look like there was a penalty flag that they declined. They could have maybe had that go back in that case, but still good of him to come out of that scrap. Ryan Ball says we need 2 linebackers and 1 new cornerback. Maybe. I mean, Ryan, we may have the answer on outside cornerback long-term in Kobe Bryant or Trey Brown. I would say I would be more okay with getting the linebackers, but I would like to go back to also looking potentially, offensive line, center, guard. Hawkeneer, trade Geno and Penny midseason for draft capital for our defense while their stock is high. It's a possibility. I don't think they're going to do it, but it's a possibility. And if a team wants to be crazy enough to offer you a lot for either of those 2 guys at that point, I'm not going to be closed down to it. Half Daddy says, damn it, Raiders are blowing it. When you told me you went on the Raiders, Half Daddy, you got to do a check with me on that. You got to check with me at the line of scrimmage on that before making that kind of bet. I would have told you no. No. Deadly, hopefully Roquan will be available next offseason. That would be an answer to our Ailes at that point if he is available in free agency. It's going to cost a boatload of money at that point. You'll have the money to spend. He is still a relatively young player where he'll have only played 5 years in the league, but he would help. He would be a far superior player to what you get in Cody Barton at minimum. Wilson's thrown over the middle. We got the Broncos tied with the Raiders 10-10 right now. Let me see. I should have a game on here. I should have an afternoon game here. Our defense needs some work. That's putting it nicely. The Saints offense is salivating. Yeah, they're not. The Saints offense is definitely not looking at this defense going, how are we going to find points? Well, we got to go to the drawing board this week. Devin King Bomber says you need someone to be the devil's advocate. I agree. The bias in the comments is what is bringing my negativity. I feel you, man. Like I said, that's why I like more variety of opinions on this deal. I'll push back against an opinion with the thing with Geno. My only worry with Geno sometimes is that the folks with King Bomber, they get caught up with talking about him or really concentrating him too long. Number one, Geno's not here long term, so let's not get too caught up in that respect. Number two, you've got so many more bigger issues at play here as far as this team lies with than beyond the quarterback position as we're currently standing right now. Anthony Vu, is Jamal coming back? I don't think he comes back this year, Anthony. He's out for the season. But next year, yes, unless he decides to retire. King Bomber, or else it's just a bunch of knuckleheads talking themselves up about how good your team is, then you'll lose 45-2 against the Saints next week. No, I feel you, King Bomber. I feel you. But that's also got to be a measure of balance in there with that and understanding. That's why I say the understanding of this has got to be that it's not been an echo chamber of people being like, Geno's amazing and great, and he's going to be the answer here. That's not been a common refrain that's been mentioned in my chat over the last couple of months. Instead, it's probably been about an 8-2 kind of situation of people kind of crapping on Geno. And that's what it's been more of. So I think that on the day where he's just had his best career day, King Bomber, on the heels of doing it in back-to-back weeks, I think people praising Geno and for doing that and pulling this off as he has, I think that that's appropriate praise at that point. Oh, no. Where are they having that up there? I don't want that. Get my thing demonetized showing those stats there. But I hear you, King Bomber. You know, I do like extra voices on it. I just, again, wanted to make sure we're not just hammering on Geno to hammer on him on the sake of it, especially when he's playing as good as he is playing. And you're right, he will come down to earth. You're not going to get Lions and Falcons in back-to-back weeks, you know. But he did play really good against a good Broncos team in that first half, in that first game. And he did the same against a good 49er team in that first half. So it's really about good defenses now, maybe just finding that consistency in the second half against good defenses. Washington Fistquest with a $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fistquest. Says, congratulations to Michael Dixon on the day off. How about Michael Dixon there? You got them to bring out the little, comfort sofa there on the sideline. I don't know where he got the Cuban, but he had the Cuban cigar going. The sifter felt a little much. I mean, after the sifter, I was like, okay, what, are you going to be wearing an ASCII out here at some point here? Are you going to have him put the robe on? It'd be hilarious, though, if they flashed to Dixon. He's like, he's got his legs kicked up, puffing on a cigar sifter, ASCII out right here, a little robe around him. But yeah, congrats to him. Jeffrey says the mistakes by the D are all correctable, so I'm optimistic for the time being. Let's see if they get them acknowledged. Potentially, Jeffrey. Potentially. I mean, some of this rough play we've seen for 4 weeks as well. And I don't know if when I look at the D today, I don't know if I go, there's a lot there that I know for sure is going to be correctable and fixable when there seems a lot wrong and not going right and kind of broken right now. I don't know. I don't know if I'm in the same spot with that as far as having that kind of confidence. I think they can clean some of the stuff up. You can clean up the tackling. You can certainly get a little more aggressive in your defense and stop being so soft with your fronts, but you definitely have a lot to kind of figure out there with that. Tom Cox says, I don't know if I could be happy about this win. Something is wrong with this team, and it's not the offense that I'm not happy with. I'm okay. I understand that. I get it. My lane on it is I'm happy with the win in a rebuild year like this. I'll be happy with it. I do know where you're coming from, though, Tom, and that, as I've said, the biggest and most important part of this year is not wins or losses. It's progression, and are we in the right hands with Coach Carroll going forward? And when you have a defensive-minded head coach who's put all of the assets, all of the money, all of the draft capital into that defensive side of the ball, when he's changed out defensive coordinators like some women change out shoes, then there's a reason for you to be a little bit uncertain and unsettled as far as the future of this goes when you're seeing such horrific results on the other end of it as far as defensively goes. Completely understandable. UGK, a win is a win, simple as that. On to next week. That's right, Huey. Well said. AI, we can win with Geno. This defense is the leading problem. Big leading. It is the problem. Yeah. King Bomber, I want to see how Alton Robinson does as a 3-4 defensive end. Hopefully he's in good enough shape to come back. I do worry King Bomber with those knee injuries when they pop up like that if they don't sort of hamper them throughout the course of a whole year. But we'll see. Jeffrey says, I still think Locke is better. It's fair enough. Half Daddy, where's Tyreek Smith? Has he played any as a Seahawk? I think they did one of those deals that they'll do with certain rookies where they want to keep him stashed, and he had an early injury situation and just they didn't have a chance to really see him on the field do a whole lot. So I feel like they've stashed him on the IR for the year. And that's how they're sort of treating him with where they see him. So you're not going to see him at any point in time this year, unfortunately. AI says Ohio State quarterbacks blow. Same people who thought Fields would be all world, but turned out to be a turd. We got somebody was, King Bomber says it's time for CJ Stroud. Yeah, I'm still leave this guy. Stroud looked a little weird in yesterday's game. Watch the highlights on that. He's all right. He's still good. But that offense certainly does a lot. The running game, and he's got Marvin Harrison's son he's throwing to. You go, man, he's got so much to work with out there at Ohio State. I don't want to knock him too much for it. It's not his fault he's got a lot there with it, but it does sometimes change my perspective a little bit with those guys on those teams. Jason Peters, how about that pick six? Amazing play by Tariq, Pete, Jason. Fantastic play by Tariq. And legitimate. Not just him getting lucky or Goff throwing the ball. Him making a play. As it was last week. And two interceptions through his first 4 games of his career. Folks, we might have ourselves a star in our hands at this cornerback. Jeffrey Thistle says Broncos and the Raiders are the two worst coaches in the NFL. You're probably right. Deadly, can someone tell us how the draftable inside linebackers from college look like? Anyone worth a first-round pick? Coming into the year, Deadly, a lot of people were talking about Sewell of Oregon. There's a couple other guys I'm not too well acquainted with yet on who we'd be looking at. I got to start diving into my other positions college-wise. It's time to start looking at some guys. So I'll look this next week. See if I can find a couple guys to kind of scout out and take a look at. See if we can get a guy that was like Devin Lloyd last year that's starting to emerge a little bit. Brian Myers, Tariq made a great recovery on the pick six, but his coverage cost us a TD2. Still too early to call him a great player. He's not there yet. He's on an ascending rise, but 2 picks through 4 games, Brian, is certainly eye-opening for a guy that we thought was going to be a project. But he's going to have his bad and up and down moments like all rookies. You get your up and your downs. That'll happen throughout the course of this year, I'd wager. Jeffrey says, I'll die on the lock over Geno Hill, 100%. I know you will, and you're not alone on that hill. You're not going to be like Custer on that hill. You've got a pretty big Seahawks 12s force with you on that one. KJ's suggestion for defense where they implemented this game. I remember KJ talking about it. I thought it was just talking really about accountability and stuff as much as anything. But Phil, you'd have to reference what was some of the specific things he was talking about. Tom says, I can't see this as a positive. KC, Rams, Tampa, and Chargers would destroy the defense. Seattle employed. Legion of Boom wouldn't have this type of game. No. I mean, it's a bad game defensively speaking, but your offense played great. You came away with the win on the road in a 10 a.m. game against a team that came into this game, leading the league in points scored. Are those other teams you mentioned going to probably give this defense the business, take us out to the woodshed? Probably. But it's also, Tom, this is a rebuild year. This is where you are turning things over. And again, it's not to take away from the point. It's important to keep an eye on this defense and go, look, if this is long-term what we're going to see from this defense, if I go through a full year of Coach Carroll showing us this is the defense that he has now, this is the state of it, that's not going to provide me confidence in Carroll into the future to guide this in the right direction, to get us back to being an elite team. But I want to take the year to kind of figure that out and see if that is indeed really, truly the case. As we do have a little bit in my mind, just the recent memory of the last 2 years, and those 2 years starting out so bad defensively, yet finding a way to round it back in shape when it was all said and done. Erickson says rookie tackles are an amazing draft tandem. Oh, we got the 2 best tackles in this draft, maybe, folks. The best left tackle and the best right tackle, and you did in one draft. You did in a draft where you might have gotten a Tariq Woolen who's got star potential. Kenneth Walker will be a very good running back for you as well. Boye Mafe, who's flashing. As I said, there's a reason why this last draft should be looked at as the best draft in the last 10 years. And these rookies are showing it to you this year right now. Big Country, I'm still on the Levis train, but wasn't impressed with anyone this weekend. This was the one weekend to Big Country, your point on that, where some of these quarterbacks who have really started out and played really well as these prospects started to fall back a little bit. The Raiders are about to take this one back for a touchdown here. Raiders are going to go up on the Broncos. And everyone kind of had some struggles across the board. Bryce Young looked like he almost separated his shoulder on a really weird throw that he didn't have to make. To me, CJ Stroud didn't look quite as strong as he has in that Ohio State game. Levis was definitely having his share of issues against Ole Miss. Again and again, it shows up to me, as I say with Levis, though, time and again, where you've got to give him a little bit of a measure of understanding when you look at the fact his pass protection sucks. And you can put down his receivers for at least 4 to 5 drops a game minimum. And he's dealing with that play in and play out. But that's why I do still remain on Levis, even when there are those. Another fumble by Melvin Gordon. Wow. Melvin Gordon and the Raiders house it. Why don't they just run Javonte Williams? What is wrong with just working, like, just embrace the Javonte Williams, right? Like, isn't it kind of silly as much as they do that, where they don't go that route? I don't know. They're weird about that, though. Real weird about that. Jordan R14 says, Will Anderson is there. We need to take him. I'm on board with taking Will Anderson. I like it. AI Barton is indeed horrible. Erickson says, time to party. Let's effing go. Let's go. D-Nugget, is Megan Gok Rogers single? I don't know. Megan says, D-Nugget, pardon. Oh. Half Daddy Woolen had some terrible plays, but then got pick 6. Yeah. Again, he's not going to play the position perfectly. I'm not saying he's a top line pay, but he did have, coming into this game, a passer rating of top 5 in the sport as far as when targeted. So he's been more good than he's been rough. But there is going to be those rough edges on a rookie corner like this when you're going to play him out there like this. Megan says, I've heard another shrimp on the Barbie so many times I've been in this country. I know. We can't help ourselves, Megan. And if you think about it, it's really a celebration of you Australians more than anything else. The fact that we say it with such glee and we have so much fun doing it, and every American has to try out their Australian accent when they say it. You know, the third one is, it's not a knife. It's a knife. Yeah, that's not a knife. It's a knife. That's the third one, Megan. I know that you've no doubt heard all 3 of those ones since you've arrived, and probably in succession a couple times. Bash Gordon says, start with your Australian accent, Brando. You should say, g'day, mate. Yeah, the key is with me is I go 5 hours into a stream. I shouldn't start accents because that's when the voice just I can't curl it as well. Herbicide says Aussies use the C word way too much also. Yeah, that kind of goes to their British roots a little bit. The British love the C word too. AI says Barton had a 43.2 PFF score prior to coming into this game. That's going to drop into the 30s. Putrid. It is. It's putrid, and it's something that can be fixed in the respect of there could be a move you can go out there and make to improve beyond this level of play at the linebacker position. He is going in like a league worst state of things. I know that I've said I don't think there's a guy you can just sign off the streets to improve this, but there's got to be a move we can make to get further beyond this because he's part of the big reason this defense is bad. And my big worries coming into this year was I thought Barton was going to be the weak link in your defense, and it was going to hold it up almost on his own at certain times to a large degree. And he's not the only problem. And Brooks isn't lighting the world on fire next to him, don't get me wrong. But Barton continues to be a guy who's given a starting job without really earning it or showing you it play in and play out why he's earned it. Gene D says, Hawks Nest, thanks for all your hard work on the Seahawks. My pleasure, Gene. I love doing this, man, and it's awesome just being able to celebrate these games with you guys on Sunday. It's been much more, even as a fan, that much more fulfilling for me to be able to do this, watching these games live with you guys. I didn't think I was ever going to want to do that, but it makes my watching experience better watching with you guys. So thank you, man. I love doing this, man. Love it. Dara says Bart needs to be benched. I agree, Dara. The only problem is you don't have somebody behind him who's any better. And that's the fly in the ointment. And I'm way behind on the chat, so I will try to, as much as I can, catch up. But we have a lot of people in the chat, so do bear with me as I am a little bit behind here. George Samuel says, I think Waldron's coming along as a play caller. Or was it just bad Lions D? No, I think Waldron's done an improved job throughout the course of the 4 games this year overall and how he's called games. He's been more consistent. He's been more inventive. He's doing a better job of staying ahead of defensive coordinators as opposed to his calls being a little bit telegraphed where it's easier to pick up. So he's doing good. Certainly you're benefiting from a bad Lions D in this game as well. So that can't just be thrown out as well. But let's not toss out the baby with the bathwater here. Waldron has been very good this year. He's coming along. He's showing us signs of being a good offensive coordinator in this league based on what we're seeing here early part of this year. Still sample size, need to see some more, but early on this year, there's more to be encouraged by than to be dissuaded by. Dehatel says Pickett looked pretty meh. When we come back again, Dehatel, to that long reference that I have had where I've said that this quarterback situation and how we addressed it this offseason was like avoiding landmines. And it was landmine of Pickett here, and landmine of Malik Willis there, landmine of Desmond Ridder here, and a landmine of Baker Mayfield, landmine of Sam Darnold, landmine of Jimmy Garoppolo. Landmine. And our Seahawks, you know, if you ever watched the Ocean's 11 sequel where the French guy's dancing between the laser beams, and he's doing the little techno dance as he's going between the laser beams, he's all athletic and acrobatic doing it. That's what our Hawks did this offseason in avoiding the quarterbacks that were out there because they would have been a landmine. They would have blown off our foot. They would have hindered this rebuild. They would have slowed it down, and thank God they did not. Darcy says, I love the win, but thought the defense would be far better than this. Me too, Dara. I did not see this level of defense this year. I did not. This is very surprising and disappointing. Megan says, looking forward to a B. Might take a few minutes to get to you, but we'll keep an eye out. Oh, yeah. No worries. I just want to make sure we're syncing up early on so we can get a good game plan. Dehatel, Waldron running fly sweeps, Diamondback personnel, guys in motion, pulling guards. Love it. Very well said there, Dehatel. Waldron running fly sweeps, Diamondback personnel, guys in motion, pulling guards. Excellently said, man. Seen a variety of different stuff here, which is not just vanilla, boring stuff of the old. It's a lot of innovation and modernization here going on with this offense right now. And let's get some more of those fly sweeps. Whenever we do it, it's effective. Let's go back to it. G&D, where's our defense, though? Lost. They're lost somewhere in the upside down. Devin Bynum says Geno looked damn good. Boy, did he ever. Boney Yen, how about keeping Geno at quarterback for another season and loading up on the defense in next year's draft? Boy, I think there's a section of the Seahawks fan base that would revolt if that were to occur, Boney. And I'm not saying I would be one of those revolters, but there would be a lot of people that would be opposed to doing that. I have been open to the Seahawks addressing the quarterback situation in something that's different than them just being there on the lookout for a guy that's going to command a huge amount of salary and take up a huge amount of your cap space. And as opposed to maybe looking more for value, could be a rookie quarterback on a rookie contract that you're trying to maybe get the most of in that time period, or it could be, to your point on this, Boney, a mid-tier kind of contract that you give out. There is no blue-collar contract in the NFL as far as quarterbacks go. You're either making top of the market or you're making bottom of the market. So that's where this has got to be established from Geno's standpoint and the Seahawks standpoint if they're going to find that common ground of, okay, we're not going to pay you $30 million a year, Geno. You're not that guy. But can we pay you at 15? Can we pay you at 20-ish? And then does that then help the Seahawks out from a standpoint of them being able to build out the rest of the roster around that? I think it's worth discussing. It's part of what we got to do in monitoring Geno's play throughout the course of this year to make that assessment. But I'm open to it because it's a creative way to get outside of falling back in the boring, going with the crowd, doing what everybody else is trying to do, which doesn't always have the greatest of effect of just, well, we just got to go get the best quarterback out there. That's just, we got to go in and then we got whatever it costs, whatever we got to spend, multiple draft picks even. Let's do it. All the money in the world. Let's do it. I like looking at an alternative route here. So I'm open to it, but I do want to see this is like the Carroll assessment on where the D is right now. You don't want to make that call until you've gotten through a full year to kind of see where everything is lying. See if Geno can keep this kind of play up over the course of a full season. Tom says, but who did Geno play so far? Yes, he's done good, but the Lions, Falcons, the Niners made Geno look okay. Yes. I mean, the Niners defense played him tougher in the second half, and they didn't put up a lot of points in that game. And look, the Niners defense might be a top 3 defense, if not even higher this year when it's all said and done. You know, he did good against the Broncos defense, and at least in the first half, and came out of that game as playing pretty well when we finished out that game and looking at where he was finally at when it was all said and done. So, you know, he's also done well against a good defense. But this is why I say give it the full season, because then we're out of sample size. We're out of just saying, well, we can explain it away to being Falcons and the Lions. Now he'll have to play some of those tougher defenses. Earl Larson, Geno was awesome today. Washington Fizz Quest, would be interesting to see the D with two functional second linebackers and a second rusher besides Nwosu. Could bring us from the worst to maybe 25th. That's kind of more of a, I think, reasonable trajectory to try to aim for. And that's why Washington Fizz Quest, I'd be okay with that if they want to go this route, which is, you know, let's go make a midseason deal and do it for a defender. Maybe it's going to cost us a 5th round pick, but it's somebody that's going to significantly help us somewhere. Maybe it's that 4th pass rusher. Maybe it's a strong safety. Maybe it's an inside linebacker. But there are some positions here that you can upgrade. Deadly says the hate for Geno was absolutely crazy. He has to play Pro Bowl level to even convince people that he's just okay. That's what got me too last week with it when I looked at it, where I didn't quite understand it. I still don't understand it. I get it if he's playing bad and he's part of the problem. I get it even if he's playing at the same level he was last year in the 4 games where he was starting, outside of that Jaguar game where it was a lot of middling play. But he's been beyond that this year. Gene D says, we need help. Is Dan Quinn available? Laughing out loud. I think Dan's the backup plan if the Cowboys can't get Sean Payton at the end of the year. That's my theory on it. I also think he wouldn't want to come here to be under Coach Carroll anymore because he's not going to want to come here to be a yes man. And that's a little bit of what you have to be with a Carroll if you're going to be a defensive coordinator under Coach Carroll, especially where Carroll's at, I feel like. King Bomber, to be fair, this defense has 7-11 new starters compared to last season, so they do deserve some slack. But 4 games in, and it hasn't gotten any better. So I'll let the stats do the talking. Yeah, I mean, you give them a little bit of a measure of respect, but to be like a league worst defense, King Bomber, they've got more talent than that. They put more investment than that. You've got guys from Poona Ford to Brian Monet to Quentin Jefferson to Al Woods, Darrell Taylor coming into his 3rd year, 2 of your linebackers who've been here for years now. Quandry's been here for years. You should not be a league worst defense. Standard champion, yeah. What we are seeing right now is Geno is extremely rare. So few players even get a redemptive opportunity this late in their careers. That's beautifully said, Standard Champion. That's why I'm celebrating it. It's not to celebrate to say that Geno's the answer into the future. It's to celebrate that this doesn't happen in football. You know, these coaches are very smart. These organizations are very smart. If a guy deserves a second chance or he's shown enough to get that second opportunity, he will. Sometimes, though, a guy's got to wait, and especially the quarterback position where there are only 32 jobs available. That is it. That is it. And sometimes there's not always a job available at the time that you're available as that quarterback looking for that second chance. But here he has gotten that second chance, and he's making the most of it. He's taking the opportunity by the horns. He's playing out there, and he's letting it all hang out. It's wonderful to see. Earl Larson says, next up, shootout with the New Orleans Saints. Maybe. Erickson, our center, was operating on point with all the adjustments. Excellent game from him. Definitely good to see out of Blythe. It'll be interesting to see where his PFF score will go at the end of this game, as he has had some struggles with PFF here early on this year so far. But he did look a little bit better. I saw him out in space a couple of times. He's showing off some of that mobility that he has. Tom says, Geno has played good lately, but I'm still thinking that Seattle is 1 to 2 years away. And is Geno the future of the quarterback at Seattle? Maybe, but I doubt that plan. No, I don't think he's the future at quarterback, that's for sure. Gene says Penny is good. 150 yards, 2 touchdowns on like 15 carries. Imagine what happens if we someday give Penny like 25 carries. Guy's going to rack up 220 yards. But he was great today. Really good. Washington says armchair KJ would have outplayed Barton at this point. Pick up the bat phone. I'm ready to bring potentially KJ in here. I'm potentially on board with that. Bash says, should we go linebacker or edge rusher in the next draft? I say we go for a generational edge rusher with that first pick. With me, Bash, I'm BPA, best player available. So I'm more of who's the best player available. If it's a linebacker that's generational, but it's just a good edge rusher, I'll go linebacker. But if it's a generational edge rusher over a really good linebacker, a first-round linebacker, I'll go generational edge rusher. I would lean naturally to edge rusher as a more important position for me, Bash, but really it's going to be more for me best player available that dictates and decides where I want to lean to with that. Erickson says Brooks is overwhelmed and needs to play with his instincts more. Yeah. I think too a little bit with it, Erickson, is that he leans in on the run game a lot. And so he wants to be a run defender. He's not as comfortable in his zone drops. And so when you get play action pass, that's where really he's at his worst in coverage because it's going to cause him to take a couple full step forward and then he's going to be behind in coverage and usually beat quickly at that point. But I think Brooks almost is going to be getting to a spot here where we look at him and say he is what he is in that respect of things. The guy gave up over 900 yards in coverage last year and it's not improving this year. He might be on pace to give up even more yards right now where we stand early on this year. I just think with him, it is what it is. At least with him, you get the occasional good run defense as he did today. Unlike Barton, where it's kind of gets bad all the way around. Bashes, I think we should go with the best edge rusher in the draft. For the first pick, we could get a good middle linebacker in free agency. Potentially. You got Roquan out there, Bash, maybe, if he doesn't get franchised by the Bears. Doris, he says, who thought the linebacker was good enough to let Bobby and KJ go? Shaking my head. I don't know. They've had a lot of faith in these two guys. And I know Brooks had a lot of tackles last year, but like I said, those coverage liabilities were there last year. And anytime you had put Cody Barton out on the field, whether you put him at Sam linebacker, Will linebacker, or middle linebacker, he had not excelled at any three of those positions you had tried him at. So, yeah, the Bobby decision looks even more stranger now here in retrospect, in my opinion. Because Barton is not that guy. Bashes, I'll be honest with you. We need to go quarterback second, defense first. I'm BPA myself, Bash. Again, if you get into that mentality, Bash, you could end up, going for a defensive player who's not as good as the quarterback who's available then for you. So it's like you got to just let the draft, to me, fall. Let the draft board fall to you as it's going to fall. Raiders are driving here on the Broncos. Tom Cox, I still can't believe the Mariners are in the playoffs. Beautiful thing to see, man. It's a wonderful thing to see. And hopefully they can make a little bit of noise. Nice is they're going to get to rest up a little bit going to the playoffs. M. Iverson says, I honestly can't remember a worse defensive performance from the Hawks today. Can you? Ooh, what a good question. I'm giving it some thought, Iverson. I mean, I suppose not. I think you might have had some other worse defensive games, but simply the offense wasn't scoring enough points to where the opposition's offense kept the foot down on the gas like the Lions' offense had to keep the foot on the gas today throughout because our offense was matching them tit for tat. But I can't think of one off the top of my head. I mean, the Titans game offensively last week was pretty bad. The Buffalo Bill game a couple of years ago in Buffalo, I mean, that one wasn't a great defensive performance, if I remember that one correctly. I felt like in that 2020 season, there was a game offensively where you're letting, and I'm trying to think of the game, but this is probably it, as I think through it. King Bomber says Jalen Carter and Will Anderson are the only real top 10 defensive players, I feel. They definitely will be picked top 10. I haven't gone deep enough King Bomber into the tape to know for sure. To a lyrical listener, when do we get Trey back? So I believe IR is first 4 weeks, so he can come back I think after the first 4 weeks, but he'll probably be 2 weeks still down the road based on what I'm reading. Hawks should trade for Derek Carr, says B. They just signed him to a new contract, B. So he's going to be in He's going to be in Las Vegas for a very long period of time. Raiders are the biggest butts so far. Yeah, you added Devontae. You went to the playoffs last year. You added Devontae Adams and you added Chandler Jones, you would think that they would be not as bad as they are here. Green 80 says Penny's on a 1-year deal. Laughing out loud, no trade value really. Actually, there would be trade value there for him. If he's showing off that he's got the traits like he has here in this game, and we've seen so far this year, they just haven't really consistently got him the ball / you're seeing defenses commit resources to stopping Penny when he's in the game. You're seeing 8-man boxes. But make no mistake about it, if you get a frontline team that loses their number 1 running back and they can go out there and get Rashad Penny, there's going to be value for Penny at that point if he's running at 5 yards per carry average. It is running back. It is devalued position, but a team that maybe wants to run the ball in the playoffs, I'm trying to think of like an example there for you. I mean, the Bills. Bills are having a hard time running the ball. They could make a trade deadline deal down there to get a Rashad Penny. Would they give up a 3rd, 4th round pick at that point? Maybe, maybe not. AI says, I hope Jamal retires. I kind of do too. It feels like his body's just kind of falling apart on him. DRC says, Geno, everyone wrote him off. He didn't write back. No, he didn't. Green 80, Penny is probably not resigned and Walker comes in, but I'd like to have Penny and Walker. That's a vicious duo. It is a good duo. And I think you need 2 backs in this day and age, Green 80, as opposed to just that one guy. I think it's better to have kind of a offset so you don't end up overusing your bell cow. As Gabriel Macedo says, it's important to have depth at the running back. Brian says, if they do resign Penny, I'll never watch again. King Bomber, and I think Penny should be traded. If we can ship him around week 8 for a 5th or 6th pick, that'd be awesome. Yeah, it depends on where we are record-wise. I mean, if we're out of it, I don't think you can wait till week 8, King Bomber. I think the trade deadline's like week 6 or something. Maybe I'm off on that. King Bomber says our front 7 was good, yet our defense was the worst in the league to start the season because our secondary was god-awful. Last year? Watch Fistquest. I like Penny getting maximum carries this year to keep wear off of Walker. Next year, hopefully Walker is the bell cow if we're actually going for the playoffs. He probably will be. That's probably the plan. Gene D says tight ends are money. I take back saying that Disley isn't worth that much. Oh yeah, he's been worth every last penny, hasn't he, Gene? Been so solid with his hands. He's made some big catches. Factored down by the red zone. Disley has been very strong to begin this year. Very happy with what we're seeing in him. And Fant's been stable. They haven't featured Fant a lot. And Parkinson's been good when they've had to work him in. Tight ends have been a very consistent portion of this team. And our 3 tight end sets are kind of lethal right now against oppositions. It's great to see. Walker says, yep, Walker and Penny, good combo. Walker heating up for late season push. Let's effing go. Let's go. AI, when Taylor and Barton are on the same side, we get gashed. Same as the Falcon game. They are not run defenders. No AI, especially with Darrell Taylor, his side gets attacked. And when he's in the game, offenses perk up and they go at it. 283128 with a $2 donation. Sorry, I'm a little late in acknowledging this. 283 says, says MVP Geno. Defense is not looking very good. Yep. Geno MVP by far in this game. He played a monster of a game. Best game in his 10-year career here in the NFL. By far. Maybe not by far, but by at least a good margin. But he was phenomenal in every aspect of this game. Control at the line of scrimmage, the throws he made, throwing with touch, layering the ball in there, changing the play at the line of scrimmage, and he even showed off those legs. Looking like Michael Vick out there was Geno. Phenomenal game by him, though. Very well played. Fishquest with the $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fishquest. It says, shout out to Disley. Glad he didn't go to Denver. Yes, I'm glad Russell wasn't able to pull him in over there. And Disley has signed a 3-year, $24 million deal this offseason that had many fans kind of going, what? But he's showing off why you brought him in. He's great hands. You're going to throw him the ball. He's going to catch it. He can give you a little bit of run after the catch. He can give you a little bit of an elongated catch radius to make catches outside of the realm of it. You saw in that throw that Geno made. Geno's really attacking the undersized defensive back that's on the bigger Will Disley there, and he knows Disley with his reach is going to be able to get up there and get to that ball, and the quarterback's still going to be sort of in pursuit, not even looking back to see it coming in. But he's having a great start, and let's not forget as well, he's a really, really fine blocker from the tight end position as well. That's a big part of what Disley brings too. Good player, and very much an important part of what we're going to do as well going forward into the future. Not just a part of where we're in the rebuild now, but will be a part of this team going into next year and the year beyond, I would estimate. Brian Meyer says, using Walker and Penny together saves wear on both. Good change of pace and works in Waldron's scheme. Using draft capital on a running back with so many needs makes no sense. Yeah, I wouldn't be looking to draft a running back high in this next draft. That's for sure. And we'll see with what Penny, see what he puts together for a full year. I have a feeling if he does put up a full year with a really high-end production, he's probably going to get a contract somewhere. I don't think this team's going to look to necessarily sign him at that point, though. Look, they signed Chris Carson. They signed Marshawn Lynch. Carroll certainly values running backs, and he will pay the price for him. King Bomber says, you wear out Penny and let Walker get a few more reps per week. Ship Penny around week 8. Get some extra draft capital you can use to try to regrow a back like Chris Carson. I can see him doing it. Penny definitely being traded makes some sense. $283 says, hear me out. Bring Geno back next year. Go heavy on the D early in the draft and pick up a solid quarterback in rounds 2 through 3 and let the best man win the job. I'm okay with it, 283. It's got a strategic bend to it. This is a draft that very much you could have a lot of guys picked in the 2nd and 3rd round. I've guesstimated there's anywhere from 7 to 11 guys will be taken in rounds 2 and 3 in this upcoming draft. So there will be a guy out there to do that. I've long thought 283 that we're trying to fit to the blueprint in 2012, which was what? Getting the team built up first and foremost, spending the most amount of money on the offensive line in the entire NFL, and then going and getting your quarterback in the 3rd round. So it fits the blueprint, fits the type. I could certainly sign off on looking at going in that kind of direction of it. To me, with bringing back Geno, it does come down to a little bit of my standpoint on this of what's the cost? What is he going to command if he comes off the back of a year where he throws for 3,800 yards and, 24 touchdowns and 4 interceptions? Iverson says this looks like it could be the best draft we've had in over a decade when all is said and done. That's where I stand with it. And by far, Iverson, not even close have you come in a draft to the amount of talent you seemingly were able to pluck from this last one. Bobber says, don't pay running backs, trade them for some late round draft pick you use to rebuild that room. I agree with that. I don't like paying running backs. I'm really opposed to doing that. I don't mind the 1-year prove-it deals, but not the multi-year giving them some comfortable, no. Boney says, trade Penny and Walker so fans can bitch they have no running backs. Gene D says, what do you guys think of Bryant so far in coverage? I think he's struggling in the slot. I don't think he's really comfortable in the slot. It's a special skill set you need to be able to operate inside there, and I think he's having a little bit of a hard time with it. And King Bomber, I agree. Don't move up in the draft. Stay where you are. Take the best player available. Alan Armington says, Bryce Young comes with a previous injury. Now, if you take him, I want a quarterback with no injuries in the draft. We'll see, though. 100%. Yeah, it was a weird injury, too, where he's just trying to throw the ball away, and he got him landed on his arm. Some people thought maybe he had hurt his rotator cuff right there. It looked really bad in the game. And, we'll see where he's at. I do continue to say on this point, Alan, I'm going to continue to harp on this. I'm going to continue to hammer on this. Slight quarterbacks, smaller quarterbacks get injured at a higher rate than the bigger quarterbacks. It's just a fact of the matter. I watched Tua this last week, get ragdolled to the ground and his head's bounced off the turf a week after having somebody ragdoll him into the back of the turf on that play. I just think these guys have a hard time holding up. I really do. And I don't want to trust a guy slight of build, I just don't. I don't. I'm more out on Bryce Young, I think, than ever right now, and more out on the undersized quarterback than I probably have ever been before. Maybe I'm just, maybe I'm being out of pocket with that a little bit, and I should be giving him more of the benefit of the doubt, but and Green 80, I think what I can understand where people are talking about in the trading it for Penny, because again, Rashad Penny's not going to probably be part of your future plans. You're not going to probably be planning on paying Penny a $48 million deal in a 4-year contract if he goes out and balls this year. So if you land up at the trade deadline and you're 2-4, as a team, and you don't look like a team that's going to be one to really push for the playoffs, and you can go get draft capital for Rashad Penny, who's not part of the future plans, and there's draft capital to be had right now to go and get him. I don't think you just ride with Penny for the sake of having Penny ride with you if you really know there's not a long-term solution there. There's not a guy who's going to help drive you towards a playoff contention this year, nor is he going to be on the team moving into the future. I would advocate it for it. I wouldn't just give him away for a bag of peanuts. I would try to take advantage of a team that's a contending team that loses maybe their front line running back and they get a little bit desperate. But I definitely would be open to it. My boy Geno. He went to another level today. He overcame the O-line penalties on several drives to still get scores. That is top tier QB stuff. If he can keep this up, hard to say. Definitely got to put it a little bit in perspective with these have been two of the worst defenses in the league he's gotten to play the last couple of weeks, but still a great performance. All of your points stand. I don't want to take anything away from that. Indeed, I'm really trying to push the other side of it. Today's a day about celebrating this performance from Geno and lauding it. And it was great. 23 says that 3 tight end set is so good. Oh, it is. I love it. In the past, the Seahawks have run 3 tight end sets, and the third tight end would be a de facto offensive lineman. They did this with Alvin Bailey back in the day. They've done it a couple of different times. George Fant, right? They used to love to run those 3 tight end sets that way. So what you knew was that if they came out with a 3 tight end set and one of them was that 6th offensive lineman they were bringing out there, it was going to be a run 95% of the time. Now you're bringing out these 3 tight end sets, and it's actually seems like a 50-50 whether or not they're truly going to try to run the ball there or they're going to run play action. But what you see them do is they have the 3 tight ends. So you have the 3 tight ends, let's say, to one side, and here's Geno snapping the ball because they'll go 3 tight ends to one side of the football field. And then they will run the ball. They'll play action it over here to the left side, but then they have the tight ends running their routes back to the right side. And if you've got that defense at even just a little bit, taking a couple of false steps forward to the line of scrimmage to stop the run at that point, those guys moving back across the field are going to be wide open really early into the play. Like 2-3 seconds into the play, they're going to be open. Meaning you're giving Geno a very easy look at that point, along with a very easy completion. But they look fantastic. Wash Visquest says 48-45 is a scoregami, apparently. Sounds good to me. That's a better way to put it, make it sound a little better. Lyrical Listener says, so Carroll's only W was Shane Waldron. That's probably, that's kind of yes. Erickson, 52, Darrell Taylor needs to do something different in his game. Start impacting the game again. He definitely was absent again today, wasn't he? Definitely a little bit of an absent today in the respect of you. You kind of looked at it and went, where were you at today, buddy? Completely disappeared. And he played a lot of snaps. Whitey Wise says Geno was making plays today. Even I did not think he would be this good. For the right price, extend Geno and make the quarterback we draft beat Geno out for the job. I'm not against it. I'm not opposed to it either. It does come down to the price for Geno at that point for me. And I think 283 is mentioned below 10 to 17 million. Yeah, 15 million to me. 15 sounds. King Bomber, this is what I was referring to, Brando. Definitely some people jumping on the Geno hype train. Yes. I mean, yeah, they're a little bit, but again, it's a day for encouraging. And I think people are playing with possibilities, King Bomber. That's what I like about it. I don't want people in a box. I don't want people to just make a final determination. Well, there's no way possible I would ever take Geno here. There's no way possible. What if he continues to play like this throughout the course of the season? Would there be a way? Well, then there might be a way. It's people just considering the options with it. And if he plays a really good season and you have a quarterback then that's willing to take a $15 million deal, and then that precludes you from having to necessarily put prime draft stock into the quarterback position, there's logic and reason behind that. They're throwing the ball a lot right now, but the intended purpose of this offense in the long term is not to throw the ball 30, 35, 40 times a football game. The intended purpose of this offense is to run the ball, which means that it's not as reliant on going and getting that prime quarterback out there. I'm not leaning to say Geno is the answer, but I could appreciate the fact that people are just considering it, King Bomber. They're just saying, what is it going to look like? What would this look like if we did do this? Brio says, I like the idea of warming up KJ. I'm waiting for other good ideas. Well, there's not a lot of them, Brio, but that's one that seems straightforward and there to be had. Dara says, is this the most Eskridge has ever played? Outside of the first game of the year last year against the Colts, Dara. That was the one that he played maybe a little bit more of. But they finally got him out there. And then we got a fly sweep to Eskridge. How about that? Green 80 says I wouldn't pay Geno more than 15. There we go, Green. That's where I'd put it. 15 seems about the right spot if you were considering it. I'd need more of this year to look at, but that seems about right. And Javonte Williams is down on the turf here for the Denver Broncos. Paul says, I love the idea of keeping Geno and keeping a top defensive coordinator and building a top defensive unit. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too, again, with King Bomber. The one thing I'd say, I know you're hesitant on this one with a little bit, but again, understanding, like, you're not needing a quarterback to come in that's going to be a game-saving guy. You're not needing a guy that's going to fit to what Russell Wilson even really was, and that we need this guy to make these big throws, and he's got to scramble. You need a guy, if you fit to really type at the end of the day, that's going to be more of in the game manager kind of situation and role. And if you've got a guy already ready to go in that realm, and he comes in at a much more reduced cost than you want to, basically where it's very cheap to keep him here. And again, doesn't preclude them, as everybody's saying, King Bomber, you got to give people respect, as even as most of these comments are saying, hey, what about maybe signing Geno to an extension? They're also putting in the back end of their comment. And then we also then go draft a quarterback second and third round. So, and again, there's some thought, intelligence, and logic behind this, not only for the fact of that, if I go and make a third round selection that fits the type to what I've done in the past with the 2012 blueprint, but also the fact that this particular draft, this individual draft in 2023 is going to be one that has a lot of good depth in the second and third round, which is not always the case. Even this particular year, I wouldn't say this was a good year of depth in the second or third round. There was a decent amount of guys selected, but it was just a bad quarterback draft. This is a very good quarterback draft. And so you are leaning then again to where the strength of the draft is as well. And there's some, I think there's some intelligence behind this. I'm not saying that it's time to make this decision on it, King Bomber, but it certainly is something that's, worth considering. Whitey White says, Geno has played well before today. Other teams have played Detroit and not looked as good. You're blind if you're still making excuses for the lame. Geno's not that good. We take. He is this good. Well said. XX. How are the fans feeling about Black Lives Matter being on the back of the helmets? I thought we were going to not be political this year. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. XX. That's where I lean to. I like my sports to be sports with no politics. Paul Zuzi, a top five draft pick, quarterback the past 10 years are iffy at best. It is a crapshoot still taking quarterbacks, even when you take them very, very high. You're all now. It says, please tell me you actually watch football and not just look at the box score. Sorry, talking to somebody else. Hang in there, King. Hang in there, King Bomber. Big country, maybe half is Grug. The way it looks right now, we may have to get 2 linebackers next year. It may take signing Roquan Smith and drafting Trenton Simpson. You very well may have to do that, Greg. You thought Jordan Brooks was going to kind of go forward this year, but he is indeed that's not been the case here. Yeah, and really Brooks has regressed this year because he's looked worse as a run defender than he has in recent past. He may lead the NFL in completion, but he's also the worst quarterback in depth of target. If I throw checkdowns every day, every play, I'd be disappointed if you don't lead the NFL in completions. And he did make play after play today, I'll admit that. But please remember, this is the worst defense in the league. I think Bomber's coming in with some very solid points. I appreciate where you're coming from, man. Yeah, see, on the Denver one, I don't know. You lose me a little bit on the Denver point. I thought he played pretty well against Denver myself. I thought your defense was really the problem in that particular game. Let's go back and look at where he was at with it. So, Geno came out of that game 23 of 28 for 195 yards and 2 touchdowns. Did he light the world on fire against Denver? No, but Denver, much like San Francisco 49ers, he's played against probably 2 top 5 defensive units to start this year off, has Geno. And he's not looked bad against those teams. If Geno was bad or middling, what he should be made to look bad in those games. But indeed he hasn't. And I thought he played good in the Bronco game. The second half, they had a run, they had a drive, defense was on the field for a lot of the half. It's like the Falcon game where people are like, well, the Falcons shut you down the second half. No, they didn't. You had 3 possessions. All 3 of those possessions, Geno moved the ball. Scored on one of the possessions, would have scored on the final one if he wasn't having to heroically have to overcome a bad call by the officials and then a horrible sack by his offensive lineman, just allowing the guy to go right straight through. So I think did play well in the Bronco game. I'll give you the 49er game. I'll give you that one wasn't great, but even that one, he wasn't bad. Just they weren't able to really get any points or really generate much. Again, understandable when looking at it going, okay, yeah, you also weren't able to really run the ball, and defensively you couldn't stop anything. Ooh, Russell taken down for a sack, Max Crosby. JB Hinks, I remember Brandon, worst Seahawks defense, 1992, I remember. Brandon the Seahawks defense, that was one of the best defenses back then, yeah. Lance, honestly, we have seen Russ play that complete of a game. Honestly, have we seen Russ play that complete of a game as Geno did this one? Great point, Lance. I realize that seems crazy to say considering how awesome Russ was during the Let Russ Cook 8-game era. I think you're on a valid point there, Lance. Russ has always been more of a boom bust kind of guy. He's the guy that can give you 28 points in a quarter, but you're not necessarily getting points in the first, points in the second, points in the third, points in the fourth, where you're getting consistently Russ doing it throughout the course of a game. So no, that's not Russ's game, and he's still capable of putting up just as much points as the consistent guy can through the 4 quarters. But that is definitely a part of Russ there, where there's definitely every single game with Russ, you're going to get about a quarter and a half of dead space, no matter the productivity you're getting on the other side of it. Brad Myers, if you get to see Andre Carter, defensive lineman, Army, check him out. So good. Top 10 for sure. I will check him out, Brian. I definitely need to start ramping up on some of my prospect lists and looking at these guys. That is for sure. Why? Will Disley. Oh my God, the kid is a playmaker. Plays run and well as pass. Beast. He is beastly. David M says 1992 worst offense ever, 140 points. Cortez and the boys did all they could to keep us in games. It's the most brutal year of Seahawks football, because you maybe had worse teams, but the fact that your defense was so elite as they were that year, a year where Cortez Kennedy won Defensive Player of the Year on a team that won 2 games, shows you the impact of Cortez and how good that defense was in that course of that year. They were phenomenal, but that was the most brutal year of watching Seahawks football that I've ever sat through. Maybe exception of Mora's 1 year as a head coach might have been worse. That might have been worse just because you thought, oh, we're going to be stuck with this for years. Whereas that Seahawks team in that time was in a really a transitory state. Voodoo Magic says, damn, Mariners getting no hit. With the Jays winning again, I'd rather have to travel to Cleveland than Toronto. So I guess losing a few more games isn't bad. No, we're in. I'm more about Voodoo. I don't want us to expend any energy right here. I just get guys right, get them healthy, get them strong for the playoffs. And then take your swings, take your shots. JTR, if Geno plays this good all season, you should keep him on a mid-level pay and load up the rest of the team. As I was speaking about a moment ago, JTR, I think that there is some intelligence to that if Geno does hold up and play at this same level through the course of the year. I think we got to give it the whole year, but if you can get him in on the right kind of contract, I think there's very much some sense to taking that kind of approach to it. I think it does take more of a year of looking at him and seeing what he really truly is and where he finishes out this season. But I wouldn't just close the door to it on just for the sheer principle of closing it just because we've decided Geno is what he is. Let's take in the data and the information for this year and see where it shakes out. Washington Visquest says, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but NFC isn't stacked at quarterback. Almost all the world beaters are in the AFC. Geno could be an all-star in the NFC playing above average. We'll see how it goes. It's possible. It's a good point on your part. You certainly have guys like Jalen Hurts, Brady, Stafford probably get in there ahead of him. But if he's playing like this, he's going to have a good claim towards being a Pro Bowl quarterback if he can keep this up all year long. But you're right, Fishquest. We got to see how he is against the real D again. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. What's up, Seahawks Jose Rodriguez? And do get subbed up to Jose over on his channel. Hope you're doing well. Says, this defense is going to drive me to drink. Well, if there was ever a defense that was going to do it, Jose, this is the one. This is the one. And they are frustrating to watch. They get times over the last 3 years, there has been moments where you have a defense that just cannot stop anything. And they've ratcheted it down and gotten it closed up by the end of the year. But it's so weird to watch because you just don't see other defenses out the league that will look this bad at times. We're just like, do they know how to play the game anymore? Do these guys are they playing football for the first time? JTR says it's so nice watching Geno press conference compared to Wilson. Yeah, I like the way he's pretty matter of fact and he just kind of says what's on his mind with it, as opposed to the guy that was a little more cultivated and wanted to be very protective of what he said. It is nice. He gives you a little bit more of the nuggets because of it. Paul says, interesting thought. Trade at trade deadline. Penny, yes. Lockett, yes. But we need a third or better. Noah, yes. Disley, yes. I don't think you can move Lockett, Paul, because I think it's the dead money is going to be too much, too significant to move him. But, and I'd still hold on to Disley long term. I like what I'm getting out of Disley. But Fant and Penny, I'd be open to it. I don't think you're going to get anybody to take Fant. You activated his 5th-year option on his first-round contract, so he's going to cost like $10 million next year. I don't think he's giving you $10 million a year play, and that contract is now guaranteed, Paul, by activating that 5th-year option. Alan says, if the Seahawks make the playoffs just by competing, what spot would that put us in with our first-round pick? About 20th or so? Bash Gordon, why would you want to trade Penny? Pay the manage money and keep him? So if Penny, let's take this through a little bit. Let's walk it through as an exercise. Let's say Penny goes on to rush for 1,400 yards this year. There will be a team willing to offer probably a 4-year, $48 million deal for Rashad Penny. This team has had a real bad history. Not a bad history, but it's had a real diminishing return situation going on when it pays big money to running backs. Look at the Chris Carson deal. Money to Eddie Lacy. Money to Carlos Hyde on a 1-year, $3 million deal. You gave Sean Alexander a big deal if you want to go back even multi-years past that. Every time this organization has given out big money to a running back, it has not favored out well in our franchise history. So I think that you don't want to go down that road once again because it has failed so often. This is a place to correct and fix yourself. So you're probably not signing him long-term at that Bash. If you get to the trade deadline and you're a team that's in a position to be more in a seller mode, because we're going to go up against some tougher teams the next couple of weeks. We're not taking on the Falcons. We're not taking on the Lions. It's going to get a little bit tougher. And if you go over those next couple of weeks and you lose those games and you come up to the trade deadline 2-4, you're in a rebuild year. You got $40 million of dead money space you're sitting on. You are in a situation of being a seller at the trade deadline versus a buyer. And if you can get a team, for me, like I said, I'm not trying to give away Penny Bash, but if I get a team that's desperate that maybe lost their number one top end running back and there's a deal to be had down the line and they're going to give me a 3rd or 4th rounder at that point where it's significant draft capital I'm getting back. A little bit like, think of it last year like what the Rams did with Von Miller. Broncos weren't necessarily looking to move him, right? Von Miller was kind of a fixture there in Denver. But here comes the Rams with a 2nd and 3rd round pick up the trade deadline. They made an offer that was too good to refuse. So think of it through this lane for those folks that are struggling out there to understand the possibility of Rashad Penny being moved at the trade deadline. Imagine a team comes in and gives you a Godfather deal. Too good to refuse. You can't refuse it. You got to make that deal at that point if you are in seller mode. Now, if we're 4-2, if we're on the other side of it and we're looking actually good, I'm not going to make that deal at that time. No. But if it is open, if the team's willing to give, if some team's willing to pay the price. Panic Bash says, I'm not about trading Penny. I don't see what the positive of that be. The positive of that would be, Bash, is that you're going to have Penny probably walk for nothing at the end of this year. The team drafted Kenneth Walker. I don't think they're going to look to pay Penny on a big money deal after they just drafted Kenneth Walker in the 2nd round. So the team has indicated that they don't intend to re-sign him. So the value for you, Rashad Penny, is just the games he plays this year for you. And if you're not a team that's in contention, and quite frankly right now, looking at this defense, this is not a defense that looks like it can hold together enough to get you into the playoffs, almost no matter how good the offense plays. If that's what you come to find a couple weeks from now as we approach the trade deadline, then there is nothing but upshot to moving Penny. It's nothing but a plus move to move on from him at that point, because again, he's not part of the long-term plans here, and you're not getting anywhere this particular year, no matter how many yards he might rack up this given season. Half of his games are against bottom. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. It's good to see you back in the chat, man. Hope you're doing well. Says, Geno has played really well this year. He exceeded my expectations. Was worried on the last drive, and he came up big. To say he hasn't played well is confirmation bias, in my opinion. Very well said, Randall. I can always count on you to put it succinctly and well put at that. And that's where I stand with this as well. And we're having some back and forth in the chat between folks, having a little bit of a give and take on Geno, which I do appreciate. Please do, as we always say, just make sure we keep respectful and stuff. But look, it's something that has existed here, and this is why a little bit King Bomber, and you're not doing this, but just in general of why I do want to say I want to give Geno his props here, where it's like, no, the guy gets his props because he has so far exceeded expectation, and nobody was counting on him to do so. Nobody was counting him to play this well. It doesn't matter whether he's playing league worst defenses or league best defenses. Nobody thought he had this in his bag to pull this off. And it's great to see. It's a wonderful NFL story this given year where a guy's getting his second chance and he's taking advantage of it. I love the fact that he's letting it hang out. He's making those throws. He's not playing scared. He's not playing tentative. It's also a little bit about King Bomber and the way he's playing beyond. He's different in his way he's carrying himself back there versus what you saw last year, which was that tentativeness, which was a guy that you saw that had been a backup his whole career and just didn't have a lot of faith in where he wanted to go with the ball or the plan that was at play. I'm seeing a little bit of a different player this year. Again, I'm not saying let's take a premature stance and say that this is what he's going to be out throughout the course of the whole season. That's why we got to have the whole season to make that assessment. But certainly you feel really, really good about what you're seeing so far. Dennis Retro plays. Seahawks have been impressive. They have. Being a rebuilding year, not bad. The Snail, I like the full house pistol formation. I wish they'd use it more. It seems to work well. Does work well. Does work well. Defenses don't seem to know how to kind of deal with it. And then they'll go from that 3-stack backfield and then run the 2 tight ends and to the far side of the field, which just seems to further kind of throw the defense off a little bit. Oh, Russell Wilson just got... Max Crosby is making Russell's day pretty rough. Holy mackerel. Russell took a shot there. That's the dangers of doing that under center play action stuff. As you turn your back, you don't get to see that defender, and Crosby was not fooled. Boy, that's a pretty good shot on Russ there. Nagoskin says this was the first time I saw good plays from Shane. Thought he did pretty good last week too. Erickson says, yes, Shane put together a balanced and effective attack. Lots of Geno adjustments as well. Very cool to watch. It was. How about his control at the line of scrimmage too? Bomber Hawks Nest, good point, but don't we have Geno on the roster next year? Nope. 1-year deal. G's to 1 year. And again, King Bomber, just for the record on it, I'm not advocating putting all the horses behind Geno, but if you can get him on a $15 million deal, if he holds up the rest of the year, playing relatively around where he's played so far the start this year, and I can get it back on, let's say, a $15 million deal and then maybe draft my quarterback in the 3rd round. I'm not saying that I'm just going to take that track 100%, but I'm open to taking that track if things wash out in that direction of things. If he does over the course of a whole year play like this, not just a sample size 4 games. Avery Allred, when I say this is being genuinely honest, is Geno off to a better start than Russ is? Yeah. I mean, he's outperforming Russ across the board right now in just about every significant quarterback stat, from passer rating to QBR to touchdown to interception rate. I think he's got Russ beat, I believe, across the board with that. So he is having a better start to things. Yes. Maybe he's played against a little bit easier defenses than Russ has. But then Russ had the Seahawks too. So Russ didn't exactly hang a 30 burger up on the Seahawks defense either, did he? Goff just put 45 on you. Russell could put like 17. Of course, they did. We did benefit in that game from some red zone turnovers. Why? Woolen was awesome. Yes, he made many mistakes, but boy, is he a playmaker. 2 INTs in the first 4 games. Wow. The future is bright. Future is bright. Kid's got a star trajectory he's on track for right now, man. And to pop this early, this quick, even Richard didn't pop this fast. Most impressive start to a cornerback career for any Seahawk here. And Jesus, maybe going back to like Sean Springs or something? I can't even think of who the cornerback who's bursted on the scene like this in recent history. Snail says the Raiders defense doesn't play up to its talent level. They're hanging in there right now. They've definitely underperformed this year so far. Lions Manio, just imagine if they put a George Floyd logo in the center of your football field. That would alienate your fans from the sport for sure. Yeah, probably. I mean, I think just sports have got to realize and understand. We, much like with, going to the movies and all that other stuff, sports is escapism from the real life. We want to go to a place where we don't have to think about all the things we got to think of 24/7 during real life. And that's why I like sports not having politics involved in stuff, where it can just be about the game and the players and athletic brilliance. Scooby Snacks, we could draft a couple of linebackers this year and then take a nice quarterback in the later rounds. Geno is good enough to lead us. I think we give it a full year to make that assessment, Scooby Snacks, but I think we got to be open to it as a possibility. Alan Armington says that Brandon agreed 100%. Glad we're on the same page, man. King Bomber says the Denver one was mainly that he didn't have any points in the second half. He did control the game and play well in the first half, but if your defense didn't get those 2 goal line fumbles. It's true. It's true, King Bomber. There was also some strange, wonky calls in that second half as far as the officiating goes, just a little bit, I would argue. But I can't deny, second half production has been an issue a little bit with Geno here to start things. And part of why, too, I say, King Bomber, well, let's give it that full season of assessment before we make any final determinations. But we can also say, but if he continues if Geno Smith continues to play like he has through the first 4 games, if we get a full season of this out of Geno, I certainly am going to be open towards potentially embracing him more into the future. Paul says, go Hawks, playing 500 ball with no defense. Plan that is working crazy. Simple 1970, with 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, you can go with 3 on the D and still get a quality quarterback to compete with Geno. Bingo. Simple. Very, very, very well put. That's the combination of this with keeping Geno. It's not the keeping Geno in a vacuum into the future years because he's awesome. It's that, okay, he looks better. I can get him at a little bit of a discounted rate versus what other quarterbacks are being paid for the level of production that they're providing. There's going to be some guy out there that's going to make $40 million next year, and I might be able to get Geno at less than half the price, who's giving me an equivalent level of play. Now that also opens the door for me to be able to use those draft picks on other positions. And remember again that the blueprint of this team is to build the super team. That's what we're trying to do. Build a super team around a quarterback who's not being asked to do as much. Well, you can take that a long way when we talk about then having 4 picks this next draft in the first 2 rounds, 3 picks in the last 3 picks in the first 2 rounds in the prior year. That's 7 picks through the first 2 rounds through 2 years, and being able to put those all to other positions other than the quarterback position. That you would be able to put together a pretty good team on the back of that, as we're seeing with the returns of these young guys from this last draft simply alone. Well said. I like it as a thought process. It's something that's, I think we've got to talk about and consider more, especially if Geno continues to play like this throughout. Running back 29 Oilers. Is it only me, or do you guys agree the Saints got robbed today? I'm really sorry, Oilers. I was preparing for the show, so I didn't get a chance to watch that early game as much. But your Saints have been dinged on some play call or from officiating here in the last couple of years, especially in the playoffs. You guys have had some brutal turns in that respect. Boney N at the Hawks Nest, I love your show. You are so knowledgeable. How long have you been doing this YouTube channel? Well, thank you, Boney. Very kind of you to say. We are now almost we've almost got 4 full years as a channel here. So February is the induction date, I guess you could say. So we're about 4 months away here from being a full 4 years in as a channel. But I appreciate that, man. I try to know what I'm talking about as much of the time as I can. King Bomber says, I just think that we're 4 games in and against the worst competition, he hasn't played elite. Worst competition, he hasn't played elite. He's made up for the mistakes that other players have made. I mean, today's pretty elite, King Bomber, as far as his level of play. He gave you almost, he gave you almost 400, he gave you 400 yards of production from the quarterback position. I think he was pretty close to elite today. I think he was pretty, maybe not elite last week, but very, very good. But you're right, 4 games in. Let's give it the full year. Let's give it a little bit more time. Which at this point in the league is why you pay a quarterback so much money. Geno's going to ask for a lot of money and paying 20 to 40 million to Geno because he has a good year. See, I'm not in the realm of I'm going to be willing to pay him 20 to 40 million. So if the price goes up that high, King Bomber, I just go with the quarterback and call it a day. I'm not going to go to that trek of it. I got a price I'm willing to hit, and I'm not going to go past. The Snail with the $2 donation. Thank you, Snail. I do appreciate it. Says, I'll say it again. A rookie quarterback won't help the team in 2023. Potentially not. Another reason, Snail, that you can talk about maybe having Geno here in the next year is that maybe the roster is in a position to compete next year. It's getting into that closer state, especially if they have a good free agent period and their signings that they make there, along with a draft that, like I said, is going to have 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. That's the case. Maybe your team's in a little bit more of a closer position to go win then, and immediately having a Geno as a bridge to then the guy that you then draft is maybe a little bit of a smarter run to make of it then at that point. Iverson says, wouldn't it be wild if the Seahawks ended up with the top offense in the NFL and also the worst defense in the NFL? That would be insane. No one would have been able to predict that. I mean, somebody might have predicted a bad defense, but not the offense. I would argue that King Bomber says, I wouldn't argue the fact he's good. He's played well. He's played great, but he has made you look at the TV and go, what was that? How did he do that? This guy is the guy. And Paul, as Randall said, just again, Randall really, I think, captures here with the $20 donation, but captures well here the situation with Geno. And as Geno has played really well this year, he's exceeded my expectations. I was worried on the last drive, and he came up big. To say he hasn't played well is confirmation bias, in my opinion. That's good. Another point I didn't talk about with that, Randall, is we were a little worried with Geno in that there's been times in the past where when the game gets down, he'll play pretty well throughout the course of the game, and then it seems to get a little bit tight. He gets a little bit nervous as the game starts to wind down, and that did not happen today. He played with the same confidence throughout the course of the whole game. Maybe something that he can build upon with this performance. Simple 1970 says, DK just tweeted that he took that cart ride because he had to poo. Sometimes the moment takes you, it takes you. You know? Sometimes there's an evacuation order on deck and you got to get that sucker out. Paul Suzy says, Jose Rodriguez, I'm drinking already. Oh, goodness. James Black says, if Geno wants big money, don't sign him. No, he's arguing for that. Yeah, exactly. I don't think anybody, I think King Bomber, if you were to poll these folks saying, what about getting Geno a year from now? I think they would say that. I think they'd be like where I am a little bit in this stance. Of, I'd be willing to give him a little bit of money. He's making $7 million this year. I'll double it. I'll give you $15 million next year, but I ain't going 20. I ain't going 25. I ain't going 30. That'll be where the cost gets too much. And I'm not all that certain that even if he has a good year, who is the team that's going to be out there to go pay Geno then that 20, 25, 30 million? Who's going to be the ones that want to make that move with this quarterback class as deep as it will be? Because that will hinder some of Geno's ability to get his value next year, even on the back of a good year. There's going to be probably 13 quarterbacks taken in the first 3 rounds. And that does then affect the free agent quarterbacks that are out there and available. Big Country, that dangerous commercial was the worst I've ever seen. You got to give Russ this. He's leaning into the awkwardness here, finally. He started out as the nerdy guy, and then he was like, the nerdy guy is going to try to find the cool stage of things, like, I'll marry you, and then I'll get to the cool area of things. And then now with the like Broncos left, right, he seems like he's kind of realized, okay, I am what I am on this. I got to lean into it. But yeah, those Subway commercials are, woo. Big Country says, running backs have a short shelf life. I'm not willing to pay penny. Me neither. Randall says, we have to be the number one in the league on tight ends we have to be number one in the league on tight ends, touchdowns by tight ends. Is it 6 on the year? That sounds right, Randall. That sounds right. And I don't think anybody else has got any more than that. Bash says, yeah, except that season where we lost all those games was my favorite because Cortez Kennedy won Defensive Player of the Year. He's my favorite Seahawk all time. Well, it's a bit like winning the MVP in baseball with a last place team. It's not easy to pull it off, Bash. You've got to have a difference-making kind of year to be that bad as a team and then still win that Defensive Player of the Year as he did. But Cortez had one of the great all-time years for probably a 3-tech defensive tackle that season, and he was an absolute monster on the football field. And the Raiders have gotten up here on Denver by 6 right now, deep into the third quarter. Snail says, my God, I thought this Raiders team was going to be good this year. Scooby Sack says, you're lucky if you get 2 years out of a running backs now. So, yeah, it's a position that's just, it is what it is. There's one of the situations where you apply the is what it is. And the is what it is here in this situation is, quite frankly, running backs are devalued for a reason. Highly injured. When you pay them, you don't get the same productivity back. Look at the Panthers. They're trying to squeeze everything can out with McCaffrey there to try to get some value from that contract that they provided with him. Is that an interception? Jerry Jeudy just dropped the ball and looks like it was almost picked off there. You end up at that point too when you sign that running back and it's bad money in. You keep trying to stretch to get that money out of it. You keep doing whatever you can to try to hold on for dear life. He'll get back to healthier at some point. And also, running back's not named Marshawn, but then even with the Marshawn Lynch deal, even though he was able to stay healthy and theoretically stay on the football field for you, let's not forget with Marshawn Lynch as well, he forced the third contract to be signed. So he wanted to be paid a little bit earlier on that final deal, which meant that was going to hurt you from the bonus money standpoint because you hadn't had all 4 of those years to bleed off of that second contract you'd given Marshawn. He had an injury in that final year, right, with the abdominal thing that kept him out. And then he wanted to be moved to the Raiders that offseason, which meant that you were going to have to eat dead money to move off from Marshawn. So even though Marshawn would be theoretically also be a success story in signing a running back and getting the value on it, even in that one, you had to take your lumps for deciding to pay that money on that third contract especially. Not to say I wouldn't have done it with Marshawn, and you had to kind of do it from the Seahawks organization standpoint at that point. He was the heartbeat of the team. But it's a little bit more to the proof to the pudding here of you probably just shouldn't pay running backs. Russell going deep. JTR says, in all reality, Penny sat for the first 2.5 years, so he's still pretty fresh. He only played at the end of last season and this season. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of rubber removed off of his tires. They're not bald. Bass Gordon, hey, Brando, great show. Thank you very much. I got to take off. We won. I'm just going to be happy about that and get on with my day. Aloha 12s, good win, go Hawks. That's it. Do nothing but smile after this loss. You can worry about the defense, but at the end of the day, smile. You're 2-2 in a rebuild year. That's encouraging. There's a lot to clean up. There's a lot to fix. But despite that need to fix those things, you are 2-2 through these first 4 games. Hawks Nest, King Bomber says at the Hawks Nest, yeah, Geno is playing out of his mind compared to what he was being perceived as before the season. That's all I'm saying with it, man. And it's again to props. I'm not saying I'm marrying myself to him, and I will push back on folks saying, oh, let's pay him $30 million if you see that King Bomber. If you see people getting really outside of it on that with Geno, then I'll be the first to stand up and say, okay, we're going a little bit too far here now. the Geno lauding needs to be tampered down a little bit. But I think we haven't been in this state for long enough, King Bomber. There's been too much of that energy in the chat that I felt throughout preseason and into the off season of, him getting a lot of shade thrown his way. And with it, I just felt like it wasn't always earned being tossed his way. Not to say I expect him to be a difference maker, but just that I did think he had a little bit more to him than where people saw him. That's why I put that video together back in early August on him. Sam the Great says the Raiders are destroying Russ, eating a lot of turf sandwiches. He's getting hit a lot this year, and Russ always gets hit a lot, but he's getting pounded pretty good. I've seen him take some shots already. 12 North Chad, would you say that Geno demonstrates better pre-snap reads than Russell Wilson? Yes. Yeah. Geno Smith is remarkably better pre-snap than Russell is in his reads. Russell could run up tempo. Russell could control the line of scrimmage. Russell could even maybe check into the right play. But Russell never had that firm commitment to the short and intermediate passing game, which the pre-snap control and being able to take advantage of that is going to be really based upon you at times finding that hot route receiver, finding that short receiver on the quick route. And Russell, of course, was the guy that wanted to hold on the ball and get more of the chunk play down the football field. And this really comes into play when you get situations where defense is showing a stack front. They're going to bring the blitz. Where's your hot route? Do you change into the right play to get to the hot route? Okay, then once you've done that, do you complete the process by then getting the throw out on time and accurate to the hot route read? And it was that last component with Russell where he could take you 1 and 2 steps to the spot, but not always consistently get you to the third edge of that. And this is specifically about playing through the control part of the game. There were parts that Russell brought to the game that were at next level as far as his deep ball accuracy and his ability to keep plays alive. And there's some things, there was obviously great parts to Russell's game on the other side of it, but the control pre-snap, I always thought that was one of the places where Russell was a little bit limited. Alan says, dang, that sucks to get rid of Penny right when he starts producing, but 9 times out of 10, that's probably the case. NFL's business, though, build the player stock, then upgrade somewhere. It's tough to do. It is really tough to do, but you can go by most of these teams that have signed running backs to multi-year deals in recent history. Go ask the Cowboys how they felt about the Zeke Elliott deal that they gave out, or the Saints with the Kimura deal they gave out, or the Panthers with the McCaffrey deal that they gave out. There's some success stories too. There's Henry with the Titans. You gave him a contract and he still ran relatively well post that contract. Though he did suffer an injury last year as he's starting to seemingly wear down. And it's just, to me, I play the odds on it though at the end of the day. And there's a couple things with the running back situation to understand. First off, shelf life isn't long. Second off, in your history of a franchise, when you paid a running back, it's gone to crap very quickly. It's not turned out well for you as a franchise paying running backs. The third part of it is that this franchise has done a good job finding the next running backs. I can mention a lot of different running backs who had some significant effect over our franchise history here, from Kurt Warner to Chris Warren, Ricky Waters, Sean Alexander, Marshawn Lynch, Thomas Rawls had a season, Chris Carson, Rashad Penny. You've got some guys through the years here that you've been able to find the next guys. You've been able to go get those in the draft. You might have it here with Walker behind Penny. So there's no reason to marry yourself to one guy, especially understanding how hard it is for those running backs to produce seemingly once they do get paid. It's a cliff situation so often. Paul says Geno's only 31 and professionally he has seen some stuff. Low ego, big team, and a great attitude. Great way to pull it, Paul. Great way to put it, Paul. He has seen some stuff. He's definitely learned throughout this process. He's been waiting on this opportunity. So wonderful to just see him taking the opportunity and running with it. King Bomber, may I mention of this comment, Russell Wilson has put up more than 16 points in any game with the Denver Broncos, has not put up more than 16 points in any game with the Denver Broncos. If they're again in this game coming out of in that same sense, and it looks like they're just about to go to the fourth quarter here in this Raider-Bronco game, that's the Bronco fan base is going to get real worried. If you lose to the Raiders in this game, that Bronco fan base is going to get real worried. And they're up 22-16 here. And the Raiders have the ball. Dara C says, crazy prediction. Geno goes for 4,200 yards, 40 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Would he be MVP? Probably would be MVP, Dara. Some quarterback's going to throw for 5,000 yards out there. But he would be getting probably a couple votes. Right? Like he'd probably get his share of a couple votes in there. 1970 says, if Seattle's offense can keep this up, this good play, and the Seattle defense can keep up their horrible play, at least every game will be exciting. That's what I was saying earlier in Simple 1970 was that, no matter what you look at as far as this year goes or how frustrated the defense has been and how you're in watching them, you can't deny that at least the team has been entertaining. They've been fun to watch in every game. And Dara, yeah, he'd be in the combo. He wouldn't win it, but he'd be in the conversation. He'd be in consideration. King Bomber says, I think he'd get a meme vote. He would. Could you imagine Geno gets an MVP vote and Russell, with all of his years here, does not? How brutal that'd be. Mumbles, you can put up 48 points, a missed field goal from 51, putting our team in a scoring position on every drive, play a horrible game. Credit where credit is due. He's playing good so far. Well said, Mumbles. Well said. That's assuming they would have drafted Lucas and Jason. My point is they could have had it. It's what Russell had last year. I think I missed something there, Jason. Russell didn't have Cross and Lucas. That's true. That's true. That's assuming they would have drafted Lucas. My point is they could have had, it's what Russell had last year. Yeah, Russell didn't have upper level pass protection when he was here, which I think that's your point, Jason. If I'm misreading it, let me know. But you're right. He never had really good pass protection, and something the Seahawks have done well at here. Jason, you can even add in Blythe, where Blythe's not necessarily been great in the run block game, but he has been good in pass protection. So I might put that in addition to that. Oh my goodness, the running back in the backfield, is that a safety? I think he got just out of there. Not for sale, and Geno we trust. F. Russ laughing out loud. Alan Armigen's officiating was strange garbage. Yeah, the officiating was just bad both ways. This was the worst officiated game, and if I was a Lion fan, I'd feel the same way as far as you guys gave us crap calls on our end of it too. It was just a very, very poor game. They weren't in control. A lot of officials having little conferences. I just about needed to go get them a hotel, all the conferences they were having there on the middle of the football field. It was going to take all night, gentlemen. It was weird. Russ backed up here from his own 1 yard line and shotgun. That was weird. Weird play. Aiden Simmons says, thoughts on DJ Ugalulugaluge out of Clemson? He's got really good size. He moves well. He's not really a processor out on the football field. He does get the ball there, but I feel like his motion is a little wonky for me. It's a little bit elongated in watching him. He's got a long way to go for me as far as in consideration as a pro prospect. But a real big body, good strong arm, does a relatively good job of, even though his mechanics are not clean, he does do a fairly good job of still delivering the ball in usually the right place. But processing, decision-making, that's the things I wonder about with DJ. Avery Allred, are we seeing a bit of aggression for Quandre Diggs? He seems a little bit slower. I still love him, though. Maybe. He had 2 interceptions in his hands through the first couple of weeks where he was in the right position to make it. He is a free safety in this defense, which is a lot of times he's going to be asked to basically cover up deep and make sure that we're not giving up the deep ball. He's playing that Earl Thomas center fielder role, so he's going to be out of frame a lot of times. But he's been okay to me. Mama says perhaps a regression for Diggs, but it's hard to tell since Josh Jones' play is covering that up. Yeah, Jones hasn't been very good on his side of it. But I don't think Diggs has been a huge problem on this defense. There's been some moments where he's left out to make some tackles where he hasn't looked good and he's missed the tackles. But it's more of, you're not going to usually ask your free safety to come up there and be that active as a run defender. You're usually going to want those front 7 to be doing that work more often than not. Green 80 says Penix or Will Rogers are my top 2 quarterbacks in this draft. Oh, Green 80, you and Randall. Randall McDaniel's big on Will Rogers. He loves himself, Will. I got to dive into both of them a little bit more in their tape. I'm not sure on Penix right now, but he's growing on me. Michael YT, Broncos offensive line's kind of trash. I was trying to tell people, man. I was trying to tell them Bronco fans. They didn't want to hear me. They just said I was being salty. Gene D says we need the 49ers to beat the Rams. Don't we need the Rams to beat the Niners? Then we're in. No, that's right. Then we're all 2-2. Seahawks World #12s. Go Hawks. Honestly, in the draft, I would get probably a linebacker and a defensive lineman before a quarterback. I'm always very encouraged by hearing fans in the chat that say to speak to this, or I hear Will Anderson getting a lot of love. Very encouraged by it. Because it's so easy for fans to get just caught up in the quarterback position and get obsessed with that and lose the sight of where the team really is and where the talent is and how good the team is around what quarterback you're bringing in. This is, of course, when we mention a lot of these quarterbacks that have this fail rate picked high in the first round, a lot of those failures come out from how the organization did them. And by did them, I mean did them dirty. Not give them a good offensive line, not give them playmakers, not give them the right kind of coaching to let them develop around it. But it's very encouraging, Seahawks World, for me to see fans like yourself mention, let's look at getting the rest of this team built up. It's a recognition, number one, of we need more help. But number two, it's also a recognition of the type of team that we're trying to build going into the future, which is not necessarily going to be a quarterback-centric team. Jason Tudor, Cross and Lucas are absolutely an improvement over last year's tackles, no question. I'm with you on that, Jason. I'm with you on that. I think Jason... Dwayne Brown, by the end of the year, had rounded out into a pretty solid year. He had some real bad moments last year, certainly looked like he was aging, but his level of performance is pretty close to what you're getting out of Cross here from the jump, I would say. But right side, no doubt about it. Vastly superior to what you got last year from that position. Rodney Prescio says you should do call-in again. Also, Pete has lost control of the defense. We are due for another call-in show, Rodney. You're absolutely right. We're about due. It's about time to get another one in here. So we will. I will get another one going here at some point soon on that. Promise. For sure. Marbles, at this point, I take a mediocre defense with this offense for the rest of the season as long as Tariq can keep making these big plays. Yeah, you get to even mediocre, Mumbles. That's going to take you quite far. Just to get mediocre, you're league worst right now. So you get to mediocre and you're cooking with oil. Why? This game was so fun. Frustrating with more giving up third down and forever, yes, but still fun as hell. Like the old days, laughing out loud. Special teams was horrible. 17-point difference if they don't make those 3 errors. Yeah, that Crawford kid has had a couple of really rough moments to begin things out here for his young Seahawks career as a guy that's just here to specialize in special teams. We have him a couple of weeks ago where he gets blocked into Tyler Lockett, causing a fumble because he can't hold his block and he's not aware of where Lockett is on the field in conjunction with him. And then today, he's so caught up in his block that he's not paying attention to the fact that it's a fake punt attempt on that particular play. So he was definitely a little bit rough in his element of things. And special teams today was just tough over around. Missed field goal on a bad snap. It was a little bit of an adventure today, special teams wise. But game was fun. Why? I enjoyed it. I thought it was an entertaining game. You'd like your defense to play better, but it was entertaining. And the Raiders are driving down here in the fourth quarter now. Boy, if they get a score here with as struggling as much as Denver has to score, you get it by 2 touchdowns. Standard champion, that candy diet, caught up with DK laughing out loud. That candy will get you stopped up until you're not stopped up, right? until the pipes are full. Iverson, did the Broncos do much to address their offensive line's pass protection woes this last offseason? No, Iverson. It was why I was making a prediction to the Bronco fans, and this is why I said a lot of them thought it was me just sour grapes and being salty when I'd bring this up to them, but I was saying, no, look, this is a clear assessment of your offensive line. I'm not trying to be a homer here. The Broncos last year, 2 years ago, the Broncos were 26th in pass blocking efficiency. That was on a team that ran the ball a lot of the time, that wasn't trying to ask their quarterbacks to do a whole lot. They weren't able to pass protect very well. They went in this offseason. They had a little bit of money to spend. They spent that money on Randy Gregory and they spent that money on DJ Jones. And then they went in the third round after they were down a first and second round pick. They went into the third round and got Nick Bonito, who was another pass rusher at that point. They, Raiders doing a good job here. They did nothing to look back at the offensive line and go, look, we're making this big investment for Russell Wilson. We're giving up all this draft capital. We're about to pay this big amount of money to him, but we're not going to add any pass protectors. It's one of the things, if I'm a Bronco fan, I would be most frustrated about this situation. If I was Russell Wilson, I would be really frustrated by this. In the respect of, Why can I not get a good pass protecting offensive line at one point in my career? I'm 10 years in. I haven't had one season with a good upper level pass protecting offensive line, maybe since my first year. And it's got to frustrate him. It really does. But it doesn't change the fact the Broncos didn't address it. And quite frankly, they're not going to have a clear path to addressing it in the future because they just paid Wilson all this money. But Jason Tudor says, my point isn't what they could have had. It's what Russell Wilson did last year. DJ Jimenez says, Sean Springs, damn, you went that far back. I'd say Kelly Jennings. Was Kelly that good at the, DJ, was he that good at the jump? I thought Kelly was pretty gnarly, even from the, I think I remember about Kelly Jennings is like, he legit weighed 135 pounds. Nobody can convince me otherwise. That guy had sticks for arms. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation. Sorry, Randall, a little late on acknowledging this again, but appreciate you. Says, how big of an upgrade has Blythe been? It's a little bit of a tale of two situations here, Randall. As a run blocker, he's been pretty bad. He's been a big part of your struggles to run inside. And you had a little bit more success in this game running the ball than you've had in previous games, partly because of the willingness to go more outside in your running plays. But as a pass protector, Randy, he's been far above what we've had at the center position for many years now at the center position as far as just a pass protector goes. That's been the part where I think he has really stood out. And that's the part where you get Cross and Lucas on the outside kind of calming things down over there for where we've had that play out in recent years at times. Dwayne Brown's been okay in most part, but definitely the right side. And then you have Blythe there in the center, and I'm specifically, Brandel, just talking about pass protection. So you're kind of getting three guys as good upper-level pass protectors out of the five of your offensive line. He has been one of those guys in that respect of things, but he has struggled almost just as much in the run blocking game. The important thing for me, Randall, coming out of this game when looking at Blythe has been, how does he run block in this game where you had so much success? Was he improved in this game? Was it maybe a little bit more of you were asking him to pull and get in space and go more to those outside blocks, which is a little bit more of what he can do because he is a more of an athletic, mobile kind of center. He's more of a scheme fit, Randall, to what you've had with the other centers that we've tried to trot out there here with Waldron. And Randall, you're going to have to change your 58.9. We got to run the new math on your Disley for 1,000 yards season. Or did it come out of this game 58.9 again? Randall's got a bet with Brendan Nelson on this, so that's why I bring it up. The snail, I laughed my ass off standard. That will be the King Bomber. I think Cross and Lucas will be better than what we had before, but stats-wise, I think it's a lot closer than it might appear. I think Lucas will be better on his side, King Bomber, but your point on the stats between Cross and Dwayne Brown last year. Dwayne Brown finished the season as a 70-plus PFF player. That's an above-average season from your left tackle last year. I don't know if Cross quite gets there, but it'll be interesting to see. They're going to probably get better as the year goes along. Evergreen Rider says Blythe has better control over the line, but a worse blocker. Not a bad way of putting it. BZ, with all this early down passing, we are setting up nicely for more run-heavy scheme when we meet better Ds later in the year. Great thing. Very much so. And it does that. And that's a little bit of what this offense does, BZ, and just its nature, not just game to game, but over the course of a season. Because, if you got an individual game, the West Coast offense is essentially there to pass on early downs, pass short, to take the place of running the ball on early downs. And so you're taking advantage of what this offense's designs are to do with that. But then it also, your point on this, works in the long-term fashion of this, because then as you then start to play against defenses that are looking at your tendencies and they're going, okay, we have a team here that's one of the more pass-happy teams on early downs. Now you can counter that. Now this is where we get back to playing chess instead of checkers. And that's playing chess. Well said. Addicted to Hawks. Sorry I'm late to the post-game, Brandon. Hey, man, better late than never. Appreciate you coming on in. Did we see anything positive on defense besides Tariq's pick 6? Great moves on that run, by the way. Yeah, I showed you off a little bit of that former wide receiver moves that he has in his bag, didn't he? Oh, you're going to make me try to find something good about the defense besides that. Brian Monet played his best game of the year so far. I don't think he was outstanding, but I think that he was okay. I think he had some moments where he kind of showed up a bit. Jordan Brooks was good on the run defender side of it, still struggled in coverage today mightily. Boy, Mafe was strong. I thought he was good against the run like we thought he'd be if he was out there. Didn't do a lot as a pass rusher, but I thought he was strong. That'd be about as much as I can. That's about as much as I got. Pretentious Cameron, would you do 3 years, $50 million if he continues to play well to Geno Smith? $16.6 million on a 3-year deal. If he plays like he's played this whole year, through the whole course of the season, I would be willing to do it. Part of the reason I like doing it is the aspect of you could then move the money around. You know, you could really control the cap hits of that $50 million. It's only about $17 million per it that year, and then you could move where you had the cap hit. So it would give you some flexibility with that. The cost is not too high if he carries through with what he's done through the course of this year so far. That would be the key for me, and that we're not seeing this as a sample size kind of thing. Michael YT says Tariq broke Goff's ankles on that pick six. He did. A little jump cut there at the end of that. Consumer 114 says, please don't run all game against the Saints like last year. Well said, man. Lean into what you've done so far here, especially if the Saints are going to try to take away the run, like we've seen the Falcons try last week, like we saw the Lions try to do this week. They're going to want to concentrate on the run. Take advantage of that, and take advantage of that specifically off the play action bootlegs that you use today. Take advantage of it with the 3 tight end sets, but especially, most especially, take advantage of it by throwing on first down when those teams are going to be most geared up for you to try to run the football. Valerie McDougald. How you doing, Valerie? Says it was hard for this game to flow with all the flags, over 20. Yeah, Valerie, it's why I've said I think this is the worst officiated game this year, and it's not officiated against us. Like, we had more calls go against us. Quite frankly, we might have had more benefits in this game than we had calls go against us. But it was just a poorly officiated game. There was uncertainty by them, too many conferences, just bad game. And yeah, you're right. It affects the flow, and it's why I've said I've harped on for a while now. It's the NFL. They've got to find a way to take out subjective calls in order to allow these games to flow a little bit more. I shouldn't have to flinch and wince every time there's a great play of, do I see that little orange icon popping up on my screen? Just expecting it to come in. Sam the Great says Wilson can't scramble like he used to anymore. Only getting older. For sure. I dig you to Hawks. Love the way the Waldron and Geno are using our tight ends. Wish they would have found Jimmy Graham red zone type passes for Colby. That would be another thing that they can definitely unleash here. We saw it in the first game against the Broncos where Parkinson went right up the seam for that touchdown catch. Very kind of similar route to the one Disley ran today. But that's certainly a place that you can potentially build upon in the future here, utilize in the future, because that's Parkinson's game. That was a big part of his game when it was with Stanford, and the Broncos are going to get caught with 12 men on the field here, and Russell's going to take advantage. He's looking deep. Russ caught the Raiders with 12 men. JP Hing says, even a better day. Jets beat the Steelers. There we go. JP Hing says, is Diggs 100% over his injury? I think so. I don't think they'd have him out there, JP, if he wasn't. King says, Geno Smith is MVP. That'd be hilarious. they give Geno a vote to piss off Russ. That part will be hilarious, King Mar. If he got just even one vote, that'd be funny as hell. BZ says, given the short careers of running backs in the NFL, if I was a running back taken in the first round, I might find a way to stay hurt until I got into my 4th year and pensioned, then bust out for a contract. Just saying. I'd understand it, BZ. I mean, it's the position that gets more screwed over than any position in the NFL as far as the use versus what you're paid to do. You're going to take more punishment. You got free shots on you on every play. Yeah, I might play a little dirty too as well on that. Oh, you guys are going to do me dirty? No, I'm going to do you dirty. Nobody does me dirty. Russell's going bomb city here. He's got a man too. Wow. KJ Hamler with the catch down there. JP says, I've shipped a box of tissues for Russ. Banana the bad guy Williams says, which quarterback in this draft do you want? Banana's the guy that is still leading for me even after this past week and is still my far and away guy that I like above anybody else is going to be Will Levis. He's just the guy to me is just the most perfect fit. He's running our offense right now in college. I don't think that he's going to have as much a need to be able to have to sit on the bench as long. I love his arm, love his mobility, love his mechanics. I love that the fact that he's having to overcome right now. It's teaching him an ability here of when things aren't clean, whenever the pocket isn't just wonderful in front of you, when your guys aren't catching every pass that you put right on their hands. Can you overcome that? Can you have the mental toughness to overcome that? And that's a little bit of what I feel like he's developing there in Kentucky as well. DJ Jimenez says, poorly officiated game in Detroit? Sounds like Bill Levy and the officiating crew from the Super Bowl XL. I know, that's a stadium where we've definitely had some haunts in there as far as that goes. Hoxo says, how much of draft capital would you be willing to give up to move up in the draft to get Levis? I really don't want to move up in the draft, Hoxo. I'm not a fan of doing that with these picks. I think the cost would be too high to have to move up. I'd rather just stand pat. This draft is so deep with quarterbacks. As much as I love Levis, there's a lot of quality guys in this draft through the first, second, and even third round. That to me, if there wasn't that kind of quality, if it was like it's Levis and Young and Stroud, and then you have a cliff of guys after that point, there's no talent there. Well, then at that point, I'm going to maybe reassess and go, okay, well, that would make me package some more stuff together and move up. But that's not the case. That's not what's going on. We've got more of a deeper draft here. Ethan E. says, if Geno's playing well, there is no reason to draft a replacement with a high first-round pick, especially if there's a stud player we can get instead somewhere else. I love the sentiment, Ethan. For me, the key on that's going to be how much is Geno going to cost for you to keep at that point? Because he is on a one-year deal. What is he going to command as far as that contract? But I'm with you. I'm open to it. Addicted Ox, Brandon, I agree. Draft 2 defensive studs in the first round. I would look for a quarterback and a center and guard in the second round, maybe. I'm open to it, man. Take a guy like Hendon Hooker. Vastly talented guy. He's taken some great big steps this forward in his play. His mechanics have cleaned up. He's throwing with a little bit more power on his arm. He's going to be a little bit of an older prospect. He's a guy that maybe would have first round type potential, but will slide into the second and third round maybe even potentially because he is an older guy. Then you go and you pluck him and you get great value for the pick at that point. Then you get your top end guys on the front picks. I'm on board with it. Sign me up. Bruce, laughing out loud, Russ does not get the ball out on time. No, he doesn't. He just can't see, and he wants to see stuff. He wants it to be seen clearly when he lets the ball go. So you have a guy that naturally can't see over the pocket anyway, and then he's not an anticipatory thrower. So then he really, really grinds in that. I got to wait to really see it. The Snail says, is Tua's little brother a late round sleeper at quarterback next year? Maybe. Or does he play another year? I think he's got to probably play another year. I haven't seen enough out of him myself. Jose Lopez says, Geno's him. He is. Big Country says, the Panthers stink, Baker stinks, Rule stinks. Yeah, they do. That organization's in some rough shape going forward. Because they got no clear answers. They're going to need a new coach, new quarterback. Alan Armitage says, or you're typing this now. JP Yang says, DJ coaching on defense is very questionable, to say the least. DJ says, so where are the holes in the defense? Coaching, linebackers, defensive tackles, and defensive ends? I think coaching's a big part of it, DJ. I think a big issue with you this year has been those wonky four-man fronts that you've tried to employ. The inside of a 4-3. You got the inside of a 4-3 defense, the outside of a 3-4 defense. That hasn't worked. You didn't do as much of that today. I felt like you did a lot more 3-4 base stuffs in this game. But it's a combination of both. It's hard to give one or the other. I think the schematic deficiencies are pretty large, but I also think that you are a little bit light right now as far as your talent goes on that defensive side of the ball. Big Country says Jennings was a stick, laughing out loud. He was, man. Toothpick arms, toothpick legs, thin little live frame. Mumbles thinking about it now, this game was just bizarre with all the occurrences you don't see often. 90-plus points a game. Seahawks special teams wasn't as good as normal, etc. Only thing missing is a blocked field goal. It was a little bit of a wild one. This was an unusual type of game and not a Seahawks type game either. We don't see ones like this. Both teams scoring 40-plus points. It was a strange one. Part of why I say too is so entertaining is you don't see this everyday kind of game going on. Carr's going to try to run for this and he's going to get the first down. Snail says there are some quarterback prospects I'm seeing that are juniors that have the talent. This defense and the interior O-line are too far away. I understand where you're coming with that. Makes sense why you'd want to add more talent to this team outside of quarterback and that'd be the first priority on the list over even the quarterback here when we're looking at this team. Snail says if they want to move up in the 2024 draft to get an elite dude and the team looks like they are a quarterback away at that point, that's when I would move up. That could make sense at that time. Doing that. You're just the quarterback away at that point. PTHV says, any money or draft picks Seahawks have next season need to be used on the rebuild of the defense. Geno's not our downfall. It's definitely the defense. Yeah, defense needs to get right. They need to get a lot of players over on that side of the ball. That's why I say it's a bit of a combination there. Michael IT, what grade would I give the Broncos through the first 4 games? Probably a C+. And that's Randy Gregory down for the Broncos. Looks like a fairly serious injury there. Iverson, Russ must have been grinding his molars when he saw the Seahawks spend high draft Kipple on offensive linemen. Oh, I'm sure it annoyed the hell out of him, I'm sure. Like, now you guys do this? Really? Oh, really? Were there no linebackers? I'm sure he was kicking over a couple things in his house at that time. Give me a break. DJ says, I was being sarcastic. Kelly was horrible. Okay, good. I could have been misremembering a DJ. It's been a long time ago. Larry Fitzgerald ate him up. Either the height mismatch, Larry 6'4", while Kelly Jennings was 5'11". I think he's the reason I think they switched to tall cornerbacks. Yeah, Kelly was, and boy, did Larry Fitzgerald gave it both to Kelly and Marcus Trufant for a few years there. Those guys just could not cover that guy. That was mission impossible trying to take on Larry in his prime with those two guys. But Kelly was just bad. Kelly was probably the worst of the Tim Ruskell picks, and he had his share of them. But that one might have been the worst of the worst. I think at least we eventually got like Clint McDonald for Kelly Jennings, and he was a pretty good pass rusher for us in that Super Bowl year. So you at least got some kind of value out of it, I guess. I think Randall McDaniel with the $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says Geno is an upgrade in third down and pre-snap. # facts. # big facts, Randall. Yes, that's where Geno has been at his best, and definitely is an upgrade over what Russell was prior. The pre-snap ability and control there. Russell's been able to run up tempo. Russell can do some things to take advantage of teams when he's got a going fast like that. Geno's done a better job of making sure he's in the right play, finding the open receiver, finding a hot route when there's a blitz, finding what the defense is just naturally giving to him and taking it, not trying to force the issue. That's something where Geno has been an upgrade. And the third down play has been right there. I mean, what were we like 7 of 9 today on third down? Absolutely marvelous in that respect of things. And Geno's been very good. Again, goes down to the same thing of being good in pre-snap. With Geno embracing the short and intermediate game, that's the real common component that Russell has not embraced over the course of his career here in Seattle. Not the course of career, but just recently here in Seattle. So those are two places that absolutely are upgrades, man. There's no doubt about it. No doubt. Well said. Bruce says, how long till Russ starts ripping the line? Well, he got paid. He'll wait at least a year on that one, I'm sure. Maybe this offseason. It'd be great if I can get a couple of more offensive linemen. I'm just saying. Ooh, nice job by Devontae Adams to keep his feet there after the catch. First down. 5 minutes to go. Broncos down by 2. Sam the Great says, man, this Raiders defense is scaring Russ. He took some hits early on. It's understandable. Ethan E says, Josh Jones is almost as bad as Tedrick Thompson was. He is. He's a little bit better than Tedrick. And they do play 2 different positions where Tedrick was your free safety. Josh is a strong. But Josh has not been good. Addicted Hawks is to me or all the NFL reporters who bash Geno kind of quiet lately. Oddly quiet. Oddly quiet. That's true. We got the Raiders driving here. Ethan E says, Wilson Moonball. I missed those. Definitely something you lost there. You don't got the Wilson Moonballs. Yeah, he made a nice completion down to KJ Hamler on one of those moonballs. Jesus says, what were the Raiders safeties doing there? I don't know. They're back in cover 2, it looked like. But they got split. Jason Tudor, yep, the old A button. Mark Evercorn, I'm back. Has Seattle ever gone a full game without punting? Go Hawks. Not that I can remember, man. Maybe the Buffalo Bill game that you hung 50 on the Bills back in the day. Or the Cardinal game the week before that you hung 50 on the Cardinals. But absent those 2 games, I can't remember of another game. You can't even have good calls in Detroit. Shaking my head. Can't have S. Sam, great. He did that Madden-style dive for the touchdown. Oh, that's what he meant by the old A button. Yeah, he did. That was the Madden. That's the Madden dive. The super elongated Superman dive. Yeah, Russ played good on that drive. His defense isn't holding it up right now at this moment. Looks like Randy Gregory is going to be carted off the field. Tough. Seahawks 02, do you think quarterbacks like Young and Stroud sometimes get overshadowed by the school they go to with the weapons they got? Yes. I think that when people look at, for instance, why Ohio State quarterbacks have had a fail rate at times in the NFL, it's not simply because the Buckeye program is, can't produce quarterbacks. I think it's as much about, and you see the same kind of thing from Alabama. It's that you have a quarterback who has all of the best things around him. He's got best offensive line, best receivers, best running back, great defense on the other side of it. They've got a lot to allow them to be put on display and shine at that point. And this is one of the reasons why Seahawks 02, I give Levis so much credit, despite the fact statistically, he's maybe not going to be in the same area of a guy like a CJ Stroud this year, because he's having to overcome in all of those elements of things. And that's a part that you got to take into account. And if you don't, you end up fooling yourself and getting caught on a guy like Tua with the Miami Dolphins, who really is limited. You picked a guy in the top 10 in the first round who's limited. That's where you'll land in by doing that, I think. And it's a very important pitfall that we don't allow ourselves to fall into. Mumbles is also, damn, was hoping to say Broncos can't score more than 16 points. Well, they did get just barely over 16 in this one, I guess. Raiders are the big third down here. Pitch play to the edge, and they're going to get it. They're going to get it. Oh, goodness. Down to the 6-yard line. Broncos only have 2 timeouts. Come on, Raiders. Come on, Raiders. Greg, at this point, we need to sign a good amount of big-name free agents. Sign Elgin Jenkins, Roquan Smith, and Yannick Ngakoue in the same offseason. I'd be open to that. I like those names, Greg. There's some good names to put out there. That's not just name names. Those are some guys that could definitely help and improve and upgrade. Ryan Osterson, how about Waldron today? Great play calling, especially in key spots. I often couldn't guess the play call on my couch. Something different from years past. That's a little bit of what I was saying earlier too. The play calling here in this game was surprising. It was off guard. You expected to see one thing and then he would come at you with another thing. And I was doing the same thing on my side of this, Ryan, where I was going, okay, this looks like this is going to go to a run and then it's going to look to the pass. The only times that I could predict when I was right in this game was when I was watching Geno change the play at the line of scrimmage when he saw that he had a 7-man box in front of him with the Detroit Lions. When he had that lightened box, he would go to the run. But outside of that, It was really unpredictable. And Ryan, this is by far Shane Waldron's best called game here in Seattle. It's coming on the heels, I think, of one of his better called games last week as well, in a season that has been a big jump forward as far as play calling goes this year than what it was last year. We are seeing Waldron unfiltered, unrestrained, and loose, and it's a wonderful thing to see. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, yeah, I agree. Love me some Hooker in the second. Yeah, I look at it where it's, let the age thing hold other teams back. Let the age thing hold those teams back. They go, well, we really want a guy that's like 22, 23. We don't like the 25-year-old guy. We're a little worried about that. Let them do that. If he's got the talent, he's got the production. I think he's has continued to improve, brings a lot to the table as far as he's got the good size, good arm strength, and he's mobile. Put that all together, I'm open to it. Big Country says it's unfortunate because the Panthers have a decent roster. They do. They're just one of those teams in that space that I talk about, Big Country, where they've talked themselves into thinking they're better than they are, which has led them to be in that stage where I say you never want to be in as an NFL organization, and that is in between. That is the twilight zone. That is caught in between dimensions of time and space. And that's where Panthers are catching themselves right now. And you see what this causes. It's like the Baker trade when you had already made that Sam Darnold trade. When you'd already just drafted Matt Corral, like you're scrambling. Everything feels reactive when you're in that stage and and when things are set like that. Berna 28283 says, we won, bro. Corn dogs, Jackie, corn dogs. Ethan E says, usually when our offense plays good, our defense is ass. That's been usually a bit of a trade-off in recent years, hasn't it? Addicted Ox, Brandon, does it seem like Tyler Lockett is falling down on purpose after catching the ball over the middle of the past 2 games? He's been doing that for the last couple of years, Addicted to Hawks. I mean, he removed kind of the quote. He's been one of the least yak receivers per catch in the league. He's probably one of the lowest of the low guys you'll see in that respect of things. It's just been kind of the way that he goes about his business. And I'm fine with it. If he ends out the year with 90 catches and 1,200 yards and he did a lot of falling down after those catches, fine. Cool. That's a lot of production to have with those fall downs. Jason Tudor, did you hear Aaron yell snap the effing ball, laughing out loud? I didn't hear that. No, I got the Bronco game on right now here. PT, where's PT at? PT says, if you were to use the 2023 draft picks on defense only, what pieces would you change and why? It does depend on PT if we're really truly going to commit to this 3-4 defense going forward, or if they want to slide back more to a 4-3 defense. That's going to dictate some of it. I think your needs would be that you need help on the interior of the line. You need help at middle linebacker. Probably going to need help at strong safety. I would probably put the priority in that order. If it came down to there was a first-round talent defensive tackle and then there's a Will Anderson type or a Jalen Carter type with the Georgia, that would overtake me to then go and move to take the guy that's more of the edge player there at that point too. So if I was caught into with that kind of decision, that would change me off that spot. But defensive tackle, linebacker, strong safety would be the positions that I would be looking to pick at this point. Rodney Press Show says we have to be patient with Brooks Brando. He's in the new scheme and is trying to learn it. He just does not fit it, to be honest. Well said, man. Well said. I'll try to be a little more patient with him, Rodney, but understand too as well, this is his 3rd year. And he is playing in a new defense, but for instance, the thing that stands out to me, Rodney, is where are the instincts? Why is it that I can consistently over and over again catch Brooks taking false steps forward towards the line of scrimmage trying to play the run, and then those false steps then leave him vulnerable over the top on the deep play? And Rodney, if you look at that video I just posted yesterday about why the Seahawks defense is failing, I've got back-to-back plays that I show in that show Jordan Brooks taking those false steps forward. And he took those false steps when he was a middle linebacker in a 4-3 defense. He's taken those, when he was a will linebacker in a 4-3 defense. So this is a problem that goes back to him at college, and it's a part of where the growth should be within his game. I can get it if there's certain athletic limitations, not athletic, but size limitations, where if he's matched up on a tight end, that guy's 6'4", he's 6 foot, a trust ball is thrown by the quarterback, he might not be able to get to those kind of passes. But the fact that he's not taking steps forward, specifically, let's say in zone coverage, is discouraging to me. It is. And he's not doing enough on the other side of it as far as a run stuffer to augment that or supplement that. negative that he's giving you on that aspect of it. But we'll give it the full year to get a view on him. I do think that if he goes to this full year playing like this, though, you can't look at him as a long-term answer, especially as he is now kind of going into a third year, theoretically a contract year where you're going to have to decide what you want to do with him going forward. Snail says, how dare you, Brandon? Marcus Trufant was the best Seahawks in history. It never had a bad play. Go Cougs. Oh, Lordy. That's hilarious. Brando2345 says, have you been able to see any play of Grayson McCall this season, quarterback at Coastal Carolina? I think you mentioned before. That has been mentioned on me. I have not had a chance to check him out, though, yet. I think I saw a little bit of him. Wasn't he there last year with Isaiah Likely? So I probably saw a little bit of him with Isaiah Likely last year when he was there. But I need to go and do some more checking up. I'm getting a little bit behind on my college viewing stuff, so I will try to get a little bit of a closer look at him and see where he's at. Sale says, they said on the telecast it was the first time we didn't punt in team history. Well, how about that? How about them Seahawks? Over One-Eyed Willie says, One-Eyed Willie James says, do you think we should take a look at Landon Collins? Yeah. Yeah. It's bad. You're getting bad play out of the safety position. And it's much like what Barton is doing to the middle linebacker position is what Josh Jones is doing to the strong safety position, where the bar is so low here. It's so very, 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 very low that you've got to find a way to, you can clear this and you don't have to give up a lot of assets to do so. Snell says, I think Pete was happy with Penny today. I hope he is. Penny played phenomenal. Cameron says, feels so weird having a 10 a.m. game. It's only 4:30 and it feels like it's 7:30. I know. For real. It is an oddity, these 10 a.m. ones. Especially me. I'm a night owl, so I always get up late. So they throw me way off. Hugely, hugely off. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation, William. Says, after your last video on the defense, would you revise anything since this last game? Well, my main fix in that video was to, William, was to transition back to more of a 4-3 based defense. And they didn't do any of that today. They stayed more in a 3-4 defense. I think whether they want to go 4-3 or 3-4, William, if they're going to go 4-3, make it the 4-3 under, make it with you're getting, a heavy formation from an offense, then you got the 4-3 under with the Sam linebacker on the line of scrimmage. But beyond that, make it more of the traditional 4-man front that you've run in the past, as opposed to the wonky 4-man front where guys are really spread out along that along that defensive line. That would have been the thing that I would have implemented, which they didn't do in this particular game. I will say that if they don't do that, then just stick at least with the 3-4 defense then. Roll with that 3-4. Don't go back to the weird 4-man front. The inside is a 4-3 defense. The outside's a 3-4 defense. Don't do that anymore. That's the real place to avoid above all else here, William. And I think that would bring them good returns in the respect of there'd be less of them getting gashed, less of them not being able to be a little bit stiffer against the run. 3-4, get that extra down lineman there on that line of scrimmage. That will aid you to a little bit of a degree. But they didn't build on anything in this game off of what I said in that video. They didn't put anything extra out there that was like, oh, they've added this component to what they're doing right now. You got a couple of turnovers today, which was nice. That was a part that's a little different than what we've seen so far. But from schematics, all you did was you just moved a little bit more out of those weird 4-man fronts to go to more of the 3-4 defense. Maybe a little bit titch more, William, of pressure-based looks. But even that wasn't utilized as much as I'd like to see, because as I contend with this defense, and I've yet to see anybody in the chat that's pushed back on this in this respect of things. If you're going to run a soft zone defense, which is based upon not giving up the chunk plays, let's say a chunk play is anything over 13 yards, 15 yards or more, and you're going to construct a defense that wants to limit those big plays, make the teams earn their way up the football field, okay? If that's going to be the way you're going to do it, but then that defense is going to fail giving up those big plays down the football field. From me and my standpoint, rather than looking at the talent deficiencies that exist on the defensive side of the ball and thinking, well, they'll figure out eventually how to play this zone right, I go to more of a pressure-based look as well. I bring a little bit more of the blitzes. I manufacture things a little bit more. It's part that stood out to me from the Falcon game last week is that's a Falcon defense that wasn't very good, but they did a great job in the second half of running stacked fronts, showing blitzes, dropping out of blitzes, making it very uncomfortable for the quarterback. Seahawks could do more of that to manufacture a little bit more of a benefit to their defense, as opposed to just trusting these guys to make a play and keeping things really simplified. So that's where I would go with it, William. But I think it is going to be more of a little bit of what we've seen here, and they're just going to hope that they can clean up what we've seen. Sort of that, well, we'll just get we'll get this guy's failing on this play and that guy's failing. We'll get those cleaned up. We've got the right defense. We just got to get the players to clean up their play. We'll see if they're right on that. Jason Tudor says, damn, Jacobs having one of the most dominant running back games I've seen in a long time. Pete must be drooling. Probably here. And you got, they're just winding this game down at this point on Denver. That game's over with, it looks like. Touchdown Raiders. Cameron feels so weird. Sorry, I read that one. Alan Armington doesn't look like Russell's got any magic left in that wand in this game. And though they did score more than 16 points in this game, they're going to end up coming out of this game with only 23 points against a not great Raiders defense so far to begin this year. Big Country says, them lose 10-3. Looks like we'll be getting wild card number 2 or wild card 3 most likely. I'm okay with that, Big Country. At least we're in. And we got a roster constructed, Big Country, to do well in playoffs. You know, you have great starting pitching, great bullpen, and you play great defense. That plays in October in baseball. When the balls don't quite carry as far, you know, it's a little harder to hit, hurts your hands a little bit as it gets a little bit colder in those stadiums. So if they can get enough offense, Big Country, that's going to be the key with this Mariner team is, can you get enough offense in the playoffs? Because there's so many times that this Mariner offense just gets completely shut down to nothing. And that will be, I trust the pitching, I trust the bullpen, I trust the defense. That's the part that has me a little worried going into the playoffs. Mud Bowls says, when I think of Lockett's game, it's two things. 3rd and long, and Lockett just on the other side of the sticks, catching the ball and converting and doing a little move to create a big play downfield. Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. And he's been pretty insanely productive operating from that realm, hasn't he? He really has done a good job with that. So he's carved his niche out here in Seattle, has Lockett. He's on pace to become the second best receiver in Seahawks history. And there's been some good receivers who've come through here. Sam the Great says Wilson threw a dime, bad drop by 26. So the thing that Wilson was getting here, along with poor pass protection from that offensive line of the Broncos, was that there is a little bit of the drops issue there, right? And there we saw earlier in this game with Jerry Jeudy, he had a drop on a sideline that could have easily been intercepted by a Raider player. Guy Jeudy who had drops going back to last year. Makes it tough on Russ. Lyrical Listener says, that's a game, GG. Raiders got it. Raiders got it. The Denver Broncos will fall to 2-2, and that draft pick just got a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Just a little bit. Greg says, Broncos lost, baby. Top 10 pick, here we come. Imagine we get to the playoffs, the Broncos give us a top 10 pick. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine? BZ says, I have faith this D can continue to improve to a top 15. They may take a trade of cornerback talent for other assets, linebacker, etc., but we're just young in places and with a new scheme. Oh, I love the optimism, BZ. I hope you're right, man. I do love the optimism. I hope you're right. That would be great to see. And indeed, they're flashing over here to the Patriots game where they're driving up the field here in overtime against this Packer team. Looks like this is in Green Bay. Thank you, Broncos is right. The gift that keeps on giving. King Bomber says, didn't they do a little bit of 3-4, bring that outside linebacker down? Kind of. Yeah, a little bit, King Bomber. I mean, they're bringing him down to blitz, but it's a 3-4 look. Meow Mix says, go Seahawks. Let's ride. Let's ride, Meow Mix. Meow Mix, they've been doing hybrid the past few years under Norton. They have. They've been riding a variety of different kind of fronts as it is. So it's not a complete changeover. They've already been doing some of this. Which is why it's harder for me to just pass it off to just being the new scheme with this defense. There's a little bit more at play, it feels like. Aiden Simmons says, football today at 9:30 Eastern is hard enough, but 6:30 a.m. Pacific to watch Cousins BS Dalton is tough. Yeah, I can't. I wasn't going to do that. Being a Hawk fan from the East Coast is tough, but I love my Hawks. It can be a rough one, man. It can. It can indeed, but I know you guys are holding up on that East Coast. I feel for your East Coast talkers with the time difference. It's substantial, 3 hours like that. Amari Taylor, after this game, do you think we still have a top 3 pick? I don't think I don't know if I go, it's likely we have a top 3 pick, but it's possible. Amari, the schedule is going to get tougher as this year goes along. You got 2 games against the Rams, another game against the 49ers, a game against the Saints. Don't we play at some point the Vikings, I think, too? We got some tough games here. We got some tough games coming up. Kel says, why was Neal playing? I think, Kel, that they had more of kind of a dime-based package. That's how they've used Neal in the past, is he'll come in as a dime defender. So they probably had him in there at times, maybe even mix him with Jones, because Jones has had some struggles. Sidney Jones was out there. I don't know if Michael Jackson had an injury, Kel, or that they just didn't like his performance out there and the way he was playing. I haven't heard any word on that as of yet. So it's one of those 2 things, either an injury with Michael or they just wanted to get Sidney out there because they thought he could play better. Yamik says, doesn't matter. The Seahawks have the draft capital to trade up for a top 3 pick. Tanking is not needed. Well said. Very well said. I agree. JP Hinks, Denver did lose. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Woo verse formation. Yeah, Denver lost. Big Country says, exactly. I'm completely satisfied with being in the tournament. Yeah, me too. Me too. That's a step forward for where this team is, and they're ahead to me. They're further, maybe it's a little bit ahead, but they're further ahead with this season, the way they put this down, where Julio is, how they've set the stage. So this is, we're going to be a team into the future to really be contending with. But I like the fact that we go into this playoffs, our Mariners, with a bit of house money. Nobody's expecting us to do anything. There's no pressure on this team to do anything. They just go out there and get to play free, loose, and easy. And it seems like this Mariner team this year is at their best when they're just loosey-goosey, when it's not tight. JP Hing says, so it is a great day. Broncos lose and the Seahawks win. Enjoy all. It is. It's a double shot of goodness today. Broncos lose, Seahawks win. The 1-2 punch that'll put a smile on your face throughout the course of a week. Drew Brees says, I love that Denver choked against the winless Raiders. Me too. Me too. Because if the Raiders are better than them, that might put them a little bit deeper in that division as well. They got a fairly tough schedule to the Broncos as we go over the course of this year. Allen says, Broncos O-line looks way worse than Seattle's, even without Cross or Lucas. Way worse? I don't know about way worse. I mean, they almost had 500 yards offensively as well, Allen, and Goff had a lot of time back there to assess, and we weren't getting a lot of pressure on him. They ran the ball pretty well in addition to that. So I was fairly well impressed by this Lions offensive line. I think it's probably even a bit better than ours overall. Drew B says, hey now, Russ wanted to go to a city team that knew how to win. Nice job, Denver. Yeah, Russ wanted a team that was going to commit to win. He wanted a fan base that, really wanted to win. It was just okay with just being okay, He wanted to go to one of those elite franchises. Malmix, Wilson had 3 sacks today, now at 12 sacks for the season, laughing out loud. I thought the Broncos O-line was supposed to be good. So all the Bronco fans were telling me, I was trying to ask them about, hey, 2 years ago, you're 26th in pass blocking efficiency. Last year, you were 28th in pass blocking efficiency. So you don't pass protect well. And now you're bringing a quarterback into the room, who likes to hold on to the ball as much as any quarterback in the NFL. And you're not going to get him any offensive line protectors in free agency or via trade. Very strange blind spot by the Broncos. Sort of a deciding factor here was that Russell was going to be the end-all be-all and cover up any of their detractions offensively with his presence alone, which just is not going to be the case for how Russell plays the game. Strange. Jason says it's almost like sacks are a quarterback stat. They certainly do affect it, don't they? With their decision-making, how long they hold the ball. He had one on a play-action pass that was not his fault in this game, where his back's turned to the ball, the defender gets a free run at it being Crosby, but the point does still stand. Drew Brees says Russell is probably semi-okay with today's result in that he had a good QBR and 3 touchdowns. Since his main concern is personal stats, he'll probably be almost fine with the loss. Well, let's make a prediction here, Drew Brees. He will be smiling in the presser, right? You know he's going to be smiling in the presser, shaking it off, keeping that neutral mind state. You just got to keep yourself neutral, Yeah, he's at least got his stats on this one. Addicted Ox, Brandon's right. It's Christmas in October. Hee. Christmas, to quote James Bond, Addicted Hawks, Christmas comes twice a year. Motive, well, at least Russ doesn't have to carry the Broncos, right? Oh, some subtle Russ digs, and I'm here for all of them. Every last one of them. Big Country says, Cougs almost got the top 25, Snail. They're almost there. Just a little bit right at the top there. Addicted Ox, anyone know how many sacks Nwosu has for the season? Got one more today. Great job by Schneider to find him. A very good get by Schneider. And we don't have a lot of great free agent signings over the last 10 years, but this one might be one that we look at and really got to laud Schneider on grabbing him because he's given him good production out there. He did have one sack. I thought he had another one sack on the 2-point conversion, but I know sometimes they don't count that, oddly enough. So he ended up, Uchenna ended up with 7 sacks, 3 solos, 1 sack, 1 tackle for loss, 1 pass defense, and 2 quarterback hits. He can sure fill up a stat column, can Uchenna. He's like the basketball player that'll get you like 18 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and a block. He'll give you one of those kind of stat lines across the way. That's sort of Uchenna's game. Lieutenant Friesen says it would be funny if Denver pick was higher than the Hawks' own pick. It would be hilarious, Lieutenant. It would be hilarious. And we would not hear from one single Bronco fan in this chat, I can guarantee you. And their silence would be just simply wonderful. It would be wonderful. Jason Duder, 2-point plays don't count for stats. Yeah, that sucks, Jason. I wish they kind of did. But he did have another sack there on that 2-point conversion too. James Black, looking at our weapons versus the Broncos, I'll take our guys all day. Not sure what Russ saw over there. He was trying to talk himself into a Tom Brady situation, and the closest team out there that provided the similar facsimile of what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were a couple of years ago when Brady was going there would have been the Denver Broncos. You could see, well, Gordon Sutton's like our Mike Evans, and, they have a young line, but it's coming along, and the defense is like where Tampa Bay's defense was. That's where Russell was trying to kind of, but it's a very broad look at it. It's not kind of getting as much into the details of that Bronco team. Like, for instance, Jerry Jeudy being a highly drafted guy, but a guy that's been a little bit underwhelming in his career. So to start things off, Kenny, Hamler coming off that major injury the previous year. The fact that they don't have a lot of great tight ends, especially once you're moving Fant out, you're definitely taking a little bit of a step back there. Russ saw it a little bit differently. He didn't get in the depths of it a little bit as much, but there probably wasn't as clear an option. There wasn't that Tampa Bay-like option necessarily out there either. If it wasn't going to be Denver, who was the team he was going to go to? The Washington Commanders? Ugh, that wasn't going to work. I don't think there was a team out there that really stood out that was going to make a lot of sense for him at that point, past Denver. If he was really wanting to go, if he had to go. Scooby Zach says, I'm liking this Russ trade more and more. B-man. Hell yeah. As you should. Jacob Kessinger says, Nwosu had a good day too. Too bad he's really the only linebacker that's producing. Well said. Well said. He is definitely one of the only ones kind of making it happen out there. I think Docs, Brandon. Yep. Once Mafe gets more play time, Usu and Mafe will be a sweet edge setters and rushers. Agreed. That's your best lineup going into the future, I think, especially early downs and especially to try to stop the run. Marty talks. We might actually come out on top with a trade for once in our franchise history. Hey, Marty, we got the Meyer trade. We won that one. We got the Joey Galloway trade. We got 2 first-round picks from the Dallas Cowboys for Joey Galloway. We've had a couple of wins, but I'll give you this, Marty. There's some rough trades. I'm not gonna lie. We've had some rough goes at it as well. Jason Wolf, Geno Smith is no MVP, but he looked amazing today. Well said, Jason. Agreed. Can't pick a single thing apart in Geno's performance today. This is as close to flawless as you're going to get from the quarterback position, in my opinion. Snail says, yeah, season not over. The UW loss helps Apple Cup. It's going to be a big game this year. It'll be a fun game, competitive game. Get some really great quarterback play with some really fine teams built around him. Be good. Cameron Ward's going to go out that secondary of the UW, though. He's going to show no mercy to that UW secondary. JP says, why Bryce was so pissed when hurt. Bad injuries can make you mad, especially when it's going to cost you money in the future. Yeah, I understand why he was mad. I get it on that. It's also a dumb play on his part there. You know, I mean, you're going to win this game against this team you're playing. It's not going to be the biggest battle against you. You know, why he's trying this weird throw there when he's falling down. Take the sack or just throw it away. Be smart in your quarterback process. It was a needless injury that just didn't have to happen. Addicted to Hawks, Brandon, would Geno qualify for comeback player of the year, or is that only for injured players? No, I mean, I think that he would qualify for it. You always got to wonder with comeback player, don't you have to originally be a good player, though, to come back to being that player? So maybe the voters will be like, come back from what? Alan, with the Broncos, Russ is getting beat up every pass he throws. It was like that in Seattle as well, but he wasn't using his legs either. That's all I'm saying. That's a valid point. It's a valid point. And again, he's got an offensive line there that's built around running the ball and not really trying to throw the ball as much. And when you put Russ wants to cook, he's going to want to throw a little bit more in Denver than he threw in Seattle. He's going to want to be the focal point that's going to put those offensive linemen in perilous positions in order to try to hold up his pass blockers. And this is a little bit why it's probably failing for them offensively wise early out the gate, especially when you see them as well early out the gate here, struggling to really stay committed to running the football, where they want to seemingly kind of always fall back into now it's time for us to pass. Now we got to throw. Now we need to pass. It's going to make it hard for us throughout the course of this year, Alan. It's going to make it hard. And last year he got broken for the first time, and he is getting older, and he's not going to be able to sustain these high level of hits like he once did. The body will wear down. Marty talks says, Geno looked good, but let's chill for a sec. It was against the Lions. Yeah, Marty, but this is 4 games of solid football that he's put together. And it's coming on the heels, Marty. Let's not also forget this is coming on the heels of what had maybe been his best game of his career last week. He's now stacking these up. 3 of the first 4 games he's played upper level, which I just don't think, Marty, anyone was really anticipating with Geno this year as far as his play goes. D Nugget says, I still want some Drew Lock action. I'm locked in. Jason, when was the last time you could say Washington and WSU alongside Kansas and Kansas State all being good at the same time? I mean, Jason, has it ever happened? Even when UW and WSU had some good moments in the late 90s, I think you had Kansas was still dog water at that time. K-State might have been okay for a moment there, but not all at once. Seahawks OT, you think teams will look back to the draft and admit they effed up not picking Abraham Lucas? Yes. Yes, I do. 100% I do think that. I think it's where teams can't get creative sometimes in their mindset and then their outlook on a player. And they see a guy like Lucas was playing in a spread formation his whole career in college, and they go, well, he's not run blocking. And it's like, well, he wasn't asked to run block that much, but when he did it well. So, the player can only do what he's being told he's to do. And when you watch the tape on him, when you broke down the tape, it wasn't a matter of he had an inability to run block, or he didn't have the play strength to run block, or he didn't have the fundamentals to run block, or the technique to run block. He had all of that. All of it. So an odd assessment by teams in a league that values tackle play at such a high level to allow this guy to fall all the way to the 3rd round. I saw him as a back-end first-round talent. Very, very strange for the teams around the league to miss this one this badly. And maybe it just speaks to what their view is of Pac-12 players, and they just don't, everything's viewed of everything through the SEC and out east, and that those are the only players that matters when it comes to drafts now. Abraham Lucas shows you that you can find guys in other places too. It's not just got to come from those big programs. Snail says, out 6 Geno Burn, Brandon. Addicted to Hawks, Brandon laughing out loud. Good point. Come back from what? Maybe come back from the Jets? I'm saying, you just got to be like, he had that 1,000-yard year as a running back, and now he's coming back giving us a 1,000-yard year after the torn ACL. It's like, well, he's coming from being a middling quarterback with the Jets early in his career. But hey, I mean, I think he still would be in contention. I'll vote for him if I had a vote. Daniel W., I'm just tuning in literally this moment. Summary of your thoughts on today's game. People downplayed last week's hit INT from Tariq, but sets the confidence for the future as shown today. A rookie cornerback getting 2 interceptions that he undercuts the passes on, and his first 2 in his first 4 games should be eye-opening, does not happen by sheer luck, and does show you that the talent in this kid is at least somewhat for real. Beyond the interceptions, he's also played really well, Daniel, as far as shutting down and being good about not being picked on as a rookie. He had a couple of rough moments today, but overall was good and solid. And the interception certainly helps out a considerable amount. He's got star potential there. There is no doubt about it. He's tapping in towards that potential at a much faster rate than even I thought was possible. I figured the guy would be sitting on the bench this year, that he would need a year of groom and growth and learn the scheme, learn his technique, and clean it all up. Instead, he is ready to go right now, and he is only going to get better, Daniel. My viewpoint on this game is that this should finally, fully shut the Geno Smith haters up. It should. It doesn't mean that he's the quarterback of the future. It doesn't mean he's going to be magical for the rest of the course of the year. But the axioms that have been thrown about, we know what he is. He is what he is. 40th best quarterback in the NFL. He's going to be just good enough to lose you the game. These markers that have been applied to Geno Smith over and over again need to be thrown out. They need to be tossed away. He has been far more than that. He has far exceeded expectations. And today, Daniel, he had the best game of his career. Coming on the heels of, as I said last week, which was probably the best game of his career last week. So he's been phenomenal. He carried the day for you here, Daniel. He was in control. He was excellent on his throws. He put the ball in the right spot. He had no real passes that were even close to being intercepted. He found a way to still feature in DK Metcalf, even as DK was being double teamed. He audibled to the right play time and time again at the line of scrimmage. He ran up tempo. Every time the defense dropped the ball, he picked the ball back up and ran with it. Rashad Penny again showed you, in addition to what you saw from Geno Smith, why he can be a difference maker at the running back position and why people should not forget about him as an impact player on this offense, and why this coaching staff has got to find a way to not necessarily just fall in love with Kenneth Walker and say, well, we got to split these carries in half and give half to one guy and half to another. No. Rashad Penny should be your bell cow back going forward. He's earned the right to be that. When you give this guy a lot of carries, he makes a lot happen with it. There weren't always holes in this game, but he was always finding the yards. Hell, the first down round at the end of the game might have been his best carry on the game just by his ability to find that hole and get those yards and get that first down. So Rashad Penny again shows you why he can be a bit of a difference maker on this offense and help you going forward. Waldron, along with Geno, I thought he called his best game as a Seattle Seahawk by far. And I think Waldron, offensive coordinator wise, has really, the light is turned on this year for him. Vast difference from what you saw last year. Very much an improvement from him. He was on it today. His play calling was brilliant. He had that Lions defense off guard, not sure of what was coming or where it was coming at. And that's a Lions defense that wants to play really aggressively. He was taking advantage of that aggressiveness right and left. Defense completely threw up all over themselves, Daniel. And they just continue to kind of do so throughout the course of the game. You do have a couple of nice turnovers from the rookies. The Peanut Tillman punch out by Kobe Bryant, the undercutting interception by Tariq Woolen, fantastic moments. But once again, the defense has really little that it can hang its hat on. Can't stop the run, not able to stop the short and intermediate pass, not really able to stop the deep passing either, not able to tackle all that well, not able to really cause many turnovers. You got a little bit more pressure today, got a little bit more of the turnovers today, but this defense, Daniel, has got to find something it can hang its hat on. That doesn't mean it needs to get to an elite status. It's just got to find something that it does well. And it did nothing well today, kind of across the board in that respect, which is really tough to watch, Daniel, as we're trying to get a little bit more confidence and faith in not just the defense, but Coach Carroll as we go forward to get this rebuild right. It's not just merely about a talent deficiency here. It's about your defense is not playing well. And let's not forget, Daniel, the Lions were down maybe 3 of their top 6, 7 most important offensive players in this game, and they still hung 45 on you. Special teams wise, also wasn't able to carry the day today. Myers had a missed kick, which was on a bad snap kick, so that wasn't really on him. You have the Lockett drop, a fumble there on the punt return when Lockett's supposed to be in there for his sure-handedness. That was disappointing to see. And then you have the fake punt that you allowed the reception on that. So the special teams unit definitely let you down a little bit overall today as well. But at the end of the day, you came out of this with the W, Daniel. Nobody should be apologizing for this win. You got things to clean up. You want to get better. You're not going to be facing a Detroit team like this, that's undermanned like this, that's maybe a little bit talent deprived like they are, talent deprived just a little bit. You're not getting that every week. You're not going to get the benefit here. But they took care of business this week with this. They did what they needed to do. 10 a.m. game. Just again, another surprising thing where Carroll has solved this 10 a.m. start time situation like nobody else, like no other coach in Seahawks history. And second place isn't even close. If you look at the winning percentage by Seahawks coaches and operating from that 10 a.m. standpoint, I bet it's around probably 30, 40%, 30, 300, 400 winning percentage. As with Carroll, it's gotten up well over 500 on those times. That's been amazing to see from him. So overall encouraged, Daniel. Overall encouraged. Still very much worried about this defense. Getting sliced and diced by Jared Goff with as I said, with a Detroit offensive line that's missing 3 of their top 7 guys. That is legitimately worrisome. Adrian X with the $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. I appreciate you. So do you think this is Russ's last top contract he gets? Yes. Yes. And I think a lot of the reason why the representatives, Russell Wilson, pushed to get that contract this year, beyond the fact Russ wants to constantly be paid, is the fact that they recognize that fact that this season, them coming into it, they could have had him fall off this year and they would not have been able to get that same kind of contract moving into next off season. So yes, because then Broncos could say, look at it from the Broncos standpoint. They hold off from paying him. He goes in, now he's still got 1 year left on his deal after this season, so that he can't just come back and say, well, I'm going to hold out or do something weird. And then the Broncos can say, you know what? We're not going to sign you to a contract after this year. We want you to see another year of you play to see where you're going to be. And then after that, if you're just good enough for us to give you the franchise tag, we'll give you the franchise tag twice. Then we got 4 years of you for Russell Wilson for the draft capital given up. And if you're not good at that point, we'll just move on at that point. So Russ's people got out ahead of this. I have to think a little bit because they were recognizing that fact. But yes, I think Russell has some diminishing skills. I think that the arm is not necessarily as strong as it once was. I don't think that he can move as well as he once was. And I spoke about when he was here in Seattle, Adrian X, there are components of Russell's game that he has to now build into his game. He's got to get the old man stuff into his bag. And the problem with Russell Wilson is he's never developed the old man stuff. I talked about 1.5 years ago. He's never been great pre-snap. He's never been great against the blitzes. He's not great in the short and intermediate passing game. He's not great about hitting his hot route. You know, he really struggles in the element. He's not an anticipatory thrower, which is one of the ways you beat the blitz, is throwing with anticipation. These are all attributes of his game that are lacking in Russell Wilson. But here's the other thing about that. These are also attributes of Russell Wilson's game that he can improve and he can fix. It just takes him working on those. It takes him recognizing those as deficiencies in his game that he has to clean up. And I don't know if he ever will. I tend to think at this point that it's probably the die is set. And that's just not who he is as a player. And that's not the way he views the game. But yes, that all then leads down to the same thing, to your question, which is that I don't think that he gets another big top of the market type contract. He might make a big money somewhere, but it's not going to be one of those guys where now he's not going to be a top 3 paid quarterback in the sport ever again. Scarecrow Bar 66 with the $2 donation. Thank you, Scarecrow. He ain't right back though. That's right. Geno don't write back. I think that's the t-shirt I got to get made. Geno don't write back. Oh. Marty Talk says, yeah, I'm not trying to take anything away from Geno. He played great and was good 2 weeks in a row, really taking advantage of our tight ends. It's doing good, man. It's going good. I know where you're coming from on it. You're just trying to temper things. I get it. Marty Talk says, Geno looked better the last 2 games than I remember Wilson being in a few years. Well said. And I agree with you, man. He's really standing out. And he's just doing things within the course of this offense that Russell just did not do within the course of this offense. It's why the third down conversions are up. It's why we're doing so on the short and intermediate passing. Is just Wilson never embraced into that type of stuff. Again, not to bang on Wilson. It's a matter of he can clean this up. Wilson could turn this part of his game around. But it does take him embracing it. He's done a little bit of that with the Broncos here so far in some of the games and utilizing running backs and tight ends. But it's got to be the part of game. It's got to be the part of Wilson's game that grows if he wants to continue to be an elite player moving through the next couple of years. Tony says, every Broncos loss makes me happy. Not because it's Russ, but it makes our draft position even better. Same with me, Tony. For me, it's not anything personal with Russ. It's simply we've got your first round pick and we've got your second round pick, Tony, right? That's a top 5 first round pick That'll also be a top 5 second round pick, which is almost like a de facto extra first rounder you're getting at that point. Jason Courtney says, get back to it here, Jason. Jason says, did you get a chance to see Levis in Kentucky yesterday? What did you think of that game he had? I think the fourth quarter turnovers hurt his stock a bit. The turnovers do hurt. I think one was on a tip ball, Jason. So it was a tip ball interception. I don't know if you can have that cost him on that particular throw. And then, like he's had to deal with all year, Jason, you have the pressure coming in there to cause the strip sack at the end of the game. Part of what I've leaned into, and I've kind of harped on it a lot, Jason, because it's the part I think people will most forget about Levis when they're looking at his performance, when they're looking at his stat column at the end of the year. And that is that you really can't understand it until you really watch Levis game in and game out, how much pressure he is dealing with. He's got an offensive line that is letting easy, quick pressures come through on almost an every down basis. He's getting smacked in the face. And then you counter this with the other aspect of there being so many drops from his wide receivers. And there comes a point in quarterbacking where I can only ask you to do so much. I can't ask you to pass protect, and I can't ask you to catch the ball. The other things that he does that I need the quarterback to do, be good with your decision-making overall, make the NFL throws, have great mechanics, have the great NFL arm. He's showing that stuff off. I also think there's going to be a little bit of this with the turnovers, Jason. When you have to overcome for what's around you and the deficiencies for what's around you, you are going to start to press. You're going to start to try to take the magic marker and draw it in on your chest, the big S, right? You're going to try to go out there and you're going to put the cape on a little bit at times when instead of just playing within yourself, like a guy like Bryce Young or CJ Stroud gets to do because they have the talent around them to operate in that same manner. It's going to make you press a little bit. Do I then, nail that quarterback for having those struggles in those moments like that, understanding what he is up against, understanding what's required of him for this team to win that game? And that's the game against Ole Miss. Ole Miss is a top 15 ranked team. He has to play amazingly for them to win that game. Did he play amazingly? No. I don't think he played bad though on the other side of it. And I don't think, Jason, he hurt his stock. At the end of the day, I'm getting more and more confident to this approach of thing. I think Will Levis is going to be the number one quarterback taken in the upcoming draft. I do. Stroud is a guy that could maybe contend with him. Stroud's a little bit of a younger guy, but Levis is a more finished prospect and more ready to roll. Daniel says Anthony Richardson, DJ Ugi are ahead of Levis on my draft board currently. DJ has 2 great weeks in a row versus ranked teams with no real wide receivers and not a great offensive line. That's fair enough. I got to look a little bit more closer at DJ. I have not loved his mechanics really. No, I feel like with his mechanics, sometimes he's going to struggle to be very accurate throwing the ball on a consistent basis. But he's got the prototypical size you're looking for, and he can move. And he does have a strong arm. Jason Wolf, today was Geno's, and Richardson, I don't know how you can put, Daniel, I don't know how you can put Anthony Richardson ahead of Levis. That one to me is a weird one to me. Anthony Richardson has more talent on that offense. He's got more talent in total that he gets to work with than what Levis has on his team, and Levis beat him just a couple of weeks ago. Levis is cleaner in his mechanics, cleaner in his decision-making. Levis doesn't have an offense that's built around to protect him like Anthony does there at Florida. I think that Levis is far ahead of Anthony in my opinion. Jason, today was Geno's second half of the year. He's been good in the first half, but today with the run game included, Geno was great. He was. Let's remember too, last week with what we're talking of not being good in the second half, Jason, I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. It is. You had 3 possessions in the second half last week. 3. Making the determination that the offense wasn't great with those 3 first half possessions when one, you got points on one of them. The other 2 drives, you were able to get drives. Those weren't 3-and-out drives. You would have scored at the end of the game with the third drive, the last drive of the game, but you had a BS penalty that was called. Your offensive line allowed pass protection to come through, neither of which is Geno's fault in that moment. So, I get you the 2 of those games, Denver, San Francisco, the second half wasn't as good. I don't lean as much into thinking that was as much the case with Atlanta, that he was somehow he had fallen off into that second half in Atlanta. I think it was more just your defense couldn't get off the football field in that second half. I think Brandon, I think Tariq chased down Lions tight end on a long run, stopped him before crossing the goal line. He did. That was on the play that Cody Barton gave up. Maliki says he gets comeback player of the year because of that jaw injury he sustained back on the Jets. You got to pay your bets, Malky. You got to pay your bets, man. Robert says, going on 7 hours, Brando. You are savage. I love it, man. I love this too much. You guys, I can't quit you. JP King says, Russ is or has become one-dimensional. His run game is gone. Yes, it is. And let's also remember, teams have had 10 years to, build the book on Russell Wilson and how to play him and what to take away from him, what he likes to do. And if he doesn't build up the other aspects of his game, which is where those defenses are pointing him to, defenses are not going to change off of how they play him. It's going to be on Russ to grow his game at this point. DJ says, hey, Brandon, do you think we have players that are more fit to play a 4-3 defense than a 3-4 they're trying now? Yes, DJ. Yes, I do. I think that the personnel in here is far better suited right now to be a 4-3 based team. And that's the number one thing I would change if I could change anything here. Run more of a pure 4-3 and run the 4-man fronts, not like the weird 4-man fronts we've run so far, but like legitimate old school 4-man fronts. Marty says, I don't know. I watched the Broncos game and Russ played good. In the third quarter, he had no time in the pocket, and the turnovers by the running back didn't help. Plus, Russ has no weapons outside of Judy. That's fair enough. I mean, he hit Hamler on a deep play in this game. And Cortland Sutton's not bad. Was Cortland out in this game? Maybe he's out. Meow Mix's Field DH just tweeted, Russell Wilson through 4 games this season is 80 of 131, 61% completion rating. That's not good. 980 yards passing, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. So, yeah, he's, let's see here. He's averaging 245 yards a game, 1 touchdown a game. Certainly not $49 million a month. If I'm paying you $49 million a year, you better be able to do a bit better than that. I don't care what kind of playmakers I have on the outside. If I'm spending that much of significant assets, this is where we come down to me, where it's ridiculous where the quarterbacks are being paid now, because they're commanding so much money. You've got to be elevating than the rest of the folks around you at that point if you're going to command that much. And it's almost sometimes a little bit impossible for quarterbacks to really do so. But he's not giving them $49 million of production, that's sure. Malmick says Geno through 4 games as 102 of 132, so he's hitting 77% of his passes. He's got over 1,000 yards throwing, 6 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. Credit to Geno. He's been excellent. He has been excellent. Bajaka50, thank you for subscribing. Bajaka, I appreciate it. Alan says, I don't make excuse for teams, especially the ones who were predicted to beat you before the schedule came out. That's just me, though. I feel you, though. I feel you on that. Daniel W., I really liked Bryce Young, but seeing his injury this past weekend, yeah, I'm with you guys. I'm with you guys now that he won't hold up in the NFL. I'm off the B. Young train now and not interested at all, maybe in the second round. It's where I've grown to, Daniel. I wasn't always like this, but I'm just, in recent years and watching this trend of these small, undersized quarterbacks being taken on the often by NFL teams and seeing these guys getting beaten up so often after they are being taken, I just don't have faith Bryce is going to be able to hold up. He's not a well-built guy. He's going to get injured. He really will. Jason, I am a Geno critic, but today I had no complaints. Total game today, and the biggest reason we won. Props to you, Jason. Not everybody's been able to kind of change off their spot with that Geno critic standpoint of things. So good to see that you are. Good to see that he's starting to maybe, win some folks over just a little bit. Marty talks, I think Tariq might actually become better than Sherman one day. There's a chance if he keeps progressing this fast. Insane ceiling. Well said, Marty, and it is absolutely possible. He's got a skill set and a physical skill set that Richard didn't even come close to having. I think Richard ran like a 4.57, almost a 4.6 at his pro day. Didn't jump anywhere near as high as Tariq. Isn't anywhere near as long as Tariq. Not anywhere there on the short burst or the long speed. Tariq's got him beat by quite a bit. Now Sherman had the brain. Sherman fit this scheme and understood this scheme as well as any corner we've ever had in here. But from a physical standpoint, yeah, I think Tariq's got a little bit more potentially there. Jabba the Mutt, all those markers about Geno are still true, and a game against the Lions doesn't change that. Geno is the only quarterback who has a 0 passing rater, and 158.3 in a season. He does play great sometimes. I mean, maybe Jabba the Mutt. I don't know. This isn't just one game off here that he's played well for you now. The Geno haters on this one, it's 4 games through, bud. It's 4 games through where he's played solidly throughout the course of this year. Far beyond what people's expectations were at. Far beyond. Remember, Jabba the Mutt, The narrative here with this coming into the season was Geno Smith was a 40th rated quarterback in this sport. 40th. That was the expectation. People can kind of try to change this out in retrospect and be like, oh, we didn't really see him. And that's where people saw him. I saw it proliferated through my chat prior to the year and into the preseason period. So he's playing far beyond where people really thought he could play. And nobody ever was saying prior to this year, well, he plays great sometimes, jab of the mutt. Nobody was saying that about Geno. But you are starting to say that about him now because he is showing you such good play on the football field. I think Docs Russ was great for many years, but in my opinion, he didn't realize the blessing of having Pete, Schneider, Legion of Boom, beast mode. Once the defense went away, he struggled, I think. He did. He did. I think it's a big part of what's going on there with Russ, too. Scooby, Geno Smith was a first-round number 1 pick. I believe now more than a decade later, he's finally playing the way he should have been playing when he came into the league. I thought Geno Smith was a second-round pick. Let me take a look. I think he's a second-round pick. Yeah. So he's a second-round pick and taken 39th overall. So more of a mid-second-round pick. Addicted Ox Brandon saying the defense threw up on itself is an insult to vomit. Marty likes Cam, Bryce Young and Cam from WSU. I like Cam. I do like me Cam. Jason Wolf, Cody Barton was so out of position when Goff ran that 2-pointer in, 2 gaps, and Barton picked the wrong one. The instincts aren't there with him naturally. It just isn't. Is this historically bad Seahawks D, at least in the last 30 years? Well, you're starting out there, Marty. You also started out there last year or 2 years ago, you were there nine games through the season. You were on pace to give up more yards in the air than anybody else in NFL history. So you've been at a historically bad pace before. Last year, you were 7-8 games into the season on pace to give up more yards in the air to running backs than any team in NFL history. So you've been here a couple times in recent years, unfortunately. Scooby Snacks, even a second-round pick, he wasn't playing like that when he came in the league. Now he finally is, and I'm happy to see that. Me too, out of him. Yeah. 76 doesn't count, says JP. Daniel says it's ridiculous that Lockett is returning punts for us. He literally hates being hit. He falls to the ground after every catch, so why are we making him return punts, which often results in big hits? Don't know, Daniel W. To me, Eskridge is the guy that's straightforward, the guy you should be giving this job to. But my guess would be on this, Daniel, they don't have a lot of faith in those guys consistently catching those balls. And they're thinking that Tyler's at least more sure-handed. Snail says Bryce Young's too small. I wouldn't hate Cam Ward in the late second or the third if we have Geno around another year to let Ward develop. I'd be okay with that. I could be signed up for that. Marty talks, I was just a small child in 92, even though I learned a lot of interesting cuss words while watching the games with my dad. I bet he was. I bet. Seahawks02, what are your thoughts on Richardson from Florida? My feeling with Anthony Richardson is he really should not be coming out on this draft. He should really give himself another year to play the quarterback position next season. I think he's just doesn't look like a natural quarterback there. He's a guy with a lot of great skills, a lot of upper level talent, one of the best, maybe most mobile guys in this draft when it's all said and done. He's got a big arm. He can make some NFL throws. But from his just being uncomfortable back there, from having a good handle of the position, kind of a sense of moxie in the pocket, let's say, it's not really there for him. I feel like Florida's protecting him a little bit with their play calling. They're trying to keep things as simplified and easy as they can for Anthony, which is fine. A lot of college quarterbacks have that done for him, but it doesn't change my point being that I do think Anthony would benefit from getting another year in college. Brian Smith says, where are the Russ apologists? Nowhere to be seen. Nowhere to be seen. JB Hinks, Richardson coming out in the 23 draft. Yeah. He might. Or 24 is what you're saying. I think he comes out in the 24. He should go back another year. He just needs he needs a little more seasoning. He's that nice cut of steak, but got to get a little more seasoning, a little bit more time in the grill there. Patrick says they should have the defense run gassers. Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes. Marty Talk says, I went to the WSU and then transferred to EW where I graduated. It would be cool if the Hawks drafted Cam if he declares next year. That would be cool. And I like the guy a lot. He's fun to watch play the position. Jason Wolf says, I watched the Kentucky game. Levis is inaccurate. His receivers make great catches on his poor throws. Well, fair enough, JP or Jason. I'm just going off of what I've seen so far this year from my standpoint of things. And more often than not, I see Levis under a lot of early pressure. More often than not, I don't see the pass catchers consistently catching passes. I didn't watch every last inch of that game last week, admittedly. I have watched whole games this year with Levis, and that does tend to be what I see on the field. And Dick Docs, am I wrong to giggle at the strip sack? My bad. No, not at all. Not at all. Jabba the Mutt, I genuinely can't understand how people think any of the quarterbacks are even close to Bryce Young. One horse race for the number one pick. I don't know. I don't get as much. I'm on the other side of that, Jabba, where I don't get as much the Bryce Young love. When you see a guy like Tua, and you're seeing a situation that very much to me looks just like Tua did at Alabama, where he's looking sensational, but what does he have to work with there? He's got a 5-star offensive line. He's got great tight ends, got great receivers, got great running backs, got a great defense to get him back the ball very quickly on their side of things. I'm not saying he's a bad player, but we're talking about he's just the straightforward number one, and there's not even a guy close to him in this draft. I don't see that in how he plays the game. I don't see that dominant of a player. Marcelo, great win and game from the offense. Troublesome, though, to allow 45 points from this Lions team without their two main wide receivers in Swift. Got to fix the D. Go Hawks. Well said, Marcelo, and I agree with you, man. I do agree with you. Danny W says, Levis is 3 years older than Richardson. I'm looking at Jalen Hurts' improvement and seeing how Shane is coaching this offense and have faith that we sit Richardson behind Geno for 1 year and greatness. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm okay with that as a possibility. Mike Jackson's better than Josh Jones? He is. I'd agree with that, Alan. So, it's not that he's a system guy, Marty. It's his size. He's just too small for the NFL. He got hurt this last weekend. Yeah, that's a big part where I'm at with it. He also is playing in more of a spread concept versus a guy like Levis that's playing a more pro-style system. Marty says, I don't know if the Hawks even draft a quarterback in the first round next year, but I don't know. Our D needs a lot of work. Yes, it does. Khalil Pitt says, Geno's better than Russ. Ooh, Khalil coming in hot. Dick Doc, got to run. Great show, Brandon. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Marty talks, good point about the quarterback salaries. It's my new kind of thing I'm starting to turn over, Marty. You know, as you start to think about these stuff process-wise, and I go, boy, the NFL has really slanted itself to the quarterback position and decided that we have to pay him, that we must pay him, that you got to get that quarterback, and then you have to give him all the money in the world. That I'm the Cardinals and I'm not sure on Kyler Murray, but I got to pay him. And I think that it's overcorrected itself too far in this place. We need a course correction where it's gone a little bit too far in this direction, and we need it, and that there's a little bit now of an opening and room for the depressed value quarterback. That quarterback who can give you very close to what you're going to get from those guys making the $40, $45, $50 million, but can come in at a much reduced rate. I as a team, I would be looking to try to take advantage of that market opportunity that I think is starting to exist here. Snail says, Young has the talent, IMO, but he's not going to take hits in the NFL. He just won't last long. It's a big worry for me with him. Akshay says, just after 4 games, my respect for John Schneider, I think you're trying to say, and Pete Carroll is sky high. We really won the Russell Wilson trade fair and square. What a heist. I think it's the heist of a decade. Well, it would be, except that you do have the Jamal Adams trade on your books. So it's going to be hard to, I mean, maybe this even goes past that, but at least the Denver, they're going to get Russell out there playing for them versus what we've had with the Jamal situation and basically, more injured than not really at the end of the day. But we finessed Denver. We finessed them big time. At least that's how it looks. James, with the quarterback contract situation inflated, do you think a max contract system like the NBA could work? I mean, it could, but it'll be just the quarterbacks getting the max contracts. It's not going to provide for other positions to get those deals. To me, James, I've always thought it's a little bit more smarter of saying, there's only so much money a certain position can make. I don't know. There's got to be a creative way to do it, but I would like to see more balance brought back to the game where the salary isn't that the quarterback's making more than doubled in a lot of cases than the next guy on the roster. Sometimes 2.5 times more than the next guy on the roster. I think that's gotten ridiculous when it gets to that place. So I don't know necessarily the fix here, but I do think that this is where you need to be as a team aware of the fact that the market's going extreme to one direction, and don't be the team to build on that going extreme in that way. Instead, do the zig when everyone else is zagging. Thank you, Scooby Sacks. Big Country, yeah, one of the worst wide receiver cores in the league and making it work. Snail. Brian Smith, 2 worst defenses in the NFL played today, and Seattle won. There we go. Marty says, I don't know, the 49ers game, Geno didn't look that great, but I don't know how much of that was him or the scheming. I watched every snap of the All-22 tape on that, Marty, and I watched every snap offensively of the All-22 tape from the full view of what was going on, what receivers were running their routes. The Seahawks were running a lot of short routes. He was completing those short throws. Geno can't call the routes. He can only call what the play design is. And as Carroll indicated in his post-game presser, the Seattle was trying to protect their tackles going up against the likes of Bosa and Eric Armstead out there. So they were trying to protect them a little bit. No doubt about it. You weren't going to let those long developing plays, be brought to form a little bit. You saw a little bit more of those long developing plays today. As Carroll indicated last week, we've got to bring more of those chunk plays into it. I don't know if you saw it as much in Atlanta, but you're having good success in the Atlanta game as well. But no, it was much to me in looking at the tape. Then that was just the plays they were calling. Jabba the Mutt says, fair enough on the Geno take, but maybe I'm overreacting to the same people saying Geno can be the future and we should pass up a quarterback to roll with him. I get where you're going on that, Jabba the Mutt. And there was somebody else we had in the chat that was kind of getting the same feeling from this when they were hearing people talk about him, where it's a little bit getting to a stage of being overstated. And I get where you're coming from on that. I do think in that we've been able to break down some of the details and what some of the folks are thinking about here with Geno. And so if you may for a moment allow me, Jabba the Mutt, let me speak from their perspective and how they're viewing the Geno situation for him being quote unquote the future. And the majority of the people that I've heard from in the chat and the way that they look at this today and that they talk about this is we get Geno back on a mid-tier quarterback deal. We get him on, let's say, a $15, $16 million average per year salary. Okay. So he's brought back to be your starter. Then you look to go more deeper into the draft where you get your quarterback, as opposed to saying, well, it's got to be the one of the 2 first-round picks we've got to make towards a quarterback. If not, package those picks together to then go get those quarterback. So I think people are saying it is sort of a 1-2 situation where you sign Geno and then you draft Cameron Ward in the 2nd or 3rd round, or you draft a Hendon Hooker in the 2nd or 3rd round. And that you go that route instead, and then you still have a quarterback there for the future, but you also have a guy right now who's kind of more just ready to roll and let's go, and you know what you're getting. And you're not spending a tremendous amount of money to do that at that point. $16, $17 million for this version of Geno Smith is very, very good value at that point. But I get what you're saying. I understand why there's a little bit of hesitancy. Is like, okay, let's tap our brakes a little bit. Nagasa says Geno's limited, but plays extremely well. Good way to put it. Marty Talk says, no, Geno is not the long-term guy. I say we trade him for a first-round pick and sell high if we can. I don't think you're getting any first-round pick for him. Akshay says, wondering if we should axe Desai and pursue Vic Fangio, the man himself. I don't know if Fangio wants to come back and be a defensive coordinator once again. He might be in more of a retiredville. I don't know if we can also blame this on either Kurt or Desai at this point. This is a Coach Carroll defense. This is his baby. I'm not going to let us kind of fall in the trap of scapegoating at this point. If this defense fails this year, to me, it's not because of a defensive coordinator. You've already done this 3 times over in the last 7 years. It comes back to the coach, comes back to the defensive-minded coach who's not able to coach up a defense to respectability anymore. Actually, this is pretty sure PC will go the Bruce Arians route. I could see it. Daniel Eskridge isn't returning punts because of this massive concussion he received last year. They aren't going to risk him getting another massive concussion. I mean, you can only protect a player so much on a football field, Daniel, in that respect of things. So, I mean, if they're talking about we've got to protect Eskridge from his concussion issues at this point, there's not a lot. I don't have a lot of faith in that player going into the future if that's the case. Actually, it says not all PhDs need to use your brain. Desai's prove that. I mean, we don't know how much control Desai's got on this thing. We really don't. It's hard to say. Tevin Robinson says Caleb Williams is better than any other quarterback. I love Caleb Williams. I was watching him last night. He made one throw where he jumped up into the air and threw it and completed the ball. And you're like, wow. He makes a lot of wild throws every single game. Akshay says, Desai is associate head coach. That means he has won under Carroll. So I think that deserves all the heat since he was brought in to fix the defense. I mean, he was brought in to help on the defense. You didn't hire him to be the defensive coordinator, Akshay. He certainly is going to have a component of blame on this. It does get hard, though, to parse it down. And again, actually, the one place I'm just trying to push back with you on this, the reason that I'm bringing this up is we've fallen in a trap 3 times over. We've fallen into the very same trap. Defense is sucking. Carroll has made an internal hire. And Carroll then blames that internal hire for the defensive sucking, then goes and makes another hire, another internal hire. Defense continues to suck. Then he blames it on that defensive coordinator to go make another internal hire so that we can then go and blame it on somebody else other than Coach Carroll. I think that's where I'm just trying to go, hold on, let's stop that. Let's stop that because we're falling into the scapegoat trap. Let's point at truly the guy who's responsible here, which is Coach Carroll. This is Coach Carroll's defense. And Akshay, this is backed up by the players talking about this offseason, from Richard Sherman to KJ Wright and everywhere in between. They will tell you. KJ said on the media tour he took this offseason over and over again. This is Coach Carroll's defense. This is where he is where the buck stops. He is the man in control. He's the man with his fingers in all the pies. So we've got to put the blame on him. If we start going Desai or Hurt here, we're just scapegoating. And that just means we're going to have a potential here of just continuing to perpetuate the problem that has continued forth now for years on end. Daniel says you should rewatch DJ Ugu. He has really worked on his mechanics from last year, and he's 2 years younger than Levis and not throwing INTs, and he has no first-round O-line or wide receivers on his team. I will give him a closer look, Daniel. I promise. I'll take a little bit of a closer look. Marty talks Swain is a better all-around receiver than Eskridge, but I think PC sees some potential in Eskridge and has a skill set that other wide receivers don't necessarily have. Problem is they aren't utilizing. Well said. I'd agree with all that. Definitely 2 different type of receivers in Swain and Eskridge. Eskridge is more of a slot guy. Swain's more of an outside guy. But Eskridge hasn't shown you a lot, that's for sure. Jabba the Mutt says you are straight up wrong about Bryce Young's O-line. Last year it was a complete trash, and it has not been good this year. I mean, every time I watch Bryce Young, Jabba the Mutt, I see snap after snap where he drops back and he has 15 years to throw the football. So I don't know where you're coming out with he's got a trash O-line. That's not what I'm seeing. If a guy's going to have 6, 7, 8 seconds to throw the ball, literally Jabba the Mutt, let's just take a random play. The play he was injured on this past week. He drops back to throw. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Okay, now I'm going to start to roll. 5,000, 6,000. Okay, I'm not going to roll the right side. I'm going to just hold the ball and hold the ball and hold the ball until then he finally has a defender get to him, and then he throws the ball wonkily as he's going down to the ground. Or let's go Jabba the Mutt to the previous week, right? When he's playing UNL Monroe, right? That powerhouse that Bama has stacked himself up against, he drops back to pass. Looking. And this is something that stands out to me with Bryce Young over and over, Jabba the Mutt, in the respect of he takes a long period of time to find his wide receiver and where he wants to go with the ball. He's not very quick in his decision-making. But go back to the Monroe game. Go look at that first interception from the Monroe game, Jabba the Mutt. Take it on, put it up on your highlight package. You'll notice he's dropping back, looking. Then he decides to scramble out to the outside, looking. And then he finally decides to just throw the ball up for grabs for a defender who picks it off. That's Monroe. That's not even a top 200 program maybe in college. So I see too much of that on the tape when I watch Bryce Young. For what he has to work with, what he has around him, and if he's under as much duress as you're saying, if the offensive line is as poor as you're talking about, he shouldn't be having as much time to throw as he does at times. There's the Texas game where maybe he was under a little bit of duress, but again, in that Texas game that I watched, there's a lot of moments where he's also sitting there holding on and waiting on the ball and taking a long period of time to assess and determine where he wants to go with it. But we may just disagree on this, and that's okay. Krug, I love Will Levis, and I really want us to get him, but his pocket presence is not very good. It's what caused the game-losing fumble yesterday. I really hope he can fix that part of his game. Yeah, see, that's where I'll be a little bit of a disagreement on this. And I'm not going to excuse all of Will Levis's play. There's no doubt about it. Will Levis plays a little wild at the stick. He is the maverick of college quarterbacks in this draft, and that's a part of his game that he has to clean up. But Grug, he's got pressure coming on the backside, on the blind side there. how is he supposed, maybe it's not the blind side, he was coming from more, I'm trying to remember where that sack came from, but it was quick pressure. And that's the thing about the pressure Levis runs into a lot of times is it's really quick pressure, as well as when you're constantly under duress, you're going to start to develop some bad habits. And when I say he's under duress, he's under constant duress. Almost a near majority of his dropbacks, Will Levis has very quick pressure. They say your pass rush run rate as a pass rusher has to be to get to the quarterback in under 2.5 seconds. Well, teams do that consistently against those Kentucky offensive lines. Doesn't matter the opponent. It's not an end-all be-all excuse for Levis, but he's under a lot more of a strain there than some of the other quarterbacks in this draft. Marty says we should sell high on Geno at the end of the year if he finishes the season strong. You're not going to be able to really sell on him. He's under a 1-year deal. So you're not going to franchise him and get him some other team to take him at that point. Sam the Great says we need a 6'4" quarterback, no more mouses. Agreed. Jason Wolf, I am not convinced Pete wanted a 3-4. He never has before. It could have been forced on him a little bit, that's for sure. Big Country says it's definitely Carroll at this point. 3 defensive coordinators and we're getting the same result. Yeah. We can't pass it off to somebody else. It's on Carroll. Jason Wolf says, Desai wanted Artie Burns. Burns sucks. Maybe Jason. He's not been on the football field yet. So he's been injured, I believe. M. Iverson, I discovered your channel not too long ago and I really appreciate the hustle. Your channel has now become my go-to for everything Seattle Seahawks. Well, that is my goal, man. So that's great to hear that I'm hitting on the mark on that, Iverson. I love what I do. I love talking with you guys, Seahawks Shop. So this is my funnest part of my week when I get to come on here and go live and talk to you guys about Seahawks, especially when we get a win. But appreciate you. Glad you're able to find me, man. Snail Cable Williams plays for USC, as Jason says below there. Alan, laughing out loud, Brandon keeps it A1. Bleed Blue and Green, haha, Broncos lost. Yay for our draft pick. Yay, Bleed Blue and Green. Yay. Michael Austin, do you think Clint Hurtt is a mistake? Well, now this is where I go on this, Michael, where I make a differentiation. I do believe that it is at the end of the day, Coach Carroll's responsibility in this defense and this defensive failings. But I think that both of these things can be true. That can be true, and it can also be true that maybe Clint Hurtt was not the right hire. The thing that I come back to on this, Michael, is the last 3 defensive coaching hires you've made have all come from within house. You cannot convince me that in a nation that is filled with a lot of defensive coordinators in a lot of different places, at a lot of different college programs and at the NFL programs, that your last 3 best hires, the last 3 brightest hires, the last 3 real coaches with upper end ability were all to be found within your very own house. That does not add up to me, Michael. It does not add, especially when you understand that you're bringing these guys up from within house on a defense that's not playing particularly well. You're allowing people to sort of fail forward a little bit, as you did with Norton and as you have done here with Hurt now. Hurt is part of the reason your defense has been bad over the last couple of years. So was it a mistake? Yeah, it's a mistake to not just only look in-house. And the reason that Carroll wanted to look in-house is because Carroll wants a yes man at his defensive coordinator. He doesn't want a guy coming in there with a lot of new ideas who's going to have a strong mind and try to override him and what he wants to accomplish defensively. He's going to want to override them. So that takes a yes man to do that. And that's why these hires aren't the best hires, and frankly, why the defense just continues to struggle along the same track as it has before. Big Country Bama backup looked pretty good when he came in as well. He did. He provided them a component with his legs that Bryce Young doesn't quite have as much of, and they changed the offense to that when he came in. But he was effective. Daniel W., for years we hated the run, pass with Russ. We aren't doing any of that this year. It looks like Pete was doing it to protect Russ's weaknesses and help his strengths. Thoughts? I think that there's a bit of that with it, Daniel. I think that Carroll recognized right about the time Schottenheimer came in. Schottenheimer, through his first 4 games as offensive coordinator, tried to do the let Russ cook thing. And Russ put up some pretty good stats during that time, but they lost, I think, 3 of their first 4 games, something like that. And that's when Pete then dialed it back. And I think Pete made a bit of a determination at that point that Russ is not going to be good enough on the short and intermediate pass to be a high volume thrower. And if you're going to throw high volume, you've got to be good in the short and intermediate game. You've got to be great about beating the blitz, because there's not going to be those chunk plays that are available for you 24/7 at all times. So yeah, there's a little bit of was protecting in Russ and knowing who he was, knowing the quarterback he was. I don't think they misread that. with Wilson. I don't. I think it also led a little bit to what Carroll wants to play. Carroll wants to probably play that way by his natural tendency of things. But he probably also recognized that after it failed for years on end, run, pass, that it was finally time for him to change in that respect too. Jabba the Mutt. Obviously, I cannot respond about Bryce in 200 characters. I acknowledge that, man. I know that it does get hard on the restriction on that, so I can appreciate that. But you are completely wrong. I disagree with basically everything you said about him. PFF agrees with his O-line being trash as well, if you value that. PFF is definitely a tool to be utilized. I'm not a person that hates on PFF. I like PFF quite a bit. I've also watched a couple of whole games of Bryce Young. So when I've watched a couple of whole games, I'm going to kind of take what I see with my own eyes. And we can disagree on this. This is the beauty of quarterback assessments, Jabba the Mutt, is that there will be disagreement. People will see things differently. But when I watch the Bama offense, I do not watch the Bama offense and see Bryce Young having to overcome a talent deficiency, which seems to be a little bit of what you're trying to purport here. I see a guy who's got a lot to work with. I see a Bama team through the early part of the year that's not had the toughest of schedule. They've got a lot of pretty easy opponents on the schedule. I mean, is Texas even ranked at this point? But they struggle he's struggling within that. It's not just the team in that, it's him struggling and playing the quarterback position. He's not trusting what he's seeing. He's going through a lot of where he's not finding anybody. He's not quite as mobile, and that mobility is not going to show up at the next level, and he's slight of build. And for me, Jabba the Mutt, at the end of the day, the biggest issue here is the slight build. These smaller quarterbacks, I mean, whether you and I disagree on the other aspects of it, you can't disagree with the fact that the guy's slight. And that there's a very good chance that he's going to get beat up and broken down at the NFL level. And we've seen a lot of these slight guys of similar size coming into the NFL recently who have indeed broken down at that size. Kyler Murray has been injured multiple times over. Matt Corral, a small quarterback that I hammered on about this, has been injured. Bryce Young, the guy you love right now, currently injured right now. And it wasn't because he took a big hit. He just kind of fell down awkwardly on his arm and now he's injured. So that's the biggest thing above anything that he does from a skill set standpoint. I'm really worried about his ability to hold up, as well as when you have a shorter quarterback who's running a spread formation in college where he gets to be in shotgun like 90% of the time, 95% of the time. He's not going to be able to do that at the NFL level. So there's also going to be some aspects that come to play that you don't have to deal with right now as far as seeing up over the pocket. How well is he with his footwork on play action? I've got some issues with him, but I appreciate where you're coming from, and it's okay if we disagree. Like I said, that's going to be a common theme as we look at these quarterbacks. I imagine there's going to be a lot of disagreement. Jason, Nwosu and Brooks and Quandre Diggs and Woolen are the only four that I see earning their roles. Everyone else is replaceable. I think Boye Mafe's played pretty good for you, Jason Wolf. I think Al Woods has played pretty good for you. I'm not as much in favor of what I've seen from Brooks. I think he's been overall pretty bad this year. He's not been as bad as Barton, but he's not been a far superior over Barton either. Marty Talks, is Levis that much better than Locke is though? RN? Yes, I believe so. Now, do they have similar talent from a physical standpoint? Maybe a little bit in that respect. And again, Levis is wild with the ball. Levis, if the thing that he's going to need to clean up in his pro career when he gets to the pro level is going to be able to, is that he needs to clean up his game and not play so wild in a variety of different aspects of things. But I think that when he also goes to a more stabilized situation where he's not being asked to have to play hero ball, those things are going to settle down. Marty says, oh, I didn't know his deal was only 1 year. Yeah, Geno's only on the 1 year deal. Screwy Sacks, I really don't like the way Diggs has been playing this year at all. He's not provided a lot of impact. That's for sure. Greg says, should we aim at getting better 3-4 personnel next year, or do you want to scrap the 3-4 idea altogether and go back to a 4-3 in the long term? I would go back to a 4-3 in the long term if you're not going to utilize blitzing or pressure packages in a 3-4. A 3-4 defense is supposed to go right in tandem with high pressure rates and bringing blitzes. And the Seahawks are rarely blitzing right now. So you're a little bit of removing the fangs of the 3-4 defense if you're not going to blitz with it. And if that's the case, then just go back to the 4-3, especially if you just want to run soft zone coverages on the back end and no man coverage. And man coverage is another thing that usually goes in tandem with a 3-4 defense. Whitey Y says, Russ is sacked 12 times. Geno has only been sacked 6 times. Interesting. Jason Wolf says, scrap the 3-4. We need an overhaul to run the 3-4. I'm with you, Jason. With you on that one. Snail says, I want a size at quarterback, Ward, Levis, Jefferson, or someone who can see over the line and not get killed when he gets hit by an NFL-sized players. Young is out. Also, I don't want my quarterback to play COD. Those double XP events can be a killer. Yeah, what is Bryce Young? I think, or not Bryce Young, but Kyler Murray's like 3-40 or something on double XP weekends. Some crazy stat I saw. I'll give you this with Bryce. He does have good arm talent. Just because he's undersized, he can legitimately throw well. Great anticipatory thrower. Throws with good accuracy. But I do worry about process size, lack of mobility at the pro level when you combo it with his size. Meow Mix Brooks is playing poorly. He could be because he's trying to do too much, covering for other players' mistakes. B-Wags had the same problem last year. I mean, a little bit Meow Mix, but he's not covering for other players' mistakes when you're seeing the instincts in zone coverage that you saw going back to college. He's always, even going back to college, always wants to play the run. He's always going to, on the play action, take those extra false steps forward, which then leaves him opened up on the back end behind him. And that's what you're seeing a couple times this year. You saw it today on the first touchdown by the Detroit Lions, which was Jordan Brooks' responsibility on that big play that they scored on. It's unfortunately a part that I can't excuse to necessarily just being because of the guys around him. He's trying to do too much. He's got to get better. He's got to improve. He's third year in that. He should be getting better at that. Brian Roberts, Geno, 77.7% passing. Russell at 59%. Geno. Sam Z says stunts are useless. Daniel W., did you see the stunt from Max Crosby to sack Russell today? We never do stunts on the D-line ever. Why? I don't know, especially Daniel, when you're going to run as many four-man fronts as we're going to run, you're going to tend to just that's like, if you're running your traditional pass rush like a fastball, you're going to want to work in the curveball stunt every once in a while. So I don't know why they're not using it all very much this year. But it is useful. It's very helpful too against a quarterback like Russell Wilson, who's going to hold the ball for a long period of time, because those stunts take a little bit of time to loop around, but they can oftentimes leave that guy free running at the quarterback if you can allow for the amount of time for the quarterback to hold the ball and not get rid of it before the stunts get there. But yeah, we just don't run it very much. Maybe to Sam Z's point, we weren't very effective when we maybe ran it a couple years ago. Daniel W. says, Brandon, don't be modest. Let them know about the video you posted yesterday showing Brooks's false steps. That was a great video. Well, thank you, Daniel. And yeah, if you do get a chance, go check out a little bit of the same defensive struggles you saw today showed up in this game. So you can apply a lot of what you saw from this game to the video I broke down yesterday on the channel, which is the reason the Seahawks defense is failing. You saw it today. And yeah, on that video, I've got a play where I show back-to-back plays where Jordan Brooks does just what I'm talking about. Quarterback runs a play action. Jordan Brooks takes a couple of tempered steps towards the line of scrimmage. Tight end gets them back behind him by a good 3 or 4 extra steps. Jordan is a little slow to react. Quarterback's got a big deep play right over the top. When that's his responsibility, it's really born out of, again, his want to play the run first and foremost. He's obsessed with it. Thank you, Daniel, though. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate you recognizing. Jason Wolf, CJ Stroud was throwing some nice deep passes this weekend. I do not like the Ohio State, but I watched them, and CJ Stroud is very accurate. And he is a 12, which doesn't hurt. He's 21, I think is what you're trying to say. He will want to be here. I like CJ Stroud, Jason Wolf. He's my number 2 quarterback on my list, just behind Will Levis. You mentioned a very key part about him, where he's going to be one of the younger quarterbacks coming out in this draft, which we do have to take into account, because that does give him more room for his ceiling, for his potential down the road. He's got good arm strength. He's the most, to your point on this, the most pinpoint accurate passer in this draft. There's not another quarterback who is more accurate with his ball placement than CJ Stroud. His arm is good, not great. He does not, I don't think, have as powerful an arm as a Will Levis or probably even a KJ Jefferson, but he's very accurate and he throws with great anticipation as well. I like his processing. He does a great job of going through his reads. I like how when he's going through his reads, he's also changing his shoulders. So, a lot of quarterbacks, they'll get lazy with their reads where it's just their head turning. And what happens is you'll get a quarterback with his shoulders turned. He's looking at the thing and then he looks over here and that guy's open. Well, now let me turn my shoulders and now let me throw the ball. With CJ Stroud, his shoulders are turning where he's making his reads. And what that allows him to do is to sort of get a little bit of a hurry up then, give him a little bit of a head start then on getting that ball out there a little bit faster on those reads as he's going through them. But CJ is very impressive. He's going to be, I think, a top 10 first round pick in this upcoming draft. And if we ended up with him, I wouldn't be mad. I do think we're going to have to wait a little bit for his development. But if you have a guy like Geno Smith carrying the water until that development can occur. It's not the worst of ways to go. S. Rich, I know Wagner is gone. Adams is hurt, and having young corners is a bad thing, but this defense is just horrible. Come on, man. No, you're right, Rich. There's no excuses for just saying Wagner or Adams being gone, and you're going to be a league worst defense. There's too much talent. There's too much draft picks. There's too much money on that side of the ball for them to be playing like they are playing right now. It needs to improve, and it needs to improve in a hurry. Daniel says, I was so wrong about Geno. He looks like a totally different quarterback from preseason. Just shows how a team game, and you really need your team to elevate you and vice versa, all moving together. Well said, Daniel. That's my point a little bit about that next quarterback we look in our future, be it a guy in a low-end contract or a rookie quarterback on a young deal. This is a team sport. Build the rest of the team up. Let's not make this a quarterback-centric, quarterback-driven team as we go into the future. Let's make it about the team, because we've had our greatest success when we've taken that approach. I would love to see them do it again. Jason, did you see the Lions 2-point conversion where Goff ran it? Barton closed the wrong gap again. Instincts with him are a trouble. I do know the play you're talking about, Jason. I didn't see Barton on the play, but I'll take your word for it, and I'm not surprised. You see instinctually with both Barton and Brooks, there's some troubles there. Neither guy sees things really clearly at all times. They a lot of times will get tricked. Oh, Jason Wolf says Stroud's at 12, not 21. I'm sorry, Jason. Okay, you're right. You're right. CJ does have that tweet back when he's like 15 where he said Seahawks were his favorite team. That's true. Simple1970 says, watching Creed Humphrey on the Chiefs makes me sad. He should have been on the Seahawks. I'm with you on that, Simple1970. I was literally I was doing a Buddhist-like chant as we were leading up to our picking of our second round pick there, where I literally, I think, said Creed Humphrey like 45 times. I went, Creed, 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 just Creed. Seahawks select Dwayne Eskridge. Oh, God. Shot himself in the foot with that one. Ellen Armitage says, trade Rashad Penny, Drew Lock, and a late round pick to the Saints for Taysom Hill before the trade deadline. No, Alan, Taysom's making a lot of money. I don't want to pay that money. I don't want to pay Taysom Hill. No. If I trade any of those guys, I want draft picks back, Alan. Give me the pickies. Give me the pickies. Daniel says, don't worry, guys. LJ Collier comes back next week. He's going to save our defense. It's all on LJ. LJ Collier, you are our only hope. Jason says, Alan Harbison's, no thank you. He'll makes over 100 million. Yeah, that's a little bit rich for me. Dark Vader says, yeah, I don't know what that idea was, laughing out loud. I love the spirit, Alan. Don't get me wrong. I love the spirit of the trade and trying to package those guys together. But Taysom's they definitely well paid that man. Well paid him. Alan says, but Taysom Hill's a badass. He's a good gadget guy. I'll give you that. Jabba the Mutt says, I actually celebrated when the Steelers took the tight end before our pick in anticipation for Creed. I did too, Jabba the Mutt. I was like, this fell so nicely to us in this draft. We have no first round pick, and this draft's actually fallen to us so nicely, and we're deep into the second round, and this guy's fallen through. And the NFL, it was the equivalent of what teams did with Abraham Lucas this year, where you have a player falling in through the draft who has no business falling through the draft. Go watch his tape. Tape was awesome at Oklahoma. Absolutely awesome. And yet, I guess it was the athletic scores that knocked him. Everybody wants the super agile, mobile center, but just playing the center position on tape, Creed was so good. So good out, and so much so different than the other centers in that draft. The only other guy you had was the Landon Dickerson out of Alabama, who he was a freak in his own right. Who's playing guard right now, actually, I think for the Eagles, but he was far and away the best one in that draft. That one hurt, man. That one hurt. That one's gonna hurt for a long time. Danny W says the Bills need a running back. Should we trade Rashad Penny to them for a third rounder, or should we try to re-sign him? I wouldn't resign him, Daniel W. You spent money in the last, let's take the last 20 years in Seattle. You gave Sean Alexander a market-breaking deal, and that deal completely was a whiff. Awful in retrospect. You had to do it. He was coming off an MVP season, but certainly you are not happy by having given Sean that deal. The Marshawn Lynch third contract you gave out ended up coming back to hit you. You paid $4 million for an Eddie Lacy for 1 year of performance. Didn't get you a lot. $3 million for a Carlos Hyde on a 1 year deal. Didn't get you a lot. You signed Chris Carson to a multi-year deal. That deal has looked horrible in retrospect. That looked like completely a rewarding for past performance as opposed to future performance. So now we come up to Rashad Penny. And while I was in favor of the 1 year, $5.75 million prove-it deal, I would not be in favor of giving him a multi-year deal. It just does not pay, not only for us franchise-wise, history-wise, but look out throughout the NFL. It is miserable how often these running backs, after they get paid, do not give you anywhere near the production they gave you prior. I can't pull that trigger myself. I would be open to a trade. You mentioned the Bills one. That's the one that's straightforward to me. If I'm the Bills and they're in go-for-it mode right now, they're all in right now, and I'm looking at my running game as just struggling as much as it is for the Bills, I would absolutely try to see if I could flip a third-round pick to the Seahawks for a penny at the trade deadline. And if I'm the Seahawks, yeah, I'd make that deal. Jason Wolf, Taysom Hill, 4 years, $140 million. He hypnotized that front office of the Saints to get that deal. He straight hypnotized them. Apollo 2K says, man, Geno has better stats than Russ through the first 4 weeks, and everybody keeps saying it's the new system Russ has to get used to, and the team has to gel, but man, he does not look good. Well said, Apollo. Well said. I don't know if I can add a whole lot beyond what you just said there to that, in that, yeah, he's outplaying Russ right now. And yeah, Russ is on a new team, and he's got a new coach, and he's got new personnel, and that's going to take some time to learn that stuff. And Geno has the benefit of being here for the last couple of years. So he doesn't have that same sort of, curve to overcome a little bit, but doesn't lie here. It's been a little bit rough here for out the gate, and there's reasons for it, but it has been rough for him. And that's beautiful for us because that's just going to help our draft position that much more. Jason says 21.5 guaranteed. Ugh. Saints got those weird contracts, Jason. They do some strange deals out there. Voodoo Magic, DJ Eskridge has to play. I think we need to rest him next week. He got back on the field, didn't he, after the cramps? He was pretty good. Jason Wolf says Sean Payton, I'm sure, had nothing to do with that. Yeah, Payton was at the forefront. You're right. He loved himself some Taysom Hill. I don't know how he became so convinced. Jason says, I think New Orleans wanted Hill to be the heir apparent to Breeze. I did too, but it was just a weird deal because he was such an old prospect coming out, and you can see the limitations for him as a quarterback when he tries to be that. But again, Breeze was probably falling at such a level at that point with Payton. He was really diminishing with his skill set. Payton was just like, well, this guy's looking so much better than Drew. I mean, he could be the guy. Rodney Prescio, Brando, Russ went to another bad O-line. I legit feel bad for Russ in this respect. I do. The guy has a valid point to stand on to say, how about one coach trust me just enough to give me a pass protecting offensive line first and foremost? Just give me one coach to give me 1 year. Give me 1 year. I played 10 years. Give me one. Let me show you what I can do. And if I was Russell Wilson coming into this next offseason for the Broncos, I'd say, okay, look, you guys have embraced me. And we didn't have our results this year. Let's look at why we didn't have these results. And here's how I think we could fix them if I'm Russ. And it was like, give me a competent coach who's actually a legitimate coach, and then give me an offensive line that can pass protect. And watch what I'll do. It's very odd that still not for the Broncos to take this all the way like they have, to pay him the new contract, to give up all the draft picks, and then come in this offseason with the free agent money they had to spend and decide that the answer was Randy Gregory and DJ Jones, and then drafting Nick Bonito with their first pick in the draft in the third round. Wild. And Russ absolutely has a right to be frustrated with that type of situation. Snail says, I'll say it again, Russell has way better weapons than Aaron Rodgers, and Rodgers is making it work with just Jags at wide receiver. True enough there, Snail. You might say that Rodgers has a little bit more for an offensive line pass protection situation to work with. And he does have a couple years within that system, but he is getting more with less from a skill position player standpoint, that's for sure. Daniel W. says, I'm off the Jalen Carter bandwagon. Pre-game, he was trying to punk the opposing team. There's video of him throwing up gang signs to them, walking closely. I don't need Saints, but he's a mouth breather. Fair enough, Daniel. Fair enough. I don't want no gang symbols either, man. Maybe he was just throwing up the, don't they have the the fraternities down there in the South. Maybe he's just throwing up the Sigma. Sigma! 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 Apollo 2K, I wonder when Bronco fans will come back to reality. I think they're pretty close to right there, Apollo. I think they're seeing it pretty clearly. When you had Russ being booed in his home opener there in Denver, and that's going to continue on through the season, I think that frustration of that fan base is pretty palatable from what they were expecting. And they're understanding that this is not even close to what our expectation level was. Jason Wolf says, Denver's left tackle says Russ wouldn't have those problems in Denver with getting hit. Yeah. They said, oh, we won't let you get hit here, Russ. We'll keep you clean here. Oh, will you? Mm-hmm. Even when he's holding the ball 3.5, 4 seconds. Looking. Big Country says Denver's stuck in mediocrity. Indeed. They could be stuck in that middle zone that I say you don't want to end up in. Very much the place they could end up finding themselves, especially with as early as they paid the contract out to Russ as they have. Sam the Great, the Russ trade really looks like the best trade in the NFL for Seattle. It does. It looks like a big win for the Seahawks team. We've already seen what they did with the first round for those first 3 picks. Say nothing of what you're going to see them do with these next 4 picks. That's a huge boost to Seattle in this trade. Ava, wow, Brandon, 8-hour stream. I appreciate the effort you put in. Love you. Well, thank you, Ava. Very kind of you to say. Very kind of you saying, yeah, we are just crossing 8 hours in here. I can't believe we got 8 hours. I swear I blink my eyes and the time just flies by. It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. Sam Z, they boo Russ. They booed him in the first game in Houston, man. First game in Houston, they booed him. I remember at the end of the game, Sam, that you had the whole crowd was counting down the play clock because the Broncos were struggling to get the play called before they were getting a delay of game. Yeah, they were booing him right from the jump. Not a patient fan base, them Bronco fans. Apollo, but the Broncos were supposed to have a top running back. We're supposed to have a top young running back. The running game should be fine. It is. It's a little bit of the tough part, though, Apollo, where you have a quarterback like Russ who's going to want to cook. He's going to want to throw to a certain respect. And even if you have an offense that you could say, we should really be running the ball 55, 60% of the time here, that quarterback's always going to come back into that room and say, we're not running the ball 55% of the time. You guys didn't sign me to a $250 million deal to run the ball 55% of the time. And that's where what's good for the team versus what's maybe good for the player, maybe those are 2 different things there. Patrick Zong, when it comes to our O-line, and by the way, M. Iverson, thank you for the $2 donation, Iverson. I missed, it took me way too long to acknowledge that, but thank you for the donation. Patrick says, when it comes to our O-line, what kind of moves do you think we can make forward to upgrade for the future? Or do you think this starting O-line is good enough? I think we need a better center and right guard. I think you're probably in a place, Patrick, where at the end of the day, you're going to need all 3 offensive linemen to the inside. My best case scenario is that Damon Lewis would be able to somehow find his way either at left guard or right guard. He's the only guy who potentially could be in the long-term plans for you. Neither the center nor Gabe Jackson is the answer, nor do you have the answer on this staff. I think into this draft, with one of our high picks, I would like to take either a center or a left guard. I would like to continue to build up this offensive line as a true strength of this team moving forward. I think that having a great offensive line, in a lot of different respects, a very complete offensive line with that, being both good in run and in pass protection, is a mighty big benefit to an NFL team and can help you get that much quicker to getting to being an elite team. Jason Wolf, I noticed today Geno was getting rid of the ball in under 2 seconds and hitting receivers. He was. And part of that is the Detroit putting so much resources to stopping the run, that freed stuff up on the outside. And Geno knew the pressure was going to be there a little quicker with that many guys at the line of scrimmage, but he was getting the ball out right into the right person, Jason, right? Hitting the right spot, going with the right read. Daniel says the sad part about Russell's deal is he's going to be making $45 million a year in 2 years, yet slowly declining worse and worse and worse, slower and slower. He's not bad, but as he gets older, he needed to take a pay cut. Agreed. And this new contract is him not taking a pay cut, of course. He's signing the deal with still 2 years remaining on his old contract. To be taking a pay cut, to be giving the Broncos a little bit of a discount, would have been to just stay on the current contract and let that play out so the Broncos could benefit from that. Or if he was going to sign a new deal, let them to structure it in such a way to protect themselves a little bit as far as their cap hits go. But this is, unfortunately, you be mad about it all you want. Russ wants to get paid, and he wants to get paid as fast as possible, and he wants to be paid top of the market. He does not understand any value. He does not see a value in taking a discount. He never has. Maybe he will at some point, but he's not on this contract. That's 3 contracts in a row where he's failed to do so. Snail says Bronco fans have never lived in reality. Maybe not. You can see where their hope came from this year. They got 2 Super Bowl wins from an older John Elway. They got a Super Bowl win from an older Peyton Manning. They thought, okay, we've gone down this road before. This is how we've accomplished it. Let's do it again. David M says the Broncos are hoping Javonte Williams doesn't have a serious knee injury. Melvin Gordon has 5 fumbles in his last 5 games dating back to last season. Yeah, if Williams is out, that Denver attack, that Denver offense, that Denver team looks considerably different if he is not in there and playing for them. Javon, that's a huge loss for them if Javonte Williams is out. If Geno has a good year, do you see him leaving for more money and for sure starting situation when a draft a first round quarterback? Hard to say on that. The point of that is if Geno goes somewhere else, there's got to be the team that's willing to pay him that money somewhere else. Who is the team that exists out there that's going to be willing to, let's say, pay Geno $15, $20 million a year, understanding that this is going to be a draft that's very deep with a lot of quarterbacks. When it tends to be a draft like this with so many quarterbacks, it's going to tend to be a very tough market on that quarterback who is not far and away a shining example of one that should be the high-paid guy, the next guy to be the high-paid guy out there coming up. So I think there'll be a little bit of a depressed market for Geno, even if he plays really well. James Black, not having to pay Russ was enough to make the trade worth it. The picks are just icing. Very true, James, and that's one of the things that cinched this trade, of course, was Russell's people coming back to Seattle saying, a year from now, we're going to want $60 million a year. And Seattle went, okay, we're going to go ahead and trade you. Okay, we're good. And they can understand. It's a lot of money to be dependent on a guy's going to be 34, 35 years old, who is showing a lot of signs of having a bit of a diminishing skill set. James Files, just getting Cross makes it a win for us. It's really difficult to get a top left tackle. Well said, it is. It's hard to find him, man. Jab at the butt. To be fair to Russ, the Broncos had the most drops and penalties in the league. He isn't getting a lot of help. Very true, man. Very true. And then the pass protection drops. I was seeing it in this game. A couple of guys dropping balls, and Russ throws a very catchable ball. He's never had issues with the guys having a lot of high rates of drops. So those are purified drops that he's experiencing. And yeah, then you got the penalties in addition to it. So it's asking a lot of him on that. He's not getting a lot of help. Jason Wolf says, Kyler Murray was giving his sideline the business today. Late calls coming in, causing a delay of games. Kyler was pissed. Understandable. Those quarterbacks don't like getting up to the line of scrimmage with not very much time remaining and having to make their checks and reads very late and very quickly. Apollo says, Russ plays best when he is not throwing the ball 40 times. It's clear as day Russ does not care about winning, and it's more about his personal stats, and people praise him like he is a savior. I do think that there's a little bit more importance for Russ into that regards of things. I think that he slid into this realm a while ago and in this mindset, and it's taken hold, and I think it's more about him at this point than it is about a team. It's more about his star shining bright, him, building his brand bigger. Jason Wolf says, Damian Lewis at right guard. We need a center and left guard. That would be the straightforward approach to apply here, Jason. That'd be the easy, just right down the middle. Here's what you do. Get Damian back to right guard. Go find your left guard. Go find your center. I'm with it. Apollo, and saying he brought us a Super Bowl is cheap and somewhat disrespectful because our defense was the main catalyst in that run. I think he definitely had a big hand in helping you win the Super Bowl, but he wasn't the main catalyst. You're right. Main catalyst was the defense. You had Marshawn Lynch, which was another catalyst. And Russell was a third aspect of that. But, he was not the guy that was sort of carrying that day either. Robert says, going on 8 hours, Brandon, you are a gentleman and a scholar. Well, thank you, Robert. I try. Addison, Geno has outplayed Russ through 4 games. That's not no troll, and that's 100% legit. Daniel says, did you see the Mariners posted video of locker room celebration after clinching the playoffs? The team is so fun. Julio accidentally popped the champagne early, gave me a good laugh. Oh, me too. There was also one where they had Jared Kelnick filling up the beer bong, and I had to laugh because you got a player being interviewed, and Jared Kelnick's in the background, and you see the beer bong come out, and then you see Jared filling the beer bong, and he even fills his beer bongs aggressively. Like, even fills it with like even that sense of like, just even he's even a little tight when he fills his beer bongs. Even that he does real intense. Scott Gunther, is being the starter since day one the reason he seems more poised than his earlier years? I think it helps Scott truly getting a second opportunity where he's not looking over his shoulder. I don't think he'd ever got another second chance really either outside of this situation. And last year, certainly as he was in there playing. He knew Russ was going to be chomping at the bit to get back there, and that probably meant that he had to be very careful in how he played because he was worried if I make a mistake, then Russ will just be right here and they'll kick me out here that much faster. So it's definitely helping Scott. I think as much as anything, the biggest benefit is just getting a second true opportunity. You're getting your second chance to shine. What can you do with it? And he's just taking the opportunity and running with it. Like Usain Bolt. James File says, I could see Pete overpaying Geno. I could too. I hope they don't. Chef Russ too clutch. Unlimited cap space. Russ got that contract with his alter ego. Biggest Walmart heist in history. I'm leaning on paying Penny and hoping we get a Chubb Hunt combo to ease in the next rookie quarterback. Oh, I like it. Interesting way to go on that. It's going to be costly if Penny gets the kind of season I think he's going to get, which is going to be around 1,400 yards when it's all said and done. That's a 4-year, $48 million deal with the new cap and where it's going. But it's possible that it could happen. And yeah, Russ definitely got some Walmart heist. Russ went into the stores and came out with more than just a couple of clothes under his arms, and a tool belt. He came out with quite a bit more. Sam the Great says, would it be a stretch to say that the Wilson trade is in the top 3 of all time, especially if Denver sucks this year? I mean, if you end up with a top 5 pick this year or a top 10 pick this year, and you got 2 top 10 picks for Russell Wilson, 2 second-round picks, and the players you got in addition, it definitely there's room for the debate to be made on that, Sam. Of course, you got the Herschel Walker trade, which probably stands out as the number 1 overall time one. You've got the Saints trading away a whole draft for Ricky Williams. That one wasn't great. You obviously have the Jamal Adams trade that we made, which is going to be up there. 2 first-round picks and a third-rounder for a strong safety. But it will be in contention. Caden Peters, do I think the Broncos and Seahawks make the playoffs this year? No. No on either one. Broncos are in a really tough AFC that's fairly stacked, and the Seahawks defensively right now are not playing anywhere close to a team that can be good enough to get to the playoffs. James, Sam the Great says, rookie mistake, said Julio. That's right. After he popped the champagne, he was like, oh, because Service was right in the middle of a speech, and he pops the champagne right as Service is talking. And he's like, oh, my bad. Rookie mistake. Jason Wolf, Geno Smith today, 23 of 30 for 320 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he ran 1. What a great day. And tomorrow, all I have to hear about is a terrible defense. Well, I'm going to try to keep it somewhat positive on my end, Jason, but I hear you. You will hear a lot about that from folks. Have a good night, Alan. Addison Shelby, at this rate, would be cool if the idea of bringing Geno back for 1 more season and building the offense in other ways in the draft. I would be okay with that, Addison. The real fly in the ointment on this, the key on this deal, if you're going to bring back Geno, is what are we talking about on the cost-wise? Are we talking about a multi-year deal? I'm not going to go $20, $25, $30 million for Geno Smith. So I'm not coming out of pocket there. But if you want to do a $15 million deal on a 1-year deal or a 3-year deal where you're average out there and you keep the cost really low, you find that blue-collar contract that doesn't really exist in the NFL for quarterbacks, I'm okay with that, Addison. I like that. Robert Jimenez says, Broncos, let's fall. Paulo, they have to draft a quarterback, younger potential star quarterback. The team value goes up, then having a game manager, Geno, the goal is to sell the Seahawks. Well, that is true. It does help your value to have a good quarterback on the team. That would as weird as it is, it probably would. Penny should sign another year for a discount to make up for the injured years. I think he probably would have told you that's what I did this last offseason and 1 year's enough. It's hard enough for us to get paid. You got to feel for those running backs, my man. I mean, they have a hard time getting paid. So when they get the opportunity, you got to let them get the opportunity. Patrick says, if we don't get Penny back next year, do you see us drafting another running back, getting someone a free agent, or sticking with the guys that we have? They've gone the free agent route before with an Eddie Lacy or a Carlos Hyde to supplement what they already have on the team at the running back position. They could definitely go that. So it's a sort of 50-50, Patrick. I would tend to believe that they would draft another guy. I think Travis Homer is also a free agent this year, so you're going to draft someone somewhat no matter what. But Kenneth Walker would be your bell cow guy going forward. Sam the Great says, damn, I forgot that Ricky Williams trade. What were the Saints smoking? That's Mike Ditka with too much power. It's Ditka with too much power. You can't let Ditka make them moves. He's just not to be trusted. Only when he's with the Bears. Daniel W. says, if we let Penny go, I like the Ohio State running back Mayan Williams in the mid-rounds. Bruiser back to pair with Walker would be a great combo. I think he's going to be a second, third round guy, Daniel. He's impressed the hell out of me too. He's him and the Texas running back are the two running backs I've liked the most so far in watching out of college football. He looks to me like a little bit maybe of a quicker version of like a Frank Gore type player in Mayan Williams. I love him, but I think he's going to get taken in the second or third round. King Bloop says, do we have any chance of making the wild card? Oh yeah, you got a chance of doing it. You obviously got to get way better on defense in a hurry. That's first and foremost. But when you do look around the NFC, King Bloop, there's not any real true blue teams that you look at and go, this team's going to be a wild card team 100%. You know, you got some teams that I certainly think are going to be in high contention, being a Viking team or let's say a 49er team, but the Rams win the division. They're Viking, the Saints team, right behind the Tampa Bay. But you could look at maybe the NFC East and with the Cowboys and their quarterback situation, the rest of the teams in that division go, there's no playoff teams out of there. There's a pathway here for us to get to the playoffs theoretically, but the defense is this bad throughout the course of the season. It doesn't matter how good the offense is at that point. You're not going to be good enough to get there. That part's got to clean up first and foremost. But because you're in the NFC and because it's a little bit weaker, the conference this particular year, King Bloop, the door's open. Lions Mania says, good game. You guys just executed better today. Well, thank you, Lions Mania. And look, good game by your team today too. You took it on the nose today, but look, rest assured, I feel like you guys are finally here moving in a bit better of the right direction and where you want to go. And that's good to see for us that you guys, the Lions, you guys like the Bills are a franchise that I look at and I go, that so many years of so much tough football you've had to watch. You guys have earned the right to have a good team for a couple of years at least here, and to go on a little bit of a run. So it'd be great to see on top of Lions Mania. Can you guys get the Packers out of the division? I'm tired of looking at that yellow every year in the playoffs. I'm tired of looking at Aaron Rodgers' stupid face. Can you guys just get them out of there for a while? Let's send the Packers into a dark age. How's that sound, man? Addison says, I think it's safe to say we won the Wilson deal at this point. Denver is likely starting to realize the scam that we pulled off. Yes. Yep. We handed them the package. We're like, no, it's just in the package there. You just got to unwrap it. We got to go though. Our kid's calling. So I just here's the package. It's in there. It's all in there. We'll be right back. Just get it. I got to go in the car though. All right. I got to go hop in the car. Denver slowly opens the box. Lions Mania, by the way, Tariq Woolen is very good. He made a hell of a play there, didn't he, Lions Mania? That's the right read for Goff to make there. Tariq just showed that makeup speed that he's got in Lions Mania, 4.2840. You see it on that play. You see it on that makeup speed that he has. Jason Wilson's biggest heist in history was Seattle trading Scottie Pippen to the Bulls for a washed-up center. Yeah, that one hurt. That one hurt too. That was not a good one. Jason Wolf, or the Trailblazers taking Sam Bowie over Jordan. Yes, us basketball teams in the Pacific Northwest can sometimes muck a draft up. We did get Durant at the end. That was a good pick on our part. Daddy Dennis's Niners in last place. Let's dance. Lions Mania says, yes, sir. We hate the cheeseheads. I'm done with them too, man. I'd much rather see the Lions have a good couple year run of being real good here. Jason Tudor, Packers are the second worst NFL fans. They can be a little insufferable. And boy, when you're in a bar, go, Pack, go. Go, Pack, go. Shut up. We get it. Even when we go Hawks, we just give you a go Hawks. We don't go Hawks, go Hawks, go Hawks, go Hawks. It's like, what do you got? Tourette's? Like, come on. Caden Peters, you think the Seattle makes the playoffs? Probably not, Caden. I don't think that there's enough you can do adjustment-wise with this defense to turn this thing around. I think it's going to probably be a pretty porous defense throughout, and to think that you can play this bad defensively and still make the playoffs, I don't. I have a hard time making that kind of prediction. I'd love to see it. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to see it. Hard to make that prediction. DW, sometimes teams are just too close to their own to realize reality with an unbiased perspective. Saints traded this year's first for Trevor Penning. Like what? No one outside their organization thought they would be good. I thought they could be competitive, Daniel. I did not think they could be maybe a sleeper type of a team. But, to your point, they were more in the go for it mode in their decision making in some of the signings they've made, where you could have looked at them and went, are you guys sure about that? You positive? But they're still, I think, going to be a strong team this year. I think they're still going to probably win more games than they lose. And I think that they're still very much a threat. The problem for them right now is Jameis Winston being banged up. Not that he's a game changer for them, but there's a difference between Dalton and Jameis Winston as far as play on the field goes. Rodney says, now that the Mariners are in the playoffs, you should do some Mariner stuff. I will be, Rodney. We'll definitely be doing the live stream in the playoffs, Mariner playoff games. So all the playoff games for Mariners, I will live stream. And we will doing some more live streams of the games here, maybe even tomorrow. I will probably be live streaming on my Crow's Nest side of things for the Mariners. I think they play tomorrow. So we'll be over on that end. I'll be doing some more, I promise. And long term, once I can do all of this stuff full time, 100% of the time, it's going to be so much easier to consistently get out the content on both sides of it. So that full-time job stuff just eats up so much time. Robert says, Michael Penix Jr. had a bad game against UCLA. Is he worth drafting and still available for Seattle? I've been more of the thought process that maybe he's more of a middle round type pick, more in maybe the fifth range of things. If you're talking about that, Robert, I'm potentially open to it. I think second, third, first is a little bit too early for Michael. But I am still kind of getting my full assessment on it with him. And he did struggle against UCLA. Jason Wolf, how long till Hackett is fired because of John Elway's bad deals? He probably makes it the year, Jason, but he'll be one of those Black Monday coaches that's on the outs that literally as early as they can possibly cut bait with them, they're going to cut bait and probably try to go find some monster big hire. Maybe it's Sean Payton. I mean, that's the hire you should go make for Russ. Russ needs a guy in the room that's going to guide him in a firm fashion and give him that, what I've called with Russ is postgraduate work that he needs to have applied to the quarterback position, which just frankly with the offensive coordinators he's had in his time, he's just not had that guy as of yet. But that could help out Russ if they went that route with it. Apollo says, Russ looks like rotisserie chicken when he's running. He's also looks slower. Definitely not as fleet of foot. Definitely not as much. Jason says, holy crap, KC's stomping Tampa Bay 21-3 at the start of the second. Kansas City's going to be scary this year. They're back to their prominence. They are. If they weren't even off of it last year, but they're right back on it this year. Rodney, Niner fans are up there. Daniel says sometimes teams are, I think I just meant Jeff Russ too clutch. Not surprised. Isn't Tom missing his line and his receiver still? He is. They've taken some hits to that offensive line. No Wirfs, no center with Ryan Jansen. They've lost maybe their best offensive linemen, three of their best offensive linemen from last year because they had the other guy retire prematurely on them a little bit. So they're definitely scrambling on that. And yeah, you've got Goodwin who kind of work his way back, and I don't think Evans is in that game either. Daddy Dennis says Jag fans the worst. Jags Twitter is a void. Does Jags Twitter even exist? Is that even a thing? Jason Tudor, do we think Lamar resigns with the Ravens? I don't think so. I think the Ravens have waited too long on this deal to find common ground. He's going to want too much for what they're going to. I think that they view him with some limitations at the quarterback position, and I don't think that they want to pay for it. We'll see, but I see them moving off of Lamar. I see it as like a sign and trade situation. They get a first round pick and then he signs somewhere else. He did get Evans and Goodwin back? Okay, my bad, Big Country. Okay, so he's got his receivers then. Addison says, do you think Pete is worth keeping around for an extended period solely because of the success of the Wilson trade? No, Addison. And it's the most important, or one of the most important parts of this year as I look at it is Carroll the right guy going forward? And it can't be, is he the right guy going forward because he got us to Super Bowl 10 years ago, or we had the Legion of Boom 10 years ago? Is he the right guy right now? And that assessment has got to be made throughout the course of the season. I need all of the games to make the assessment, Addison, to where I want to finally kind of stand on it. But if the defense is as bad as it is right now, if it's going to look this bad, and he's a defensive head coach whose forte is supposed to be the defensive side of the ball, sorry, I'll go look elsewhere. You know, You've got to bring something to the table as a head coach, and it can't be just your plucky, positive nature. Sam says Packers, Eagles, Cowboys are the most annoying bar fans. I would go with that's probably pretty accurate. Daniel, are you surprised how well Mafe is holding up in the run game? Last year in college versus the run, he looked like Darrell Taylor, just abysmal, but better competition, he's even better. Yes. I thought he would be a better pass rusher out the gate. The Seahawks had him earmarked for being more of a rotational pass rush guy, and he's been far more than that. He's been outstanding in the run game. Showed up again today. Very surprised, Daniel. A little bit of why you might see this growth, though, is because of how little football he had played. He was very new to the sport coming into college, and so this is where you maybe open up for a little bit more room for that development to occur. But he's got the build, the strength, the size to be able to hold down in the run game, and he's showing it off. Very, very impressed. Rodney, can you explain this to me, Brandon? How can Harbaugh coach the Ravens for so many years and look good constantly, but Pete looked like the league has passed him by? I would say that the main way that shows itself, from my standpoint, I don't know much of a guiding hand that Harbaugh has had over there with the Ravens, but it's the ability to change and evolve. Coach Carroll has stopped evolving and changing from the second he arrived in Seattle. He wanted to basically be what he is. And he's done some changes and some alterations, but it's all been so minor as to really not be worth noting, to be honest with you. Whereas with Harbaugh, he went out there and won a Super Bowl with a Joe Flacco, a pocket-based quarterback. They had that 3-4 defense at that time, but they weren't as much about his blitzing as much as they were when Wink Martindale got there. And then Martindale was blitzing at a high rate, and Harbaugh was embracing blitzing at a high rate. And then you go out and get a guy like Lamar Jackson, and then you build an offense around his skill set and what he does well, and limit what he doesn't do well. And that's what good coaching does. Puts the players in a position to succeed and look good. And when you do that as a coach, and when you show a willingness to do that time and time again, you're going to be rewarded by having a lot of longevity in this league. Carroll has gotten stifled. Carroll has gotten stopped. And even when he goes to make changes, he begrudgingly does it. He holds on for dear life to the old. And that is what's going to dictate with Russell, or not with Russell, but with Coach Carroll, but with Russell and Coach Carroll both. Both of those guys, it's very similar, have their success for going into the future is going to be based upon how much they evolve and who they are and what they are. And it will be interesting to see if either's got that in them to do so. Jason says, I would love to get Lamar. Imagine that 8 in Seattle jersey. Well, from the face of it, Jason, it'd be fun to watch him. He'd be awesome to watch. No doubt about it. The concern would be, I got to give up a first round pick, and then I've got to give him a lot of guaranteed money to put him in a Seahawks jersey. And it's the trade in addition to all the guaranteed money, which would probably have me bailing on that one a little bit. Just a little bit. Barton got punked today, says Daddy Dennis, poor dude. I root for him. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to root for him. Jason says, I think Lamar's a free agent after the season. He is a free agent, Jason, but the Ravens aren't going to just let him walk. They'll put a franchise tag on him, wait for the trade to come in, and get a first-round pick probably for him and move him at that point if they're deciding not to pay him. But they're not just going to let him walk. Malmix is Penny with a 17 carries, 151 yards. That's 8.9 per carry average. Impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive. Daddy Dennis, every time I see Barton, I think Daddy Bobby Wagner has left the building. Yeah, it's a good thought. And yeah, the Ravens can franchise him a couple of times. I don't think they're going to, being that they're going to recognize we're not signing this guy to the long-term deal and knowing that he plays like he plays, I think they'll probably do right by him and just move him. But they're going to want draft returns for that. Jason Wolf, is Barton better than Ben Curvin? I know he's smarter, but how can Ben Curvin be worse than him? Ben's definitely a smaller guy, Jason. I don't know if he's much a fit for an inside linebacker in a 3-4. There's no way Ben Curvin's going to be able to take on a guard going downhill. Not that Barton's taken on a guard any better at the second level. There was nerve damage surgery that had to occur with Ben Curvin beyond just the torn ACL. So it wasn't just a straightforward fix of an ACL fix. And I think that he's still working through the rehab on that. Amari, did you hear about John Schneider at Washington Huskies for Stanford? Do you think John Schneider was scouting Michael Penix Jr.? I think Amari, he was looking at maybe Michael, but he was also probably looking at McKee from Stanford. So both of the two quarterbacks he was probably eyeing would be my guess. And there's some other guys on that football field he was probably taking a close look at. He's right down the road. Snail says you're high if you think you can get Lamar for a first. Maybe not. And I mean, it doesn't have to be a first. If they can get a second, they'll get a second. But the point is they're not going to let him walk for nothing. Not when they can get some kind of draft capital back in return by simply franchising him. Apollo 2K said, did you see AB's post? Did you see Antonio Brown's post? Tom's wife on Instagram? No. Was he in the pool with Tom's wife the other day with that shot with AB buck naked? Daddy says Lamar will force his way out. He is his own agent. He'll sit if they franchise him. That's where I think they will franchise him, but they'll franchise him with the intention of telling him, we're franchising you with the intention of trading you. We're not franchising you to hold you here. So I think that's the only way that they pull that off, Daddy. I do think, to your point, they're not going to get away with franchising him expecting he's going to really play that out, as he's already played 5 years prior and you've waited to pay him. So I think you're right about that. It would not be that he plays out the year on the franchise, merely that they use that as a way to keep club control on him until they can move him for some kind of draft capital. I would think there has been a linebacker on some good teams' practice squad that could upgrade from Barton. Are we stuck with him? I would think that would be the case as well, but I would also think that if that was the case, you would have pulled that trigger prior to this moment, being not only the fact that you don't love Barton as the starter there right now, but also that you don't love your depth as it stands right now. And they've not made that move, so I'm going to guess that there is not that guy out there on the street to go find that dude who would be the upgrade on a practice squad. So yes, we are stuck with him. Snail, absolutely not, Jason. We aren't a quarterback away from a Super Bowl. That'd be stupid. Jason, I would be willing to give up a title draft next year and pay him big. Oh my God, the entire draft, Jason? You give up 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks for Lamar Jackson? Oh my goodness. Jason says, Jamal Adams is made of Teflon. I wanted him as a linebacker. Now I don't want him. No, me neither. Me neither. Addison Shelble says, I think the Madden rating adjusters might have gotten Geno's overall just a little bit wrong. Just a little bit, Addison. Just a smidge. I think we need to see a couple of ticks on that dial. A couple twists of that dial in the other direction now for Geno this week from the Madden folks. Snail says, no, Brandon, I mean, it's going to cost more than a single first rounder. Oh, it could. It could. The fact that you're going to have to pay him the contract you're going to have to pay him, and the fact that you're probably also going to have to pay him a contract where Lamar's going to want close to like the guaranteed money that Deshaun Watson got could impact a little bit of the draft capital you're able to get in return. But maybe as well not. Maybe as well not. I haven't, to be honest with you, I haven't put a lot of thought on it. So I don't have a real, fixed feeling with it. Mari Taylor, do you like Dorian Thompson from UCLA? He reminds me of Kyler Murray. I wouldn't mind us getting him. I've liked him okay so far. I've not been blown away. He's kind of just seemed like another guy to me so far, Amari Taylor. And he's running a little bit of that Chip Kelly. It's a little weird offense. It's a little hard to assess quarterbacks sometimes from this offense. But he's looking good. It's looking good. I need a little more tape with him. Jason Tudor, oh crap, Brady just got smoked. Brady just take a hit. Poor Tommy. Well, we are at 8 hours and 40 minutes into this stream, so I am going to let you guys go ahead and get the last of the comments, questions into the chat here as we will kind of wrap this up because I'm definitely running out of steam. He's running out of steam. But it's been another great show. If you are watching this live or watching this on replay, do me a favor. Please hit that like button for me. You do help this channel out tremendously by doing so, help the channel grow tremendously by doing so, and I really do appreciate it nonetheless beyond that. So do make sure, please, that you're hitting that like button and also subscribing. We're on the road to 10,000 this year. We're making great progress. The goal is to get to 10,000 before February, and we are on that track. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. So I'd love to hit that 10,000 mark here by the end of the year. It's a nice big fat round number here to finish things off. Danny W says, would you be okay with keeping Geno as a quarterback, drafting him around him and using the 50 plus million in cap and not even drafting a quarterback next year? I don't think she would do this, but it's a discussion to be had at the moment. No, it is a discussion to be had at the moment, Daniel. I would be willing to do it. I think I would like to maybe try to commit like a 3rd round pick to the quarterback position, or maybe a 2nd rounder at that to get the competition in there, or have a bit of a guy on the growth behind Geno, especially because then you're going to have the ability to maybe get a guy in the 2nd round, like maybe an Anthony Richardson, who should maybe go back to college for a year, but comes out. You're able to get him a year, earlier than he would have coming out, but you can give him that extra year of time of development then at that point. So I would still want to go get a quarterback on the flip side of that, Daniel. I don't want to just hitch myself to Geno and be like, all of our hopes all of the future on Geno Smith. You know, wouldn't want to go there. Jason says, yeah, go have a nap, dude. I got to get some food. Belly's rumbling and dumbling. Amari Taylor, do you think Will Levis is your number one quarterback in the 2023 draft? Will Levis is my number one quarterback, Amari Taylor. He is. It's an assessment that's not a simple, straightforward, easy assessment to make on a first quarterback on your list. There's things you got to take into account. You got to take into account where he's playing, what he's got to work with in front of him, and I do so. I love his game. I love his fearlessness. I love just the way he goes about his business from the quarterback position. And so he is my number one guy. Him and Stroud for me are fairly neck and neck. Two different players in that respect, but I do like him. Stale says, what did the Browns give up for Deshaun? It was multiple picks, wasn't it? Lamar is better than Watson. No. Now, if we're taking where Deshaun Watson was when he was just suspended the year before and where that guy is, that guy plays the quarterback position better than Lamar Jackson. They're two different guys in how they play the position, but Deshaun Watson can do the traditional stuff of quarterback play. Lamar Jackson, you need to run a Lamar Jackson offense for Lamar. So it is a little bit different between those two guys. Lamar might command more than one first-round pick. He might. But I do think that he doesn't have necessarily the rep around the league as far as a player goes and being a complete quarterback that Watson had, even though I know there was the baggage with Watson. Browns were also a little bit desperate in that situation. Maybe there'd be a team desperate for Lamar. The Browns also made that trade for Deshaun Watson, Snail, in a year where there was a horrible quarterback draft. And let's take this into account. I know maybe it shouldn't seem like this should affect it, but trades, free agency for quarterbacks, these things are going to be affected by how deep a quarterback class this is. And that is going to depress some value if you happen to be trying to move a quarterback, or you're a quarterback like Geno Smith coming off a career year looking for that great contract. Maybe hard to land that kind of situation because of how deep this quarterback class is going to be. The team could say, hey, rather than giving up 2 first-round picks for Lamar Jackson, I'll just take a quarterback in the second round. And there will be a lot of teams, I think, that are going to take that trek instead. Kel says, Eskridge is hurt. Great. Fantastic. Jeez. Robert Jimenez, great live stream, Brandon. Cosell, Walker, Pacino, final thoughts on today? I'll tell you, there's a fan base that is growing in an astonishing amount of optimism from the lowest cauldron they found themselves in this offseason. The Seattle Seahawks 12s are once again finding themselves looking at their team with a sense of hope, not nostalgia. What do you think about it, Christopher Walken? I'll tell you, this team, surprising the hell out of the NFL. You look around, Geno Smith, one of the best quarterbacks ever this year, playing now. Never seen it before. I don't know what to make of it. Can he remain? Can he stay the same? Who knows? But amazing nonetheless. Al, what do you think? Oh, I'll tell you, this team's going to the playoffs. Al, you think this team going to the playoffs? Al, I do. It's playoff time, baby. And this Pacino is riding all day. That's as good as I got. I'm 8 hours, Robert. The voice is tapped. Jason says DJ Ugo is overrated. I'm going to take a look at DJ, though. I'll take another look at him, Daniel. I'll give him a second glance, man. I appreciate you letting me know about him again, saying, hey, he's improving on this. So there's been so many quarterbacks to watch in this college class. Haven't been able to get to all of the guys, and he's one of those guys I haven't gotten as much of an expansive look on. So I'll definitely take a little bit of a closer look at him. Snail says, I love Amari. Pete Carroll met DJ Ukulele when DJ was a kid, when Pete was at USC at the time. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Daddy Dennis says, Saints coming off a trip to London and a hard loss. Should be ripe for a beating. Let's get it, man. It's not going to be an easy one, Daddy, but let's get it. And I will check out his past 2 games, Daniel. I promise you on that. I'll take a look at him. Safe to say Eskridge is a complete bust just based around dude's health. Yeah, he's just made of glass. If he's already injured off playing like a handful of snaps this year again now, and he had an injury in the preseason, and he had multiple injuries last year, and he had all the injuries back to college, guy just can't stay healthy. He can't stay healthy. It's tough, brutal for him, but this is this is ridiculous that he got injured off this game, barely getting the ball. Just, he runs one fly sweep and now he's injured again. It's crazy. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. The most disappointing thing about Eskridge isn't his health. It's what he does when healthy. It's true. He has a hard time cracking the lineup even when he is ready to roll, isn't he? So, just rough. Just rough. Jacob, appreciate you though, guys, on that. They caught Lamar liking a Dolphins tweet. He's going full LeBron. I could see him going to Miami. Miami makes a lot of sense with the playmakers they have there with him. I could see that as making a lot of sense. I'd like that for him. I'd like Lamar going to Miami. That'd be a good move for him, I think. That'd be interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, well, we will wrap it up here on that note. I really do appreciate all of you guys in the chat. We did an 8-hour show, 9-hour show. We had some disagreement in the chat, but everybody, again, has always kept it so respectful, so nice, so above board. Just wanted to talk football, just wanted to kind of turn over the options of things, even in disagreement. I really do appreciate that from you guys. You are always amazing. So, I mean, we're in an age of toxicity all over the place. You never seem to find it in this chat. And you guys are just so awesome for just staying in that lane of things. Even in times when you have furious disagreement, staying in that lane. You guys are amazing for doing so. Hey, this team's going to be wild this year. You got a defense can't stop anybody. You got an offense that's rolling over everybody at times here. I don't know what to make of it. Special teams up and down. They've not taken their final form. That much is true about this Seattle Seahawks team. There's a lot more of this season to go. In fact, there's way more of the season to go than has been played. So the story is not fully set. It's going to be a marathon. And all you can ask of this team and all you can hope of this team is that they can be competitive, keep themselves fighting, keep themselves in it through the course of the year, and then just let the chips fall where they may as the year breaks out. Maybe we get some bad injuries. Maybe we get some teams that people are looking as being upper level that find themselves falling back to the rest of the pack. And then we were able to jump forward. I'm not predicting playoff appearance here. I'm not saying we're going to go out there and win 11, 12 games, but you're 2-2. You're 2-2. You're not 0-4. You're not 1-3. You're 2-2. You're dancing in this. And in an NFC conference that is, quite frankly, fairly wide open as far as the playoff teams can go, as far as especially the wild card teams go. So I have a little bit of faith on this team. Don't pass them off completely as of yet. Know that this is a team that's at least showing you those signs and flashes you hope to see. You've got your tackles for the future. You got a good young running back behind Rashad Penny on top of Rashad Penny running brilliantly for you. You've got your tight ends that you're working in very well. On the defensive side of the ball, the young corners on the outside, or at least Tariq Woolen, looks like he might be a star in the making. And Boye Mafe continued to have another good game here today as well on the other side of it. Kobe Bryant, even when he's giving up completions, still goes out there and gives you the fumble. The young guys are also popping, and that is so nice to see on top of the team getting a couple wins through these first 4 games. A year where many people were telling you they're in a rebuild and they got no chance and they got a bottom-end roster and they're going to be in contention for one of the number 1 overall picks in the draft. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not this year, NFL. You'll have to wait for that. And again, know that we're not heading any dark range. We're not heading any dark zone. We're not heading in any era again in football here. We have to wait for 10 years to get back to front to good. We can get back there and get back there fast. So we're not going to any dark ages as many people proclaimed when we lost Russell Wilson. That's not happening. Not happening. Too many signs of life, too much good on this team, too much talent that's already in place. Yeah, there's a lot more to do. It ain't a completed process. We're in the middle of the rebuild, but we're going to be very closely, very soon on our ascent. Believe that. My name is Brandon Kane. This is the Hawks Nest. Thank you for watching. Please like, please subscribe. But beyond all that, don't you ever forget, even when your defense loses, it's 45 dropped on it. Don't you forget, because you got an offense on the other side dropping 48. So don't you forget, keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks fans. No, we got a chance. We're in this. We're fighting. We're swinging. We're throwing haymakers. We might not land it, but we're throwing them. So don't you forget, keep the faith, and always remember, my fellow Hawk fans. Go Hawks.